Yi Yuan nodded and said, by reducing the amount of clear spirit jade fluid to 80% and adding in the western flower plus another kind of supplementary ingredient called bramble mustard tuber, it will produce an extremely terrifyingly huge explosion. This is actually roughly the same logic as creating gunpowder in the secular world. SkyMapple's complexion involuntarily changed when he heard that. He really had not heard before that these three kinds of materials would cause such an effect when mixed together. Even he had not heard this before. How did this boy know? Thinking up to here, SkyMaple could not help feeling fear. If Yi Yuan really bore a grudge and took revenge, then wouldn't this place of his be leveled to the ground? Although what Yi Yuan said was nonsense, this could not be bullshitted through just by saying nonsense. If one were not highly proficient in medicinal knowledge, talking nonsense would not be able to hold water. Regardless of how this boy knew all these, he could not be underestimated. Thinking up to here, SkyMaple promptly put away his contempt and asked seriously, "What's your name?" "This disciple is Yi Yuan." "Yi Yuan, this seat apologizes to you solemnly for the matter just now. Seeing as this seat is already an old man, how about you don't be too particular?" SkyMaple already said things to such an extent. Yi Yuan naturally would not nitpick at it again. However, he had a pretty good impression of the SkyMaple. He could advance and retreat. Not everyone would apologize so solemnly to disciples from the junior generation. It was truly not easy for SkyMaple to be able to do this. Yi Yuan gave a bow to SkyMaple and said, "This disciple dare not. I hope that Grand Elder won't take to heart any offenses just now." SkyMaple chuckled and waved his hands, saying, "Take to heart what? As long as you can complete the 7 profound soul-driving pill, you can even take a piss on top of the seat's head. Come, please enter. Let's talk inside." The pair were just about to take a step when the gatekeeping disciple asked weakly, "G Grand Elder, I..." SkyMapple's present mood was excellent. He flicked his sleeves and said, "You've rendered meritorious service and have no blame. Continue staying then. Guard the court gate well and don't let anybody in." The gatekeeping disciple was overjoyed. "Thank you, Grand Elder. Disciple will definitely guard the gate well." In the side hall, SkyMaple and Yi Yuan sat down as host and guest. This was already exceptionally courteous reception to Yi Yuan. In front of SkyMaple, disciples only had the right to stand, not sit. Only hall head level had the qualifications to sit down and talk when they came. Even the elders could not. Behind SkyMaple, Wang Jie kept sizing up Yi Yuan, his gaze filled with curiosity. He had followed SkyMaple for a number of years already and was deeply aware of the difficulty of completing the 7 profound soul-driving pill. Wang Jie knew that there had already been no fewer than several hundred seniors and elders who took on this mission. These hundreds of people were all elites of the Tranquil Cloud sect, but no one could complete the mission. But this young master, not over the age of 16, could fill in the pill formula. It was truly miraculous. Yi Yuan sensed Wang Jie's gaze and flashed a smile at him. Wang Jie also flashed one back. "Yi Yuan, what did the but you said earlier mean? Could it be that using the extreme light profound gold fruit to complete the pill formula doesn't work either?" SkyMaple asked again. He was very confident in the extreme light profound gold fruit. It should be said that this was the closest to success he had come to in these over dozen years. But Yi Yuan's words unwittingly make his heart palpitate. Yi Yuan said, "Although the extreme light profound gold fruit has the effects of nourishing the divine soul, it's unsuitable to be mixed together and refined with the 9-leaf heavenly fragrance grass. The extreme light profound gold fruit's attribute is metal, while the 9-leaf heavenly fragrance grass's attribute is wood. Metal and wood inhibit each other. Not only would the effects of the ingredients themselves fail to be unleashed, but it would also weaken instead. Furthermore, it will be tremendously difficult to control the stability of the 3 kinds of core materials during the refining process. If my estimations are right, Grand Elder has probably blown up cauldrons quite a number of times already, right?" SkyMapple's old face turned red. Yi Yuan really guessed it correctly. However, he still asked in surprise, "Isn't the extreme light profound gold fruit's attribute is wood? Why is it metal?" The attributes of all things in the world were incomparably complex and were not written on the surface. Unless one were extremely proficient towards medical knowledge, one would tend to find it hard to determine a certain medicinal material's attribute. The higher level the medicinal material, the harder it was to determine the attribute, because the process of their derivation was extremely complicated. Tier 4 materials were not high nor low level, but to the tranquil cloud sect's alchemists it was absolutely high-level medicinal materials. With their level of understanding, it was very tough to determine Tier 4 materials' attribute. Hence, when Skymaple was choosing materials, he basically could not take into consideration the materials' attributes. He only relied on his instincts to decide. Hence, the error rate was naturally very high. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not all the things that grow on trees belong to the wood attribute. The reason why the extreme light profound gold fruit is of the metal attribute is that it generally grows on top of or veins, drawing the metal spiritual chi within to form the fruit. Even though the extreme light profound gold fruit also has some wood attribute characteristics, its primary attribute is metal." Hearing Yi Yuan's analysis, Skymaple actually had a feeling like he was enlightened all at once. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan again was drastically different from before. Skymaple was naturally well aware of the extreme light profound gold fruit's origin. It was precisely obtained by sect disciples from an or vein, not the slightest bit off from Yi Yuan's analysis. Such knowledge, even he, a grand elder, felt that he was so far behind to even see the dust ahead. Then how should this pill formula be completed? Skymaple's words already entailed consulting advice. Even he himself was not conscious of it. Yi Yuan obviously would not cherish something of little value just because it was his own knowledge. He opened his mouth and said, "Clear spirit jade fluid is balanced in the 5 elements, so it is a neutral item. The 9-leaf heavenly fragrance grass's attribute is wood, so you naturally have to select a water attribute material to complete the pill formula. Among Tier 4 medicinal materials, the ice heart dew is most suitable." "Ah? Why use the ice heart dew? Ice heart dew shouldn't have divine soul nourishing effects, right?" Skymaple had a doubtful face. This past dozen of years, he thought of every material and used them too. The only exception was that he did not think of using the ice heart dew to complete the pill formula. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Clear spirit jade fluid and 9-leaf heavenly fragrance grass are both medicinal herbs that have superb effects when used to nourish the divine soul. Just take the 7 profound soul-driving pill for instance. The divine soul nourishing effects are already ample. But the ice heart dew has the effect of calming the spirit and focusing the mind, and also the effect of stabilizing the divine soul. Moreover, during the refining process, the water attribute ice heart dew even has the usage of improving the wood attribute 9-leaf heavenly fragrance grass. There is nothing more suitable than it for refining the 7 profound soul-driving pill. Once alchemy skills reached a certain level, one's understanding of medicinal pills would also grow increasingly profound. At times, while blindly chasing the medicinal effect of a medicinal pill, it would instead cause an opposite effect. Yi Yuan's understanding of medicinal pills was far from what Skymaple could compare to. The way Yi Yuan saw it, a medicinal pill was a world. Refining a medicinal pill was creating a world. For a mature world, the most important thing was stability. Then other things would follow. Many alchemists chased after the effects of medicinal pills blindly. The result of doing this were flaws in the medicinal pills. There would obviously be side effects here and there. A mature type of medicinal pill would definitely not have any side effect. In reality, with Yi Yuan's alchemy skills, he could guide Skymaple to use the extreme light profound gold fruit to refine out the 7 profound soul-driving pill. But that kind of medicinal pill would clearly have side effects. Hearing Yi Yuan say finish, Skymaple and Wang Jia behind him sunk into their thoughts. Skymaple's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Unlike the other elders, he was a genuine alchemy king. A Soul Sea realm powerhouse. His experience was naturally extraordinary. Skymaple actually felt that the materials he used in the past to complete the pill formula were all trash. Although he had not started refining, Skymaple already felt that using Ice Heart Dew would certainly work, because he simply could not find any flaws in this pill formula. Those materials that he found in the past, while he was full of confidence each time, he himself actually knew that there was always that slight area of imperfection. But this time, he felt that this pill formula was absolutely perfect. Sky Maple currently had an impulse to burst into a song and dance. Over a dozen years of racking his brain bitterly, over a dozen years of repeated defeats, over a dozen years of wallowing in despair, he obtained a release at this very instant. If not for wanting to preserve some parts of a Grand Elder's prestige and because he did not wish to lose himself too much in front of Yi Yuan, he would have started dancing around right away. This was not enough to express his emotions. Wang Jie, you quickly go and ask Ouyang Yu if there is still ice heart dew in the sect. If there isn't, make them gather it at top speed. Remember, it must be at the fastest speed. I must see the ice heart dew within a month, Sky Maple hurriedly instructed. Wang Jie also had an eye-opener today. Yi Yuan's words gave him a feeling of being enlightened. In reality, while Wang Jie had a gentle character, he also had pride that others did not possess. In the Tranquil Cloud sect, he was among those true alchemy path geniuses. Otherwise, he would not have been fancied by Sky Maple and become his disciple. Wang Jie had always thought highly of himself. He felt that his accomplishments on the alchemy path were already absolutely outstanding among people of the same age. But Yi Yuan's words today opened another window for him. Wang Jie only knew today just how unstable his foundation skills were, and how shallow his previous understanding of medicinal knowledge was. Hearing Sky Maple's orders, Wang Jie said respectfully, "Yes, master." Logically speaking, running errands should be done by Yi Yuan. Ignoring that Wang Jie's seniority was exceedingly high, even with his alchemy grandmaster status, it should not be his turn to run errands. But at this current moment, Wang Jie gladly enjoyed the hardship and felt that it was only natural and right. To the Sky Maple court, Yi Yuan was a distinguished guest. How could they let a distinguished guest run errands? After Wang Jie left, Sky Maple started to consult Yi Yuan like a student on how to refine the 7 profound soul-driving pill. Refining pills were not just the simple act of putting together medicinal herbs. Each type of medicinal herbs, its quantity, flame intensity when refining, and so on, were all extremely particular things. A discrepancy of a hair's breadth could lead to an error of 1,000 miles. Messing up a step could possibly result in the refinement to fail. Alchemists was an exceptionally meticulous occupation. The path they walk was completely different from martial artists. Yet, the more he chatted with Yi Yuan, the more Sky Maple felt his blood run cold. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan also changed once more. If one were to say that the first time he saw Yi Yuan, he was looking at him with a disdainful angle, then after Yi Yuan talked about the Western flower recipe, it became viewing him as equals. But now, Sky Maple was looking up to Yi Yuan. Although they were only chatting about one type of medicinal pill, Yi Yuan's views tended to give Sky Maple a feeling that he could grasp the entire concept by grasping a typical example. Not knowing the reason, just one chat and Sky Maple felt that his alchemy skills improved quite a bit. Many things that Yi Yuan talked about, Sky Maple did not even think about them in the past. Especially when Yi Yuan was talking about the refinement method. Sky Maple frequently had the feeling that medicinal pills could even be refined in such a way. The incomplete pill formula of the 7 profound soul-driving pill was accidentally acquired by forefather Ouyang Tuatian. Even he could not complete it. The missing parts in the pill formula were not just one core material. The refinement method was missing too. Many of Sky Maple's past refinement methods were fumbled out by himself. Cauldron explosions were naturally something to be expected. Yi Yuan, did you research and come up with this pill formula yourself? After a long while, Sky Maple finally asked the suspicion in his heart. The 7 profound soul-driving pill formula was something that even their forefather could not complete. If Yi Yuan could come up with it himself, then this alchemic talent was overly heaven-defying. Yi Yuan obviously would not say that he already knew this pill formula from the start. Of course, even if he did not know, completing it was not something hard. Of course not. Actually, before entering the sect, I already had a master. This pill formula was imparted to me by him. When I was searching for missions in the Support Star Pavilion, I just happened to see the level 9 number 3 mission, so I accepted it, Yi Yuan said with a grin. Sky Maple breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that. It seemed like Yi Yuan's monstrousness was still within the boundaries of understanding. Even so, from Yi Yuan's conversation, it could be seen that his alchemy skill foundation was extremely solid. However, Sky Maple developed an intense curiosity towards such master who could train such an incredible disciple. The way Sky Maple saw it, that person was definitely an existence more amazing than him. He might even be an alchemy sovereign. Yi Yuan recounted the fabricated story again before Sky Maple dismissed that idea of requesting an audience. Sky Maple obviously did not know that while he was unaware, he had already spoken to a former alchemy emperor. Even if Yi Yuan could not refine out high-tier medicinal pills now, his experience and knowledge were simply not on the same level as Sky Maple's. Yi Yuan looked as if he was conversing with Sky Maple, but in reality, it could be counted giving pointers to him. Being able to obtain some pointers from an alchemy emperor was enough for Sky Maple to profit from his entire life, because it was impossible for Sky Maple to even see Yi Yuan's shadow in this lifetime. In his previous life, there had been countless alchemy ancestors, alchemy saints, even alchemy venerables who sought for Yi Yuan's guidance but did not even have the chance. An alchemy king like Sky Maple did not even have the qualifications to present himself in front of him. Not that Yi Yuan valued his old broomstick, but because he really did not wish to waste time in this area. 1. The reason why Yi Yuan was so generous was actually still because of his promise to Lu Yen last time. Yi Yuan reckoned that Sky Maple should be the Tranquil Cloud sect's greatest expert in the alchemy Dao. For him to have any breakthrough naturally brought enormous benefits to the entire sect. The use of the 7 profound soul-driving pill was to aid the divine soul in breaking through. At Sky Maple's age, he basically already exhausted all of his potentials. Under the circumstances, without the use of external force, he would essentially just stop at his present realm in this lifetime. Sky Maple himself was already clear on this point. That was why he placed all of his energy on the 7 profound soul-driving pill. Whether the power of the sect was strong or not, it had never been about the number of disciples, history, or accumulation. The deciding factor was the sect's most powerful member. A sect that possessed a middle-stage Soul Sea realm martial artist would be stronger than a sect like the Tranquil Cloud sect. Furthermore, it would be overwhelmingly stronger. If they did not have the protection of the sect-protecting Grand Array, a middle-stage Soul Sea realm could take on the entire Tranquil Cloud sect by himself. Once martial artists cultivated to a certain realm, human piling tactics would no longer be able to compensate for the gap. The more Sky Maple conversed, the more opportunistic he became. The more he conversed, the greater his thirst for knowledge was. But Yi Yuan controlled the limits very well, conversing with the other party with the attitude of being equals, not letting Sky Maple feel like he was giving pointers. With his master as the backing entity, Yi Yuan's conversation did not appear too unexpected. Before long, Wang Jie barged in very excitedly. Seeing Wang Jie barge inside directly, Sky Maple frowned and said unhappily, "Already so mature, yet why are you still so brash? Don't you see that Yi Yuan and I are currently conversing?" Unknowingly, Sky Maple already placed Yi Yuan on the same level as him. "Ah, sorry master. Disciple was rash." Wang Jie hurriedly apologized with a salute. Sky Maple waved his hands irritably and asked, "What is it? Why are you making such a fuss?" Wang Jie had an eager face as he said, replying, "Master, just now I went to find Lord Sect Master. He said that a few days back some disciples just happened to obtain some ice heart dew. So I brought it back." When Sky Maple heard it, his anger involuntarily turned into joy as he said, "Really? Great. Since all the ingredients are prepared, then let's start refining." He had just learned many things from Yi Yuan and was currently itching to practice his skills. In addition, he obtained the pill formula, so he would naturally be itching to have a go. "Don't be anxious, master. I haven't finished talking yet. There isn't much I heart do." According to what Yi Yuan said, it should only be enough for one refinement, Wang Jie said. Sky Maple frowned and said, "So little? How is it possible to succeed in one go?" Wang Jie said, "Ice Heart Dew is originally extremely scarce. It was only coincidentally obtained this time by an elite disciple out doing missions. He exchanged 10,000 points by handing it to the sect. Even if the sect seeks it out in full force, it would probably be very hard to find within 3 months. As the Grand Elder, how could Sky Maple not know the scarcity of Tier 4 medicinal herbs? However, he yearned for the 7 profound soul-driving pill too deeply. Even if the material was harder to get, he had to obtain it. This was not just to fulfill him alone, but also to fulfill the entire sect. The materials that Sky Maple exhausted these few years were worth upwards of 10 million points when added up. But Luo Qifeng did not grumble at all. Why? Simply because back then, Ouyang Tuatyin founded the present Tranquil Cloud sect with his own strength. The sect's upper echelons all understood the difference between low-rank Alchemy King and middle-rank Alchemy King. Hearing Wang Jie's words, Sky Maple's good mood instantly vanished, and his heart inexplicably became frustrated. Although the 7 Profound Soul-Driving Pill was a low-tier 4 medicinal pill, it was really somewhat forceful for Sky Maple. The possibility of succeeding in one go was too low. Once he failed, he would have to wait up to 3 months, maybe even half a year's time. The clear spirit jade fluid and 9-leaf heavenly fragrance grass collected the previous time were already pretty much expended. At most, he could refine once or twice. If the refinement this time failed, he would have to gather these 2 kinds of medicinal herbs again. The clear spirit jade fluid and 9-leaf heavenly fragrance grass were also tier 3 medicinal herbs. Similarly, they were very rare. Who knew how long he would have to wait to refine again? Thinking up to here, Sky Maple's brows knitted together even tighter. Pressure engulfed him like it blotted out the skies and land. For over a dozen years, Sky Maple virtually did not inquire about sect affairs and put his heart and soul on the 7 Profound Soul-Driving Pill. But he kept being unable to obtain a breakthrough. Although Luo Qingfeng and the other sect upper echelons did not say anything, the pressure on Sky Maple was also enormous. Otherwise, he would not be so hot-tempered either. Sky Maple only felt that the bottle containing the Ice Heart Dew weighed 30,000 caddies when he took it over from Wang Jie's hands. He returned to his seat and started to waver. Yi Yuan saw through Sky Maple's state of mind and said, "Grand Elder, I have a suggestion. While this can't guarantee that you'll definitely refine the 7 Profound Soul-Driving Pill, it should raise the success rate considerably." Sky Maple was currently dejected. When he heard Yi Yuan's words, he nearly jumped up. He stared at Yi Yuan intently and asked, "What method?" "As long as I can refine out the 7 Profound Soul-Driving Pill, I'll add in 200,000 more points." These words were simply heavenly melody to Sky Maple. Yi Yuan knew the advantages of points, so he obviously would not reject. In truth, him completing the 7 Profound Soul-Driving Pill formula was already considered completing the mission. With just a message from Sky Maple, he could get the reward already. However, he already did it to this extent already. Might as well help him to the end. When Master imparted me the 7 Profound Soul-Driving Pill formula, he even told me about another quasi-tier 4 pill formula. This kind of medicinal pill is called Soul-Driving Pill. Master said that the 7 Profound Soul-Driving Pill was the upgraded version of the Soul-Driving Pill. The two originated from the same source. The refinement method is also extremely similar. The refinement of the 7 Profound Soul-Driving Pill is much more complex than the Soul-Driving Pill, but the essence is pretty much the same. If Grand Elder can use the Soul-Driving Pill to practice and familiarize yourself with the refinement method, refining the 7 Profound Soul-Driving Pill after should be much easier, Yi Yuan said. Sky Maple trembled agitatedly when he heard this. Excellent. Truly excellent. There's really such a medicinal pill. Martial path medicinal pills were easy to find, but alchemy path medicinal pills were hard to obtain. There were actually very, very few medicinal pills that affected the divine soul. It was like a single hair from 9 oxen when compared to martial path medicinal pills. Back then, Ouyang Tuatyin also coincidentally obtained the incomplete 7 Profound Soul-Driving Pill formula. Sky Maple naturally had not heard about the Soul-Driving Pill before. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "How would I dare to deceive Grand Elder? Although the herbs to refine the Soul-Driving Pill are also rare, with the sect's strength, I think there should be some in stock. It should be enough for Grand Elder to use for practice. Quickly tell me the pill formula. I'll let Wang Jie go retrieve the herbs," Sky Maple said impatiently. After he said that, Sky Maple suddenly felt that it was inappropriate. He involuntarily smacked his head and said awkwardly, "Haha, take a look at this old muddlehead. Even if it's a quasi-tier 4 medicinal pill, this pill formula is also a priceless treasure. Yi Yuan, what requests do you have? Just state them. I'll do all I can to recompense you." "Is 1 million points enough? Just take it as the sect is buying your pill formula. Will your master mind?" Sky Maple started to worry about personal gains and losses. Pill formulas were always undisclosable secrets to any influence, especially medicinal pills that raised soul force. They were even more so priceless treasures. While the grade of the soul-driving pill was not as high as the 7 profound soul-driving pill, its value was even greater to the Tranquil Cloud sect instead. Even if Yi Yuan completed the 7 profound soul-driving pill formula, how many people in the Tranquil Cloud sect could afford to enjoy it? There was only Sky Maple, that one alchemy king alone. But the soul-driving pill was different. Quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills had effects on transformation realm quasi-alchemy kings. The Tranquil Cloud sect acquiring this pill formula was equivalent to alchemists' realms collectively rising a rank. Such trade was too worthwhile to the Tranquil Cloud sect. If not for being fearful of the master behind Yi Yuan, once Yi Yuan rejected, he might even give birth to the idea of forcefully snatching. 1 million points to buy the soul-driving pill formula was really not considered much. A quasi-tier 4 pill formula was no big deal to Yi Yuan. Since he opened his mouth, he was obviously prepared to give it to Sky Maple. Master, let me enter the secular world to test myself. He said that everything is up to me. He naturally would not mind. But the soul-driving pill formula is indeed precious, so I'll accept Grand Elder's 1 million points. In the future, when Master asks about it, I can also explain. Yi Yuan obtained many benefits from the sect too. His Azure Dipper Floating Zero sword art emerged from the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art. There was no harm in treating this pill formula as giving a plum in return for a peach. It was just to not make Sky Maple feel that he was indifferent that he accepted the 1 million points. Inside Sky Maple's refining room was a mess. From yesterday until now, Sky Maple had already refined over a dozen cauldrons of soul-driving pills. In the end, he was an alchemy king. It was still very quick for him to get started on refining quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills. After wasting 4 sets of materials, Sky Maple finally refined the soul-driving pill. Of course, Yi Yuan's pointers could not be understated at all. Refining soul force medicinal pills was different from conventional medicinal pills. If he did not have Yi Yuan's guidance, Sky Maple might not even be able to refine a complete soul-driving pill after wasting 10 portions of materials. After 4 furnaces of medicinal pills, Sky Maple failed once or twice again. After 10 furnaces, he basically no longer failed. Grand Elder is indeed worthy of being an alchemy king. To actually familiarize yourself with the soul-driving pill by using only a dozen over sets of materials. With Grand Elder's present state, the success rate of refining the 7 profound soul-driving pill should be above 60%. Yi Yuan stealthily slipped in a flatter, but Sky Maple's face went red. I am a disappointment as an alchemy king. If not for your master's refinement method and him passing on all his experience to you, it's probably unlikely for me to learn it so quickly. Yi Yuan, giving pointers by the side, was naturally borrowing the name of his fictional master. Yi Yuan smiled and did not give any explanation. Instead, he said, "Strike while the iron is hot. Grand Elder, consume medicinal pills to recover your strength first. Let's succeed in refining the 7 profound soul-driving pill in one go while the sensation is still there." Initially, Sky Maple was still full of confidence. But when he heard about refining the 7 profound soul-driving pill, he could not help faltering again. Refine it now? But there's only 1 set of materials. Why not familiarize more with the soul-driving pill? Where was there still any majesty of a Grand Elder for Sky Maple now? Rather, he was like a little kid worried about whether or not he could get to eat candy. Whether he could refine or not, Yi Yuan naturally had the best say in this matter. Grand Elder is already very well versed in the soul-driving pill, and you've also passed the period where you experience the greatest increase. Continuing to refine will not bring any notable effect. Rather, you've just finished refining over a dozen cauldrons of soul-driving pill and are currently in a state where your hands are hot and ready to go. Once you rest, I'm afraid that it will be very hard to find this sort of feeling again. Therefore, I feel that it's still better to refine now, Yi Yuan advised. Sky Maple felt at a loss for a while when he heard that. He became determined in spite of himself and said, "It's a blade whether I poke my head out or shrink back. Do it." Immediately, Sky Maple swallowed several medicinal pills and began to meditate to adjust himself. If this were before, Sky Maple absolutely would not listen and follow the words of a junior like so. But these 2 days, Yi Yuan already subdued him with his broad and profound knowledge. Even with Yi Yuan pretending to borrow his master's words to say most of the things, that gleam of brilliance revealed within the words could be sensed intensely by Sky Maple. The master was very powerful. The disciple was similarly very formidable. After 4 hours, Sky Maple adjusted his condition to its peak. To have become the tranquil cloud sex soul alchemy king. There was no questioning of Sky Maple's mind and determination. Since he was already resolved to refine the 7 profound soul-driving pill, Sky Maple would not be timid anymore. Wuxia already prepared the materials. Yi Yuan took the initiative to take on the role of assistant. Wuxia became idle instead. Preparation work was similarly very important to refining pills. Not that Yi Yuan looked down on Wuxia, it was just that with him doing the preparatory work, the success rate would clearly be higher. The preparation work was not limited by realm. Yi Yuan performed it with high proficiency. Yi Yuan's hand-grabbing refinement method astounded these 2 people too. Seeing that virtually perfect medicinal embryo, Sky Maple's eyes went wide. Indeed, an outstanding disciple comes from an accomplished master. Sky Maple thought to himself. Placing the medicinal embryo into the medicinal cauldron, a massive fire floated from Sky Maple's palm and lit the medicinal cauldron. Ganwu True Fire. Yi Yuan said the name of the flame. Haha. I didn't think that you would even know the Ganwu True Fire. That's right. Under my nurturing, the Ganwu True Fire is already about to advance to a Tier 4 Essence Fire. Sky Maple said, rather pleased with himself. Grand Elder, better use my Essence Fire. This way your chances will be greater. Yi Yuan said rather oddly. Oh? You actually have an Essence Fire too? Looks like your fortune really isn't shallow. However, it's still better to use Essence Fires that you nurtured yourself when refining pills. You should know this point, right? This was already Sky Maple taking into consideration Yi Yuan's face. He was somewhat perplexed. It was impossible for Yi Yuan to not even know this bit of general knowledge. Why did he still raise such a request? Could it be that Yi Yuan's Essence Fire was even better than his? How was this possible? He was only at the spirit condensation realm. To have a Tier 2 Essence Fire was already considered immensely fortuitous. Yi Yuan did not let him wonder for long. He nodded and said, Of course I know that, but the chances should be better by using my Essence Fire to refine. Yi Yuan repeated again as a bundle of flames appeared in his palm too. When Sky Maple saw that bundle of faint yellow flames, he sucked in a cold breath. Wuxia by the side clearly recognized Yi Yuan's Essence Fire too. His eyes full of envy. Hiss! Cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame. This, how's this possible? Sky Maple stuttered. When this disciple took part in the endless trials at the Danwu Academy, I happened to chance upon some lucky chances. Yi Yuan explained it lightly. Not that Yi Yuan wanted to show off, but because if Sky Maple used a Tier 4 Essence Fire to refine, the success rate would clearly be greater. Yi Yuan knew that Sky Maple had an Essence Fire. He thought that if it were a Tier 4 Essence Fire, then he would not mention this. The result was that Sky Maple's Essence Fire was indeed not Tier 4. If Sky Maple had a Tier 4 Essence Fire, using Yi Yuan's Essence Fire would really be inferior to the one he nurtured himself. But as for Tier 3, the grade was really kind of lousy, let alone comparing to the Cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame, which was suited for alchemy. Sky Maple looked at the Cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame within Yi Yuan's palm dimly for a long time before letting out a sigh and saying, Comparing people to people is indeed odious. Back then, I risked my old life before I gained the Ganwu True Fire at the Sea Transformation realm. You're only at the Spirit Condensation realm and actually already have the Cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame. This is the paramount dream essence fire for alchemists. Finishing, Sky Maple quietly kept away the Ganwu True Fire in his palm. It was evident that he did not plan on taking it out to show his inadequacy. Yi Yuan kept staring at Sky Maple's eyes. If his heart gave birth to greed, then Yi Yuan and the tranquil cloud sex fate would end here. Fortunately, Sky Maple did not disappoint him. The matter of Yi Yuan possessing the cleansing sandal sacred flame was actually already known by Yao Qian long ago. It was only a matter of time before it reached SkyMapple's ears. Hence, Yi Yuan had no reservations about taking it out. Tranquil Cloud Sect's rules stated that all the natural treasures obtained by disciples outside belong to them. Others may not insist on it. If they had no use for it, they could hand it over to the sect to exchange for points. If a sect wantonly seized disciples' lucky chances, it was no different from killing the chicken to retrieve the egg. Then the sect would not be far from destruction anymore. Haha, this disciple also faced near-certain death to acquire the essence fire. It was just a lucky coincidence. Grand Elder, let's begin. Yi Yuan brushed over it. SkyMaple nodded and calmed his mind. Yi Yuan called out the cleansing sandal flame lotus's main body and used the main body to light the medicinal cauldron. SkyMaple began to refine the 7 profound soul-driving pill. The refinement of the 7 profound soul-driving pill was relatively smooth. Yi Yuan already prepared everything to help SkyMaple refine this medicinal pills. He even threw in the cleansing sandal sacred flame. If SkyMaple still could not refine it like this, then this alchemy king should just find a piece of tofu to commit suicide with. When SkyMaple held the 7 profound soul-driving pill in his hands, he trembled agitatedly and almost slipped and dropped the pill on the floor. Ha ha ha. I finally refined the 7 profound soul-driving pill. Truly the heaven is protecting me, SkyMaple. The heaven is protecting my tranquil cloud sect. While SkyMaple was talking, the flesh on his face was quivering. For the past years, all of SkyMaple's energy was placed on this medicinal pill, but it was all to no avail. SkyMaple naturally understood at present that if Yi Yuan had not appeared, the 7 profound soul-driving pill definitely could not be refined, and he would also fail to take a single inch forward in this lifetime. Now that the medicinal pill was refined, how could SkyMaple not be agitated? Congratulations, Master. Your long-cherished wish of 13 years is finally fulfilled. Wang Jie's words also carried trembling, and he even seemed to choke up a little. He was clearly also greatly moved. Wang Jie had followed SkyMaple for 5 to 6 years already. These 5 to 6 years, most of his time was spent on the 7 profound soul-driving pill. Only he himself was well aware just how much hardship and scoldings he suffered during this period. Of course, Wang Jie was an understanding person. He knew the misery and pressure in SkyMaple's heart. That was why he bore the hardships without any complaints. Now that the 7 profound soul-driving pill had finally been refined, a feeling like the bitterness being followed by the sweet welled up in Wang Jie's heart. He could not resist taking a look at Yi Yuan, his heart filled with awe and veneration. Yes, it was awe and veneration. This sort of feeling, he only had them towards SkyMaple before. For Yi Yuan to have such knowledge and means at such an age, it was truly overwhelmingly heaven-defying. Originally, Wang Jie was still somewhat pleased with himself within the sect. But now, that pride in his heart was grounded until it was badly mauled. This was a genuine genius. Yi Yuan also went forward to congratulate. Congratulations, Grand Elder, to have realized your long-cherished dream. Only now did SkyMaple return to reality from his agitation. Looking at Yi Yuan, he sighed emotionally and said, Yi Yuan, it's entirely due to your credit that this seed could refine the 7 profound soul-driving pill. Yi Yuan beamed and said the medicinal herbs were prepared by the sect and the medicinal pill was refined personally by Grand Elder. How can Yi Yuan dare to claim credit? If one really had to talk about credit, it would just be the credit for loaning out the essence fire. Haha. SkyMaple did not show anything on the surface, but he secretly approved in his heart. Yi Yuan completely lacked the impulsiveness that a youth should have. When claiming credit, he did not become arrogant. Looking at Yi Yuan's expression, it was as if he did some minor thing that was not even worth mentioning. This was not the breadth of mind that the average youth could have. SkyMaple obviously did not know that this was really just something insignificant to Yi Yuan. Haha. You don't need to be modest, Yi Yuan. Whether you have contributions or not, this seed is very clear about it in my heart. This matter, you bestowed grace upon this elderly self and similarly did a favor to my tranquil cloud sect. This old man will remember it in my heart. Wang Jie, gather all the hall elders and above to the assembly hall. I have a matter to announce, SkyMaple suddenly said to Wang Jie. The assembly hall was the place where Yi Yuan underwent the tri-hall joint hearing. Presently, there was commotion all about inside the hall. It looked rather like a tea house. Elder Son, do you know what matter Grand Elder suddenly summoned us for? Elder Son was also at a loss as he shook his head and said, How do I know? Grand Elder has already not inquired about sect matters for many years and studied the 7 profound soul-driving pill wholeheartedly. I say, did he gather us because the 7 profound soul-driving pill is refined? Ha! How is that possible? That 7 profound soul-driving pill, both you and I have studied it. We can't refine it either after testing out so many medicinal herbs. Furthermore, this pill formula was accidentally obtained by Forefather Ouyang back them. Forefather was a high-rank alchemy sovereign. Even he could not complete it, so how could Grand Elder complete it? That's true. But I heard that Grand Elder seemed to have studied another kind of medicinal herb to complete the pill formula recently. He seemed to be very confident. Maybe he really successfully refined it. Another elder could not help laughing as he said, Ha ha! Old son, you really don't care what's going on outside your window. I've also heard about the matter you said. But there has already been several cauldron explosions from Grand Elder's place already. Do you think he can refine it? Finishing, Elder Son also looked stunned before immediately smiling bitterly and shaking his head. In truth, these elders were also displeased towards Sky Maple for being obsessed with the 7 profound soul-driving pill. It was just that Sky Maple's status in the sect was too high. Plus, the sect master supported him fully. Hence, nobody dared to say anything. One had to know that what Sky Maple expended to refine the 7 profound soul-driving pill were all Tier 4 materials. Tier 4 materials were extremely valuable to the Tranquil Cloud Sect too. These few years, Sky Maple exhausted countless manpower and material resources in order to refine this medicinal pill, but he never succeeded. To say that these elders did not have any complaints at all, that was unrealistic. And it was precisely so that Sky Maple wavered previously and did not dare to start the refinement. Just as everyone was confused, Sky Maple and Luo Qifeng walked into the hall while chatting happily. There were even 2 young men following behind them. One was Wang Jie and the other was Yi Yuan. When the group of elders saw Yi Yuan, they were stunned. How did Yi Yuan get together with Grand Elder after just a few days of not seeing him? Especially Yao Qian. He was originally planning on finding trouble with Yi Yuan, but did not imagine that Yi Yuan actually walked close with Grand Elder. If it was an ordinary relationship, then that was still fine. But if Grand Elder took a fancy to him and took him in as a disciple, then it would be even harder for him to take action in the future. Thinking up to here, Yao Qian could not help feeling frustrated in his heart. His incident had already become a joke among the elders, but he could not even vent his anger. Truly a grieving. He could only pray now that Yi Yuan and Grand Elder did not have too close a relation. The 4 people came to the center of the hall. Sky Maple sat in the main seat, Luo Qingfeng sat beside him, while Yi Yuan and Wang Jie stood behind. Today, I called everyone here because I have 2 important matters to announce. The first matter is that from tomorrow onwards, I'll be entering terminal seclusion. When Sky Maple's voice fell, Whispered started again. However, Ouyang reacted extremely quickly. He bowed and said, Martial uncle, can it be? Ha ha ha. Oh, Ouyang, you little monkey. Your reaction is fast. Sky Maple started laughing heartily. Except, his address of Ouyang made the elders simmer with laughter. Ouyang had an embarrassed face. Ouyang Yu's position in the sect was extremely high. Only Sky Maple dared to call him a little monkey. That's right. I believe everyone knows that this seat has been researching the 7 profound soul-driving pill wholeheartedly over these years. Heaven rewards the faithful. This seat finally got what he wanted today and refined out the 7 profound soul-driving pill. Sky Maple was clearly in an excellent mood. When speaking, he was full of energy. Once these words came out, there was congratulations and delighted surprise below. Sky Maple beamed happily and accepted everyone's felicitations. After everyone calmed down, he then said, The second matter this seat is announcing is to appoint Yi Yuan as the Pill Hall's Vice Hall head. The entire hall was silent. This appointment from Sky Maple came too suddenly. Nobody was mentally prepared. including the sect master, Luo Qingfeng, who was beside him. As the sect's Grand Elder, Sky Maple even had the authority to appoint or dismiss the sect master, let alone a vice hall head. Yi Yuan did not have any mental preparation either and was stunned by this nomination for a long while. The silence lasted for roughly 10 breaths of time when finally somebody voiced out to object. The first person to oppose it was Ling Patian. Martial uncle, Yi Yuan is just a newcomer disciple. Although he has some talent in the path of alchemy, isn't it rather rash to make him the vice hall head? En? Your meaning is that I'm old and worthless and can't discern people clearly, Sky Maple said with a frown. These words were rather serious. He was trying to suppress these opposing voices directly. Although Ling Patian had a deadpan face, his expression right now was still rather ugly. Patian dare not. Patian was just dealing with the matter as it stands. Ling Patian clearly had a stubborn temper. At this time, Ouyang Yu also came forward. Martial uncle Yi Yuan is only at the second-level spirit condensation realm and low-rank alchemy master. What capability does he have to be the vice hall head? Now that 2 hall heads stood up to refute this, everyone's guts also swelled. One by one, they all stood up to object. Especially Ouyang Ming and Yao Qian, the 2 of them were yelling the happiest. Among these elders, there were actually quite a few who were displeased with Yi Yuan's prior attitude. In their opinion, although Yi Yuan, this young man, was talented, he was too oblivious to the immensity of heaven and earth and extremely arrogant. What qualifications did he have to be the vice hall head? Of course, the most important thing was that Yi Yuan was still too young. His credentials were too shallow. He was simply unworthy of being the vice hall head. What should they do in the future if a teenage youth rode above these elders' heads? Did these old fellows who were hundreds of years old have to respectfully call out vice hall head when they saw Yi Yuan? How was this possible? Sky Maple's good mood was completely ruined by this. He obviously knew that nominating Yi Yuan to be the vice hall head was somewhat abrupt, but he knew that Yi Yuan's level was sufficient to take on this position. These few days he had a lot of exchanges with Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan had always maintained a disciple's manners and his words were very restrained, he still inadvertently revealed his erudite knowledge about alchemy Dao. The things that Yi Yuan talked about far surpassed the boundary of alchemy master. It even surpassed the boundary of quasi-alchemy king. He absolutely had the ability to be this vice hall head. Sky Maple even had a feeling that Yi Yuan was only unable to refine Tier 3 and quasi-Tier 4 medicinal pills because his cultivation realm was not there yet. If Yi Yuan's realm were sufficient, refining Tier 3 and quasi-Tier 4 medicinal pills would be as easy as flipping his hands. Moreover, Sky Maple had another consideration. Placing a heavy emphasis on Yi Yuan also showed the sect's emphasis on him. This definitely had enormous advantages in building a good relationship with that enigmatic master behind Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's master was bound to be an alchemy sovereign existence. He might even be a high-rank alchemy sovereign like Ouyang Tuatian. Such an existence, even if he just took care of the Tranquil Cloud sect slightly, it could let the sect enjoy tremendous benefits. These fools did not understand anything, all objecting fervently. Sky Maple was furious. Bang! Sky Maple slammed a palm on the tea table beside the old-fashioned wooden armchair. The abnormally tenacious and tough profound dipper wood tea table instantly turned into dust. Seeing this scene, everyone was secretly alarmed. Grand Elder apparently really became angry. Sky Maple's eyes swept across each person's face. These elders all did not dare to meet his gaze. Good. Very good. All these years I've been in a half-seclusion state. Looks like after not coming out for too long, nobody is taking this old man seriously anymore. Today, I'm going to make Yi Yuan the Pill Hall Vice Hall head. Anyone else who dares to object will be expelled from the sect. Sky Maple directly used his trump card. Once Sky Maple's words came out, everybody was immediately as quiet as cicadas in winter. As a matter of fact, it was really as Sky Maple said. He had not appeared for too long already. Hence, everyone more or less took him lightly in their minds. The blood surged to all of their heads just now. They instinctively felt that letting a spirit condensation realm brat be the Pill Hall's Vice Hall head was truly a mockery. Except, they did not imagine that Grand Elder was actually going to kick them elders outside the walls because of Yi Yuan. At this time, Luo Qifeng, who remained quiet the whole time, finally stood up. Sky Maple already said his words to such an extent. He could not remain silent any longer. I wonder why Martial Uncle wants to appoint Yi Yuan? Luo Qifeng asked respectfully. Seeing that it was Luo Qifeng inquiring, Sky Maple's expression eased up slightly as he said solemnly, all of you are aware of the level 9 mission that this seat hung in the support star pavilion, right? Of course, we know. The mission Martial Uncle issued was to complete the 7 profound soul-driving pill, Luo Qifeng said. Sky Maple nodded and said, in truth, it was all thanks to Yi Yuan completing the pill formula that this seat could refine out the 7 profound soul-driving pill this time. Furthermore, during the refinement process, Yi Yuan even provided huge assistance. Of course, this is not the main point. The most important thing was that I acquired the quasi-tier 4 medicinal pill, the soul-driving pills formula from Yi Yuan on behalf of the sect. That's to say, you people are all the future beneficiaries of this pill formula. So, you people tell me, does Yi Yuan deserve to be the vice hall head? Luo Qingfeng's face changed when he heard this. There's actually such a thing? Yi Yuan completed the pill formula? How is this possible? He's only a low-rank alchemy master. Yeah. The thing he took out before was only the true rising spirit pill formula, just a tier 1 medicinal pills, that's all. The 7 profound soul-driving pill is a tier 4 medicinal pill. Could it be that Yi Yuan really has a formidable master? Also, a quasi-tier 4 soul-driving pill. This name sounds a lot like the 7 profound soul-driving pill. Can it be? Can it be that we all have a chance to break through? All the elders were incredibly shocked. A low-rank alchemy master completed a tier 4 medicinal pill. This was simply inconceivable. At this point, there was no longer anybody who doubted that there really was a powerful master behind Yi Yuan. However, what they minded was not this. What they took notice of was the soul-driving pill. There was nobody who could resist the temptation of breakthrough. Since this is the case, I have no objections. Luo Qifeng pondered for a long time before saying, I agree as well. Xiao Jian was the first to show his stand. The objections became waves of approval. Yao Qian's face was as ugly as it could get. With a sway of his body, Yi Yuan actually rode above his head. Thinking of how Yi Yuan would boss him around to make him do things in the future, Yao Qian felt just as disgusted as he had just eaten a fly. Yao Qian really wished to yell out, I disagree. But the weight of his words in this situation was too feeble. Furthermore, Sky Maple said that if anyone dared to object again, they would be directly expelled. Yao Qian could only swallow these 2 words back into his stomach and let it fester. The game was set. Sky Maple's expression looked much better. Since that's the case, then from today onwards, Yi Yuan will be. Hang on. Sky Maple was talking when Yi Yuan interrupted halfway. En? What do you want to say, Yi Yuan? Sky Maple asked in puzzlement. Yi Yuan stood up and gave a bow to Sky Maple and Luo Qifeng. He slowly said, Grand Elder, Sect Master. I can't take this vice hall head position. This matter underwent another unexpected change. As the party involved, Yi Yuan actually rejected Grand Elder's appointment. This matter hit one snag after another, leaving the elders at somewhat of a loss on what to do. Yi Yuan, are you worried that you can't control these punks? Don't worry, with me around. None of them will dare to disobey your orders. Sky Maple did not imagine that Yi Yuan could actually voice out his rejection either. But he soon realized what it was that Yi Yuan was worried about. Yi Yuan said, not this reason. This disciple thanked Grand Elder very much for your great kindness. It's just that this vice hall head position, disciple really cannot accept it. Sky Maple asked in surprise, why is that? This disciple entered the sect to hone the martial path. That's why I entered the martial hall. This disciple's strength is paltry. I originally wanted to compete with the seniors in the martial hall. Once I take on this vice hall head position, it wouldn't be appropriate to spar with other seniors about the martial path. Yi Yuan stated a reason that surprised everyone. Your alchemic talent is so peerless. Walking the martial path is truly a waste. Sky Maple sighed emotionally. Alchemists just needed to bother with cultivating essence energy and simply did not need to worry about combat power. But to martial artists, essence energy was only the foundation to unleash combat power. What they had to do was to maximize combat power to the greatest. Sky Maple himself was an alchemist. Seeing that Yi Yuan was so amazing in the alchemy path, he naturally hoped for him to walk the alchemy path. Little did he realize that Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao had already reached the acme of perfection.
Thank you, Grand Elder, for your adulation. But at present, to me, the Darshal path is still more important.
I hope that Grand Elder can permit it, Yi Yuan said earnestly.
Seeing that Yi Yuan's was bent on this, a trace of helplessness flashed across Sky Maple's face. He could only say, since that's the case, then this matter is over. However, I still want to give you the position of nominal elder. In the Pill Hall, your status is not beneath theirs.
Hearing these words, Yao Qian's mood, which just had a turn for the better, returned to its original state. The so-called nominal elder was that they could ignore Pill Hall work, but enjoy the treatment of an elder. Kind of like only drawing a salary but not doing work.
That was also to say that as long as Yi Yuan took on this appointment, he would be on an equal footing with him, Yao Qian.
Recalling half a month ago where he was still an envoy planning on fetching Yi Yuan into the sect. At that time, he even said that Yi Yuan might not even be able to maintain the position of core disciple. But after half a month, with a shake of his body, Yi Yuan actually became equal footing as him. There really was the feeling like he was being slapped in the face in public. Quickly reject. Quickly reject. Yao Qian kept on praying in his heart that Yi Yuan would also reject this elder position.
Since Grand Elder insists, then all right. I'll accept this nominal elder. However, I hope that the sect will not publicize my status and not give me any special treatment. Let me cultivate with an ordinary disciple identity. The reality was very cruel. Yi Yuan accepted this appointment in the end. Yi Yuan knew that there were many benefits to being an elder. It was only a nominal status anyway, why would he say no?
Within the Tranquil Cloud sect, the elders had many responsibilities and also had many privileges. Yi Yuan, as a nominal elder, did not need to carry out responsibilities. He, a spirit condensation realm, could not carry them out even if he wanted to. However, he could enjoy the privileges. Only a fool would not do it. Yi Yuan also guessed some parts of Sky Maple's thoughts. That was why he was insistent on not accepting the Vice Hall head position. Yi Yuan's time was very valuable. He did not wish to waste it on sect affairs.
But as for this nominal elder, he had no emotional burdens. Haha, it's good that you agreed. Otherwise, I really would not know how I should thank you. Qi Feng, later you help Yi Yuan make an elder token. As to the disciples, don't publicize it. Sky Maple also let out a sigh in relief seeing that Yi Yuan accepted. Luo Qi Feng replied with a yes. His eyes seemed complicated as he shot Yi Yuan a glance. To promote to become a sect elder at the spirit condensation realm, Yi Yuan was the first person to do so since the establishment of the Tranquil Cloud sect. Luo Qi Feng was also a smart man. He also guessed some parts of Sky Maple's intentions, so he did not have any complaints towards this.
To a declined sect, they madly yearned to be strong. Sky Maple swept a glance over everyone. Seeing that many people's face had unconvinced looks, he sneered coldly in his heart.
After the seat enters closed seclusion, Qi Feng will take the stage. You all do well to assist him.
If there are any problems related to alchemy, you can communicate and exchange with Elder Yi Yuan. I believe that he won't let you down, Sky Maple said calmly. Yi Yuan sweated heavily when he heard that, but he could not explain things at such a time. This old fellow isn't drawing aggro to me, right? It was still fine for the Martial Hall elders, but the thick hostility from those Pill Hall elders was too distinct. Indeed, once Sky Maple's words fell, Yi Yuan immediately felt a deep fighting intent.
Every one of the elders was filled with righteous indignation. They dared to be angry but dared not voice out. If looks could kill, Yi Yuan would have been killed multiple times over by now.
Just a low-rank alchemy master, and the Grand Elder actually used him to compare to the elders. This was such a joke. Furthermore, although Grand Elder said, exchange, in truth, everybody heard that it was seek advice. Even if Yi Yuan really completed the 7 profound soul-driving pill formula, it was definitely a blind cat catching a dead rat. He just coincidentally knew this pill formula. That was all. If one were to say that Yi Yuan's level was high, they would not believe it even if they were beaten to death. Yi Yuan had an incredible master behind him, so it was also normal to know how to recite several higher-level pill formulas. But he was only a teenager. How deep could his understanding towards alchemy be? In the pill hall's assembly hall, a bunch of elders surrounded Ouyang. Some of their throats were already red from arguing.
Hallhead, I really can't take this lying down. Old me has immersed myself in the alchemy path for about 150 years. I dare not say that I'm well-versed in alchemy, but I can't be beaten by a teenage child, right?
Exactly. I have no objections about Grand Elder insisting on letting Yi Yuan be a nominal elder. But to let us go and seek advice from him, isn't it too overboard? Grand Elder is clearly looking down on our pill hall.
How can he do this?
He himself also walked out from the pill hall. How can he belittle our pill hall like this? Can it be that so many of us quasi-alchemy kings here can't even fight him, a low-rank alchemy master? I want to challenge him. Right, I also want to challenge him. I want to see just whether or not Yi Yuan really has 3 heads and 6 arms. I'll go too.
Everyone was clamoring, giving Ouyang a headache.
However, these elders' words really hit the spot for him. Although Sky Maple did not name him, he clearly included him inside too.
Ouyang was the pill hall's hall head and also the strongest alchemist in the pill hall, an existence that was only a step away from advancing into Alchemy King realm.
Of course, this step was a heavenly chasm to him. Such an existence still needed to accept guidance from Yi Yuan. A low-rank alchemy master? What a joke.
Ouyang swept a glance over these elders and said with a slight smile, I didn't hear anything. Finishing, he turned around and left.
The group of elders was stunned. Immediately after, they revealed an understanding smile. Xiaoyun was the 5th seat among the Pill Hall elders. The previous year, he had just broken through to high-rank quasi-alchemy king realm. As the Pill Hall's up and rising force in the prime of his life, his position in the Pill Hall was very high, and he was deemed to be one of the contenders to become the next Pill Hall's hall head.
In comparison, although Yao Qian and his like were Pill Hall elders, they were the least important group of people, barely enough to do the role of running errands.
Otherwise, he would not have been sent to the state of Qin to be an envoy. His age was old, his cultivation realm was low, and he already exhausted all of his potential and hard to have any breakthrough in this life. As the representative of the newly emerging force, Xiaoyun was one of the most reluctant to accept Yi Yuan taking on the position of nominal elder. In front of Ouyang, Xiaoyun was one of those who argued the fiercest. Ouyang left without saying anything. It was clear that he tacitly approved of them finding Yi Yuan to communicate and exchange.
The few elders who made the most noise put their heads together. Finally, Xiaoyun offered to come forward and challenge Yi Yuan.
Xiaoyun was one of the celebrity figures among the various Pill Hall elders. Once his profile appeared in the Earth Barracks, immediately there were disciples who recognized him.
Disciple Li Ming has seen Elder Xiaoyun, and 8th-level spirit condensation realm disciples said respectfully.
Xiaoyun felt a little pleased with himself secretly, but he said authoritatively, You came just in time. Yi Yuan is staying here, right? Li Ming was confused. Yi Yuan?
This name is really unfamiliar. Is he a newcomer? There seemed to be a novice disciple a few days ago. He beat up senior apprentice brother Tsing's younger brother right after coming. This time it was Xiaoyun's turn to be stupefied. Fighting with others the moment he came?
Indeed a troublemaker. Li Ming saw Xiaoyun frown and instinctively thought that he came to find trouble with Yi Yuan. He hurriedly said, Yi Yuan is staying at the number 72 courtyard over there. I'll go call him over to pay respects to Elder Xiao right away.
The elder already came to find Yi Yuan personally. As a disciple, he naturally had to come out to receive him. Finishing, without even waiting for Xiaoyun's approval, he jogged over to the number 72 courtyard. Xiaoyun originally wanted to stop Li Ming, but after thinking about it, he decided against it.
Although Yi Yuan's nominal elder status was already established, it was still tough for the elder's viewpoint to switch over in a short period.
In Xiaoyun's subconscious, he still felt that Yi Yuan should come out to meet him. Xiaoyun called for Yi Yuan's courtyard gate to be opened. The one who opened it was Luer. Miss, I'm finding Yi Yuan. Seeing that it was a beauty who opened the door, Li Ming was very courteous. Lewis saw that this person was unfamiliar and instinctively wanted to turn him away. Young master is currently resting. I wonder what matter the senior apprentice brother have. Li Ming obviously could tell that she was evading and could not help furrowing his brows as he said, "Resting, huh? Then quickly go and wake Yi Yuan up. Just say that the Pill Hall's 5th seat elder, Xiao Yun, has arrived. Ask him to hurry and welcome him." Li Ming feared that Luer did not know Xiao Yun's weight and added a sentence. "Elder Xiao Yun is a candidate for the next Pill Hall's hall head. His status is extraordinary. You can't slight him." Indeed, Luer's expression changed when she heard that. It had also been some time since she came to the Tranquil Cloud sect. She had a rough understanding of the Tranquil Cloud sect's situation. This title of Pill Hall's hall head was absolutely a big shot in the Tranquil Cloud sect, even if he was the future Pill Hall's hall head. Luer did not dare to delay. She immediately went in to report. When Yi Yuan heard that it was some future Pill Hall's hall head, his brows could not help knitting together. Did trouble come to find him so soon? However, wasn't this scale a little large? Everyone was at the elder level. Want him to go to the gate to receive him? This name of future hall head might be useful to others, but it was useless to Yi Yuan. In Yi Yuan's eyes, those Pill Hall elders were all trash, let alone the fact that his identity was already not beneath his. One had to know that Sky Maple asked him to be the vice hall head at the start. The other party actually had no concept of importance. Luer, go tell him that this young master is currently busy cultivating. Time doesn't wait for me. I don't have time to go out and receive him, Yi Yuan said calmly after hearing that. Luer was shocked as she said, "But that senior apprentice brother said that this elder's position is very high. Wouldn't this offend people?" Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said he originally came to find trouble. Even if I go out and welcome him, he will still find trouble. So what's the difference between whether I offend him or not? Luer asked curiously. How does young master know that he came to find trouble? Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Your young master knows everything. Her. Go on. Just repeat it word for word." Yi Yuan did not tell Luer about the matter of him becoming a nominal elder. To Yi Yuan, it was simply not noteworthy. Luer would never defy Yi Yuan's words. Since Yi Yuan said so, he definitely had his reasons. Hence, she returned to the entrance and reported Yi Yuan's words to Li Ming. When Li Ming heard the words, he nearly cried out. Even if he was giving excuses, there was no need to be so obvious, right? Li Ming's eyes went wide as he stared at Luer and confirmed, "You really told your young master that it's Elder Xiao Yun who came to find him?" Luer felt a little guilty, but she still nodded and said yes. "I already told him. But my young master is really busy with cultivation." Finishing, Luer slammed the door shut with a bang. Li Ming stood there in a daze and did not recover for a long time. Isn't this Yi Yuan too conceited? To actually not even give face to a Pill Hall elder? Elder Xiao Yun looked like he was finding trouble to begin with, but Yi Yuan is still showing this attitude. He's dead now. No one who opposed the Pill Hall elders had a good ending, Li Ming thought to himself. Carrying some discontentment, Li Ming returned back to Xiao Yun and reported the encounter earlier. Of course, he even mixed some personal stuff inside. Indeed, Xiao Yun flew into a great rage when he heard that. He rushed over to the number 72 courtyard furiously. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Yuan, come out for this elder. I know that you are not cultivating. Xiao Yun shouted. Nobody answered. Xiao Yun was so enraged that he was about to explode. His position in the sect was extremely high. Yet, he was actually declined entry when coming to find a Martial Hall core disciple. Due to him shouting extremely loudly just now, it already attracted quite a number of disciples to crowd around. If he could not even get the other party's door to open today, then it would be a tremendous disgrace. Xiao Yun's face was already as black as the bottom of a wok. He said solemnly, I'll count to 3. If you don't open the door, this elder will tear down your courtyard. 1. Xiao Yun waited for several breaths of time. No response. 2. Still no response. This Yi Yuan is too ballsy. That's Elder Xiao Yun. Others can't even wait to suck up to him, yet Yi Yuan actually dared to refuse him entry. Heh. This is the prelude of being chased out. Elder Xiao Yun is a powerful candidate for the next generation Pill Hall's hall head.
Is there anyone who can stay in the sect after offending him?
Last time, I still thought that this boy was a genius when I saw Yi Yuan beat Xingyu. But looking at it now, this fellow is a hothead.
He could have offended anyone. But why did he have to offend Elder Xiao Yun? About to reach the count of 3. Do you guys think that Elder Xiao Yun will drag Yi Yuan out and give him a beating? The surrounding disciples were discussing fervently. Such a rare show truly should not be missed. Xiao Yun had a dark face as he gnashed his teeth and yelled, 3. Still no reaction. Good. Very good. Really treating this elder as heir? I want to see just how you be a turtle after I tear down your house. Xiao Yun gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Finishing, Xiao Yun gathered up a colossal amount of essence energy, forcing the surrounding disciples back, as if he was really going to wreck Yi Yuan's house. Watching Xiao Yun gather up such immense essence energy, the crowd could not help being dumbstruck. If this really smashed down, forget about the house, even Yi Yuan would become residue, right? But right then, the door squeaked open. The sound of the door opening was ear-piercing. Everyone could not help looking over in that direction. They initially thought that they could see Yi Yuan's form scrambling over here, but they saw a little green pixie. It was precisely Lure. Xiao Yun only put away his skill after he saw the gate finally open. He sneered coldly in his heart. Humph. As expected, he belongs to the family of donkeys. He won't move unless he's hit. Xiao Yun snorted frostily. Lure did not say anything. She just beckoned towards Xiao Yun, signaling him to come over and talk. She looked very mysterious. Xiao Yun thought that Lure was asking him into the house to talk. Hence, he went forward a few steps and was about to enter the door. He came to let Yi Yuan know what was called heaven beyond heaven and human beyond human, not let a bunch of disciples watch a show. If he let these disciples know that he came to find Yi Yuan to compete in alchemy, it would only lower his social status. Even if he won, it would not be honorable. The Pill Hall's 5th seat winning a Martial Hall core disciple. Wasn't this him hitting his own face? Grand Elder had already instructed not to reveal Yi Yuan's Pill Hall Elder identity. Xiao Yun naturally did not dare to poke the bull. Except, when he entered the gate and was just about to walk inside, Lure extended her hand to stop him. Xiao Yun's face fell as he asked, "What's the meaning of this?" Lua said in a soft voice, "Young master says that he's busy with cultivation currently and doesn't have the time to spar in alchemy skills with others. Elder, please go back. I already came in. Making me go back? Yi Yuan he." Lure interrupted his words and passed him a jade slip, saying, "Young master said to pass this to you and you'll leave on your own." Xiao Yun reached over to take the jade slip and snickered icily as he said, "Trying to dismiss me with one jade slip? Who does Yi Yuan think he is? A puny little 4th-level spirit condensation realm actually dare to be so arrogant and look down on others to such an extent?" Lure said, "Why don't Elder take a look at the jade slip first?" Since young master said so, he naturally has some confidence. Haha, what a joke. Fine. I want to see just how Yi Yuan will use a jade slip to send me away. Xiao Yun was a competitive soul. Lua slyly slipped in some goading, and this fellow fell for it. In reality, Lua did not know what was inside the jade slip either. It was just that young master said so. He obviously would not fight a battle he had no confidence in. Of course, the more important thing was that Xiao Yun simply did not believe that Yi Yuan could send him along his way using a jade slip. Xiao Yun guessed that there should be a pill formula inside the jade slip. Yi Yuan should be thinking of using a pill formula to bribe him. He took this too lightly. Think it's impressive that you can memorize a few pill formulas? Knowing how to recite pill formulas doesn't equate knowing alchemy skills. Even if Yi Yuan had an incredible master who taught him countless types of pill formulas, he was only a low-rank alchemy master. Today, Xiao Yun came to let Yi Yuan know that he was merely an alchemy master. Xiao Yun sunk his divine sense into the jade slip. The expression on his face involuntarily froze. He immediately frowned, then became dazed. Following that, his eyes lit up and finally it was a mesmerized face. Lure kept staring at Xiao Yun, observing how the look on his face changed so richly. On top of curiosity, she felt that young master was really too amazing. At first, when she heard young master say that this elder wanted to find him to spar in alchemy skills, Lure was shocked for a long time. In Lure's understanding, A quasi-alchemy king was an extremely powerful existence, even more amazing than Old Master.
Such a figure actually came to compete with young Master in alchemy skills.
However, shock was shock. She still chose to believe in young Master. This sort of baseless trust, even she herself did not know why. Anyway, she just believed that young Master was the strongest. Even a quasi-alchemy king could not beat him. Of course, her understanding was one thing. Whether or not this jade slip could let a quasi-alchemy king scram was another matter.
When she passed the jade slip to Xiao Yun, Lua was still having doubts in her heart. But looking at that expression changing like a conjuring show on Xiao Yun's face, Lua knew that this elder would not want to enter. Indeed, young Master was the strongest.
Under everyone's astonished eyes, Xiao Yun left. When he arrived, his aura was tumultuous, and he nearly tore the house down.
But not 5 minutes passed after he entered the house when Elder Xiao Yun walked out of the courtyard with a besotted look like he had acquired some treasure.
What's with Elder Xiao Yun?
His stance earlier, no matter how you looked at it, it looked like he went to find trouble, right?
Why is it like this now?
Who do I ask if you ask me? It hasn't been 5 minutes since he entered the courtyard. Even having a conservation wouldn't be so quick, right? Do you feel that this newcomer Yi Yuan is full of mystery like he is unfathomable?
Speaking of which, it really seems to be a slightly so. Did you notice that senior apprentice brother Xianxia has already returned for a very long time, but still has not come to find trouble with Yi Yuan? I heard about that. The two of them really met before. But after senior apprentice brother Xianxia took a look at Yi Yuan's identity token, he immediately stood there mindlessly and did not even know that Yi Yuan left.
Furthermore, did you know that the last time Yi Yuan went to the support star pavilion, he accepted a level 9 mission? No way? So exaggerated? Then did he complete it?
Don't know. Shouldn't be complete, I think? No matter how heaven-defying a 4th level spirit condensation realm, it's also impossible to finish a level 9 mission, right? That's true. After Yi Yuan entered the sect, he stayed in his dwelling and had little outside contact. He only did a few things, but these few things made him appear mysterious in the disciples' eyes.
And after Xiao Yun got that jade slip, he directly returned to his own refinement room without even informing other people. The group of elders was still waiting for his news, but it was like he evaporated into thin air. The elders only sent someone to inquire in the Earth Barracks after not getting Xiao Yun's news for a long time. They only knew that Xiao Yun already went there with this inquiry. But he arrived hastily and left swiftly too.
They only knew that Xiao Yun returned to his own residence after they continued investigating. But the elders only knew that Xiao Yun directly entered a retreat and was not meeting anyone after the elders went to his place to ask.
After going one big circle only to get such news, it really angered everyone until they were tender on the inside with a burnt exterior. This old punk is too irresponsible.
Notify us if you're entering seclusion.
You made everyone wait for your news.
However, while they were dissatisfied, everyone was even more doubtful now. Even if Yi Yuan's level was really extremely high, he could not have made Xiao Yun return in defeat after 5 minutes, right?
Just what did Xiao Yun experience at Yi Yuan's residence?
At the pill hall.
Many elders were gathered together discussing Xiao Yun's sudden seclusion.
You guys tell me, what did Xiao Yun encounter at Yi Yuan's place?
Why do I feel that this is more and more abnormal?
Logically speaking, the greatest possibility for Xiao Yun's close seclusion is that he was defeated and felt that he lost face, so he was embarrassed to come and see us. That's why he chose to enter seclusion. But the problem is Xiao Yun did not even spend 5 minutes at Yi Yuan's residence. It's not even enough for them to have a conversation.
Yeah.
5 minutes isn't even enough to explain a pill formula clearly. What can they do? This isn't competing in martial arts either. Can Yi Yuan even one-shot defeat him? Elder Xian, you're our big brother. You've got to step up for this matter. Can it be that we, such a large bunch of elders, really have to be defeated by Yi Yuan? Once these words were said, the group of elders looked towards the elderly person sitting at the main seat with his eyes shut to rest his mind. He was the pill hall's 3rd seat, the number 1 person beneath Ouyang Yu and the vice hall head, Xian Yuan Shu.
Xian Yuan Shu was the elder with the highest seniority and the highest realm. He naturally became everyone's pillar at this time.
likewise a high-rank quasi-alchemy king, but Xian Yuanshu's strength was much more powerful than Xiao Yun's. He had already advanced to high-rank quasi-alchemy king for decades. Although he was still not quite at Ouyang Yu's level, he was not far off. About Yi Yuan, an alchemy master becoming a pill hall nominal elder, Xian Yuanshu obviously had quite a few veiled criticisms. Or else he would not have appeared here today. It was just that he had always been respectful towards Grand Elder, so he did not voice out the entire time. Xian Yuanshu naturally looked forward to Xiao Yun challenging Yi Yuan, but did not imagine that he would actually lose. This way he was naturally pushed out by everyone. Looking at the elders crowding over, Xian Yuanshu's eyes snapped open. Sweeping a glance across everyone, he sighed and said, "Fine then. This old man will take a trip down and have a crack at this Yi Yuan." Xian Yuanshu was already old. Even if he was displeased in his heart, he was unwilling to do this, sort of seeking to prevail over others. While Xiao Yun's strength was not on par with him, this fifth seat was absolutely not an undeserved reputation. Originally, he thought that he could capture the enemy easily, but did not think that such a thing would happen. Such a strange situation, it was naturally the safest to invite the hall head to come forward. But this way, there would be no room left to maneuver. Xian Yuanshu has lived in the pill hall all his life and had very deep emotions towards the pill hall. Now that this matter involved the pill hall's honor, he had no other option but to throw his old face away. A 200-plus-year-old man facing a 15-year-old youth. Even if he won, it would be winning unscrupulously. If he lost, then his reputation would truly be lost. If this were before, Xian Yuanshu would never really think of the word lost. But with Xiao Yun's incident as the herald, he did not have too much assurance currently. Just as everyone said, this Yi Yuan was very peculiar. The elders were initially worried that Elder Xian would be unwilling to stand up. Now that they saw him agree, they were naturally beside themselves with joy. Xian Yuanshu was not as arrogant as Xiao Yun. When he arrived at the Earth Barracks, he directly knocked on the number 72 door. After Xiao Yun's service, Yi Yuan's residence was already familiarized by the Pill Hall elders. Before this, these elders truly would not be able to remember what number residence a core disciple was staying in. The one who opened the door was still Luer. She only peeked her small head out and did not have any intention of letting Xian Yuanshu enter. Xian Yuanshu was just about to speak when Luer took the initiative. "May I ask for this elder's name?" Xian Yuanshu was dumbfounded, but he still reported his name. "This old man is Xian Yuanshu, the Pill Hall's third seat. I'm..." Bang! Luer shut the door before Xian Yuanshu even finished talking. Xian Yuanshu was stunned at first before boundless humiliation and anger from embarrassment followed tightly. Indeed, like master, like servant. The master is so insensible and the maidservant is the same. Who treats guests this way? Even if you, Yi Yuan, are really a Pill Hall elder, I, Xian Yuanshu, am also your senior, right? Xian Yuanshu was just about to blow his top when the door squeaked open again. This time, Luer poked out a small head plus an arm. "Elder Xian, is it? This jade slip is for you. Young master says that you'll leave on your own after reading it." Luer was afraid that Xian Yuanshu would not read it, so she added on, that Elder Xiao Yun previously also left after reading the jade slip. Finishing, the door shut with a bang again, and not a sound could be heard after. Xian Yuanshu held the jade slip in his hand with a stupefied face. He had already overlooked the way Yi Yuan and Luer treated guests, and focused his attention on the latter half of Luer's sentence. Xiao Yun actually went into seclusion because of this jade slip? With Yi Yuan's realm, what could the jade slip he carved be? If one were to talk about something Yi Yuan had that Xiao Yun would take a fancy upon, that could only be pill formulas. Yi Yuan knew many pill formulas that the sect did not. This was already common knowledge among the elders. But would Xiao Yun give up the challenge because of a pill formula? Wasn't this taking things too lightly? After thinking for a long while, Xian Yuanshu could not figure it out either. He decided to take a look at the jade slip first. When Xian Yuanshu sunk his divine sense into the jade slip, he immediately understood why Xiao Yun entered close seclusion. Following that, his expression became as interesting as Xiao Yun's.
Elder Xian has already gone for such a long time. Why isn't he back yet? No idea. Could it be that the two of them are locked in a pitch battle?
How is that possible? Elder Xian's level is practically reaching Hall heads.
Isn't trashing you Yuan a piece of cake?
Then how do you explain why he hasn't returned yet?
In the pill hall, two elders fell silent at the same time. Suddenly, they exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, but they chorused together, "Can it be a closed seclusion too?"
Hence, they sent somebody to inquire again. The result they obtained was indeed a closed seclusion. The group of elders exchanged glances but did not know what to say.
This sort of situation was seriously too abnormal. The pill hall's third seat and fifth seat went to find Yi Yuan to challenge him, but the result was that they entered seclusion bafflingly without even notifying them. What kind of situation was this?
Just what kind of hex did Yi Yuan cast to actually let Elder Xian and Elder Xiao enter a retreat with even giving us a heads up? They didn't fall under some kind of hex, right? When encountering an inexplicable situation, people would naturally lean towards black magic. The group of elders had nothing to say in response. After a long while, an elder suddenly stood up and said gravely, "I'll go and meet Yi Yuan too. I don't believe that he can make me enter closed seclusion too." Finishing, without waiting for the group to stop him, he directly hastened out of the door.
He left threateningly, but the result was that he did not come back either. That elder also directly entered a closed seclusion. The development of this situation was more and more peculiar. The elders felt that this was absolutely preposterous. If it was only one or two, then fine. But wasn't three people somewhat unexplainable?
But this matter had yet to be concluded. In the following 2 days, there were several more elders who viewed themselves highly and were unwilling to submit that went to challenge Yi Yuan. But their outcomes were all closed seclusions.
The pill hall elders all entering closed seclusions caused an uproar in the sect. Did you guys hear?
More than 8 elders announced closed seclusions after visiting a Martial Hall core disciple called Yi Yuan's residence. How can we not hear about it?
The news about pill hall elders frequently entering and exiting the Earth Barracks has already given rise to much debate in the sect. It will be hard to not hear it. Now, they are all saying that the disciple called Yi Yuan is a sorcerer.
It's rumored that those 8 elders all went to find trouble with Yi Yuan, but they failed to daunt Yi Yuan. Instead, they chose closed seclusion straight away. What sorcerer? Those elders have incredible powers. They are all late-stage C transformation realm powerhouses.
How can they be hexed by a puny little spirit condensation realm martial artist?
And can it be that you know some behind-the-scenes stuff? This disciple was clearly also a gossipy person. Hearing the other party, he could not help probing curiously.
The other disciple smiled mysteriously and said, "Hee, talking about inside stories, I reckon that other than the parties involved, no one else knows. But I, a genius, discovered something fishy when I went through some careful deducing."
The gossipy disciple's eyes lit up. This incident had already become the hottest topic in the sect these past few days. But nobody knew what happened in between, including those pill hall elders. Now, someone actually said that he knew the backstory. This was clearly enough to whet people's appetites. Quickly say,
"What did you find?"
That disciple smirked smugly and said mysteriously, "Ever since the incident occurred, my initial view was the same as yours, which was Yi Yuan cast some spell.
But after thinking about it, that's not right. Those few elders have unparalleled abilities. Even if Yi Yuan's enchantment was heaven-defying, it's also impossible to cross 2 major realms to cast a curse, right?"
That gossipy male thought about it and nodded, saying, "That's true. This explanation is unreasonable."
Hence, I started to rack my brains to find what these 8 elders have in common.
To have made 8 elders enter seclusion at the same time, Yi Yuan definitely prescribed the right medicine for the disease. Then what was this disease? The disciple deliberately beat around the bush as he boasted. The gossipy man was indeed very cooperative. He asked puzzledly, "Yeah, what is the disease? My God, just tell me. Is it fun to whet people's appetite?" I noticed that these 8 elders all issued level 8 missions in the support star pavilion before. What? That's the common area you talked about?
Haha, are you kidding?
You mean that Yi Yuan answered all those level 8 missions? That's how he made all 8 elders enter close seclusion?
Do you feel that it's possible? The gossipy man felt like he was tricked and mocked him.
Humph humph. You can't choose not to believe it.
At first, I was also taken aback by this thought of mine. But this was the only possibility that I could think of. So I went to the support star pavilion to inquire. Hey, then guess what?
This time, the gossipy man was stupefied. He could not help asking, what could it be?
Yi Yuan really received all these level 8 missions?
Nah, but the day before Elder Xiao Yun went to find Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan went to the support star pavilion and stayed for an entire afternoon.
He did not take on any missions. He just kept looking through missions on the Mission Jade wall nonstop.
Just based on this? Just based on that. You have to know that Yi Yuan even took on Grand Elder's level 9 mission previously.
If he really completed the level 9 mission, what does a few level 8 missions even count as?
But, is this possible?
Although I don't believe it either, I seriously can't find a more rational explanation. Sect Master, this Yi Yuan is absolutely a sorcerer.
You take a look at the pill hall now. How many elders are left? In front of Luo Qingfeng, Ouyang Yu denounced Yi Yuan as a sorcerer with bitter resentment. Within 2 days, all the elders who went to Yi Yuan's residence all announced close seclusion. Luo Qingfeng actually felt very uncertain in his heart too, but his expression remained unchanged as he said, Yi Yuan is only a spirit condensation realm martial artist while the elders are all sea transformation realm experts. Furthermore, those few elders are all late-stage sea transformation realm experts. How can Yi Yuan possibly cast any hex on them?
Then how does Sect Master explain this incident? If this continues, our pill hall is going to collapse soon.
Without those few elders refining quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills, the martial hall elders are unable to cultivate. Sect Master, I suggest restraining Yi Yuan first to make him explain things clearly, Ouyang Yu said furiously. While these words had some threatening intent, what Ouyang Yu said was the truth. These 8 elders were all peak existences in the pill hall. Without them, they could not refine medicinal pills. If they kept staying in seclusion, problems would surface in the sect sooner or later.
Luo Qifeng frowned and said, better wait another 2 days. Yi Yuan is a nominal elder that Martial Uncle Skymaple recommended. Before making clear of the situation, we shouldn't do anything rash.
Sect Master, didn't you notice that Martial Uncle Skymaple is also beguiled by Yi Yuan?
He's a puny little spirit condensation realm and low-rank alchemy master. What right does he have to be a nominal elder?
Moreover, Martial Uncle Skymaple is currently in close seclusion too. Don't Sect Master find it strange? Being told of this by Ouyang Yu, Luo Qingfeng's determination appeared to be somewhat wavering.
Sect Master,
while I don't know what means Yi Yuan used, but don't tell me that you can carry on waiting in such a baffling situation right now.
What if Yi Yuan really has ulterior motives towards the sect and we don't do anything? When the time comes, we'll be the tranquil cloud sect sinners. Ouyang Yu pressed on tightly.
Luo Qingfeng's eyes glimmered. He nodded and said, all right then. This sect master will question Yi Yuan personally. Just what did he do to the elders? Come, men. Call Yi Yuan over for me. Luo Qingfeng left a trace of leeway in the end. If Yi Yuan were really innocent, then when Grand Elder exits seclusion, it would really not be easy to account. Haha. Indeed. It really was like this. Indeed like this.
Truly fantastical. For the lucidum bloodgrass to have such miraculous use, it's truly wondrous. I was saying why I keep being unable to refine the spirit wind pill. Turns out that adding the lucidum bloodgrass together with the core ingredients can increase the circulation speed of essence energy.
Inside Xiao Yun's refinement room, he laughed madly. He refined the spirit wind pill every time according to the pill formula. But each refinement, the quasi-tier 4 medicinal pill, spirit wind pill, would be low-grade or even worse.
Xiao Yun kept being unable to figure out where the problem lied the whole time. It turned out that the pill formula itself was incomplete. He had also tried to improve the pill formula, but it all ended in failure.
Left with no other choice, he hung this as a mission in the support star pavilion in hopes that other elders or genius disciples could help to reform the pill formula. But it had not been successful. After Xiao Yun took Yi Yuan's jade slip, it talked about the method to improve the spirit wind pill. He was immediately hooked. Alchemists were all a bunch of madmen. They could research a type of pill formula tirelessly without rest. Xiao Yun was troubled by this pill formula for many years. How would he be in the leisure mood to go bother about other things? Hence, he chose to enter close seclusion right away to refine the spirit wind pill according to Yi Yuan's method. Sure enough, it was a success. Spirit wind pill was a type of actual combat medicinal pill. Its applicability was very broad. After consuming a spirit wind pill, the martial artist could muster essence energy at an increased rate. When unleashing the same move, a martial artist who consumed a spirit wind pill could save half the time.
At a realm like the Sea Transformation realm, saving half the time to unleash a move meant holding an absolute initiative. Your move was already released while others were still accumulating power to unleash their move. Which martial artist did not wish to have such an advantage? If the Tranquil Cloud Sect's Sea Transformation realm martial artists carried such a medicinal pill around with them, their combat power would undoubtedly soar. It was precisely so that Xiao Yun expended such a huge amount of energy on this medicinal pill. But this sort of Tier 4 medicinal pills was really not so easy to refine. The defective products that he refined not only had extremely severe side effects, but the medicinal effects also were not obvious either. Such a medicinal pill was clearly unable to be used for actual battle. Now that he had resolved this difficult problem, Xiao Yun felt reinvigorated, and his spirit refreshed. He decided to properly thank Yi Yuan. As for the matter of finding Yi Yuan to compete, it was long tossed beyond the ninth heaven by him. After exiting seclusion, Xiao Yun ran straight to the Earth Barracks number 72. But he just happened to bump into Yi Yuan leaving with a young man. "En? Yi Yuan. Guobin. Where are you guys heading to?" Xiao Yun asked with a face full of smiles. Yi Yuan was at a loss. He did not even recognize this person. He only remembered that Xiao Yun seemed to be a pill hall elder. As for his name, he could not recall it. When Guobin saw Xiao Yun, shock was written all over his face. He hurriedly went up to salute. "Disciple Guobin has seen Martial Uncle Xiao." Replying Martial Uncle, Sect Master made me call Yi Yuan over to question him. "Did Martial Uncle Xiao exit seclusion?" "En?" Question. "Did something happen?" Xiao Yun's face fell as he asked. Guobin hesitated for a moment but still summed up the incident simply. Speaking of which, Xiao Yun was the first person sent to seclusion by Yi Yuan. But when Xiao Yun heard him, he immediately flew into a great rage. "Utter nonsense. What sorcerer? Yi Yuan is someone who rendered meritorious service upon the Tranquil Cloud Sect. Aren't I perfectly fine? When did I get hexed? Which bastard talked behind my back? Is this cursing this elder? Come. I'll go along with you to see Sect Master together." He turned to Yi Yuan again and said, "Yi Yuan, I'm called Xiao Yun, the Pill Hall's 5th seat elder. Thanks to you, I finally successfully refined the Spirit Wind Pill." When Yi Yuan heard that, he immediately knew who the other party was. Those few level 8 missions were naturally incomparably easy to Yi Yuan. Therefore, he prepared over a dozen copies of Jade Slips. Whoever came, Luer would directly hand the Jade Slip to him after inquiring that person's name. It was also under such a circumstance that after 8 elders announced closed seclusions, nobody came by anymore. Seeing Xiao Yun express thanks, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Just a simple matter that's not worth mentioning. Ugh, to you it's a simple matter. But to me and the sect it's a huge matter. Originally, when Grand Elder made you a nominal elder, Old Xiao, was truthfully speaking unconvinced. But now, I'm sincerely convinced. Come, I'll help you explain to the Sect Master." Finishing, Xiao Yun dragged Yi Yuan and walked off. Guobin by the side was shocked to the absolute limit. Nominal Elder? What kind of situation was this? A Spirit Condensation Realm core disciple was actually a Pill Hall nominal elder? When he came to look for Yi Yuan just now, his attitude was quite arrogant and bossy. Fortunately, Yi Yuan was rather cooperative. Otherwise, he would have made a move. Thinking of how he nearly struck out against a Pill Hall elder, Guobin could not help breaking out in cold sweat. Offending one's superior, such a crime was not what he could afford to bear. Guobin's status in the sect was even higher than Mo Yuntian and Xian Lai because he was Sect Master Luo Qingfeng's personal disciple. Even with this layer of identity there, if Yi Yuan were bent on pursuing it, he would also land himself in serious trouble. Moreover, Xiao Yun even said just now that Yi Yuan's nominal elder was personally conferred by Grand Elder. Grand Elder was Luo Qingfeng's martial uncle. After just 2 steps, Xiao Yun suddenly thought of something and turned around to say to Guobin, "If you heard that just now, then fine, but you're not allowed to spread it around." Got it. Guobin nodded mechanically, somewhat spaced out. Not sure if he really heard it or pretended to. When Luo Qingfeng and Ouyang Yu saw Xiao Yun arrive together with Yi Yuan, they were at a loss. "Why did you come, Xiao Yun?" Ouyang Yu asked in puzzlement. Xiao Yun gave the two a bow and directly said, "Sect Master Hall Head, you two are mistaken. Yi Yuan did not cast any spells on us but performed deeds of valor for the sect. If you punish Yi Yuan, wouldn't this disappoint the hearts of all the disciples and elders bitterly?" "Deeds of valor? What does that mean?" Luo Qingfeng asked uncertainly. Xiao Yun recounted the process of the incident, leaving the pair staring with their mouth agape. No matter how they racked their brains, they could not figure out just how Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao level would be so high at such a young age. Could it be that he started learning alchemy skills in his mother's womb? If my conjectures are correct, the other elders should be the same as me. Yi Yuan helped them resolve a problem that had troubled them for many years. That's also to say that our Tranquil Cloud sect's alchemy path strength will take a huge stride forward. You guys tell me, did you Yuan perform valorous deeds? Xiao Yun was all worked up. Luo Qingfeng and Ouyang Yu exchanged glances and saw the astonishment in the other party's eyes. "Yi Yuan, why didn't you say earlier that you did something so big? We nearly wronged you." Luo Qifeng looked at Yi Yuan as he sighed emotionally. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Actually, Grand Elder purposely goaded everyone to find trouble with me on that day. I guessed Grand Elder's intentions, so I also made preparations in advance. These few days I avoided meeting people not because I want to put on airs in front of the elders, but because I was really training in close seclusion. The sect's grand competition is about to begin. I had just broken through realms recently and needed to consolidate my cultivation realm. The sect grand competition was about to begin in another 2 or 3 days. Yi Yuan was also itching to give this competition a go. The reason why he entered the sect was in order to have exchanges in martial arts with all kinds of geniuses. This way he could rise even quicker. Even though Yi Yuan was formerly a divine king realm powerhouse, his foundation on the martial path was too weak. He basically had no real combat experiences. While the horizons of these sect geniuses were not as high as Yi Yuan's, they naturally had their forte to be called geniuses in the sect. Such a competition was also an extremely good opportunity for Yi Yuan to temper himself. Why would he miss it? In order to deal with Ji Kanglin, Yi Yuan must experience countless bitter fights. How could he be able to temper himself for future battles without going through all these? Through some medicinal pills and cultivation these few days, Yi Yuan already thoroughly consolidated his realm. He was sharpening his knife just to deal with this upcoming grand competition. Luo Qingfeng had a look of realization when he heard that and said, "So that's the case. It was us who wronged you. Just as Elder Xiao said, you've performed meritorious deeds for the sect. The sect naturally would not be stingy either. With your abilities, I reckon that you'll turn your nose up at Tier 2 medicinal pills. How about this? The sect will reward you a spirit artifact, a martial technique, and 2 types of medicinal herbs. You go and pick yourself. The points from these level 8 missions will also be awarded to you accordingly. How's that?" Towards something good like this, Yi Yuan obviously would not reject it. Hence, he nodded and accepted it. The following 2 days, Yi Yuan continued to make preparations for the sect grand competition, while the elders in close seclusion all exited seclusion one after another. After they exited seclusion, they obviously heard all kinds of rumors and gossips. They all went to find Luo Qingfeng to explain for Yi Yuan. Luo Qingfeng had to expend a great deal of effort before he could explain it clearly. After 2 days, the sect grand competition was about to begin. But Yi Yuan welcomed a guest. A few days ago, he received Yi Yuan's message asking him to make a trip back to the sect, saying that he already collected enough points and could exchange for the lower half of the Purple Center Soul incantation. Receiving this news, the shock in Jiang Yunhe's heart could not be any greater. It was not even a month since Yi Yuan left the state of Qin.
He already earned enough points? One had to know that he had already been the dean in the state of Qin for over 10 years before barely scrimping 1 million points. He still lacked 400,000 points. Yi Yuan actually earned 400,000 points using less than a month. He told Yi Yuan that he had 1 million points, so he thought that Yi Yuan only had 400,000.
But when Jiang Yunhe met Yi Yuan and he directly transferred 1.4 million points into his identity token, he stared at Yi Yuan blankly for a long time, unable to say anything.
This hasn't even been a month since you entered the sect. Where did so many points come from? Jiang Yunhe asked in astonishment. Extorted a small sum and also did some missions, Yi Yuan explained with a chuckle. Seeing Yi Yuan dismiss it lightly, Jiang Yunhe's heart crumbled. Who did he extort to get so many points? Even elite disciples and these external staff members, could not possibly have so many points on them, right? Jiang Yunhe's brain could not quite wrap itself around this. After a long while, he shook his head and said, "No can do. I've already amassed roughly 1 million points these few years. I don't need so much. Just 400,000 will do. I'll transfer the rest back to you. You've just entered the sect and don't know the preciousness of points. Save these points to use for yourself."
After Dean Jiang exchanged for the purple center soul incantation, you still have to think of ways to raise your realm. There are still many areas you need to use points for. Keep your points for yourself. Don't worry, Dean Jiang, I have plenty of points. Even cultivating to the sea transformation realm inside the sect is enough, Yi Yuan said.
Jiang Yunhe sucked in a cold breath instead. Enough even to cultivate to the sea transformation realm?
How many points was that?
Those dozen over jade slips that Yi Yuan prepared were all put to use in the end. The worst among these jade slips were level 7 missions. The points from over a dozen missions added up virtually caught to up SkyMapple's level 9 mission. It was close to 300,000 points. In addition to the 1 million points from selling the pill formula and SkyMapple's 500,000 points, Yi Yuan roughly had around 3 million points on hand.
Even if he transferred 1.4 million to Jiang Yunhe, he still had 1.6 million points left. Even if he spent every day in an A-grade cultivation room, he could stay for 20 years. If he really did that, would Yi Yuan be limited to the sea transformation realm?
Of course, Yi Yuan naturally would not use such a clumsy training method. Sea transformation realm was not as distant as others imagined in Yi Yuan's viewpoint. Yi Yuan would not spend these points like that. He would spend them even more extravagantly. The next few days, Yi Yuan already spent several tens of thousands of points. The vast majority of them were used to exchange for some rarer Tier 2 and Tier 3 medicinal herbs.
To Yi Yuan, points were just numbers. The real thing was the most fundamental.
When he was at the state of Qin, Tier 3 medicinal herbs were already extremely precious. Even if Yi Yuan had abilities to mount the heavens, he would also be like a clever wife unable to cook without any rice.
But there were many precious medicinal herbs in the Tranquil Cloud sect that were simply unseen in the secular world. Yi Yuan could use them to refine many medicinal pills in case of unexpected needs.
Towards Yi Yuan's words, Jiang Yunhe remained somewhat suspicious. But after he looked at his identity token, Jiang Yunhe finally accepted Yi Yuan's aid.
I originally thought that I have to slog for another few more years in the state of Qin, but I didn't expect happiness to come so quickly. Thank you, Yi Yuan, Jiang Yunhe said sincerely.
In the Tranquil Cloud sect, to alchemists, alchemy grandmaster to quasi-alchemy king was an extremely huge threshold.
Cross it and one would be a sect elder and belong to the sect upper echelons. Fail to cross it, they could only fade away into the masses and become outer circle people taking care of the sect.
Dean Jiang is too courteous. If not for you asking teacher Huyen to protect me, I'd have already become a dead soul under Su Yubai's palm. This minor thing is not worth mentioning, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Since that's the case, I won't give such a cliché reaction. I'll accept this big gift. Oh right, tomorrow is the sect grand competition. Yi Yuan, I know that you are extremely strong, but your realm is too low in the end. There are still a few people you have to take note of, Jiang Yunhe suddenly said. Yi Yuan also became interested after hearing that. It had been nearly a month since he came to the Tranquil Cloud sect, but he only had dealings with those pill hall elders. He really did not have the time to understand which formidable characters the Martial Hall had. I'm willing to hear the details. Yi Yuan revealed an eager look. Jiang Yunhe nodded and said, in my opinion, although you're in the Earth Barracks now, your strength is already not beneath the Heaven Barracks core disciples. Within the Heaven Barracks, there are several people whose strength is relatively heaven-defying. When you encounter them, you have to be careful. Of course, the reason why they are strong is that their realm is much higher than yours. If you guys were at the same level, I believe that you can instantly defeat them. Jiang Yunhe's judgment of Yi Yuan's strength was actually roughly the same as Mo Yuntian's. The 4th level spirit condensation realm Yi Yuan was most likely not inferior to those elites in the Heaven Barracks anymore. But when comparing to the pinnacle in the Heaven Barracks, Jiang Yunhe did not have much confidence. Yi Yuan's current strength was likely no longer inferior to an ordinary crystal formation realm martial artist. However, even Xing Qing could achieve crossing ranks to kill an ordinary crystal formation realm martial artist. The strength of Heaven Barracks disciples could be imagined. Don't think that Zhang Chang was very formidable in the Earth Barracks. In the Heaven Barracks, he was trash. Yi Yuan was obviously very clear about his own strength. However, as for how far he could go, he himself did not know how things stood. Dean Jiang flatters me. Just which few are they? There are 3 people you need to pay attention to. The first is Luo Chengfeng. This person is only at the peak of the 9th level spirit condensation realm, but his strength is already firmly in the top 3 of the Heaven Barracks. Many half-step crystal formation realm Heaven Barracks disciples are not his match. Could be seen how great his strength is. This person is, as his name implies, Chengfeng or Riding Wind. He specializes the most in swift attacks. His opponents tend to have difficulties in following his speed. If you match up with him, take care not to clash with him, Jiang Yunhe said. Yi Yuan nodded but did not say anything. He truly had no fear in comparing speed. Jiang Yunhe continued, the second person is a girl, her name is Tang Yuer. She has the extremely rare innate water spirit body. Only 2 years older than you but already a half-step crystal formation realm expert. The speed of her cultivation is number 1 in the Tranquil Cloud sect. Without any accidents, she will probably be able to break through to the crystal formation realm latest by next year. When Jiang Yunhe finished talking, he suddenly felt that something was off and could not resist taking a look at Yi Yuan. To talk about the monstrosity of cultivation speed, most likely nobody could compare with this person in front of him, right? This was not even a month yet and this boy broke through 2 realms consecutively again. Jiang Yunhe knew that Yi Yuan only used 3 to 4 months' time to go from 1st level Essence Qi realm to 4th level Spirit Condensation realm. No matter how monstrous that Tang Yuer was, she would most likely need 5 years, right? Yi Yuan nodded inwardly and remembered Luo Chengfeng's and Tang Yue's names. For Jiang Yunhe to be so serious about this matter, these 2 people were definitely peak existences in the Heaven Barracks. Their combat power was likely no longer beneath crystal formation realm experts. The sect grand competition was not a death match. Yi Yuan naturally could not use all of his trump cards. Although his trumps cards were powerful once they were unleashed, even he had difficulty controlling them. A move like 1,000 Flowing Petals, once unleashed, would be to the death. It was truly very monstrous for a spirit condensation realm to be able to mobilize Heaven Va Earth essence energy. But once the move took form, he was also unable to control the power. As for the Tier 4 Essence Fire, once he released it, it would even instantly burn the other party into nothingness. While Yi Yuan refined the Cleansing Sandal Flame Lotus, it was still clearly extremely forceful for him to want to control the might of a Tier 4 Essence Fire at present. This way, the means Yi Yuan could threaten a late-stage spirit condensation realm with was greatly reduced. Luckily, Yi Yuan's present spirit void shattering space, 1st level, was already trained to the Great Circle realm. His speed was already not beneath a late-stage spirit condensation realm martial artist. Coupled with the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Arts Mortal Chapter's 2nd skill, Essence Energy Ignition, he also had the capital to fight. As for win or lose, even he himself dare not guarantee anything. When the time came, it would have to depend on his live performance. Who is the last person? Yi Yuan asked. Jiang Yunhe revealed a grave face and said, you have to be careful of this last person. His name is Tianyu, Grand Elder Sky Mapple's grandson.
Among the core disciples, he is publicly acknowledged to be the most talented person. Yi Yuan became interested when he heard that and asked, "Oh? What amazing aspects does this Tianyu have?" Tianyu had abnormally high powers of comprehension since young. Like you, he also made it past the Nine Heavens Road. Although he did not pass the Nine Heavens Road at the Essence Chi realm like you, he had only broken through to the Spirit Condensation realm not long before. 3 years ago, when he passed the Nine Heavens Road, he was only first-level Spirit Condensation realm. Now that 3 years have passed, he's already a half-step Crystal Formation realm expert. Barring no accidents, he would surely advance to Elite Disciple this time. If you encounter him, you must be careful. In Jiang Yunhe's heart, his appraisal of Tianyu was clearly extremely high. If Yi Yuan had not appeared, then Tianyu would be the #1 person among the young generation in Jiang Yunhe's heart. Putting Yi Yuan aside, a cultivation speed of 3 minor realms a year was indeed sufficiently outrageous. Furthermore, he even took the crucial step to break through to the Crystal Formation realm, half-step Crystal Formation. In the Tranquil Cloud sect, the earlier one passed the Nine Heavens Road, the greater the potential it signified. Mo Yun Tian and Xian Lai were the same, and those who cleared the Nine Heavens Road all had extremely formidable combat strength. They could basically sweep across all martial artists of the same level. For Tianyu to be able to clear the Nine Heavens Road at the first-level Spirit Condensation realm, it could be seen just how monstrous he was. "Many thanks for Dean Zhang's tips," Yi Yuan said. Seeing off Jiang Yunhe, Yi Yuan did not choose to enter a close seclusion. Instead, he took a leisurely stroll around the sect. A great battle was nigh. Embracing Buddha's feet to pray for help at the last minute was clearly useless. Might as well relax and adjust his state of mind. The second day, the curtains for the Sect Grand Competition was finally drawn back. Victory Peak, the battle arena for the Sect Grand Competition. Many platforms were set up on it. At the present moment, thousands of disciples were gathered at the peak. These disciples were all the future hope of the sect. These thousands of disciples were all selected very carefully from the Tranquil Cloud 10 nations, all earth-shaking existences when placed in the secular world. But the vast majority of them could only become an outer sect disciple and fade into the masses in the sect. The number of core disciples was 200 people, while the number of elite disciples was only a scanty few 20 people. Elite disciples, core disciples, and outer sect disciples competition sites were separated. And the one that was the focus of all was undoubtedly the elite disciples area. These 20 people represented the highest level among the younger generation. Regardless of whether they were core disciples or outer sect disciples, they obviously would not miss out on watching their matches, hoping to comprehend something from within. However, the grand competition was carried out at the same time. Only by finishing one's match in advance could one have the time to go watch other people's match. It was very clear that due to there being too many outer sect disciples, the arrangement of their schedule was the tightest. Yi Yuan, what number did you draw? Do you know who you're facing in your first match? Nafeng watching asked. The Pill Hall had a competition too, but the duration was much longer than the martial halls. Hence, the Nafeng and niece came to cheer Yi Yuan on. I drew number 52, but my opponent for the first match isn't fixed yet, Yi Yuan said. He did not care who his opponent was. He would rather it was Tianyu. Yi Yuan truly looked down on ordinary 7th or 8th level Spirit Condensation realm martial artists. That's to say your opponent is number 149. I wonder who number 149 is, Nanfeng Jiro said. The core disciple numbers were fixed at 200 people. The disciples would draw lots to determine the opponent. After drawing lots, number 1 would fight number 200. Number 2 would fight number 199, so on and so forth. Yi Yuan drew number 52. His opponent was naturally number 149. Of course, in order to not let the strongest core disciples meet in advance, which would greatly deplete the later matches adversely, the top 10 in the previous competition automatically became seeded contestant. The strength of these 10 people's opponents was relatively weak. There was basically nothing to watch at the start. Their opponents would basically admit defeat right after coming up. However, special circumstances had naturally occurred in the past competitions before, such as the rank 11th disciple being unfortunate enough to draw a number after number 190.
Then the first match would be exciting. But relatively speaking, such a situation was extremely rare.
Yi Yuan drew number 52. The chances of matching with a strong person were not great. Screw it. Deal with it when it comes. Long Tang, what number did you draw? Yi Yuan asked Long Tang, who was beside him. When fighting, core disciples were not divided by heaven or earth barracks. No.
170, Long Tang said.
Oh? Like that, huh? Against number 31?
It feels like a strong person, Yi Yuan said.
Long Tang replied nonchalantly, doesn't matter. Deal with it when it comes.
Haha, that's good then. With your strength, charging into the top 50 shouldn't be any problem, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. I hope so. Long Tang was also someone who made it past the Nine Heavens Road. It could be seen how great his perception was. This 1 to 2 months, Long Tang improved extremely quickly. It was just that he did not have the chance to display it. Yi Yuan believed that before long, he would surely stand out conspicuously. All disciples, listen up. The sect grand competition is about to begin. Quickly find your platforms according to your numbers. A martial hall elder mustered up essence energy to shout loudly. Yi Yuan and Long Tang's eyes met when they heard that and smiled. They each went to their platform.
Yi Yuan was number 52, which was also at platform number 52.
When he arrived at his platform, the number 149 disciple was already there early.
When Yi Yuan saw the other party, he was involuntarily stunned.
There would really be no stories without coincidences. Sang Yu looked at Yi Yuan, who was opposite, with a green face. He never imagined that he would encounter this ominous star in the first round. After Zhang Cheng returned last time, he warned him to absolutely never provoke Yi Yuan again.
You got to be kidding. A newbie disciple with over 1 million points on him. Who knew what kind of terrifying background he had? Even ordinary elders did not have so many points, but it was on a spirit condensation realm disciple. This was too peculiar.
Listening to his elder brother's words, Sang Yu also knew that Yi Yuan was not someone he could afford to offend. It was just that he never expected he would bump into Yi Yuan so coincidentally in the first round.
The sect's grand competition begins now.
The martial hall elder's voice resounded once more. The grand competition officially began. Fierce fighting sounds rose one after another, instantly enveloping the entire arena. However, some platforms were silent, such as platform number 52. Yi Yuan did move. Neither did Sang Yu. Sang Yu was no fool. Yi Yuan could defeat him at 2nd level spirit condensation realm, let alone now that he was already 4th level spirit condensation realm. I concede. Without much hesitation, Sang Yu admitted defeat very decisively. Platform number 52. Number 52 wins. The elder's voice sounded out again. Every platform had an array installed. The elder could understand the activity on the platforms at the first moment through the array center.
The elder's voice was slightly hesitant. He clearly did not think that the first to win would actually be the unknown number 52. Normally, the first platform to win would either be number 1 or number 2 because the difference between both parties was too great.
However, the sect grand competition was also hard to come by chance to temper oneself. To be able to seek guidance from the number 1 or 2 ranked core disciple was something that other disciples wished for. Remarkably few people would concede. Sang Yu admitting defeat directly also resulted in Yi Yuan become the first to win among the 100 platforms. Who is on platform number 52?
The opponent didn't purposely give up, right?
Yeah. In the past grand competitions, it's basically always number 1 who wins first. The gap between senior apprentice brother Tian Yu's strength and ours is too far.
What the hell is with this number 52 who popped out this time? Who knows?
Logically speaking, other than those few sickos in the top 10, the disparity in strength for those behind would not be too ridiculous. Even if they lose, it's impossible to be faster than senior apprentice brother Tian Yu, right? Who cares? After this first round is over, we'll naturally know which deity is this number 52. The worst of the Heaven Barracks rank 1 was quasi-elite disciple strength. They were existences like cranes among chickens among the core disciples. Hence, every grand competition it was basically always number 1 who won first.
But a little hiccup happened right from the start today. and unknown number 52 was the first to win. This attracted quite a few curious eyes. Although winning first did not mean anything, this sort of hiccup that subverted the past could still add conversational topics for the grand competition. The disciples started the competition directly after drawing lots, so apart from the first 10 who were predetermined, others did not know who had which number. Platform number 1, Tianyu was just about to attack when he heard the elder's voice. His heart involuntarily jolted. I heard that 2 core disciples who made it through the 9 Heavens Road were brought over recently. One of them succeeded in clearing the challenge with Essence Chi Realm Cultivation. Could it be that this number 52 is one of them? Tianyu thought to himself. Those who cleared the 9 Heavens Road all knew that one could obtain enormous rewards from there. To challenge the 9 Heavens Road at the Essence Chi Realm, the difficulty was far beyond imagination. Even Tianyu himself only dared to challenge it after reaching the Spirit Condensation Realm. Without question, Yi Yuan's emergence gave Tianyu intangible pressure. Now that such a peculiar situation occurred in the grand competition, it really stirred Tianyu's curiosity. Tianyu looked at his opponent opposite him and said coolly, "Sorry, let's end like this." Finishing only to see a streak of sword beam flashed over. His opponent flew out. The number 200 drawn today was not mediocre. He could not help that the disparity between him and Tianyu was too great. He did not even get a clear look at how Tianyu attacked just now, as if he did not even move before. Such strength was too terrifying. Number 200 struggled to his feet and said respectfully, "Many thanks for senior apprentice brother Tianyu showing mercy. I lost." Tianyu nodded and walked down the platform. Such an opponent simply could not draw his interest. If he were willing, that move just now would have already killed the other party. However, this was the sect grand competition. The other party was only slightly injured. Within the spirit condensation realm, Tianyu was virtually invincible. His opponents had never been spirit condensation realm martial artists. Only those people among the elite disciples were his rivals. And in the not-too-distant future, he would also trample those people underfoot. However, that youth who challenged the 9 Heavens Road at the Essence Chi realm still made him garner some curiosity. Although he did not think that the other party was stronger than him, he could not deny that the other party should not be inferior to him. In reality, Tianyu was also prepared to challenge the 9 Heavens Road at the Essence Chi realm. But at that time, he did not feel very confident, so he gave up. The other party being able to clear the 9 Heavens Road at the Essence Chi realm at best only meant that his luck was slightly better than his. He heard that the state of Qin youth called Yi Yuan was forced to enter the 9 Heavens Road. He must have stimulated his potential in a hopeless situation before he could successfully clear it. Tianyu strolled leisurely to the center of the array formation. He came to find the elder hosting the array formation. "It has been tough on you, Elder Feng." Tianyu gave a bow and said, "Oh, it's Tianyu. How is it tough to serve the sect?" You came to ask about that number 52, right?" Elder Feng said with a chortle. Tianyu did not conceal it and nodded slightly. "I thought that you wouldn't pay attention to this sort of minor matter. After all, it's only a matter of moments if you want to beat your opponent." Tianyu smiled and said, "I only want to confirm something." Yi Yuan and Long Tang passed the 9 Heavens Road. While it was not considered confidential information, reports from the secular world dojos were generally straight to the top. Ordinary elders did not know, nor were they interested in knowing this kind of stuff. Tianyu was the Grand Elder's grandson. His identity was extraordinary. This bit of special privilege was naturally there. Elder Feng would not refuse to give him this face either. He was just rather curious that this sort of small thing like number 52 winning would actually draw Tianyu's concern. The way Elder Feng saw it, Tianyu should be going over to the elite disciples' platforms right now. The battle situation over there was very intense. Currently should not have ended yet. No. 52 is called Yi Yuan, a newcomer core disciple. Speaking of which, it's kind of strange. This boy is actually only 4th level Spirit Condensation Realm, while his opponent is already at the peak 6th level Spirit Condensation Realm, yet he actually conceded straight away. Elder Feng talked about the situation he understood from the array formation but did not notice that Tianyu's expression became increasingly uglier. It was indeed this Yi Yuan. I didn't think that he broke through to middle stage Spirit Condensation Realm so quickly already. Looks like the benefits he obtained on the 9 Heavens Road was even more than me. As expected, I should have challenged it at the Essence Chi realm. Tianyu sighed quietly to himself.
On the martial path, the earlier and the more heavenly Taoist comprehended, the greater one's future accomplishments would naturally be too.
All the myriad cultivation methods under the heavens all matched a certain area of understanding towards heavenly Tao.
The Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art was an extremely profound sword art. If he could have comprehended it at the Essence Chi realm, Tianyu's future accomplishments could possibly be even higher. It was exactly because Tianyu felt the sword intent on the Nine Heavens road that his cultivation, later on, became increasingly faster.
Because the heavenly Tao that he comprehended far exceeded his present realm, it allowed his cultivation speed to far surpass ordinary people.
Of course, this kind of cultivation speed was not limitless. As the speed he comprehended heavenly Tao decreases with time, and his realm and comprehension of heavenly Tao gradually reached an equilibrium, his cultivation speed would naturally drop too. This was a definite result no matter how much more monstrous Tianyu was. The higher the realm, the more difficult it was to comprehend heavenly Tao. Even those peak geniuses in the divine realm felt times where human effort just won't do, let alone the lower realms.
Yi Yuan naturally could not escape this fate either. But the heavenly Tao that he comprehended was not even on the same level as the endless world's martial artists. Hence, he did not need to worry about this problem now. Furthermore, the reason why Yi Yuan was not in a hurry to raise his realm was that he was comprehending and understanding heavenly Tao anew.
Ji Qingyun's realm was virtually piled up using medicinal pills. At that time, he did not use any effort to understand heavenly Tao. He knew the how but not the why. Now that Yi Yuan was resolved to step onto the martial path, he obviously would not make this kind of mistake again.
Otherwise, with Yi Yuan's heavenly Tao realm, he could return to the pinnacle in just a few years using medicinal pills to pile on the entire way.
But that way, he would become a power level 5 trash again. Yi Yuan's improvement speed was already so rapid that it was implausible in other people's eyes. But he himself knew just how slow it was. Yi Yuan was making up for the homework he did not do in his previous life at tortoise speed.
Yi Yuan did not imagine that Xingyu conceding straight away would cause a moderate disturbance. He arrived at platform number 31 directly after winning.
Since he was unoccupied and had nothing to do, he and the Nanfeng aunt and niece came to watch Long Tang's match together.
Right now, Long Tang was currently in the midst of a fierce battle with the other party on the platform.
Yi Yuan's opponent was the number 31 Lu Feng, a 7th-level spirit condensation realm martial artist. Among the sect core disciples, a martial artist with such strength should by right crush a newcomer like Long Tang. But the reality was that although he held the initiative, he kept being unable to take down Long Tang. Long Tang was not those genius-type martial artists. Instead, he was a tenacious and perceptive martial artist. Although signs of defeat gradually showed on the platform, he still held onto that last breath and refused to breathe his last. Lu Feng was also rather anxious after not taking him down despite attacking for so long. Yi Yuan's worldview was amazingly high. He understood the situation in the arena with a single glance. Sigh, it doesn't look good for senior apprentice brother Long anymore. This is his first battle after entering the sect. If he were defeated, it would be quite a huge blow to him, right? Nanfeng Jiro clearly also saw through Long Tang's bad situation and said somewhat worriedly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Relax. Long Tang's strength should be greater than this. He's definitely hiding some cards." "En? How do you know?" "Senior apprentice brother Long wouldn't tell you what trump cards he has, right? Didn't you guys not fight?" "I'm guessing," Yi Yuan said honestly. "Tsh, guessing again. You can even guess that others have trump cards. That number 31 is at the 7th level spirit condensation realm. Whatever trump cards senior apprentice brother Long has, it's most likely all used up already. Could it be that he hasn't even used his trumps cards despite fighting up to now?" Nanfeng Jiro said somewhat disbelievingly. A very long time had already passed since the match started. It was long past the stage where they probed each other out.
Encountering an opponent that was so much stronger than him, it was impossible for Long Tang to not use any trump cards, right?
Used is definitely used, but Long Tang definitely won't expose his strength to his foe all at once. Carrying on watching and you'll see. Yi Yuan no longer looked at Nanfeng Jiro but focused on the match in the arena. Back then when Yao Qian warned Yi Yuan at the state of Qin, there was one thing which was right, and that was the strength of sect core disciples were indeed formidable.
Long Tang's combat strength was originally very powerful already. Leaping ranks to battle was like having a meal. Now that he made it past the 9 Heavens Road and was in seclusion to comprehend for more than a month, his strength increased by who knew how much. If it was the standard of the state of Qin's Dan Wu Academy, Long Tang challenging a 7th-level spirit condensation realm as 5th-level spirit condensation realm was something that could be easily accomplished. But now facing Lu Fang, Long Tang had exhausted virtually all of his moves but could not gain any advantages.
If Long Tang did not have any more moves, defeat was sooner or later. From this, it could be seen just how powerful sect core disciples were. Of course, this was Yi Yuan sensing on behalf of Long Tang. When he was facing his opponent, he really did not feel that the other party was very strong.
After all, Yi Yuan was not even in the same world as these so-called geniuses.
On the platform, Long Tang was already forced into a corner by Lu Fang. The situation looked very desperate, and there was the danger of losing any time.
Haha, what a troublesome newcomer.
To actually be able to force me to such an extent. You can be amply proud.
After this, go to the loser group.
Burning Flame Palm.
Seeing as Long Tang's defeat was imminent, Lu Fang decided to take the other party down in one fell swoop. This Burning Flame Palm was a fire attribute superior grade tier 2 martial technique. Its might was incredible. Under a single palm move, a stretch of red actually flooded Long Tang's corner. It could be seen how high the temperature was. The way Lu Fang saw it, Long Tang absolutely only had the outcome of defeat under this palm. But right then, Lu Fang's eyes revealed gaping astonishment.
Long Tang shut his eyes and threw a punch forward just like that.
A very ordinary punch that seemingly did not have the slightest bit of force. But it was this punch that easily crushed the high temperature created by his burning flame palm. It was this simple punch that broke his defense with unstoppable momentum, smashing onto his chest. Bang!
Lu Fang flew out backward and became unconscious. After several breaths of time, Elder Feng's voice sounded again. Platform number 31. Number 170 wins. Yi Yuan looked at this fist from Long Tang and could not help smiling faintly. This fellow's comprehension abilities were truly not an ordinary kind of powerful. Long Tang actually comprehended some superficial knowledge from that finger. He used to give pointers to Wu Luochen with. Furthermore, Long Tang successfully converted Yi Yuan's sword intent into his fist intent, and he trudged out a path that belonged to himself. In future, if Long Tang could perfect this fist intent, his accomplishments would surely be extraordinary. However, this kind of self-created fist intent road was not easy to walk. The difficulty was 10 times, even tens of times greater than ordinary people. But once he finished this road, Long Tang would surely be a powerhouse of a region in the future. At least, shattering the void and entering the divine realm should not be an issue.
Ah!
Senior apprentice Brother Long actually won under such a circumstance. Really amazing, Nanfeng Jiro exclaimed in shock. Yi Yuan, Long Tang's punch just now. Why do I feel that it's kind of like? Nanfeng Ruoqing said uncertainly. Yi Yuan grinned and said, that's right. He indeed learned secretly and created a fist intent that belongs to him. Hehe. If Long Tang doesn't fall, he could very well be the endless world's strongest powerhouse in the future.
When Yi Yuan said this, Nanfeng Ruoqing's and Nanfeng Jiro's hair stood on its ends.
What kind of concept was the endless world's strongest powerhouse?
With their present realm, it was simply unimaginable. Endless world's strongest powerhouse?
You actually dared to say that. Cold laughter came from the side. Yi Yuan looked over only to see a young man with a handsome face like carved jade, around 18 or 19 years old. This person was precisely Tian Yu, who had nothing better to do too. After he left Elder Feng's place, he decided to come and take a look at the other challenger of the 9 Heavens Road, Long Tang. But he did not think that he would hear Yi Yuan talk nonsense right after reaching here. Yi Yuan only smiled and did not give any explanations. Haha. This senior apprentice brother. Just take it as a joke.
Since Yi Yuan said that, Tian Yu could not really pursue it.
To become the endless world's strongest powerhouse was the lifetime aspiration of all martial artists. Yi Yuan's prediction sounded somewhat baffling, but in reality, it did not hurt the important essentials.
Tian Yu sized up Yi Yuan. He seemed to feel something and asked, "You're Yi Yuan?"
This time, it was Yi Yuan's turn to be stunned. "Senior apprentice brother knows me? Looks like my guess was indeed correct. I'm called Tian Yu. You should have heard of me," Tian Yu said coolly.
Such words that leaked overbearingness, only a genius like Tian Yu dared to say it.
While it was rather wild, this was a fact. Yi Yuan had indeed heard of him before. Yi Yuan's expression became slightly cold. He did not think that this young man in front of him was actually the number one on the core disciples rankings. Tian Yu. "So, it's senior apprentice brother Tian Yu. Pardon me." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and greeted. Yesterday he heard about this Tian Yu's prowess, but he did not expect to encounter him today. Except, why did he come here? Towards Yi Yuan's attitude, Tian Yu was slightly displeased. Normally speaking, when newcomer disciples met him for the first time, the majority would show an enthralled and admiring look. But Yi Yuan did not. This was an exchange of equals. Although he made it past the 9 Heavens Road and his talent was outstanding, he was only 4th level spirit condensation realm after all. Did he think that he could already match him equally? As a newcomer, shouldn't he be more humble? It will be hard for this person to amount to anything.
Tian Yu gave Yi Yuan such an appraisal in his heart.
Sky Maple always taught Tian Yu to not be self-conceited because of his talent. Otherwise, his future accomplishments would definitely be limited.
This was not talking about defects in personality affecting cultivation, but a personality where one acted in undue confidence of their own ability would easily look down on everything. Such a person would also easily suffer setbacks. Some people become braver in the face of setbacks, while extremely few geniuses who was conceited because of their talent would grow up. This was because they could not endure setbacks.
While Tian Yu had an air of arrogance, he was never cavalier. When his strength was low, he knew how to respect seniors. Judging others with himself, Tian Yu naturally felt that Yi Yuan was relying on his talent to look down on others.
Tian Yu only nodded and did not say much. Instead, he pointed at Long Tang and asked, "You said that he can become the endless world's strongest powerhouse. Why? Just based on that one punch?"
"I also saw that punch earlier. Although the power was decent, isn't it too ridiculous to say that he can become the endless world's strongest powerhouse based on that?" If Yi Yuan said that he could become the endless world's strongest powerhouse, Tian Yu would definitely shrug it off with a laugh, and then leave with a flick of his sleeves.
Such a wildly arrogant person was not worth his, Tian Yu's, attention.
But Yi Yuan talked about Long Tang earlier and not himself. This made Tian Yu rather curious. Yi Yuan did not think that Tian Yu actually took it for real. He smiled and said, "Does senior apprentice brother Tian Yu really want to know?" Tian Yu said, "Of course. I want to know whether or not you're talking nonsense or can you back your words."
Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu also trains in the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art, right?" "That's right. You're not saying that my sword intent can't be compared to his fist art, right?" Tian Yu heard the implied meaning behind Yi Yuan's words. However, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "From a certain standpoint, I'm afraid that senior apprentice brother Tian Yu's sword intent really can't match his fist intent."
When Yi Yuan said this, not only Tian Yu, even Nanfeng Ruoqing and Nanfeng Zhiro felt that it was rather nonsensical. Tian Yu had a profound understanding of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art. How could it possibly not compare to the Long Tang who had just cleared the 9 Heavens Road? Tian Yu did not become angry. Instead, he asked, "From what standpoint?"
If what Yi Yuan said was reasonable, he would naturally be able to tell. If it was bullshit, then he had no need to continue chatting. "Senior apprentice brother, ask yourself, how does your sword intent compare to forefather Yu Wuya? Of course, it is far from comparable. Forefather Yu Wuya was a genius. The sword intent I have comprehended currently is at most 60% of his. Why? You're not going to say that Long Tang can match forefather Yu Wuya, right?"
Whether he can match or not, I don't know. But in the future, he perhaps has the chance to reach forefather Yu Wuya's height.
"Don't get anxious, senior apprentice brother, listen to me. Although our predecessor's ways are good, that which belongs to yourself is the strongest.
Maybe senior apprentice brother isn't willing to listen to this, but your Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent will never reach forefather Yu Wuya's realm, no matter how much you train, because the sword intent was created by him. On the other hand, for Long Tang, his fist intent has already broken off from the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art, and he found a martial path which belongs to him alone. If he can continuously perfect this path, his future accomplishments would at least be forefather Yu Wuya's height. Yi Yuan paused for a moment before continuing. Long Tang's fist intent already has the elementary form of true intent. Tianyu was still showing a disdainful expression before this, but towards the end his face was completely solemn. All the way until he heard the two words, true intent. Tianyu stared at Yi Yuan completely dumbstruck. In the entire endless world, the number of martial artists who possessed true intent could be counted on one hand. That martial artists who possessed true intent were all legends. According to Tianyu's knowledge, only those few overwhelmingly powerful existences in the northern domain possessed their own true intent. But now Yi Yuan was telling him that that plain-looking young man actually possessed true intent. Although it was only the elementary form, it was sufficiently terrifying in the entire southern domain. Nobody could clearly describe what heavenly Tao was, but martial artists could understand the heavenly Tao belonging to them through certain things. True intent was one of those things. The Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent was actually a type of true intent. Falling Flower Floating Zero sword was similarly a type of true intent. Once someone comprehended a true intent to the extremities, shattering the void and ascending to the divine realm was a simple matter. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan said that Long Tang could possibly become the endless world's most powerful person in the future. Although Tianyu was powerful now, he was walking another person's path. If he could not comprehend a true intent belonging to himself, then it was impossible for him to ever surpass Yu Wuya. The true intent that other people comprehended, no matter how profound one's understanding of it was impossible to surpass the predecessor. Learning other people's stuff was actually a type of shortcut, but this kind of shortcut could easily bring one to a dead end. Of course, if one did not learn anything and wanted to comprehend true intent from thin air, it would be impossibly difficult. Unless they were a monstrous person like Yi Yuan who comprehended a type of true intent from watching the scene of falling petals filling the skies. Furthermore, Yi Yuan obviously would not tell Tianyu that the Azure Dipper Floating Zero sword intent from fusing the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent and Falling Flower Floating Zero sword intent was already equipped with the elementary form of a supreme true intent. A supreme true intent was an even higher level existence than a true intent. Apart from a divine king that was piled up using medicinal pills like Ji Qingyun, virtually every divine king powerhouse had their own supreme true intent. Some divine kings even had more than one type of supreme true intent, such as the Spirit Bristle Divine King. He alone had comprehended 4 kinds of supreme true intent. These 4 kinds of supreme true intent were comprehended from the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang divine art. Hence, when he displayed 9 suns burning heaven, its might was so incredible that it was unimaginable. But the current Yu Yuan had not even comprehended a type of supreme true intent thoroughly. It could be seen just how great the disparity between him and those pinnacle-level divine kings was. However, it was already very incredible for Yi Yuan to be able to comprehend the elementary form of a supreme true intent when he was recultivating the martial path. One had to know that he basically did not comprehend any dogfart supreme true intent in his previous life. Just based on this point, he was no different from the other endless world martial artists. To be able to comprehend a supreme true intent at the essence chi realm was ultimately because of his monstrous perception. On this aspect, Long Tang's comprehension ability was not even on the same level when compared to Yi Yuan. Of course, Tianyu did not even know what supreme true intent was. Because nobody in the endless world had ever comprehended a supreme true intent before, perhaps there were some who comprehended supreme true intent in the divine realm after shattering the void. But those people were no longer in the endless world. Furthermore, the chances of that were so meager that it was negligible. There were numerous lower planes. Every day, countless people ascended to the divine realm. However, there might not even be a single person who could comprehend a supreme true intent among 10 million people. From this, it could be seen how hard to come by supreme true intent was. If not for supreme true intent, How could Yi Yuan mobilize heaven and earth essence energy with spirit condensation realm strength?
That was resonance with heavenly Tao.
When Tianyu heard Yi Yuan's words, the shock in his heart could not be any greater. How do you know that that is the elementary form of a true intent?
Could you have comprehended it too?
Tianyu could not resist asking. Yi Yuan replied nonchalantly, "Of course." Even though he was already prepared, hearing Yi Yuan say it so naturally, Tianyu still felt that it was too incredible. The tiny tranquil cloud sect actually gave birth to two peerless geniuses who possessed the elementary form of a true intent at once.
If they could completely comprehend true intent in the future, wouldn't the tranquil cloud sect become the #1 great sect in the endless world?
Tianyu instinctively felt that Yi Yuan only comprehended the elementary form of a true intent too. After all, true intent was too difficult to comprehend. With Yi Yuan's age, comprehending the elementary form of a true intent was already very heaven-defying. How could it be possible to comprehend true intent fully? Tianyu obviously did not know that the reason why Long Tang could comprehend the elementary form of a true intent was entirely because of that one finger before Yi Yuan left and not because of the 9 heavens road. Think up to here. Tianyu could not help reproaching himself. He had always thought that he was an unrivaled peerless genius and would definitely succeed his grandfather's will in the future, bringing the tranquil cloud sect to rise. But now, the person who comprehended the elementary form of a true intent was actually not him but 2 disciples who came from the secular world's dojo. Walking my own path, huh? Tianyu muttered to himself, his gaze gradually becoming resolved. He looked at Yi Yuan and said, "All right, I look forward to the match with you too. When the time comes, let me see what is called trudging out your own path." "That was my wish to begin with," Yi Yuan said with a slight smile.
After Tianyu left, Long Tang also came down from the platform. When he saw Yi Yuan, a trace of embarrassment involuntarily showed on Long Tang's face.
Although his fist intent was comprehended by him, half of the credit fell onto Yi Yuan's head. Yi Yuan's finger had the intentions of guiding Wu Luochen like a master demonstrating for his disciple. A visual representation.
Since Long Tang comprehended a fist intent belonging to himself from there, Yi Yuan could be considered half his master. While he knew that Yi Yuan was very monstrous, Long Tang obviously felt very awkward to treat him as his master.
Haha, that fist just now was pretty decent.
To be able to comprehend the elementary form of a true intent is your own abilities. Don't have to feel conflicted. Yi Yuan could evidently see Long Tang's awkwardness and brushed over it with a laugh.
Long Tang's gaze condensed. That trace of embarrassment vanished, and he exclaimed in shock, "Elementary form of true intent?
You're saying?"
"I comprehended true intent."
Up till now, Long Tang was still unaware that he had already stepped onto a broad path. But Long Tang could not be blamed for not knowing. It was that there were truly too few martial artists in the endless world who possessed true intent. Moreover, martial artists who possess true intent mostly cherished their possessions.
It was naturally impossible for them to display it in public like Yi Yuan. It was also not strange that Long Tang did not know. However, Long Tang was crystal clear on what comprehending true intent meant to him.
Not bad.
Although it's still very shallow, that fist earlier indeed has the elementary form of true intent already, Yi Yuan confirmed. Having received a definite answer, Long Tang's entire body twinged as he started trembling with excitement. Just now, Yi Yuan was even saying that you can become the endless world's strongest powerhouse in future. Nanfeng Jiro interjected with a giggle. Long Tang looked at Yi Yuan in surprise. He did not think that his appraisal of himself was actually so high. Then the problem came: if he was the endless world's strongest powerhouse, what about Yi Yuan?
Just solely based on that one finger, Long Tang understood the disparity between him and Yi Yuan deeply. If he could even become the endless world's strongest powerhouse, then what heights would Yi Yuan reach? If he had already comprehended the elementary form of true intent, didn't that mean that the finger Yi Yuan demonstrated was the real true intent? Thinking up to here, Long Tang sucked in a cold breath instead. Haha, you guys, look how he's so agitated that he can't even talk. Nanfeng Jiro scoffed.
Long Tang blushed, but Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Comprehending the elementary form of true intent is only the beginning. The future road is still long." One must expend 10 times, 100 times, the effort of ordinary people if they want to create a complete true intent. Long Tang nodded and said, "N. No matter how tough this road gets, I will walk to the end." Long Tang's martial heart was very firm. Yi Yuan could see this point, so he naturally would not say too much. However, Long Tang was still kind of frustrated in his heart. Other people had to expend 10 times, 100 times, the effort before they could comprehend true intent. What about you? Truly, comparing people is odious. Compare goods and you'll have to toss them. Oh, right, your fist intent should belong to a higher order. Got a name yet? Yi Yuan suddenly asked. Long Tang shook his head blankly. I didn't even know that I comprehended true intent. Why would there be a name? Since that's the case, I'll confer you a name, Yi Yuan said. Logically speaking, one's true intent should be named by themselves. This request from Yi Yuan was rather presumptuous. But Long Tang knew that Yi Yuan was not a rash person. These words surely had a deeper meaning. Thinking about it, Long Tang nodded and said, That's all I could ask for. Earlier, I saw that your fist intent easily shattered the miniature fire domain that your opponent constructed. Its might is extremely powerful. I think, just call it Breaking Fantasy, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Breaking Fantasy Fist Intent. Long Tang ruminated on this name. His eyes slowly became clear, and he said joyfully, Many thanks to Senior Apprentice Brother Yi for bestowing the name, Breaking Fantasy. These two words contained all of his comprehension. It also pointed out the direction he had to walk from today onwards. In the second round, Yi Yuan's opponent was number 49. Due to Yi Yuan winning the first round, he automatically entered the victors group. The martial artists in the victors group established the position of core disciples. While the disciples who were defeated in the first round must undergo the duel in the losers group, the loser group likewise had to continue competing non-stop all the way until 5 failures were produced in the final round. They would undergo a match with the top 5 outer sect disciples. The victors continued to retain core disciple status while the losers would automatically be eliminated and become an outer sect disciple. The victors group had to continue competing similarly, all the way until the top 3 were born. The top 3 disciples would carry out a duel with the last 3 among the elite disciples. The victor would advance to elite disciple, and the loser became core disciple. Such a cruel ranking system, no matter how talented you were, you would also not dare to slack off at all. Just ease up slightly and you would be surpassed by others. Even a loafer-type core disciple like Tsang you would also spend large amounts of time to cultivate. Or else there would come a day where they would be eliminated. If Yi Yuan won this round again, he would enter the top 50. Do not look at how there were 200 core disciples. All of those who could win 2 consecutive rounds and enter the top 50 were all formidable people. People who try to fish in muddied waters would basically be eliminated in the second round even if they were lucky enough to pass the first round. Yi Yuan's opponent was called Wang Dong, an 8th-level spirit condensation realm martial artist. The pill bearer Xianxia was similarly at the 8th-level spirit condensation realm, but his strength was not even worth mentioning when compared to Wang Dong. Wang Dong's strength was in the upper tier in the Earth Barracks. Other than those 9th-level Spirit Condensation Realm and peak 9th-level Spirit Condensation Realm experts, Wang Dong was basically considered the strongest. In the last grand competition, Wang Dong had a crushing defeat in the second round. Now that his strength had another substantial improvement, the goal he set for himself this grand competition was to enter the third round. When he saw the 4th-level Spirit Condensation Realm Yi Yuan opposite, he could not help feeling greatly relieved. This was truly a gift from heaven. You're number 52. Wang Dong suddenly recalled. Wasn't his opponent the number 52 who was the first to win in the first round? Yi Yuan knew what he was thinking about and could not help chuckling and saying, Of course. Otherwise, why would I be standing here? Wang Dong could not help being greatly astonished as he said, 4th-level Spirit Condensation Realm Strength. How were you the first to pass the first round? To actually be faster than Senior Apprentice Brother Tianyu? My opponent just happened to have fought with me a few days ago. He knew that he was not my match, so he directly admitted defeat. Yi Yuan did not conceal it and answered honestly. Ah? So that's the case. Then your luck is really too good. I reckon that your opponent was one of the weakest few from the human barracks, right? Otherwise, with your strength, it would be very hard to win. Wang Dong involuntarily sighed emotionally. He was sighing that Yi Yuan's luck was good and also that his own luck was good.
To be able to meet such an opponent in the second round, wasn't this heaven's will?
Wang Dong could not help fantasizing that if his luck was slightly better and the opponent he bumped into during the third round was slightly weaker than him, perhaps he could even enter the fourth round. This would be a historic moment in his life.
Yi Yuan's name was already widespread among the Pill Hall elders, but among the core disciples he was not actually all that famous. While there were elders finding him nonstop these few days, Yi Yuan had never shown his face. Hence, there were not many people who really recognized Yi Yuan among the core disciples.
Of course, even if Wang Dong knew Yi Yuan, it would not affect his judgment of Yi Yuan's strength. Trash like Zhang Yu, Wang Dong could settle him with one hand. Although this junior apprentice brother's strength was incredible and could cross ranks to battle, he was clearly still a little too unskilled to try to cross 4 minor realms to fight him.
How could Yi Yuan not know Wang Dong's little scheme?
He did not expose it and just said with a smile, "Yeah, luck is indeed not bad." The other party was happy that his luck was good. How was Yi Yuan not filled with emotions with his good luck too?
There were a number of rounds for this sect grand competition. The opponents at the back would become increasingly stronger. If he directly bumped into an expert, the exhaustion would be huge.
Those peak 9th level Spirit Condensation Realm and half-step Crystal Formation Realm opponents were not so easy to defeat.
And presently Yi Yuan's goal was none other than Tianyu and the other two.
Right at this moment, Elder Feng's voice echoed once again. Round 2 begins now. Yi Yuan and Wang Dong saluted each other. The second round officially began. After saluting, Wang Dong did not move. He stood with his hands behind his back and said generously, "Junior apprentice brother, make a move first. I'm afraid that after I make a move, you won't have the chance anymore."
Perhaps he felt somewhat apologetic for coming across such a weak foe. Wang Dong felt that Yi Yuan should attack first.
Yi Yuan did not expect Wang Dong to be so generous to pass the initiative to him. He could not help being stupefied as he asked, "You sure?" Wang Dong nodded. "Of course. I, Wang Dong, never go back on my words." Yi Yuan said uncertainly, "Then, I won't be courteous." As his voice fell, Yi Yuan's figure instantly transformed into 9 sword stance. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. 9 streaks of sword light flew out disorderly and headed straight for Wang Dong. Wang Dong still had the bearing of an expert in the beginning. But when he saw the 9 sword beams blotting out the skies and earth as they flew over, he immediately cried bitterly. If he took the initiative, he could still tussle with Yi Yuan for a while.
But how could Wang Dong ward off Yi Yuan's big killing move from a defensive position?
One had to know when Yi Yuan was still at the Essence Chi realm back then. He once used this move to force Yuan Fei back.
Now that Yi Yuan was already at the 4th level Spirit Condensation realm, how could the 8th level Spirit Condensation realm Wang Dong defend against the might of the stance?
Wang Dong dodged 3 sword beams and used his weapon to block 2 sword beams before finally being hit by the 6th sword beam. Then, the 7th, 8th, and 9th sword beam opened up wounds on his body like easily breaking a dead branch from a tree. The enormous impact directly sent him flying out of the platform. If not for Yi Yuan showing mercy, he would already be a corpse now.
In a twinkle, from the time Yi Yuan struck to Wang Dong flying out, not even a breath of time had passed.
Crushing with one blow.
Instant victory.
Platform number 49. Number 52 wins. Elder Feng's voice was the first to sound out again. No way?
Who is this number 52? Why is he the first to win again?
If the first round was luck, then how do you explain the second round? Just where did this unknown number 52 pop out from? Too peculiar.
Senior apprentice brother Tianyu and senior apprentice sister Yuer haven't won yet, and this number 52 won already?
Yi Yuan's victory caused another uproar. Tianyu's expression fell slightly, and the sword in his hands accelerated. After 3 moves, Tianyu sent his opponent flying.
Victory!
Tianyu's foe in the second round was a 9th level Spirit Condensation realm. His strength was quite good. He forcibly hung on until the 10th blow before being defeated. Compared to Yi Yuan's victory in one move, he was naturally much slower.
On platform number 2, a graceful silhouette danced along with the wind. But when she heard Elder Feng's voice, her movements clearly lagged for an instant.
Immediately after, only to see that lithe figure speed up multiple times. Similarly, after 3 moves, Tang Yuer won. It would be fine if Elder Feng did not call out, but since he did, it became tragic for those disciples who were challenging the top 10. Hearing this voice, the top 10 disciples' combat power soared vertically like they were on stimulants. This was the second round. The opponents faced by the top 10 would not be too strong. Once they erupted, how could ordinary disciples withstand it? With a 1 and 2 count, they were all defeated. On platform number 1 and the adjacent platform number 2, the aloof Tang Yuer took a rare trip over to platform number 1 and started chatting with Tian Yu. Tian Yu, after the first round ended, "I think I saw you go and look at the other matches?" Tang Yuer had always wanted to surpass Tian Yu and viewed him as her sole rival. Hence, she never called him senior apprentice brother Tian Yu. Tian Yu was currently recuperating with his eyes shut. Seeing that Tang Yuer posed a question, he opened his eyes and looked at her, saying with a faint smile, "No.
52 is an interesting opponent. Perhaps he will become the greatest dark horse in this grand competition.
Junior apprentice Sister Yuer, you have to be careful."
Honestly speaking, Tian Yu originally still looked down on Yi Yuan a little. But upon hearing that Yi Yuan comprehended the elementary form of true intent, this underestimation was naturally put away.
All those who could comprehend the elementary form of true intent were remarkable geniuses. Furthermore, crossing ranks to battle were as easy as eating and drinking after comprehending true intent. He already learned from Elder Feng about Yi Yuan's opponent this round. Although Wang Dong's strength was not much, to be instantly defeated by Yi Yuan also indicated many issues from one side. Yi Yuan truly had the qualifications to sit and debate about Tao with him. Surprise flickered across Tang Yuer's eyes. She had never seen Tian Yu with such fighting intent. Didn't that mean that Tian Yu was very much looking forward to fighting with that mysterious number 52? But was this possible?
Everyone was clear on the strength of these sect disciples long ago. Those who could have emerged would have already emerged. Why would they wait until today? Could this number 52 be new?
With Tang Yuer's strength and status, her eyes would forever be fixated on the position of elite disciple only. As for whatever disciple that was new to the sect, she could not even be bothered to follow. She naturally did not know Yi Yuan and Long Tang.
Except, how could newcomer disciples possibly be Tian Yu's match?
If a new half-step crystal formation realm expert came, it was impossible for her to not hear anything about it, right? Tian Yu did not elaborate on his words, and Tang Yuer remained puzzled.
You know this number 52's identity?
Who is he? Tang Yu could not help asking curiously. He's called Yi Yuan. As for what kind of person he is, I'm not sure either. But I believe that you and I will know very soon. To be able to defeat Wang Dong instantly, he might be a formidable foe to us, Tian Yu said coolly.
Tang Yuer's pretty eye became intent as she revealed an astonishment look.
She had also suspected previously whether or not this number 52 was lucky and bumped into rookies. Tang Yuer knew Wang Dong's name as well. His strength was exceptional among the 8th level spirit condensation realms. To be able to instantly kill Wang Dong, he most likely had the strength to clash with her. All right, go back and rest well. Adjust your condition to its peak.
This grand competition will be more interesting than any others in the past, Tian Yu said to Tang Yuer with a faint smile. At the same time, many people were speculating who this number 52 was. Some who were acquainted with Wang Dong went up to him. Wang Dong, I remember that you're number 49.
Then was your opponent number 52? Who is this number 52? To actually be the first person to win for 2 consecutive rounds. Wang Dong had a gloomy face as he said, "How would I know who he is? Either way, his age is not old. Younger than both you and I. Should be a newcomer. But his strength is absolutely formidable.
In my opinion, he can at least enter the top 10.
That person had an incredulous look when he heard that and said, "Are you joking? Who can shake the position of the top 10? You aren't finding an excuse for your loss, right?" Wang Dong snickered coldly when he heard that and said,
Watch if you don't believe. Putting aside other things, just based solely on that ultimate move of his to instantly transform into 9 silhouettes and unleash 9 sword beams, each stronger than the other. Just based on that one move, he can also enter the top 10. That disciple was greatly startled when he heard that and said, "No way? So incredible? Can it be a newly emerged half-step crystal formation realm expert?" Wang Dong shook his head and said, "That's a no. He's only at the 4th level spirit condensation realm." That disciple burst into laughter when he heard that and said, "Wang Dong, did he bash your brain? Did you lose to a 4th level spirit condensation realm? And you even say that he can enter the top 10. The corner of Wang Dong's mouth twitched, but he said disdainfully, "Didn't you lose in the 2nd round too? Since you've nothing to do anyway, follow me to watch that number 52 compete and you'll see." Having said that, that disciple became even more curiously and naturally would not reject. Hence, he went to find Yi Yuan's competition platform together with Wang Dong. The 3rd round was 50 going to 25. If one passed the 3rd round, it would also mean that they could enter the top 25 rankings. Although there were some who were occasionally rather lucky earlier and encountered weaker opponents, after 2 rounds of filtering, the disciples who entered the 3rd round were all rather powerful. Even if there were those with weaker strength who were fortunate enough to pass 2 rounds, the possibility of passing the 3rd round again would be virtually nil. This 3rd round was actually a dividing line. To be able to pass the 3rd round meant that they belonged to the top echelon among the core disciples. While other disciples were no less outstanding, compared to the disciples who passed the 3rd round, the disparity became very obvious. After 2 rounds of filtering, many disciples who were defeated no longer needed to take part in matches anymore. Quite a number of them gathered at some popular platforms to spectate the upcoming matches. And currently, the platform where Yi Yuan was about to start his match was already surrounded by many disciples. This made him somewhat baffled. Yi Yuan thought that the most popular platform should be Tianyu's. Why were there so many people gathered over on his side? Could it be that his opponent was very popular, that was why it attracted everyone to watch? Speaking of which, Yi Yuan's opponent this round was number 14. It should be an extremely powerful foe. Hey, did you guys hear? This number 52 is that newcomer disciple who snatched Sang Yu's points right after entering the sect. He's called Yi Yuan. And I heard it too. I really did not think that a 2nd-level spirit condensation realm could actually pass 2 consecutive rounds. Furthermore, be the first to win. This fellow is truly perverse. TCH, still 2nd-level spirit condensation realm? He was 4th-level spirit condensation realm long ago. Don't you know yet? After he snatched Xingyu's points, he went to the A-grade cultivation rooms to enter seclusion for 5 days. After he exited, he was 4th-level spirit condensation realm. What? There's really such a thing? Incredible. Truly incredible. I didn't think that such a monster actually entered the sect this time. How are we going to survive? But even if he broke through to the 4th-level spirit condensation realm, how was it possible to clear 2 rounds consecutively with such strength? Moreover, be the first to win. Hehe, weren't we competing earlier? Now, I want to take a good look at what areas this number 52 surpasses others in. Do you know who his opponent this time is? N? Who? This opponent, number 14, is the number 1 figure in the Earth Barracks, Zhang Jing. Do not look at how Tsing Cheng and Xiu Peng caused huge scenes normally. Zhang Jing sat firmly on the top seat of the Earth Barracks the whole time. Zhang Jing was also the disciple who arranged for Yi Yuan to stay in the Earth Barracks on the day he entered the sect. When Yi Yuan saw Zhang Jing on the platform, he was involuntarily dumbstruck. Zhang Jing was similarly stunned when he saw Yi Yuan. The two stared at each other speechlessly. After a while, Zhang Jing looked at Yi Yuan with a bitter smile and said, "I really didn't expect the mysterious number 52 to actually be you." "N? What do you mean? When did I become the mysterious number 52? Yi Yuan felt baffled after listening to Zhang Jing's words. Zhang Jing was stupefied and said, "You've already become everyone's focal point after 2 rounds of competition. Don't you know that? Look at all those seniors and juniors below the platform. Ugh. I thought that they came here for senior apprentice brother Zhang." Yi Yuan said helplessly. "Why would they? In the past competitions, it was always platform number 1 which won first.
But you won the previous 2 rounds at virtually the first moment. It was tough for others to not pay attention. Zhang Jing sighed admiringly.
Zhang Jing never imagined that this mysterious number 52 was actually Yi Yuan.
Furthermore, Yi Yuan was only at the 4th level spirit condensation realm currently. To actually be able to win with ease in the previous 2 rounds, how great was his strength?
Even though he was 5 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan, Zhang Jing unknowingly became rather guilty.
Thinking back to how he still felt superior in front of Yi Yuan, it was ludicrous thinking about it now. However, Zhang Jing was also a magnanimous person. He felt at ease very quickly. Recalling senior apprentice brother Mo's actions back then, he actually noticed that there were some abnormalities.
Most likely, senior apprentice brother Mo already knew at that time that Yi Yuan's strength had possibly already reached the level of Heaven Barracks, right?
Otherwise, why would he hesitate on where to place Yi Yuan? However, didn't that mean that when Yi Yuan was at the 2nd level spirit condensation realm, he was already not his match? This was really something which made people miserable. Listening to Zhang Jing, Yi Yuan came to a realization. So that's the case.
I thought that senior apprentice brother Zhang has good relations with people and that they came to watch senior apprentice brother Zhang.
Haha, junior apprentice brother Yi is teasing me. How could I have such capabilities? Actually, in past competitions, the place which had the most people gathering around was junior apprentice sister Tang Yuer's platform. But the people below our platform this time is likely going to surpass hers. Zhang Jing also said smilingly. Within sects, the ones who attained first were the masters. Although Zhang Jing was older than Tang Yuer, his strength was much poorer. Hence, he also addressed the other party as senior apprentice sister. Yi Yuan chuckled when he heard that and said, I hope that senior apprentice sister Tang Yuer doesn't blame me for snatching her limelight. While talking, the 3rd round officially began. After both parties saluted, Zhang Jing said, When I saw junior apprentice brother Yi back then, I really misjudged. To think that junior's strength was actually so formidable. However, I'll do my best later. I hope that junior apprentice brother Yi won't be stingy with guidance.
Yi Yuan naturally hoped strongly for this. He smiled and said, I dare not. This younger brother will obviously go all out as well.
Please.
Please. The pair each gestured to begin as their auras rose abruptly.
Purple Yang clear howl.
The sword in Zhang Jing's hand shuddered violently and gave off waves of low cries. Countless azure sword chi extended out, heading straight for Yi Yuan.
Right away, it was an extremely fierce and sharp move. No way?
Senior apprentice brother Zhang unleashed the purple Yang clear howl right away. Isn't this too ludicrous?
Such a fierce and sharp sword chi. Has senior apprentice brother Zhang already trained the purple Yang clear howl to the Great Circle realm?
The purple Yang clear howl is an extremely formidable move in the 2nd layer of the Azure Dipper purple Yang sword art. Senior apprentice brother Zhang actually trained it to the Great Circle realm already without anyone knowing it. Truly worthy of being the top seed of the Earth Barracks.
Just based on this move, senior apprentice brother Zhang might squeeze into the top 10 and become a Heaven Barracks disciple. Hehe. That's really hard to say. That bunch of sickos in the Heaven Barracks can't be measured using common sense. Senior apprentice brother Zhang is improving, but will they remain stagnant? Now that you mentioned it, you're right. However, can this number 52 receive this purple Yang clear howl? This, probably going to be hard? Number 52 is incredible, but both you and I know the power of this Great Circle realm purple Yang clear howl. Most likely, even that perverse bunch in the top 10 would choke on this. This was Yi Yuan's first time facing an Azure Dipper purple Yang sword art sword move face on. Him directly comprehending the sword intent on the 9 Heavens Road was equivalent to having a thorough understanding of this sword art. He did not need to exchange for the cultivation method in the sect.
In reality, the Azure Dipper purple Yang sword art was a set of cultivation methods. It encompassed many martial techniques in it. The Azure Dipper purple Yang sword art that the Tranquil Cloud sect had comprised of a total of 4 layers. Each layer corresponded to a major realm, and several sets of sword martial skills were included in each layer of the cultivation method. This purple Yang clear howl was an extremely powerful martial technique in the 2nd layer. The training difficulty was high, and the power was incredible.
To have been able to train this martial technique to the Great Circle realm showed Zhang Jing's remarkable strength. Except, it was still somewhat lacking to use this move to deal with Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan's realm was way lower than Zhang Jing's, when talking about comprehension towards the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent, Zhang Jing could not even catch up to Yi Yuan by whipping his horse. That final sword on the Nine Heavens Road was the full comprehension Yu Wuya had towards the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent. Yi Yuan fully comprehending that sword meant that he already stood on the same heights as Yu Wuya in terms of understanding of this sword intent. This Purple Yang clear Hao move from Zhang Jing was at most the standards of the first 10% of the last 333 steps on the Nine Heavens Road. The difference with the final sword move was too far. Of course, Zhang Jing's advantage was his Cultivation realm. Unleashing a sword move with peak 9th level Spirit Condensation realm strength, even if it were a trash-like move, the damage to a 4th level Spirit Condensation realm would also be enormous. Let alone the fact that the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art itself was extremely powerful. Now, it was only to see Yi Yuan spinning around and sweep his sword horizontally. What was released was not a single sword beam, but countless beams of sword chi. In the air, beams of Azure sword chi clashed with faint yellow sword chi. After each streak of sword chi collided, it would turn into nothing. After several breaths, not a single one of the countless sword chi released by Zhang Jing actually bypassed Yi Yuan's sword chi to reach Yi Yuan. My God. How did he do it? Number 52 only unleashed one sword strike. The Purple Yang clear Howl was broken just like this. Too inconceivable. Did you see that? That sword strike from number 52 was not even a technique. It was just a simple slash. But how can that sword strike possibly produce so much sword chi? I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. This number 52 is too perverse. The Purple Yang Clear Howl is ranked 3rd among all the moves in the 2nd layer, and it was actually broken by him so easily. Purple Lighting Azure Frost. On platform number 1, Tian Yu gave a low cry and his opponent was defeated. The 3rd round, the announcement of number 1 winning was finally the first to sound out. Except, there was already nobody paying heed to such things. Even Tian Yu himself was not in the mood to listen to this voice. He walked down the platform directly and headed towards the platform where Yi Yuan and Zhang Jing were facing off. Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens. On platform number 2, Tang Yuer similarly cried out. The red silk in her hands bounded up her foe in a peculiar manner, beating him down easily. The same thing happened to many disciples ranked in the top 10. They all wanted to rush to watch the platform that number 52 was at. Just what kind of god was this mysterious number 52? At this very moment, the competition for elite disciples also reached the white-hot stage. The number of elite disciples was forever fixed like core disciples. Except, there were only 20 elite disciples at all times. These 20 people could be said to be the future hope of the sect. The competition for elite disciples was different from core disciples. Every grand competition, they all fought in revolving battles. 20 people, that was also to say that each person had to experience 19 revolving battles. Whoever won the most matches at the end would be rank 1. And the people in the bottom 3 rankings had to undergo a final match with the top 3 core disciples to determine who stays and who leaves. On platform number 3, a youth dressed in martial outfit unleashed a flurry of fist silhouettes, beating his opponent until he could only ward off the blows and without the slightest strength to retaliate. Only to see him withdraw his fist momentum and give a low cry, "Boundless Tyrant Fist!" Only to hear a boom, his opponent was sent flying out of the platform. Senior Apprentice Brother Wuxia, your fist art is really becoming more and more powerful. It's simply flawless, the youth who was defeated grumbled. When he was on the platform earlier, that Senior Apprentice Brother Wuxia was incomparably tyrannical with an aura that disdained all life. But currently, Senior Apprentice Brother Wuxia was meek like the boy next door. The before and after was huge. It was hard for others to believe that they were the same person. This Senior Apprentice Brother Wuxia was called T. Wuxia, the well-deserved leader of the elite disciples. This person was normally very easy to get along with. He did not put on any airs of a senior. Disciples who did not know him simply could not imagine that he was the leader of the elite disciples. But once the battle began, it was like Ti Wuju was possessed by the god of war, going berserk on his opponent until they could not catch their breath. From the start of the grand competition until now, more than half of the matches for the elite disciples had passed. Wuxia was number 1 in terms of battle results with complete victories. In reality, this was like a common occurrence to him. The one who fought with him just now was called Cheng Wu. His strength was somewhat lacking among the elite disciples. Now that he lost battles repeatedly today, barring no accidents, he should be one of the bottom 3 placings.
Seeing Cheng Wu grumbled, Wuxia smiled warmly and said, "How can there be a flawless fist art?"
It's just that you didn't find them. If it was Senior Apprentice Brother Mo or Senior Apprentice Brother Xian, this fist art of mine would be full of flaws. The corner of Cheng Wu's mouth twitched slightly as he said, "They are both personal disciples who entered the sect much earlier than Senior Apprentice Brother Wuxia. In future, Senior Apprentice Brother Wuxia's accomplishments will surely not be beneath theirs. Furthermore, Senior Apprentice Brother Wuxia tread up the Tao of using fist arts. To have such accomplishments is truly hard to come by."
Mo Yuntian Xian Lai, these people were accepted as personal disciples by the hall head. Although they were still disciples in title, they actually did not need to participate in the competition between disciples anymore.
What personal disciples had to do was to follow their master to cultivate, and they would frequently be sent out to carry out some missions. And their status in the sect was actually no longer inferior to ordinary elders. Wuxia chuckled and did not continue with this topic. Instead, he laughed and said, "Little Wu, you seem to be slacking off a little recently. You actually lost so many matches this grand competition." Cheng Wu had a bitter face when he heard that and said, "Sigh.
Senior Apprentice Brother Wuxia, it's really not that I'm slacking, but because all of you improved too quickly.
I already can't quite follow your footsteps."
"I won't talk about that any longer. Senior Apprentice Brother Wuxia, there happens to be some time for us now. Can I trouble you to accompany me to the core disciples area to take a look and scout out the enemy?
I want to see to what extent Yu that boy has improved."
Wuxia had a mild temperament and did not reject. He nodded his head and went with Cheng Wu to the core disciples area.
"En? What's the matter?"
"Don't tell me it has all ended? Where did all the people go to?" Cheng Wu came over to take a look. All the platforms were empty, leaving only one platform full of people beneath it.
It actually gave people a feeling of empty alleys.
"En? It's rather odd. Who's fighting on that platform?"
Why would there be so many onlookers? Wuxia was also curious. "Come, let's go over and look too," Cheng Wu said.
When the two approached, Wuxia's gaze involuntarily turned sharp.
On the platform, sword light radiated as sword chi ran wild. A youth who looked very unfamiliar was locked in battle with the Earth Barracks Zhongjing. The most frightening thing was that the youth was actually only at the 4th level spirit condensation realm. But his attainments in sword art were so great that it simply took people's breath away in amazement. To be able to fight so fiercely as a 4th level spirit condensation realm against a peak 9th level spirit condensation realm showed the might of this youth. When did such a freakish youth appear in the Tranquil Cloud sect? Senior Apprentice Brother Wuxia, quickly look. Yu is also there watching the fight. Tang Yuer and Luo Chengfeng too. They are all actually watching this young man's competition. Cheng Wu exclaimed in shock like he discovered a new continent. Wuxia nodded and said, "I wonder who this young man is. A 4th level spirit condensation realm actually has such combat strength."
The people below the stage were already long mesmerized from watching.
Yi Yuan and Zhang Jing already fought for over 100 rounds and had yet to determine the victor.
Yi Yuan's understanding towards sword intent made everyone feel utterly ashamed of their inadequacy. No matter how unpredictable the sword moves Zhang Jing unleashed were, Yi Yuan could easily resolve them. However, Zhang Jing's strength was also really very strong. Yi Yuan grasped an opportunity in between to display the 9-sword stance.
Except it was too rushed at that time. The power of the 9-sword stance did not achieve the most ideal outcome. Zhang Jing actually barely dodged the 9 streaks of sword light.
After that time, Zhang Jing broke out in cold sweat all over his body. Ever since then, he was abnormally cautious and absolutely did not give Yi Yuan any chance to display the 9-sword stance. Right now, Zhang Jing's powerful performance was displayed in its entirety. Yi Yuan could not find any chance at all. Just like this, both parties sunk into a fierce exchange. All of Zhang Jing's attacks had completely no effect, but he did not give Yu Yuan any chance to attack either. The two people actually fought all the way until now like this. All the matches had already ended, leaving only this match. However, the audience below the stage was not at all irritated. The majority of them cultivated the incomplete Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art and were very sensitive to sword intent. From the start of the battle until now, watching Yi Yuan's unbelievably profound sword intent, the crowd all felt that they reaped no little benefits. Yi Yuan's sword intent originally contained the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent within. Although these disciples felt that it was extremely abstruse, they could more or less perceive some things. Tianyu, is this number 52 using the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art? Why does it look like it seems to be, yet not really so? Tang Yuer's pretty face was full of doubt. Tianyu's eyes were filled with astoundment at the moment. In terms of understanding towards the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art, he had no equal among the younger generation. Although Ti Wuzhou was ranked 1 among the elite disciples, what he specialized in was fist techniques, and not the sex foundations, the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art. In terms of this cultivation skill, Tianyu was number 1 ever since returning from the Nine Heavens Road. It was just that due to cultivation realm limitations, his strength could not compare to elite disciples yet. Except, when he saw Yi Yuan and Zhang Jing's face-off, he actually had a deeply profound sensation. That sort of sensation was as if he was facing that final sword on the Nine Heavens Road. No, it seemed to be even more profound than that sword. Could this be the trudging out your own path that Yi Yuan referred to? Tianyu shook his head and said, I don't know either. I only know that his understanding of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art has already reached the stage of having it at his fingertips. Since he started fighting with Zhang Jing until now, he did not even use any move, but it is formless winning moves. How is he compared to you? Tang Yuer asked. Tang Yuer was not a sword cultivator and was not very sensitive towards sword intent. Tianyu smiled bitterly and said, simply no way of comparing. Tang Yuer did not notice Tianyu's expression and said in relief, That's what I said. How can a 4th-level spirit condensation realm possibly be your match? Zhang Jing and he are pretty much evenly matched. There's simply no comparison to you. To a proud child of heaven, their greatest fear was nothing more than being replaced by a newcomer like Yi Yuan, who suddenly appeared. Even a great beauty like Tang Yuer was not immune to it. For geniuses like Tianyu and Tang Yuer, it had only been them surpassing others. Since when were they surpassed by others? Now that a mysterious number 52 suddenly popped out, the impact it had on them was enormous. Instinctively, Tang Yuer did not wish that Yi Yuan could surpass her. Even if she was surpassed, it at least had to be after some time later. Yi Yuan was only at the 4th-level spirit condensation realm. Being surpassed by him like this in the first grand competition after he entered the sect was too humiliating. This was not that Tang Yuer was narrow-minded but human nature. Not just her, but Tianyu, Luo Chengfeng, and the rest actually also had this mentality. Otherwise, why would they think to finish their own match to come over and watch the fight? Tianyu was stunned, then laughed wryly and said, That's not it. Yi Yuan's comprehension of sword Dao is way stronger than mine. Don't look at how I'm stronger than Zhang Jing. If it were me on that platform right now, the battle situation would not be any better than his. Tang Yue's eyes went wide as she said disbelievingly, How's that possible? You're clearly way stronger than Zhang Jing. Tang Yuer's meaning was that Yi Yuan and Zhang Jing's strength were roughly the same while Tianyu was much stronger than Zhang Jing. In that case, Tianyu's strength was naturally much stronger than Yi Yuan's. Tianyu shook his head and said, Yi Yuan can fight Zhang Jing to a draw as a 4th-level spirit condensation realm. Why do you think that is the case? Tang Yuer thought about it and said, It should be his sword intent, right? Tianyu nodded and said, I'm stronger than Zhang Jing because my comprehension towards the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art is deeper than his. But Yi Yuan's understanding towards sword intent is way stronger than mine. Regardless of what sword move I use, it will be easily resolved by him. How do I fight like this? Tang Yuer said reluctantly, Doesn't that mean that everyone who cultivates the sword Dao in the sect isn't his match? Tianyu said, At least among the disciples, that's the case. How is this possible? Humph. I don't believe it. I must defeat him. Tang Yuer refused to concede defeat. Tianyu chuckled and did not say much.
Honestly speaking, Tian Yu was also very much looking forward to the clash between Tang Yuer and Yi Yuan. Tang Yuer did not cultivate sword Dao. No matter how strong Yi Yuan's sword intent was, it could not affect Tang Yuer's performance. Tang Yuer had half-step crystal formation realm strength. How should Yi Yuan resolve that?
On the platform, Yi Yuan and Zhang Jing's fight had already progressed to a white-hot stage.
Zhang Jing suddenly withdrew his sword and stood there, saying to Yi Yuan, "Wait."
Yi Yuan similarly stopped and said, "What guidance does senior apprentice brother Zhang have?"
Zhang Jing laughed calmly and said, "I didn't think that junior apprentice brother Ye's sword Dao attainments were actually so great."
Zhang Jing admits defeat. "Next, I'll unleash my strongest sword. If junior apprentice brother Yi can receive it, then this Zhang will directly concede."
Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Please go ahead, senior apprentice brother Zhang." Zhang Jing shut his eyes and sucked in a deep breath. He raised the sword in his hand. All of a sudden, purple lightning flashed around Zhang Jing's sword. An extremely powerful aura rippled out.
"It's purple lightning azure frost."
Senior apprentice brother Zhang mastered the purple lightning azure frost. Someone below the stage said agitatedly, "This is the second strongest move in the second layer. Very few people in the sect can comprehend it." Senior apprentice brother Zhang, having comprehended the purple lightning azure frost, should be charging for the top 10 this time. But, is this move effective against number 52? Collective speechlessness. Yi Yuan's sword art, which lifted the heavy, as if it were light, already shook everyone's heart. Such a long fighting duration, Yi Yuan gave everyone a feeling that he could break apart any kind of sword move no matter what. He was undefeatable. Purple lightning azure frost. Zhang Jing gave a low cry. Purple-colored lightning mixed within azure-colored sword beams shot towards Yi Yuan.
But the so-called strongest move in Zhang Jing's mouth really did not pose much of a threat to Yi Yuan.
All of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art sword moves were ineffective to Yi Yuan.
Unless they were like Mo Yuntian, a martial artist who was a major realm higher than Yi Yuan. That way, they could use absolute strength to crush Yi Yuan.
It was only to see Yi Yuan made a stabbing move straight on, receiving this attack directly. Under everyone's stupefied gazes, the violent purple lightning and azure sword chi entered Yi Yuan's sword tip and vanished. The strongest move actually did not even stir a single wave. Zhang Jing was not as dejected as imagined. Instead, he gave a faint smile and said, "I lost."
Yi Yuan beamed and said, "Thanks for giving way, senior apprentice brother Zhang."
"Not at all."
"I didn't give way at all. I already unleashed everything I had but could not do anything to you. If our cultivation realms were similar, I reckon that I would also be instantly trounced. I truly did not think that junior apprentice brother Yi was actually so formidable." Zhang Jing said with a rather emotional sigh.
Yi Yuan smiled but did not follow up. Yi Yuan would not be wildly arrogant, but would not humble himself unduly either. If their realms were similar, he could easily defeat Zhang Jing instantly. But Yi Yuan naturally would not brag about something like that. "I had many gains during this battle. I'll enter a close seclusion while the sensation from the battle earlier is still there. Junior apprentice brother Yi, I wish you all the best in your matches at the back. Farewell." Finishing, Zhang Jing left floatingly without even turning his head back. Platform number 13. Number 52 win. Elder Feng's voice suddenly sounded, shattering the dead quiet scene. Ti Wujiu looked at the figure on the platform and said to Cheng Wu with a grin, "Looks like there's another interesting opponent in this grand competition."
Cheng Wu pulled a bitter face and said, "How is this interesting? Why are there more and more freaks?
Where the hell did this number 52 pop out from? His sword arts are simply at the peak of perfection."
"Isn't it so?"
Senior apprentice brother Zhang even used the purple lightning azure frost, but it was completely useless against number 52. "I heard that he just ascended from the secular world. How could that land of the mundane possibly give birth to such a freak? I heard that he isn't even 16 years old yet. Even if he gained enlightenment on the Tao in his mother's womb, it's also impossible to reach such an extent, right?"
Yi Yuan defeating Zhang Jing caused a huge commotion among the sect disciples.
Yi Yuan's name was very quickly known by all the disciples. Zhang Cheng also saw the match between Yi Yuan and Zhang Jing. He rejoiced that he did not find trouble with Yi Yuan back then. Otherwise, he would have lost a great amount of face. He only knew now that Yi Yuan teaching his younger brother a lesson did not even count as an appetizer. Yi Yuan's strength could aim for the top 3. Zhang Cheng was similarly a sword cultivator. He was deeply aware of Yi Yuan's sword Dao's prowess. Even if Tian Yu up there, he might not gain any advantages. If not because Zhang Cheng passed the 3rd round, he also wanted to enter seclusion like Zhang Jing did. Zhang Cheng believed that there was quite a number with the same thoughts as him. Among them even included Tian Yu. Yi Yuan did not let any ripples surface on his state of mind because of becoming a celebrity, because this was not worth mentioning to him. With his aptitude, if he could not even catch people's eyes in a lower realm's tiny sect, then it would be an epic fail. Yi Yuan's opponent in the 4th round was still a sword cultivator disciple. That disciple's strength was much weaker than Zhang Jing's. The result need not be said. Starting from the 4th round all the way until the top 4 elites were born, there would be a disciple who fell every round. After 4 rounds of battle, a day passed by just like that. The battle on the 2nd day was of the utmost importance. The weak disciples were basically all eliminated during the 1st stage. Those remaining were all elites among the disciples. The battles during the 2nd day were all basically the strong facing the strong. Such a competition was naturally 100% worth watching. Yi Yuan's opponent in the 5th round was a top 10 expert, similarly a sword cultivator disciple. In reality, this disciple's strength was roughly the same as Zhang Jing's. His Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art was likewise trained to the Purple Lightning Azure Frost. Originally, Zhang Jing wanted to rely on the Purple Lightning Azure Frost to assail the top 10 this time. But the result was that he was unexpectedly eliminated by Yi Yuan in the 3rd round. The outcome was obviously no surprise. After a bout of struggle, Yi Yuan won once more. Nobody could have imagined that there would actually be a 4th-level spirit condensation realm who entered the top 7 this grand competition. However, there wasn't really anyone who was unconvinced by this result. This was what Yi Yuan won round after round without the slightest bit of trickery. In between, Yi Yuan defeated several experts whose strengths were sufficient to enter the top 10. Yi Yuan was well deserving of the top 7. After winning another opponent, you can enter the top 4. Initially, I thought that you would shock everyone in one move the next grand competition. I didn't think that you would do it now. Long Tang looked at Yi Yuan as he sighed emotionally. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're not bad too. To pass through 3 rounds consecutively with 5th-level spirit condensation realm. That is already in the top 25. Long Tang showed extraordinary splendor previously in the matches, overcoming all difficulties in succession and charging all the way to the 4th round before being defeated by Luo Chengfeng. Putting Yi Yuan aside, Long Tang was absolutely the biggest dark horse in this competition. The might of his breaking fantasy fist intent virtually swept across all experts below the 9th-level spirit condensation realm. Of course, Long Tang's luck was still considered decent. Before meeting Luo Chengfeng, he did not really encounter any formidable contestants. Even so, to have walked to this step with 5th-level spirit condensation realm cultivation, it was absolutely sufficiently strong. Long Tang grinned, clearly still very satisfied with this result. But after going through this grand competition, he also finally became conscious of how powerful the breaking fantasy fist intent that he comprehended was. Those disciples at a higher realm than him, although they could not compare to like Zhang Jing's strength, they were absolutely not second-rate. To be able to charge into the 4th round among the core disciples where experts roamed like clouds, it unequivocally meant true ability. Senior apprentice brother Yi, your opponent next round is Luo Chengfeng. I know that your sword intent is powerful, but you should still be careful when encountering him. And I know, there are 4 half-step crystal formation realms in the top 10. But for Luo Chengfeng to be able to beat down 2 half-step crystal formation realms, his strength is clear at a glance. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Yi Yuan was not someone whose eyes were on top of their heads. His mind was very clear. At that time, the half-step crystal formation realm Su Yubai could heavily injure Huyen Yang with a single palm until he vomited blood showed the gap between peak 9th-level spirit condensation realm and half-step crystal formation realm.
Hu Yangyang had more potential than Su Yubai, and his strength was also greater than ordinary 9th level spirit condensation realm. Even so, he was still defeated in a single move. Although it was because he wanted to save Yi Yuan back then that Hu Yangyang had no choice but to clash face-on with Su Yubai, this was ample to show how powerful half-step crystal formation realm was. And for Luo Qingfeng to suppress 2 half-step crystal formation realms with peak 9th level spirit condensation realm cultivation showed just what realm his comprehension towards a certain concept had reached. How was it? The match with him? Disclose a little, Yi Yuan asked with a laugh. Long Tang was somewhat surprised as he said, "Haha, I didn't think that you would actually be concerned about your opponent. I thought that you would not pay attention to this." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Know the enemy and know yourself, and you can win 100 battles. I'm not some deity realm powerhouse. It's impossible to sweep across all adversaries." Long Tang nodded. He knew that Yi Yuan was very strong, but Yi Yuan's realm was still too low in the end. It was still fine against those ordinary opponents, but he would naturally pay heed to opponents who had a much higher cultivation realm than him and who also had a strong concept comprehension. Recalling the match with Luo Qingfeng, a deep dread was reflected in Long Tang's eyes. It was apparent that that match was not some beautiful memory. Strong. Very strong. I didn't even make it past 5 moves. Moreover, he didn't even draw his weapon. Long Tang said with trepidation. Yi Yuan's eyes showed seriousness. He knew Long Tang's strength. To be able to defeat him in 5 moves and not even use his weapon showed just how great Luo Qingfeng's strength was. "Then do you know what weapon he uses?" Yi Yuan asked. Long Tang nodded and said, "I was rather unresigned, so I asked around fellow disciples afterward before finding out that Luo Qingfeng actually uses a judge pen. And the only one who can force him to use the judge pen is Tian Yu." Surprised, Yi Yuan asked, "En? Why is that? Even Tang Yuer can't force his weapon out?" "But Tang Yuer's ranking is above his," Long Tang said. "I was also quite surprised when I heard it at first, but I learned from others that Luo Qingfeng once said that he was a scholar. Unless it was a life and death match, he would not use his judge pen to deal with a woman." "Oh? This is an interesting person. That's also to say that this Luo Qingfeng is walking the Tao of calligraphy." "That's right. It's said that half of his time every day is spent on writing and not cultivation." But Yi Yuan grinned and waved his hands when he heard that and said, "Writing is also a form of cultivation. The Tao of calligraphy, Tao of sword, and the Tao of fist are all the same. All are a great Tao. When cultivated to the limits, the power is exceedingly formidable. Among martial artists, the Tao of calligraphy was viewed as a mundane Tao, only a minor Tao, something that scholars in the mundane world practiced. Many martial artists practiced the Tao of calligraphy but failed to have any accomplishments. Many times, years would pass, but the gains would be extremely trivial. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer martial artists who practiced the Tao of calligraphy. But in reality, if one had achievements in the Tao of calligraphy, their strength would be much greater than ordinary martial artists. Among the 10 supreme divine kings in the divine realm, there was a heavenly book divine king. As a matter of fact, his strength was actually not weaker than the spirit bristle divine king. It could be seen just how formidable the power of this Tao of calligraphy was when comprehended to its limits. Except, wanting to step into the gates of the Tao of calligraphy was too hard, way too hard. Furthermore, there were exceedingly few powerhouses of this Tao. The inspirations left behind from cultivation methods would naturally be scarce as well. The perception and lucky chances required to comprehend a supreme true intent based on one's own inspiration was way too harsh. From Long Tang's description, it looked like Luo Qingfeng most likely already grasped the basics of the Tao of calligraphy. It was merely unknown to exactly what extent. Now that each of Yi Yuan's battle was everyone's focal point, his match with Luo Qingfeng became the main attraction this round. This match determined who could enter the top 4. If Yi Yuan continued to upset the status quo, then Luo Qingfeng, who initially could have firmly entered the top 3, would be stopped outside the gates of elite disciples. In the previous grand competition, Luo Qingfeng emerged out of nowhere, overcoming all challenges along the way, and charging into the top 3. He even defeated a half-step crystal formation realm expert. But sadly,
He lost to the last place of the elite disciples and remained among the core disciples. Now that several months had passed, Luo Chengfeng's strength had made great strides forward again. If not for Yi Yuan, this dark horse appearing, Luo Chengfeng was extremely likely to make it into the elite disciples. Whether or not Yi Yuan's strength could shake the top 3 was also everyone's focal point.
If Yi Yuan could shake the top 3 Luo Chengfeng with 4th level spirit condensation realm strength, then the degree of his monstrousness was too terrifying. This was Yi Yuan's first time seeing Luo Chengfeng. He was different from his domineering fame. His real person appeared very learned and refined. Luo Chengfeng had a silk headdress resembling a ridged roof on his head and azure-colored long robes. He looked like a Confucian scholar rushing to take the exams and not a peak 9th level spirit condensation realm martial artist. Thinking about it, this kind of disposition was inseparable from him bitterly training calligraphy around the clock. But if anyone were to underestimate him because of this, they would come to regret it. Luo Chengfeng slowly drew his judge pen when he saw Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's gaze sharpened slightly, saying, "I heard that senior apprentice brother Luo doesn't draw your weapon easily. What's with this?" Luo Chengfeng said nonchalantly, "I saw junior apprentice brother Ye's battle. You're very strong." The meaning of his words was that Yi Yuan's might had already reached the extent where he had no choice but to draw his weapon. So that's the case. Then Junior will seek guidance from senior apprentice brother Luo's Tao of calligraphy.
Please. Luo Chengfeng nodded and did not say anything redundant. He lifted his hand and pointed with his judge pen.
A formless force tore through the air, heading straight for Yi Yuan.
This move had a powerful aura and force. It was like the formless force wanted to tear apart space. Senior apprentice brother Luo's force penetrating paperback.
It's a killing move right after coming up.
With the heaven and earth as the paper, strength breaking 30,000 caddies. This move from senior apprentice brother Luo is much stronger than the previous grand competition. Yeah, senior apprentice brother Luo cultivated the Tao of calligraphy. I wonder how Yi Yuan will deal with it. Yi Yuan looked at this force-penetrating paperback and smiled, only to see him wield his sword, pointing in midair too. Similarly, a streak of force shot out and collided with Luo Chengfeng's force. Evidently, Luo Chengfeng's force was a level stronger. It broke apart Yi Yuan's force, attacking Yi Yuan again.
It was just that after being blocked by Yi Yuan's force, the remaining force was of no concern anymore.
Seeing this scene, everyone was stupefied, including the Luo Chengfeng who used the force-penetrating paperback. What happened just now? Yi Yuan he actually know the Tao of calligraphy too? Was his move earlier force-penetrating paperback? Why do I have a sort of misconception that Yi Yuan's understanding towards this move is actually above senior apprentice brother Luo's? That's not a misconception. Yi Yuan's force-penetrating paperback is really stronger than senior apprentice brother Luo's.
It's just that senior apprentice brother Luo's realm is much higher than his. That's why Yi Yuan move cannot beat Luo Chengfeng's.
Doesn't that mean that Yi Yuan is similarly immune to senior apprentice brother Luo's move? Isn't this fellow too heaven-defying? It's fine if his sword Tao realm was high, but his comprehension towards calligraphy Tao is also so perverse. That move earlier, Yi Yuan clearly used the sword as a pen to display force-penetrating paperback. Furthermore, in terms of power, it was actually above Luo Chengfeng. It was just that due to his realm being too low, he lost to Luo Chengfeng. Luo Chengfeng maintained that calm and composed appearance, but the seriousness and confusion in his eyes could not be wiped away. This Imperial Law True Book is something I only managed to have some small gains in after bitterly cultivating for 10 years.
I heard that you came from the state of Qin, so you should not have had the chance to see this cultivation method. Why is your move stronger than mine? Yi Yuan did not get to open his mouth when Luo Chengfeng suddenly muttered to himself. Wrong. That wasn't force-penetrating paperback just now.
Although it's extremely alike, it's missing a trace of calligraphy Tao rhyme.
But why is the power so strong?
The more he pondered, the more incomprehensible Luo Chengfeng felt. The comprehension of the Tao of calligraphy was not built in a day. Luo Chengfeng immersed in this Tao for 10 years before he had some minor gains. That was why his strength in this past 2 years suddenly soared.
But just how did Yi Yuan execute that move just now? Could it be that he could execute other people's moves with just a glance? And the power would be greater than them? Luo Chengfeng's gaze condensed and said, "Take another move from me." Iron picture, silver hook. Luo Chengfeng's judge pen drew a stroke in front of his chest. A sharp and fierce force was released once more. If the force penetrating paperback earlier was a heavy atmosphere, then this iron picture silver hook would be abnormally sharp. It could attack when advancing and defend when retreating. This Imperial Law True Book was really a powerful cultivation method. Yi Yuan chuckled calmly and mimicked Luo Chengfeng's actions. Using the sword as a pen once again, an iron picture silver hook was unleashed again. The same thing happened once more. Luo Chengfeng's attack was weakened after Yi Yuan's move, becoming feeble and powerless, and was easily resolved by Yi Yuan. Luo Chengfeng's gaze revealed solemnness. Previously, everyone wanted to see how the sword Dao freak, Yi Yuan, would react when encountering fellow disciples with other concepts. But nobody could have imagined that the result would actually be like this. Whatever move Luo Chengfeng released, Yi Yuan would actually counterattack with the same move. Such a fighting style was too abnormal. The audience below the stage looked at each other, their eyes revealing deep astonishment. They had participated in many grand competitions before, but had never encountered such a strange battle. Regardless of what move you use, the other person would give you a dose of your own medicine. How to fight like this? The main point was that it was fine if Yi Yuan's paying back in one's own coin only looked like the real deal, but his retaliation just had to be incomparably sharp. What's going on here? Could Yi Yuan really have cultivated the Imperial Law True Book before? The Imperial Law True Book is extremely hard to train in. The hardships that senior apprentice brother Luo had to suffer to cultivate it to its realm today is something that no one can compare to. But Yi Yuan actually just displayed it so casually. Could Yi Yuan be one of those people who is born with knowledge? Otherwise, with his age, how is it possible to have such accomplishments on Sword Dao and Calligraphy Dao at the same time? The disciples below the stage did not know Calligraphy Dao and thought that Yi Yuan was bent on competing in Calligraphy Dao with Luo Chengfeng. Only Luo Chengfeng on the stage knew that what Yi Yuan executed was not the Dao of calligraphy. But why did it have such great power if it was not the Dao of calligraphy? Luo Chengfeng was also a proud person. Seeing Yi Yuan repeatedly tearing apart his move through replication, a refusal to concede defeat welled up from the bottom of his heart. Pen expressing dragons and snakes. Dragon soar, phoenix dance. Permeating 3 parts wood. One move after another. The powerful force overflowed the platform, causing a colossal upheaval. If not for array formations protecting, the platform would already be destroyed several times over. But opposite Luo Chengfeng, Yi Yuan similarly used his sword to execute the exact same moves Luo Chengfeng did unhurriedly. Pen expressing dragons and snakes. Dragon soar, phoenix dance. Permeating 3 parts wood. Blasts of energy collided together and were obliterated. Compared to the match with Zhang Jing yesterday, this match was even more soul-stirring. Yesterday's match, Yi Yuan relied on his impressive sword intent to resolve them one by one. But today's match with Luo Chengfeng, Yi Yuan clearly did not lift heavy like it was light like yesterday. But the exact same moves shook people to their core even more. Yi Yuan stood there like a mirror. No matter how Luo Chengfeng used his strength, he could reflect it. Such a battle gave Yi Yuan an added portion of power and awe. Luo Chengfeng was full of elegance but also became a little pissed currently. Each of his moves was stronger than the previous and also more difficult. He wanted to see whether Yi Yuan could really replicate all of his moves. To be able to defeat a half-step crystal formation realm with peak 9th level spirit condensation realm strength, it could be seen how great Luo Chengfeng's strength was. Towards the end, Luo Chengfeng's moves were so powerful that it made the audience below the stage feel stifled. To think that after a few months, senior apprentice brother Luo's strength already became so formidable, compared to the last grand competition. It's like his entire being was cast off and reborn anew. Yeah, he was still quite young and tender the previous grand competition. Now he's already very mature. Furthermore, he did not break through this half a year. Most likely, he can break through to half-step crystal formation realm anytime, right? Isn't that so? At senior apprentice brother Luo's level, they are no longer in a rush to raise cultivation realms. The more concepts they can comprehend in the spirit condensation realm, the greater the benefits in the future. Yeah. I wonder how senior apprentice brother Luo's present strength is like compared to senior apprentice brother Tianyu's. It seems like he was initially holding it back for a good confrontation with senior apprentice brother Tianyu. But the result is that he's obstructed by Yi Yuan currently. Speaking of which, this Yi Yuan is really so powerful that it's frightening. If he can break through to the 9th level spirit condensation realm, he can most likely even clash with senior apprentice brother Tiwujiu, right? Hee. I didn't think that such a monster would appear in our sect. No matter what the result of this grand competition is, the next grand competition will be Yi Yuan's world. A genius like Luo Chengfeng, the duration between the grand competitions was enough for him to improve tremendously. For geniuses of their level, what they competed in had always been who improved more. If I improved more than you, that means that I'm more talented. Once improvement speed slowed down, they would naturally be eliminated. Just like the elite disciple Chang Wu, his strength was very great, but compared to others, his improvement speed was slower, so he obviously became weaker. However, such rapid progress was actually unable to do anything to a 4th-level spirit condensation realm newbie. Profound knowledge akin to divine aid. After a tumultuous and violent clash, Luo Chengfeng finally used his greatest trump card. This move was something that Luo Chengfeng comprehended only recently. Originally, this was his ultimate trump card meant to deal with Tianyu, but it was unexpectedly forced out by Yi Yuan. Once it was executed, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. Powerful formless energy flooded the platform. A moment of carelessness and the outcome would definitely be being sent flying off the platform. But over on the other end, only to see Yi Yuan swing his sword calmly. Profound knowledge akin to divine aid was released in a twinkle. Except everyone here, including Luo Chifeng, did not detect that Yi Yuan added a little something extra into this move. Essence Energy Ignition. It was only to see Yi Yuan's profound knowledge akin to divine aid being executed. The battle situation on the platform became drastically different from before. Yi Yuan's force was like a whirlwind sweeping away scattered clouds, devouring Luo Chengfeng's attack unceasingly. Luo Chengfeng's face changed. He did not think that such a situation would actually occur. Previously, it was always him bombarding wantonly. But this time, Yi Yuan retaliated, catching him completely off guard. The attack after adding Essence Energy Ignition was unbelievably powerful. It was already too late for Luo Chengfeng to want to defend against it. He only saw countless blasts of formless energy besieging him, directly breaking through his protective essence energy and sending him flying. Luo Chengfeng was only hit down the platform and did not suffer major injuries. Yi Yuan had a sense of propriety when attacking and did not ignite too much essence energy. Luo Chengfeng adjusted his posture in midair and landed on the ground lightly. It was dead silent below the stage. Everyone did not know what to say. If this was like the result of Zhang Jing's match, everybody could still barely accept it. The result of this match was really unexpected. The top 3 core disciples represented virtually the highest point in the Tranquil Cloud sect. In the minds of all the core disciples, the only ones who could beat the top 3 people were only the top 3 or core disciples. Others need not even think about it, because for these 3 people to be able to occupy this position meant that their improvement speed surpassed all others. Once they were shaken off by such a genius, then they would only get cast even further behind. Nobody had ever thought that someone in the top 3 would lose in the hands of a 4th-level spirit condensation realm. Just take Luo Chifeng for example. His strength was sufficient to challenge ordinary 3rd-level crystal formation realms. Someone like Su Yulin was not even Luo Chengfeng's match. Doesn't this mean that Yi Yuan's strength could cross an entire major realm to defeat his opponent? This was too inconceivable. Luo Chengfeng sighed lightly and cupped his fists towards Yi Yuan and said, "Many thanks for junior apprentice brother Yi showing mercy." Not at all. Senior apprentice brother Luo being able to walk so far on the Tao of calligraphy. This junior is full of admiration. In fact, this junior one with somewhat unorthodox means, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Luo Chengfeng's face changed slightly, and he could not help voicing the suspicions he had in his heart.
Where did Junior Apprentice Brother Ye's moves come from? Could Junior Apprentice Brother Yi really have trained in the Imperial Law True Book before? Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a grin, "Nay, those moves were all copied after I watched Senior Apprentice Brother Luo's moves. This is called
Mimicking concept. Mimicking concept?
What's that?" Luo Chengfeng could not help being stupefied.
My move looks exactly the same as yours. But in reality, when talking about the contents, it differs in thousands of ways. Those moves of mine were mimicked using sword intent. It appeared right, but is really wrong, Yi Yuan said.
This concepts can actually be utilized like this.
Luo Chengfeng originally felt that something was off, but could not figure it out the whole time. Now that he heard Yi Yuan talk about it, the other party had actually been using sword intent to clash with him the entire time?
But even if it was sword intent, wasn't it too alike? No matter how Luo Chengfeng racked his brains, he could not figure out how sword intent could be used to mimic calligraphy intent so skillfully as to be indistinguishable from the original. Luo Chengfeng believed that the audience below the stage could not even see through that what Yi Yuan used was sword intent.
Only him, someone who immersed himself in the Tao of calligraphy for so many years, could differentiate that minute trace of difference. Ignoring other things, just how high was Yi Yuan's attainments on the sword Tao? This match was not lost unjustly.
Myriad Tao laws all lead to the same destination. The concepts might be different in endless ways, but they also have many common aspects. Although I have yet to research in depth into the Tao of calligraphy, I've seen before extremely powerful calligraphy Tao experts, so I'm also rather familiar with the Tao of calligraphy.
Hence, that's why I can mimic calligraphy Tao with sword Tao, Yi Yuan said.
The extremely powerful calligraphy Tao expert that Yi Yuan was talking about was actually the Heavenly Book Divine King. Except, no matter how big a hole Luo Chengfeng and the rest excavated in their brain, they could not imagine what kind of existence this so-called extremely powerful calligraphy Tao expert was like.
Ji Qingyun and his father had exceedingly high status in the divine realm. They were acquainted with most of the Divine King powerhouses.
Although the Heavenly Book Divine King was a more eccentric member of the 10 Great Supreme Divine Kings, he used to have pretty good relations with Yi Yuan. And Yi Yuan had also witnessed with his own eyes the great battle between the Heavenly Book Divine King and other Divine Kings. It was truly heaven-startling and caused the gods to weep. Compared to the Heavenly Book Divine King, this Imperial Law True Book of Luo Chengfeng was simply weak to the max.
Yi Yuan originally had tremendously high perception and also comprehended a supreme true intent on sword Tao. In addition to having witnessed the Heavenly Book Divine King's Tao of calligraphy before, wanting to mimic Luo Chengfeng's moves was not something hard.
Yi Yuan's factors were much better than Luo Chengfeng's. If he could not even mimic such a low-level concept, then he would really be too useless. What a fine phrase. Myriad Tao laws all lead to the same destination.
Junior Apprentice Brother's perception is freakishly high. Even though it's just mimicking my concept, if Junior Apprentice Brother Ye's concept isn't extremely high, I'm afraid that it's also impossible to have such a battle result.
This Luo is fully convinced of my loss. Finishing, Luo Chengfeng cupped his fists and left.
Far away, Xiao Jiang and Mo Yutian stood with their hands behind their backs. They had just watched the battle between Yi Yuan and Luo Chengfeng.
Oh, Yuntian, what you said was right. A monster like Yi Yuan, my tranquil cloud sect might not have the destiny to contain him. About his strength, how do you view it? Xiao Jian suddenly asked.
Mo Yutian said, Junior Apprentice Brother Ye's sword intent most likely already surpassed mine by far too much. It even.
If my conjectures are right, Junior Apprentice Brother Yi probably already fully comprehended the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art on the Nine Heavens Road. Xiao Jian turned to look at Mo Yuntian. He said with a chuckle, if he surpassed me, then he surpassed me. What's there to avoid saying?
I wonder which rock this boy jumped out from to actually have such monstrous talent.
In the thousands of years since the establishment of my tranquil cloud sect, there have only been a mere 3 individuals who can comprehend the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent in its entirety. This boy is only 15 years old and actually comprehended such a profound sword intent fully. Truly remarkable. Mo Yuntian felt slightly awkward as he said, Junior Apprentice Brother Yi is a dragon among men. As long as he doesn't plummet, he will surely be able to ascend to the divine realm in the future. Furthermore, I feel that his talent might even be stronger than forefather Yu Wuya's. Even after he arrives in the divine realm, he can most likely become the powerhouse of a domain.
Xiao Jian nodded. He clearly approved of Mo Yuntian's view. To be able to fully comprehend a true intent at the age of 15, such a freak should not have appeared in the endless world.
Yun Tian, did you discover that Yi Yuan's sword intent seems to have some different aspects? Mo Yun Tian was rather surprised. Although he also comprehended much of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent, he was obviously not as sensitive compared to Xiao Jian. If they talked about it, the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent that Tian Yu comprehended was even stronger than Mo Yuntian's.
Mo Yuntian shook his head. Xiao Jian's gaze turned stern as he said, Yi Yuan's sword intent is not purely Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent.
If my conjectures are correct, he even comprehended some other sword intent.
Other sword intent? Mo Yuntian had a baffled look. He did not know what this meant.
Xiao Jian nodded and said, it's clear that Yi Yuan's sword intent carries the shadow of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent. But there is a trace of nimbleness and elegance within the sword intent.
In my opinion, Yi Yuan most likely already comprehended a type of sword intent before challenging the Nine Heavens Road. When he was challenging the Nine Heavens Road, he comprehended the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent too.
The most terrifying thing is that he already fused these two types of sword intent into one. Mo Yuntian revealed an astonished look. He knew that Yi Yuan's sword intent was extremely powerful, but he did not think that Yi Yuan's sword intent was already powerful to this sort of extent. As a sword cultivator, Mo Yuntian was deeply aware that fusing concepts was even harder than comprehending two kinds of concepts. Yi Yuan fully comprehending the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art meant mastering a type of true intent. If he merged another kind of concept, then just what realm is he at? Mo Yuntian felt that his mind could not quite wrap itself around it.
Xiao Jian shook his head and said, I don't know either.
But there is bound to be even higher realms above true intent. Those are realms belonging to the divine realm's powerhouses. I wonder what the other sword intent Yi Yuan fused it with is like. If it's also a type of true intent, then that would be terrifying.
Limited by own worldview, Xiao Jian did not know what realm was above true intent. He himself did not even fully comprehend a type of true intent. But he knew that there was surely even higher realms above true intent. Otherwise, what did those powerhouses in the divine realm cultivate?
Xiao Jian was also not sure what realm fusing two kinds of true intent would reach, because in the endless world, possessing one type of true intent already meant an immensely powerful expert.
It was said that there were major powers in the northern domain who fused two types of true intent, but as for what kind of realm those major powers were at, Xiao Jian had completely no clue. In reality, under most circumstances, it was impossible to produce a supreme true intent even by merging two types of true intent. In the divine realm, there were many experts who fused two types of concepts, but very few of them could cultivate to the divine king realm. The reason was that they could not comprehend a supreme true intent. Mo Yuntian sucked in a deep breath and said, this shouldn't be very likely, right?
While Yi Yuan's talent is astonishing, to merge two types of true intent at this age.
Mo Yuntian felt that this already exceeded his boundary of understanding and instinctively felt that it was impossible.
Xiao Jian laughed wryly and said, haha, actually, I also feel that this is not very likely. True intent isn't some cabbage that can be comprehended as you like. Yi Yuan could comprehend the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent primarily is still because he barged into the Nine Heavens Road under coincidence. I reckon that he only added in the nimble and elegance concept that he comprehended before that into the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent.
As expected, yet also a complete surprise. Tian Yu, Tang Yuer, and Yi Yuan entered the Final Four, while Luo Chenfeng was tragically eliminated, blocked outside the Final Four.
It was expected because Tian Yu and Tang Yuer entering the Final Four was within reason.
But it was a surprise because before this grand competition, nobody would have thought that number 52 could actually charge into the Final Four.
The other person who made it into the Final Four was called Sui Liang, precisely the other one the two half-step crystal formation realms.
The face-off for the semifinals was already out. Yi Yuan versus Tang Yuer and Tian Yu versus Sui Liang.
There was basically no suspense for Tian Yu versus Sui Liang. Tang Yuer and Yi Yuan's match clearly became everyone's focal point.
Yi Yuan overcame all the obstacles along the way, and even Luo Qinfeng fell to him. This made the originally lifeless sect grand competition suddenly became lively. Everybody wanted to see what step Yi Yuan could walk to. Although Yi Yuan defeating Luo Qinfeng in the previous battle made everyone's glasses fall off, everybody could sense that Yi Yuan's fight with Luo Qinfeng was not as easy as with Zhang Jing. And Tang Yuer's strength was not because Luo Qinfeng did not use his weapon. Everyone knew that even if Luo Qinfeng used his weapon, the result would also be the same. Hence, Yi Yuan and Tang Yuer's match was even more anticipated than with Tian Yu. Tian Yu used the sword. Whether he could gain any advantages in a battle against Yi Yuan was another matter altogether. But Tang Yuer did not use a sword. If Yi Yuan could even beat Tang Yuer, he would only be a step away from number 1. Yes, at the semifinals, Tian Yu did not seem too promising instead. Not because he wasn't strong enough, but because he used swords. Tian Yu was strong because of his sword. But facing Yi Yuan, his sword became his greatest shortcoming instead. The semifinals were about to commence. Yi Yuan and Tang Yuer's platform was already surrounded until not even water could flow through. Quickly look, isn't that senior apprentice brother Ti Wuzhou? There's also senior apprentice brother Qing Wu and the rest. The elite disciples actually came to watch Yi Yuan's match too. What's so strange about that? The elite disciples' matches have already ended. Senior apprentice brother Ti Wuzhou won rank 1 without any contest. And senior apprentice brother Chang Wu is third from the bottom. He will be competing with our core disciples number 1. Coming to check on his opponent's strength is something very natural. Then why did senior apprentice brother Ti Wuzhou come over? With Yi Yuan's degree of monstrousness, he'll most probably cause a threat to senior apprentice brother Ti Wuzhou before long. Isn't it very normal for him to come and take a look at his future adversary? I reckon that the number of elite disciples who came to watch the match is not small. The elite disciples' grand competition was already all finished at this time. Ti Wuzhou became the number 1 elite disciple uncontestably with the battle result of 19 complete victories. But Cheng Wu ultimately could not shake off the bottom 3 rankings. According to the sect rules, he would have to undergo a final match with the number 1 core disciple to determine who stays and leaves. Hence, it was very crucial to Cheng Wu who obtains rank 1. Senior apprentice brother Wuzhou, who do you think can obtain rank 1? Cheng Wu asked rather flusteredly. Ti Wuzhou shook his head, however, and said, "It has already been a very long time since the previous grand competition. Tian Yu and Tang Yuer both made significant progress. But as for how much they improved, nobody knows. Moreover, there's even a Yi Yuan who popped out this time. Whose hands the number 1 lands in is really still an unknown." Cheng Wu's eyes lit up as he said with a smile, "Do you think Yi Yuan can beat both Tang Yuer and Tian Yu?" Heh. If he can get number 1, then that would be great. Ti Wuzhou shot Cheng Wu a glance and said with a chuckle, I, on the other hand, think that it's best if you don't bump into Yi Yuan. Cheng Wu asked in puzzlement. No way. Although this Yi Yuan is impressive, Cheng Wu can't possibly lose to a 4th level spirit condensation realm, right? Cheng Wu was at the 1st level crystal formation realm. While his strength was near the bottom among the elite disciples, that was only relative to the elite disciples. Towards the vast majority of core disciples, his talent was absolutely those super strong types. Even though Yi Yuan's talent was heaven-defying, Cheng Wu was a major realm higher than him. How could Yi Yuan possibly be his match? This sort of crushing in terms of cultivation realm could not be turned around with talent. Ti Wuzhou said Yi Yuan's might in sword intent realm surpasses everyone's imagination. If my speculations are right, he might have already grasped the Azure Dipper Purple Yang true intent. Even if he has not fully grasped it, it's most likely more or less there already. If you really encounter him, it's best to be careful. Take care not to be careless. Cheng Wu sucked in a cold breath when he heard that. He knew that Yi Yuan's sword intent was very strong, but did not think that it was powerful to such an extent. Even the sect master did not grasp the Azure Dipper Purple Yang true intent. Yi Yuan already grasped it at this age? No wonder he could lift something heavy like it was light when fighting Zhang Jing. Then senior apprentice brother mean that Tian Yu and Tang Yuer are in danger this time. Ti Wuzhou shook his head and said, I don't know about that.
Tian Yu and Tang Yuer are both people who are outstandingly talented, and their realms are so much higher than Yi Yuan's realm. They naturally have the strength to battle it out. What I want to see now is what method Tian Yu will use to fight with Yi Yuan when he's being suppressed in terms of sword Dao. Cheng Wu was speechless. He originally thought that Yi Yuan was a soft persimmon who is easy to knead. Now, it seemed like nobody was a soft persimmon.
Cheng Wu was aware of Sui Liang's strength. Without any accidents, the top three would be Tian Yu, Tang Yuer, and Yi Yuan. Except, this final ranking was not easy to determine.
Tian Yu, who seemed to be the most promising at first, had lesser advantages than Tang Yuer now.
Cheng Wu felt somewhat in a mess.
On the platform, Tang Yuer was dressed in a fiery red fine gauze but appeared lofty and proud. That unparalleled appearance did not lose to the Nanfeng aunt and niece. However, those underestimate her because she was a peerless beauty would definitely suffer a huge loss.
In the previous grand competition, Tian Yu once suffered a huge loss in Tang Yuer's hands and was nearly defeated.
Tang Yuer looked at Yi Yuan, who was opposite, coldly and said, "Yi Yuan, you're indeed very strong."
But you'll stop here. Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard that. He did not think that Tang Yuer would be so overbearing right after coming up. Haha, not only is senior apprentice sister beautiful, but this aura is also so imposing. Yi Yuan said with a laugh.
Tang Yuer's face grew colder. Her impression of Yi Yuan became even worse. Humph.
Lecher.
I'll definitely make a fool out of you later. Tang Yuer's heart was higher than the heavens. Ordinary disciples did not even enter her eyes. Therefore, there were many people who secretly had a crush on her, but not many who confessed their feelings. There was once somebody who was beaten up until he had to lie on the bed for 2 months after confessing to her. Ever since then, everyone could only put their affection and admiration away in their hearts. Yi Yuan calling her beautiful right after coming up naturally made her put him in the same category as lechers. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Senior apprentice sister is as beautiful as a flower, but won't let others praise you. Isn't it an insult to your beauty?" Tang Yuer flew into a great rage when she heard that. Humph.
Indeed a conceited and insolent person. I hope that you can still laugh in a while.
To dare take liberties with senior apprentice sister Yuer like this. Yi Yuan's guts are really fat. He has the strength. He might even be thinking of taking this opportunity to court senior apprentice sister Yuer.
Speaking of which, the two of them, their ages and strength are around the same. It's really a perfect match between an able man and a fair maiden.
Furthermore, with Yi Yuan's potential, he'll definitely surpass senior apprentice sister Yuer in the future. If they were to become a pair, it would become a story that will be passed down. Bah!
Is that snotty brat Yi Yuan even good enough for senior apprentice sister Yuer?
Haha, you're envying and hating out of jealousy, right? I know that you've had a crush on senior apprentice sister Yuer for a very long time already.
Actually, Yi Yuan was just purely praising. He did not think to incur Tang Yuer's wrath. But the way the other disciples saw it, Yi Yuan's words like this were already blatant flirtation. It was just that Yi Yuan's strength stood head and shoulders above all others, so he obviously had the qualifications to pursue Tang Yuer. However, those disciples who had been secretly crushing on Tang Yuer for a long time were naturally very displeased by this.
Once the battle began, Tang Yuer's red ribbon shot towards Yi Yuan to tangle him up. Relying on spirit void-shattering space, Yi Yuan's speed was no longer beneath late-stage spirit condensation realm martial artists.
Seeing the red ribbon snaking over, he easily evaded with a flash.
But right then, Yi Yuan only felt his head sink, his entire body becoming sluggish. Divine Soul Mystic Arts. Yi Yuan did not think that Tang Yuer's trump card was actually a Divine Soul Mystic Art. Heh. Yi Yuan fell for it as expected. Senior apprentice sister Yuer is the strongest at illusionary arts. In the last grand competition, even senior apprentice brother Tian Yu fell for it and nearly lost. Yi Yuan has been enjoying too much success recently. He most likely didn't inquire about senior apprentice sister Yuer's trump card. Under the same realm, virtually nobody can escape from senior apprentice sister Yuer's illusions. Yi Yuan is only at the 4th level spirit condensation realm, only a minor stage lower than Yuer in divine soul realm. He's doomed. Senior apprentice Sister Yuer was already furious earlier. She'll most definitely be ruthless to Yi Yuan. Even if she doesn't screw with him until he becomes an idiot, he can't escape lying in bed for several days. Haha. If Senior Apprentice Sister Yuer really has vicious intent, perhaps Senior Apprentice Brother Sui Liang still has a possibility for entering the top 3. On the platform, Tang Yuer and Yi Yuan both stopped moving. Yi Yuan's eyes became vacant holes as if his soul was charmed. Tang Yuer closed her eyes, however, and did not move a muscle too. Yi Yuan only felt his mind sink just now, but his entire person was brought to a different place. In the secular world, Yi Yuan became a wealthy family's scion. A graceful and beautiful body appeared in front of his eyes. The girl in front of him was beautiful to the extreme, but not a trace of clothing was on her. That body which made people nosebleed could make any man go berserk. Yi Yuan looked at the attire he was wearing and back at the nude woman on the other side, and could not help shaking his head and laughing. This Tang Yuer really took him to be an extremely perverted lecher. Young master, let this servant serve you in bed. The woman's sweet melodious voice rung beside Yi Yuan's ear. A pair of water snake-like jade arms twined around Yi Yuan's neck. It was exceedingly alluring. Yi Yuan was not some sage. In front of a genuine beauty, he would naturally show the reaction that a man should display. Except that Tang Yuer employing illusions in front of Yi Yuan was kind of like playing with a large saber in front of Guan Yu. Illusionary arts were actually an important branch of divine soul mystic arts. Its power was extremely great and could kill people imperceptibly. Illusionary arts were similarly a great Tao. When cultivated to the limits, it could transform the foul and rotten into the rare and ethereal. Powerful illusionary martial artists could kill their foes undetectably and also make the other party fall into an illusionary realm forever, becoming a living corpse. What's more, the other party would be fully aware that they were inside an illusion world but could not escape no matter what. This sort of endless sinking was sometimes scarier than killing the opponent. If the caster did not release the illusion, the other party would never wake from the illusion, just like a samsara cycle, all the way until death. The first time Yi Yuan laid eyes on this woman, he knew what Tang Yuer was trying to do. She wanted to make him immerse himself in the embrace of women inside the illusion and be unable to extricate himself. Once he wallowed in the pleasures of the flesh, the Yi Yuan in the real world would also do some repulsive actions. If that happened, Yi Yuan would become the joke of the entire sect. One had to say that this move by Tang Yuer was certainly quite vicious. If Yi Yuan really succumbed to it, then no matter how talented he was, he would have no face to stay on in the sect after this. Women had always been incomprehensible creatures. Yi Yuan already had a taste of that many times. Although this move by Tang Yuer was really deriding, Yi Yuan did not get too angry. But Yi Yuan was not some clay bodhisattva that could be kneaded however others liked. Yi Yuan decided to prank this Tang Yuer good. It could be considered her punishment. Facing the woman's teasing, Yi Yuan grabbed her arm and threw her ruthlessly to one side, saying with a cold sneer, "That won't be necessary. Tell me who sent you here." Yi Yuan rebuked with a stern countenance. But the woman kept silent like a cicada in winter. She said weakly, "And no one. This servant. This servant only admires young master. That's why I took the initiative to offer my body. If young master can't trust this servant, then I'm willing to apologize with death." Sniff, sniff. The woman cried pitifully and behaved like she wanted to run into the wall to commit suicide. But Yi Yuan just sneered and said, "Don't pretend to be innocent in front of me. As the successor to the capital's Yi family, what kind of woman have this young master not seen before? How can you pass the test in front of me with your inferior acting? Go and hit. Just ahead." That woman really stopped after hearing that. In the illusion world, Tang Yuer, who was concealed in a covert location, secretly sniggered to herself coldly. Didn't think that this lecher has some capabilities. To actually not fall for it easily. However, you've already taken the place of your identity. Can you still escape from this young lady's palm? The nude woman put away her seductive expression and wore her garments. She said to Yi Yuan with a smile, "Young Master Yi indeed has great powers of concentration. Actually, I'm under the orders of my family's missus to come and probe young Master Yi.
Yi Yuan snickered to himself secretly but looked doubtful on the surface as he asked, "You family's missus is?"
My family's missus is the Tang family's eldest miss. She has long heard that Mr. is the #1 scholar in the capital and has admired you for a long time. It's just that she doesn't know Mr.'s nature, that's why she sent me to test Mr. Having met today, young master indeed see things as clear as viewing a fire. An extremely wise and far-sighted person. The woman sighed with admiration. When Yi Yuan heard that, his expression eased up slightly, but he still pretended to be peeved as he said, "So, it's the Tang family's eldest miss." This Yi has also long heard that the Tang family's eldest miss has national beauty and heavenly fragrance, and is even an erudite among women. It's just that your family's missus using this kind of method to test me is really going too far. A fair lady is a gentleman's good mate, but this Yi is absolutely not those profligate and immoral people. Please return and inform Miss Tang that this Yi is unable to enjoy her admiration. In secret, Tang Yuer's face changed when she heard that. If Yi Yuan were really impervious to everything, then her illusion would reveal flaws sooner or later, then Yi Yuan would be able to escape. Tang Yuer could not accept such an outcome. Humph! Looks like this lecher is definitely lusting after my looks. That's why he is so indifferent to other people. Since that's the case, this young lady will beat him at his own game and play tricks on this lecher.
Tang Yuer had absolute faith in her looks and illusion skills. Wasn't it effortless to deal with a young man who was impetuous like Yi Yuan?
It was just that thinking about being taken advantage of by Yi Yuan in the illusion world made Tang Yuer feel very disgusted, even though she in the illusion world was not the real her.
Please calm your anger, young Master Yi. My family's missus said that if you can remain unperturbed by a woman in your lap, then the final wariness she has towards you would also be gone. In order to offer an apology, Miss Tang has set up a banquet in the VIP building and invited young Master Yi to go there, the servant said serenely. A flicker of delight flashed across Yi Yuan's eyes when he heard that, and this look was naturally caught by Tang Yuer, who was observing in the dark.
Humph! Indeed playing hard to get.
Watch how this young lady plays with you in the palm of my hands. Tang Yuer cackled coldly.
I've long heard that Miss Tang is the most beautiful person in the capital, but I didn't think that she was in love with this Yi. Since that's the case, this Yi will proceed there. However, never use this kind of trick to mess with me again, Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan only felt his eyes blur. 2 days had already passed. In the illusion, the caster could freely switch time and space, but the person who was under the spell would be oblivious and think that it was as a matter of course instead. Except, to Yi Yuan, such an illusion was really too low level. Although the previous life's Ji Qingyun was a trash in the martial Dao, he was in existence at the peak of perfection regarding the attainments on the divine soul. He had every kind of divine soul mystic arts at the tip of his fingers. How could a puny little half-step crystal formation realm martial artist's illusion make him fall for it? Not to mention, Yi Yuan's present divine soul realm was already even stronger than high-rank alchemy king. It was not any weaker compared to Tang Yuer. Under the circumstances where the strength of the divine souls was around the same, Tang Yuer was even less likely to make him fall under the spell. Yi Yuan was only messing with Tang Yuer right now. That was why he pretended to be under the spell. If he was willing, he could leave this illusion at any time and also heavily injure Tang Yuer's divine soul. Inside the VIP building's reserved room, Tang Yuer was wearing a light green fine gauze clothing, truly beautiful to the extreme. Compared to the Tang Yuer on the platform who was in martial attire, this Tang Yuer had a portion more of delicateness and good-naturedness and less overbearingness. When Yi Yuan saw Tang Yuer, he also became absent-minded for a split second. When this scene landed in Tang Yuer's eyes, there was naturally a few more parts of disgust. Yi Yuan did not think that Tang Yuer would actually have such a gentle and soft side. He wondered if the Tang Yuer in reality would also have such a side. A few days ago, Yuer was somewhat brusque. Today, I've prepared some thin wine to specially make up to young Master Yi. I hope that young Master Yi won't take to heart my prior transgressions and bury the hatchet with Yuer. When the words came out of her mouth, Tang Yuer was filled with the grace of a young lady from an eminent family. Yi Yuan secretly found it funny but was nonchalant on the surface as he said, "Miss Yuer is too polite. As a real man, Why would this Yi quibble with a celestial fairy like Miss like Yuer? Tang Yuer raised her wine cup and showed a happy expression as she said, "Since that's the case, how about Mr. Yi please drink this toast with me?" Yi Yuan smiled and downed his cup in one go. After a cup of wine, the pair each with their own wicked plans started to chat like good friends of many years. Yi Yuan started chatting about distant lands randomly, making Tang Yuer yearn for more. Yi Yuan talked from the mundane world to the martial artist world, from the martial Dao to the alchemy Dao. His encyclopedic knowledge and extensiveness of what he had seen and heard before made Tang Yuer unconsciously forget that she was inside an illusion world. Yi Yuan's knowledge and experience were simply not what Tang Yuer could hope to match. Even inside an illusion, that sort of faint feeling from being someone from a higher realm would also leak out unwittingly. Such disposition had absolute lethality towards women. The Tang Yuer who cast the illusion was gradually substituted by Yi Yuan. Illusions were a type of very delicate divine soul mystic arts. Under most circumstances, the caster would be the absolute master of the illusion world. But if they encountered an expert with extremely powerful soul force, the pressure on the caster would be enormous. Take Tang Yuer for example. With her divine soul realm plus the power of an illusionary divine soul mystic art, she could make the other party descend into an illusionary realm when facing ordinary crystal formation realm experts. Of course, the prerequisite was that the other party did not deliberately cultivate their divine soul. Tang Yuer's illusions were very easy to fall for martial artists. But if she faced an alchemy grandmaster, then it would not be so useful. All in all, Tang Yuer's illusions were very powerful and could even let her leap ranks to battle. But Yi Yuan's understanding towards illusions and divine soul was simply not what Tang Yuer could compare to. Having fallen into the illusionary realm for such a long time, it looked to be uninteresting like water. But in reality, it was the struggle between Yi Yuan and Tang Yuer's divine soul. It was just that Yi Yuan intentionally appeared weak in front of his opponent, so Tang Yuer thought that she held the initiative the entire time. But in reality, Yi Yuan had already gotten the initiative unknowingly and also dragged Tang Yuer into the illusion instead. At the current moment, the Tang Yuer in green garment opposite Yi Yuan could be said to be Tang Yuer in the flesh already. It was just that the Tang Yuer who fell to the illusion was completely unaware. What was even more lethal was that Yi Yuan, through the disposition he unintentionally exhibited in addition to his young and handsome appearance, had already deep enthralled Tang Yuer who was opposite him, because in the illusion, Yi Yuan was still Yi Yuan himself. But Tang Yuer was no longer Tang Yuer. Tang Yuer had already taken the place of her character. She was merely a secular beauty. Facing the young and abstruse Yi Yuan, Tang Yuer had already inadvertently fallen in love. At this very moment, the one controlling the illusion was no longer Tang Yuer but had silently changed to Yi Yuan. In the illusionary world, time flowed like water. Today, the Yi family's young master was taking the Tang family's daughter as his wife. A wedding ceremony was held in the capital, causing a sensation. A perfect match between an able man and a fair lady. Everyone was envious. A year later, Tang Yuer gave birth to Yi Yuan's child. Holding her son in her hands, Tang Yuer's face was filled with bliss. This was the crystallization of Yi Yuan and her love. And that very year, Yi Yuan spurred his horse as he wielded his sword, becoming a military official of the empire. 5 years later, Yi Yuan returned victoriously with illustrious achievements in war and was conferred as the youngest general in the empire. Tang Yuer led the people to welcome him several miles outside of the city. Looking at her valiant and heroic husband, she was full of pride. 15 years later, Yi Yuan became a different surnamed prince, holding enormous power in the court. Tang Yuer became a princess consort. For many years, the husband and wife treated each other with respect and affection, helping each other in times of need. After 50 years, Yi Yuan and Tang Yuer propagated for generations and had many children and grandchildren. The Yi family became one of the major families in the empire. After 70 years, the pair leaned into each other while holding hands, their heads completely white, and fell asleep. Just like that, their entire life passed by. While in reality, 2 hours had gone by. Yi Yuan's eyes remained vacant holes, as if he was completely dominated by Tang Yuer.
While opposite him, Tang Yuer had a blissful face at times, a flushed face at other times, all kinds of expressions varying. The audience below the platform clicked their tongues in surprise. These two people have already been standing on the platform for over 2 hours. Just who has the advantage right now? I can't figure it out. Yi Yuan had that lifeless expression from the start and seems to be controlled by senior apprentice Sister Yuer. But the victor hasn't been decided until now. The expression on senior apprentice Sister Yuer's face is very rich and looks like she is expending a great deal of effort. I just can't figure out what the hell is going on. A match like this is so boring. We can't even see how they fight. The two of them are just staring at each other, staring for over 2 hours already. A duel with illusions is sometimes even more perilous than a fight between martial artists. With your paltry strength, once you fall under senior apprentice Sister Yua's illusion, she can turn you into an idiot with a snap. Speaking of which, the highly anticipated battle that everyone was originally looking forward to became utterly boring right now. The two people only made one move from the start till now, then fell into a situation where they just stared at each other. It was fine if they just stared at each other. If Yi Yuan was taken down by Tang Yuer, he should show all sorts of ugly behaviors. Or if Tang Yuer's illusion could not do anything to Yi Yuan and he achieved victory instead. Everyone could accept these two kinds of result. But the pair just had to be in a stalemate the entire time. Furthermore, the two people's conditions were very odd, leaving everyone unaware just who held the advantage until now. Suddenly, Tang Yuer gave a muffled groan on the platform and flopped weakly onto the ground. Yi Yuan's eyes also regained clarity at this time. He clasped his hands at Tang Yuer and said with a smile, "Yuer, Senior, thank you." Yi Yuan deliberately dragged out the intonation in saying Yuer, making it sound weird when one heard it. Tang Yuer's soul force was overly exhausted currently and no longer had the strength to battle again. She lifted her head and looked at the grinning Yi Yuan with shame and rage filling her heart. Just now, inside the illusion world, she actually spent a lifetime with Yi Yuan and even helped to propagate his bloodline. This was simply unprecedented shame and humiliation. After the shame and anger, the hatred in Tang Yuer's heart grew massively. Her gaze when looking at Yi Yuan became filled with killing intent. Even though it was only inside the illusion world, that sort of feeling of her purity being sullied still trailed closely behind like a shadow. Tang Yuer never imagined that this lecher also had such high attainments in terms of illusionary arts. She still could not figure out until now how both parties quietly swapped roles and also how Yi Yuan dragged her inside the board. This kind of method was simply unimaginable. One had to know that this illusion world was set up by Tang Yuer. Yi Yuan actually took over the illusionary realm that she set unknowingly and even brought her inside, making her a target that the other party could freely manipulate as he liked. Tang Yuer gritted her teeth in hatred and wished that she could grind Yi Yuan's bones to dust and scatter them to the wind. Yi Yuan, I'm warning you. If you dare to speak about the matters inside the illusion world, I'll make you wish that you were dead. Tang Yuer transmitted her voice to warn. Yi Yuan replied, haha, I have an illness, which is that I can't endure being frightened. Once you frighten me, my mouth will start to run and tell the outside world about anything. Yuer, Senior. You see. Tang Yuer's face changed. You dare threaten me? How would I dare to threaten Yuer? Senior, earlier it was clearly Yuer, Senior, who was threatening me. Yi Yuan deliberately dragged out the intonation of the word Yuer again. Tang Yuer was on the verge of collapse. She said frostily, Speak. What terms do you want? I'm warning you, don't go too overboard. Something like a toad wishing to eat swan meat, don't even think about it. Yi Yuan beamed and said, Her. I'm not a toad, and you're also not a swan. However, my ears are very soft. Why not you call me Big Brother Yi Yuan once and I'll erase this segment of memories. What do you think? Big Brother Yi Yuan was precisely the term that Tang Yuer used to address Yi Yuan inside the illusion world. At that time, the pair were as inseparable as glue and lacquer, closely attached to each other, and were extremely sticky together. But asking Tang Yuer to say it out, in reality, was even worse than killing her. The first impression that Yi Yuan gave her was a lecher. Now that he also did such obscene things inside the illusion world, Tang Yuer wished that she could kill him. How could she possibly call out such a mushy form of address? You. Dream on. Oh, not calling? Then forget it, I couldn't care less either. Later, I'll find a few companions to have a conversation with. I believe that many people are dying to know just what happened on the stage today. You. Fine, I'll call. I'm listening. Be big. Be brother. Yi Yuan. Although it was a voice transmission, Tang Yuer's voice was like a mosquito's buzz. Ah? What did you say? I didn't hear it. Tang Yuer was so furious that her lovely body started to tremble, but she had no choice but to call out Big Brother Yi Yuan. The voice this time was loud. Except it completely did not sound like it. Yi Yuan grinned and said, sigh. Completely lacking that sort of feeling already. Listening to it doesn't give any flavor at all. Consider you pass then. I'll keep my mouth shut. Yi Yuan just had a moment of mischievousness and played a prank on Tang Yuer. They were in the same sect after all. Yi Yuan could not very well go too far, and so to just let it be at that. Yi Yuan obviously knew that Tang Yuer would hate him ever since, but he did not really mind. To others, Tang Yuer's illusions were very powerful. But to Yi Yuan, her illusions did not have any threat at all. Tang Yuer struggled to get up, but still felt a little weak in her knees. However, she remained standing there stubbornly and stared at Yi Yuan coldly as she said, a loss means a loss. What's there to thank? Finishing, Tang Yuer walked down the platform with some difficulty. The audience looked at the obstinate Tang Yuer and looked at Yi Yuan on the platform again. They gaped at each other speechlessly. Senior apprentice Sister Yuer, who was ever triumphant by relying on illusionary arts, actually lost just like this? It seemed like Yi Yuan was completely fine. Hey, Senior Apprentice Sister Yuer's soul force exhaustion is so great. Why does Yi Yuan look completely fine? Even if he won Senior Apprentice Sister Yuer, it shouldn't be without expending even a little bit of soul force, right? Yeah, I find it strange too. Yi Yuan clearly fell under the illusion. But other than his eyes becoming vacant during the middle portion, it seems like there was no difference between the start and end at all. Such a situation is seriously too peculiar. Are you daft? I heard that Yi Yuan is even an alchemist. Perhaps his attainments on the divine soul are even more amazing than Senior Apprentice Sister Yuer. You're the daft one. I'm also not blind and can see the badge Yi Yuan is wearing. It's just that his badge is only low-rank alchemy master. Even if he broke through to middle-stage spirit condensation realm, his soul force would only be middle-rank alchemy master. Having fought a battle with Senior Apprentice Sister Yuer, how is it possible to not have any consumption at all? This Yi Yuan is really leaking with peculiarity. Indeed, Yi Yuan continued the momentum of his consecutive victories and once again caused an upset in the status quo, defeating a top 3 opponent. Tang Yuer, who had transcendent illusionary arts, lost to Yi Yuan inexplicably just like that. Nobody knew what kind of competition the pair experienced inside the illusion world. Both parties kept their mouth tightly sealed. On the other platform, Tian Yu and Sui Liang's match had ended long ago. Without any surprises, Tian Yu defeated Sui Liang. The final round, Yi Yuan versus Tian Yu. The news about Yi Yuan entering the finals not only caused a huge uproar among the disciples, but the tranquil cloud sect's upper echelons were also visibly stirred. But different from those disciples, these elders all knew that Yi Yuan's accomplishments in the alchemy Dao were tremendously remarkable. To have such stunning achievements in the alchemy Dao and the martial Dao at the same time, was this boy even human? There are times when human strength just won't do. I really have no idea what kind of existence that master behind Yi Yuan is like. To actually raise such a freakish existence like Yi Yuan. No matter what kind of existence he is, that is not an existence that our tranquil cloud sect can afford to provoke. I feel that this master of Yi Yuan is most likely one of the pinnacle few beings in the endless world. That lord is probably going to ascend to the divine realm before long. So that's why he was seized with a sudden impulse to find a disciple to inherit his mantle. However, the master initiates the apprentice, but their skill depends on their own efforts. For Yi Yuan to have such startling improvement, it's inseparable from his own bitter hard work. Xiao Jian chimed in. Luo Qifeng nodded. It was clear that his judgment was roughly the same as Xiao Jian's. Yi Yuan's identity could not be clearer. He was a born and bred state of Qin citizen. Only those strongest few individuals in the endless world had the ability to teach a genius like Yi Yuan. Furthermore, the way this lord taught disciples was different from others. He did not bring Yi Yuan along with him. He just taught him all of his abilities, then let Yi Yuan roam freely. Of course, it could also be that that lord was monitoring Yi Yuan at all times. But an existence that as long as he did not wish for others to discover him, other people would never find him. What you said is right. Even a more monstrous talent has to be vied for with one's own efforts. With Yi Yuan's performance in the state of Qin, this child's talent and temperament are excellent. It's no wonder that that lord would take fancy to him. However, for him to be able to soar to the skies with one move, the Nine Heavens Road contributed immensely. With Yi Yuan's personality, I think he'll surely remember my tranquil cloud sect with some gratitude, Luo Qingfeng said. Xiao Jian said in agreement, this child is not the slightest bit soft-handed towards enemies, but he uses his life to protect those close to him. As long as we don't do something to chill his heart when this child prospers in the future, he'll definitely provide some help and guidance. It's just that the Heavenly Sky sect seems to be increasingly restless recently. I also don't know if we can wait until the day Yi Yuan grows up. Mentioning the Heavenly Sky sect, Luo Qingfeng's brows also knitted slightly, his eyes showing deep trepidation. Compared to the boundlessly vast expanse of the northern domain, the southern domain was not considered vast. Although sects stood in great numbers, on the whole they were managed by 8 great sects. The Tranquil Cloud sect was one of these 8 great sects. It's just that the Tranquil Cloud sect's strength could only rank near the bottom of these 8 great sects, while this Heavenly Sky sect was the sect with the greatest strength among the 8 great sects. Because they were the strongest, they were arrogant. All manners of the Heavenly Sky sect's overbearingness was renowned in the southern domain. Especially in the recent few years, the Heavenly Sky sect's various activities were gradually increasing in frequency. This made the sects with weaker strength like the Tranquil Cloud sect naturally become nervous. As the master of a sect, the pressure on Luo Qingfeng's shoulders was unimaginable by outsiders. With Yi Yuan's monstrous talent, as long as he was given 10 years, breaking through to the Soul Sea realm should not be an issue. At that time, with such a heaven-defying Soul Sea realm powerhouse like Yi Yuan holding the fort, the Tranquil Cloud sect would probably become an upper-ranked force among the great sects with a single bound. Then, they obviously did not need to fear the threat from the Heavenly Sky sect anymore. But the problem was whether or not the Heavenly Sky sect would give Tranquil Cloud sect time to develop peacefully for 10 years. Luo Qingfeng gave a faint sigh and said, "The matter on hand is that our Tranquil Cloud sect still needs another Soul Sea realm powerhouse to appear as soon as possible. Or else, we probably can't escape the outcome of being annexed." Xiao Jian also gave a sigh when he heard that. He said helplessly, Soul Sea realm, talking is easy, but doing it is as hard as ascending to the heavens. Even with Marshal Uncle Skymapple's outstanding talent, he only broke through to the Soul Sea realm by a fluke. Back then, when our Tranquil Cloud sect migrated over from the northern domain, we were chased down by those fellows until there was no road to heaven and no gate into the earth, resulting in a loss of 2 volumes of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art. Otherwise, what has the present southern domain got to do with the Heavenly Sky sect? One's starting point determines the height. 1,000 years ago, the Tranquil Cloud sect had a great migration, but lost 2 volumes of the sect Forte cultivation method, resulting in the members today finding that breaking through to the Soul Sea realm was as hard as ascending to heaven. Or else, with the Tranquil Cloud sect's foundations, even if they were chased to the southern domain, it would not be to such an extent where it was so dismal. And although the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art was relatively complete, without the martial Dao cultivation method to raise cultivation realm, one could only look at but not eat what was at the back. Fortunately, the Tranquil Cloud sect's foundations were deep. There were those few geniuses in every generation who could forcibly break through to the Soul Sea realm through comprehending the sword intent on the 9 Heavens Road or by relying on their own perception. Skymaple was one of them. Except, to want to completely comprehend the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent on the 9 Heavens Road was something that was virtually impossible. Cultivation methods and martial techniques were things that were expressed through texts. Comparatively, the clearer and easier it was to understand, the easier it would be to cultivate in as well. But to talk about the completeness of sword intent, one might as well directly comprehend it. When training in cultivation skills, regardless to what extent one trained to, it was impossible to fully comprehend Wuxia's true intent. But on the Nine Heavens Road, one could completely grasp this true intent through that final sword. However, this sort of thing could only be understood and not described. Even if Yi Yuan fully comprehended the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent, there was no way for him to describe it. Otherwise, Xiao Jian and Luo Qingfeng would have long kidnapped Yi Yuan and forced him to write out the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art from memory every day. Every generation can only do their best. Among this batch of children, there are really quite a few fine saplings. As long as they mature, our tranquil cloud sect will definitely rise up once again. And what we, these old fellows, have to do is to provide for them an environment that they can grow up in. Luo Qifeng said. Xiao Jian nodded and said, definitely. Luo Qingfeng's gaze landed on the platform in the distance again and asked, what do you think about the match between Tianyu and Yi Yuan? With the thoughts circling back to the grand competition, Xiao Jian also felt much more relaxed. He smiled and said, Tianyu is absolutely not someone who would let others freely slaughter him. Even if his strongest sword Dao was sealed shut, he will not fold his arms and wait to die. Luo Qingfeng nodded and said, Martial Uncle Sky Maple has a fine grandson. The speed of his improvement these 2 years is also something that I feel inferior to. Looks like the things he comprehended on the Nine Heavens Road back then was even more than me. Then your meaning is, you favor Tianyu more. When he was young, Luo Qifeng was the #1 genius in the Tranquil Cloud sect then, around the same as the present Tianyu and Tiwujiu. But Tianyu's improvement was visible to Luo Qingfeng's eyes. Compared to himself in those days, Luo Qingfeng was somewhat ashamed of his own inferiority. Xiao Jian shook his head and said, no. In contrast, I think Yi Yuan is more promising instead. Oh? Why is that so? With my understanding of Tianyu, this child should still have other trump cards. But Xiao Jian smiled and said, very simple. Yi Yuan, this child, cannot be measured using common sense. The match had yet to begin, but the platform was already surrounded until not even water could trickle through. On the platform, Tianyu was meditating on the ground, a long sword placed horizontally across his crossed legs. TSK. This is the first time I'm seeing senior apprentice brother Tianyu taking a match so seriously. He actually arrived on scene an hour early. It's nothing to wonder. Yi Yuan's sword intent is extremely powerful. I reckon that it can completely restrain senior apprentice brother Tianyu. Such a match is too stifling. There's no way even if senior apprentice brother Tianyu doesn't want to take it seriously. Senior apprentice brother Tianyu's sword intent has already surpassed our imaginations. I've always chased after him as my goal. I didn't think that a Yi Yuan would jump out this time. After seeing his sword intent, I feel that there's no more hope in this lifetime. That's really true. The might of Yi Yuan's sword intent can really make people despair. I truly don't know how senior apprentice brother Tianyu plans on dealing with Yi Yuan's sword intent. Actually, I still hope that senior apprentice brother Tianyu can win. After all, he's the leader of us core disciples. Tianyu's mind did not wander. He sat for an hour on the platform. Not that Tianyu was deliberately mystifying things, but because he really took this match very seriously. Originally, it was just having a junior with tremendous power, but he did not think that in a blink of an eye, he became a powerful foe. Especially Yi Yuan's words before moved Tianyu's heart to a large extent. Every martial artist knew the importance of walking their own path. But this was an extremely bumpy and arduous road. Not many dared to walk it. From birth, people started with copying. Talking and walking were merely so. The martial path was the same, from mimicking other people's path to trudging out one's own path. But what was different about the martial path was that trudging out one's own path was too difficult. A single misstep and time would waste away, delaying cultivation time. This way, the loss outweighed the gains. Except, one's potential would be used up very quickly if they did not walk their own path. Then their cultivation realm in this lifetime would also halt there. This was an optional question, but not every martial artist dared to make this decision. If Tianyu chose to walk his own path once there was no progress within a few years, then all of the advantages he possessed now would fade into nothing. Of course, if he carved out his own road, then he would walk much further in the future than he had walked now. Tianyu wanted to make a choice through this match. Although he had watched a few of Yi Yuan's matches to truly experience Yi Yuan's strength, it was naturally not as realistic as fighting him personally. He wanted to see just which step had Yi Yuan reached. Yi Yuan arrived! Someone suddenly shouted from the crowd. The crowd automatically opened up a path to let Yi Yuan through. Looking at the Tianyu who was currently meditation on the stage, Yi Yuan was also stunned. Tianyu also opened his eyes at this time and looked at Yi Yuan as he said calmly, "I know that you cleared the Nine Heavens Road at the Essence Chi realm, and I thought that you would be a powerful foe of mine sooner or later. It's just that I didn't think this day would arrive so quickly." But Yi Yuan did not reply directly. Instead, he asked, "Did senior apprentice brother Tianyu reach long ago?" Tianyu nodded and said, "For an hour already. This battle is of utmost importance to me. I want to find my own Tao." Yi Yuan said, "Tao lies in the heart. With senior apprentice brother Tianyu's talent, I believe that finding your own path won't be hard." Tianyu shook his head and said, "Those who know won't find it hard. Those who find it hard don't know. It might perhaps be very easy to you, but not everybody has the courage to take this step." Yi Yuan had already reincarnated for some time and had more or less adjusted to life in the lower realms. But that sort of worldview he had that exceeded this plane was still frequently out of tune with the people and matters around him. To people in the divine realm, grasping true intent was a very universal thing. But to people of the lower realms, true intent was far, far away. Yi Yuan's words sounded like someone who did not try to see things from other people's perspective. Tianyu's talent was absolutely second to none in the entire Tranquil Cloud sect, but when placed in the entire Southern Domain it was not considered much. And the Southern Domain's geniuses were nothing much when placed in the entire Endless World. In the entire Endless World, just how many people could grasp true intent? Even if Tianyu's talent was heaven-defying, grasping true intent was still something that was far from reach. However, Yi Yuan had another way of looking at things. He smiled and said, "That's not right, senior apprentice brother Tianyu. I feel that for senior apprentice brother Tianyu, the saying that those who find it difficult don't know doesn't exist. You should say that you're playing the game. As the saying went, the spectators see the game better than the players. How can senior apprentice brother Tian, you know that you can't if you don't jump outside of the chessboard?" Tianyu's expression changed when he heard that. After chatting with Yi Yuan the previous time, Tianyu had been reflecting on himself these 2 whole days. But Yi Yuan's words earlier struck the core of his heart. Yi Yuan continued, "Cultivation is originally going against the heaven. Without a great dauntless heart, it's impossible to walk far. If you don't even have the courage to jump out of the chessboard, then your accomplishments in this lifetime would be limited to this." Tianyu's body trembled when he heard this. The mental state that he adjusted for an hour was immediately shattered by Yi Yuan's words. He knew that Yi Yuan's words were right, but wanting to take this step really required enormous courage. Why could Long Tang comprehend the elementary form of true intent? It was because he sensed that fearless courage from Yi Yuan and cast away everything before finding his own path. Otherwise, Long Tang would only be a bird inside the cage, forever unaware of what the skies outside looked like. After keeping silent for a long time, Tianyu held his sword and got up, saying, "Since that's the case, let me see your Tao." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Please advise." Tianyu did not attack right away, but opened his mouth again to say, "I'll only unleash one sword strike. Yi Yuan, let me see just how powerful your sword Tao is." When he finished, Tianyu's aura changed abruptly as if his entire being became a sharp sword. Tianyu wielded his sword in front of his chest and drew a full moon. Then he put away his sword momentum. The full moon peeled away, becoming 4 streaks of azure-colored sword chi, hurtling towards Yi Yuan. Luminous moon high above. It's actually luminous moon high above. Senior apprentice brother Tianyu's improvement in this half a year is truly so swift that it makes my blood run cold. Hiss. Luminous moon high above is an extremely powerful martial technique from the 3rd layer of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art.
Even crystal formation realm disciples might not be able to comprehend this move.
Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu is only half-step crystal formation realm, but he actually comprehended this move already.
Truly terrifying talent. If Yi Yuan did not appear, he would absolutely become a formidable foe for senior apprentice brother Ti Wujiu. It's just that, is this move effective against Yi Yuan?
Releasing the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art with 4 beams of sword chi, Tian Yu's comprehension towards sword intent had already reached a very high level.
Luminous moon high above. This move was exceedingly difficult to comprehend. Even among the sword-cultivating elite disciples, only an extremely small number could comprehend it. For Tian Yu to be able to comprehend this move at half-step crystal formation realm, his talent was clear at a glance.
It was just that this move was still too weak towards Yi Yuan.
The Yi Yuan who had grasped the Azure Dipper Purple Yang true intent was virtually immune to such moves. Only to see him do a casual slash, for beams of sword chi similarly shot out, and actually reached first despite being released later, extinguishing Tian Yu's 4 streaks of sword chi. Tian Yu gave a long sigh upon seeing the situation and directly discarded the sword in his hand. No way. Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu actually abandoned his sword. Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu's skills all lie on his sword.
Since he abandoned the sword, could this be conceding defeat?
Sigh.
A martial technique on the level of luminous moon high above was snuffed out by Yi Yuan in the time it takes to raise a hand. What's there to fight still? At least this was senior apprentice brother Tian Yu. If it were some other person, they most likely wouldn't even have the courage to use their sword in front of Yi Yuan.
Seeing Tian Yu discarded his sword, it caused such a furor among the crowd. A sword user forsaking his sword was undoubtedly breaking off an arm themselves. Tian Yu's action at this time made everyone think that he was going to admit defeat. There was actually quite a number of people who already predicted this scene. Yi Yuan's sword intent was seriously too powerful. It was simply an insurmountably huge mountain. Yi Yuan stared at Tian Yu, but his expression became solemn.
This was absolutely not Tian Yu conceding. On the contrary, he definitely had other trump cards. Because Tian Yu's current expression in his eyes was not dim like a failure's at all. Instead, it was brimming over with vigor and spirit, like the feeling of burning with eagerness to try.
Indeed, the disparity between you and me is huge in terms of sword Dao. Originally, I thought that you only comprehended the elementary form of true intent. Now, it seems like you've already completely grasped the Azure Dipper Purple Yang true intent. When Tian Yu's words came out, it caused another huge commotion among the crowd.
Ti Wujiu, who was always calm, faltered slightly and said, "No wonder Yi Yuan is so formidable. Turns out he has already fully comprehended the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent."
It looks like he comprehended it on the 9 Heavens Road. It's just that in the thousands of years since the establishment of our Tranquil Cloud sect, only a scathing few people could fully comprehend the true intent that Forefather left behind.
And these people were all members during the Northern Domain era. The recent few thousand years, not a single one could comprehend it in its entirety. This Yi Yuan is truly remarkable.
Cheng Wu, who was by the side, was astounded long ago and sighed with a start. True intent. Yi Yuan, he actually grasped true intent.
That is true intent.
How can it be grasped by people so easily? My opponent is actually somebody who grasped true intent. Ti Wujiu shot him a glance and comforted him. Little Wu, this is an opportunity for you. Cast aside your thoughts about gains or losses. You'll reap great rewards.
But Cheng Wu said in a beaten manner, "Sigh, each and every one of you are too perverse."
I don't have that level of perception. Exchanging blows with him is also futile.
Ti Wujiu shook his head while smiling and did not say any more.
He was aware of Cheng Wu's talent. Although not outstandingly talented, he was not those sort of ordinary, mediocre people. It was just that his personality was reserved and he would easily flinch back when encountering problems. Such a personality was hard to accomplish anything great. Especially on the martial path, it was very difficult to have achievements. Cheng Wu falling to the bottom of the elite disciples was not unrelated to his personality.
But it was useless for others to talk about this kind of thing no matter how much they try. He must realize it himself.
true intent, the weight that these two words represented was seriously too great. When the audience below the stage heard Tian Yu's words, they lost their cool. Did you hear what senior apprentice brother Tian Yu just said? He said that Yi Yuan grasped true intent.
It's grasped, not comprehended the elementary form of true intent.
Impossible. Doesn't this mean that Yi Yuan will surely become a powerhouse like forefather Yu Wuya in the future? How many years has it been since a powerhouse like that has appeared in our tranquil cloud sect?
I refuse to believe it.
How is this possible? How can something like comprehending true intent be so easy? While debates ran wild below the stage, Yi Yuan, who was opposite Tian Yu, smiled and said, "Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu has sharp eyes. However,
you're probably not going to admit defeat so easily, right? Tian Yu, acknowledge it magnanimously. Since you've already fully comprehended the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art, then all of my sword moves are already useless to you. I can only use other methods.
While using strength to crush others is a little unorthodox, I no longer have any other options. As a martial artist, I don't wish to lose." The meaning of these words from Tian Yu was that he was going to use Cultivation Realm to crush Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan did not feel that there was anything inappropriate about that. Standing on the platform, nobody wanted to lose, including him, Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan saw a thick fighting intent from Tian Yu's eyes, and he involuntarily understood in his heart. Looks like the conversation previously had a huge impact on Tian Yu.
This match held extraordinary meaning to Tian Yu. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Where did this come from, senior apprentice brother Tian Yu? Cultivation Realm is originally a part of one's strength. How's this winning through unorthodox means?"
"But I'm afraid that it isn't going to be so easy for senior apprentice brother to win me." Senior apprentice brother burst into laughter and said, "Since that's the case, we'll know after competing. Please, senior apprentice brother." Yi Yuan did an inviting gesture. Tian Yu nodded and released his full aura. The aura belonging to a half-step crystal formation realm was exhibited in its entirety. "Careful, junior apprentice brother Yi. I'm coming."
Fire Cloud Finger.
Tian Yu had not even finished talking when his entire person already vanished from where he was. Yi Yuan's gaze condensed. A sense of extreme danger descended. With his eyesight, he actually only saw a blurry silhouette of Tian Yu.
No time left to think. Yi Yuan directly wielded his sword and stabbed at that figure.
Only to hear a ding. The Zhonghua sword, which had never failed before, actually slipped out his hand. The Zhonghua sword drew a lone arc in the air and stabbed into the ground outside of the platform with a clang. But Tian Yu did not give Yi Yuan more time to be astonished. With a turn, another finger attacked. Looking at Tian Yu's stance, it was actually to have a close-range tussle with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not dare to delay. Displaying spirit void shattering space to its limits, he barely managed to evade this attack.
However, this was merely the beginning.
Tian Yu's fire cloud finger attacked Yi Yuan like a furious tempest.
For a moment, danger surrounded Yi Yuan.
Below the stage, it was already dead silent long ago. When Tian Yu discarded his sword, they all thought that the outcome of this battle was already set. But they did not expect the situation to change so suddenly. Yi Yuan's spirit artifact was actually blasted away from Tian Yu's finger, and he fell into the midst of a crisis. The plot reversed too quickly. Everyone did not manage to react to it for some time. What's going on? Is that really senior apprentice brother Tian Yu? Fire Cloud Finger is a Tier 3 fire attribute martial technique. I never knew that senior apprentice brother Tian Yu was actually so strong in terms of the concept of fire. Yeah, senior apprentice brother Tian Yu had never used fire attribute martial techniques before in front of others. Everybody thought that he only knew how to use the sword.
Most likely, nobody would have thought that senior apprentice brother Tian Yu's fire attribute martial technique was actually so powerful.
Although the Fire Cloud Finger is only a low-grade Tier 3 martial technique, for senior apprentice brother Tian Yu to be able to blast away Yi Yuan's spirit artifact, it's most likely already trained to the Great Circle Realm, right? He is only 18 years old this year. Not only did he comprehend an extremely powerful sword intent, he even comprehended the concept of fire to such a level.
Truly heaven-defying.
Yi Yuan's in danger now.
The reason he could leap ranks to battle so exaggeratedly before was by relying on his sword intent. Now that his sword has left his hand, it's equivalent to a bird losing its wings. Under such a situation where the gap in cultivation realm is so huge, defeat is something inevitable. However, his movement technique is incredibly swift. He can actually last so many moves under senior apprentice brother Tian Yu's attacks. I initially thought the Yi Yuan was going to take the place of senior apprentice brother Tian Yu this time, but I didn't think that the path through the mountain ridges would win so. Looks like Yi Yuan's legend is going to end here. Everyone did not think that Tian Yu actually trained fire attribute martial techniques to such a level. On the platform, Tian Yu and Yi Yuan's movements were swift to the extreme, only to see two afterimages flittering around over there. Within the afterimages, a red light drew a very peculiar line. That was Tian Yu's fire red finger. The fire cloud finger was an extremely powerful type of close combat skill. Its might was extremely great. Even if Yi Yuan were brushed by Tian Yu's fingertips, he would most likely lose his ability to fight immediately. If he were struck directly by it, then the outcome would be really hard to say. Although Yi Yuan's strength was great, he was only at the 4th level spirit condensation realm after all. His protective essence energy was much weaker compared to a half-step crystal formation realm. Tian Yu did not treat Yi Yuan as an opponent who could not withstand a single blow. He was currently going all out and did not hold anything back. Once any accidents happened, then the outcome would really be up in the air. Xiao Jian and Luo Qingfeng, who were presently spectating the battle from a distance, were also filled with apprehension. With their vision, they could naturally see what was happening on the platform clearly. It was precisely so that these two people's match appeared to be even more heart-startling and soul-stirring. Tian Yu's fire cloud finger did not leave Yi Yuan's vital points every move. Furthermore, his movements were very nimble. Each move was as swift as before, forcing Yi Yuan until he had no strength to retaliate. Sect Master, if it goes on like this, I fear that an accident will happen. Yi Yuan said Xiao Jian with worry, seeing Yi Yuan in a treacherous situation. But Luo Qingfeng shook his head and said, the clash between two great geniuses is something inevitable. This match holds extraordinary meaning. If you or I go out to prevent this match, it will be incredibly detrimental to them. But fists and kicks have no eyes. What if something were to happen to Yi Yuan? The birth of a peerless powerhouse is inevitably born from trampling on the shoulders of countless geniuses. If Yi Yuan doesn't make it past this round, it shows that he lacks the potential to become a peerless powerhouse. Moreover, if we move to stop this, Yi Yuan would lose. Geniuses can lose, but I think that Yi Yuan definitely would not wish to lose in such a manner. Seeing that Luo Qingfeng did not have any intention of stopping this, Xiao Jian was extremely worried. However, he also understood that what Luo Qingfeng said was very reasonable. When Tian Yu abandoned his sword, Yi Yuan probably already guessed that he had some other backup plans. Facing an expert like Tian Yu, Yi Yuan daring to continue the battle showed that he also wanted to win this match very much. Thinking up to here, Xiao Jian forcibly suppressed the impulse to stop this and continue watching the match. Tian Yu's attack became increasingly quicker. Yi Yuan already activated Essence Energy Ignition, barely avoiding Tian Yu's attacks by coupling it with Spirit Void Shattering Space. But this move, Essence Energy Ignition, had one flaw, which was that the consumption rate of Essence Energy would surge. In a match where the expenditure of Essence Energy was so titanic, how long could Yi Yuan's Essence Energy sustain it? The situation was becoming progressively unfavorable to Yi Yuan. Once his Essence Energy was depleted, he could be in mortal danger. Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu is really too strong. The fire cloud finger uses fire amplification concept to increase the attack power. He trained it to the Great Circle realm. The attack power of his finger right now is probably no longer weaker than using his sword, right? Discarding the sword to use the finger. Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu is truly a combat genius. Yi Yuan's might is also unexpected. To think that even without a sword in his hand, he can actually forcibly withstand so many moves from senior apprentice brother Tian Yu. Furthermore, I see that Yi Yuan's movements seem to be faster than before. But in this short while, his essence energy has already depleted by nearly half.
Most likely, he also has some ways of augmenting his movements, right? Yeah. But Yi Yuan is trying to seek temporary relief regardless of the consequences.
Once his essence energy is exhausted, he'll be in danger.
What you said is right. And, hang on. Did you notice that Yi Yuan's speed seems to be increasing more and more, but the essence energy expenditure is gradually slowing?
That's true. If you didn't say, I wouldn't have noticed. Yi Yuan's essence energy expenditure was very rapid just now, but it became slower now.
Moreover, the speed of him evading senior apprentice brother Tian Yu's attacks is becoming increasingly faster. Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu almost can't keep up with his speed anymore.
What's going on? On the platform, the more Tian Yu fought, the more alarmed he became. Yi Yuan combusted his essence energy to raise his movement speed. The consumption of his essence energy increased several folds. Although it forcefully raised his speed for a period of time, just as that person said, it was a fighting style that sought temporary relief by disregarding consequences. Because his movement speed augmented by him igniting his essence energy simply could not shake off Tian Yu's attacks. After several dozen moves, Yi Yuan's essence energy could not quite support it anymore. His speed started to fall once more. But Tian Yu became fiercer the more he fought by relying on his high cultivation realm and immense essence energy. His attacking speed did not lower but increased instead. After waxing and waning, Yi Yuan's situation became increasingly more perilous.
Just a moment ago, Tian Yu's fire cloud finger was virtually about to touch Yi Yuan already. Just that tiny last stretch. But who knew why? Yi Yuan's movement speed suddenly increased again.
Just now, Yi Yuan was clearly already at his limits. Why did it look like the last spurt of energy before collapsing? Tian Yu's finger came closer and closer to Yi Yuan, and Yi Yuan's dodging also became increasingly relaxed, no longer as strenuous as before.
Finally, the tip of Yi Yuan's feet tapped lightly, and he dodged several dozen feet away, pulling apart the distance between him and Tian Yu. Sword-driving technique. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan let out a light cry, and soul force undulated out. Not far away, Songhua's sword, which was stabbed into the ground, gave off a series of hums and actually moved by itself. Tian Yu's expression changed drastically when he saw the situation. He pounced forward once more.
But how could Yi Yuan give him another chance? Only to hear Songhua's sword pull out from the ground with a ding, then with a cold flash, it attacked Tian Yu directly.
The Songhua's sword flew through the air. The speed was much faster than Tian Yu. In only a blink of an eye, the Songhua's sword already arrived in front of Tian Yu. Tian Yu could only give up on attacking Yi Yuan and turned around to deal with Songhua's sword. Tian Yu's vision was exceedingly good. His finger once again accurately tapped the sword's body, blasting the Songhua's sword away. Except that this time, the Songhua's sword did not land on the ground like before. Instead, it drew a single arc through the air and attacked Tian Yu once more. Just like this, one sword and a person actually tangled together. Songhua's sword could not break through Tian Yu's fire cloud finger, while Tian Yu similarly could not break past the Songhua's sword to attack Yi Yuan.
The pair entered a stalemate once again.
What sword art is this? To actually remotely control the sword to attack. Such an attack method is seriously inconceivable. Just now, Yi Yuan clearly could not hold on anymore. Why did his movements become increasingly faster all of a sudden like he was on stimulants?
Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu nearly succeeded earlier, but he actually escaped just like that.
Yi Yuan is truly too scary. Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu holds all the advantages, but he still managed to pull it back. Furthermore, he even used such a profound sword-driving skill. And this sword-driving technique is definitely a divine soul mystic art. Can you guys feel it?
Yi Yuan's soul force is actually even stronger than high-rank alchemy masters.
Just how on earth did this fellow cultivate?
A 15-year-old 4th-level spirit condensation realm who grasped true intent, and his soul force is even ridiculously powerful.
Is this fellow really human? Yi Yuan's current soul force could no longer be compared to the past. It could already sustain the sword-driving technique for some time. It was just that the requirement the sword-driving technique had towards soul force was too high. He could not keep it up for too long either. Furthermore, While the sword-driving technique was strong, when facing a half-step crystal formation realm expert like Tianyu, it was still unable to gain any advantages. After over a dozen rounds, Yi Yuan withdrew his soul force and brought the Zhanghua sword back. This time, Tianyu did not seize the opportunity to pursue. He understood that the same method was already useless towards Yi Yuan. Tianyu looked at Yi Yuan with eyes like burning torches, appearing very excited. It was apparent that the battle earlier was to his heart's content. Looks like you had some kind of breakthrough during the exchange just now. Otherwise, it's impossible to escape from my attack range, Tianyu said. Yi Yuan reached out to receive the Zhanghua sword and nodded as he said, actually, I primarily cultivate a fire attribute cultivation method. But I keep being unable to learn the rudiments of the concept of fire. Just now, under your enormous pressure, I actually had some gains. Yi Yuan could not help sighing when he talked about. In fact, compared to sword intent, Yi Yuan's first breakthrough should be the concept of fire. After all, he basically had contact with fire the whole of his previous life and was all too familiar with it. But the previous life's Ji Qingyun was simply uninterested in cultivation and never comprehended the concept of fire. In this life, he stepped onto the Nine Heavens road by chance. Yi Yuan relied on his own perception to directly fuse together the sword intents, forming the elementary form of a supreme true intent. During this period of time, Yi Yuan naturally placed his emphasis on comprehending sword intent and also created two extremely powerful sword moves, the Nine Swords Stance and Thousand Flowing Petals. But he cultivated in the Spirit Bristle Nine Yang divine art for such a long time and did not even comprehend a single type of fire attribute true intent. One must know that the Spirit Bristle Divine King relied on this one cultivation method to comprehend several types of supreme true intent. The might of this cultivation method was clear at a glance. But comprehending true intent required opportunities and needed fortuitous encounters. Yi Yuan was unable to find this opportunity and lucky chance this whole time. But today, Tianyu used the Tier 3 fire attribute martial technique, Fire Cloud Finger, to push him into a desperate situation and finally unlocked this opportunity. In reality, the Fire Cloud Finger and Yi Yuan's essence energy ignition had the same profundities of achieving the same results with different means. They both augmented the power of the martial technique through igniting the essence energy within the body. They encompassed a type of auxiliary concept of fire attribute concepts, transmission true intent. This was actually a kind of very obscure concept. Exceedingly few people would go and comprehend it. Fire had no constant form but was an existence that could transform its own energy into other forms, such as boiling water where fire could transfer energy into the pot and water. This was actually a kind of energy transfer to the pot and water. In life, such examples were prevalent. The ignition of essence energy had the same principle. However, compared to a purely auxiliary martial technique like essence energy ignition, there was still an offensive concept contained within the Fire Cloud Finger. That was why its power was so great. Although Tianyu's Fire Cloud Finger was not on par with the Spirit Bristle Nine Yang divine art, his comprehension of fire attribute concepts was above Yi Yuan. From this aspect, Tianyu's talent was indeed startling. And under the pressure from Tianyu, Yi Yuan actually produced some sort of resonance with Tianyu's Fire Cloud Finger. It was precisely this sort of resonance that let Yi Yuan's comprehension towards transmission true intent become even deeper. Essence energy ignition, this auxiliary martial technique instantly broke through its bottleneck and achieved the Great Circle realm. When essence energy ignition reached the Great Circle rank, the essence energy that essence energy ignition burned became very little, but the power increased dramatically. This was also why it was like Yi Yuan became another person, his movement speed becoming extremely quick. Yi Yuan had close contact with fire all his life and was extremely sensitive to fire from the start. He just lacked an opportunity. Now that this gate opened up, Yi Yuan would become completely unstoppable. Yi Yuan was presently also in a very excited state. Having Tianyu who trained in fire attribute martial techniques was the most ideal opponent for Yi Yuan. He needed Tianyu's help to comprehend this true intent in one stroke. Haha, excellent. Just now during this battle, I also had some gains and was just about to find you to test them out, Tianyu suddenly said with a laugh. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he was clearly surprised. He could not help asking, Then do we continue? Tianyu nodded but said, just a moment. When he finished talking, Tianyu slowly walked towards the sword that he threw away earlier. En? What's senior apprentice brother Tianyu doing? Why did he go over to pick up the sword? He's not planning on continuing to compete in the sword with Yi Yuan, right? Are you kidding? Senior apprentice brother Tianyu even used luminous moon high above just now, and it was completely useless against Yi Yuan. Isn't competing using swords with Yi Yuan is looking for a brutal beating? Under everyone's stupefied eyes, Tianyu picked up the sword on the ground and gave a light swing. He turned to Yi Yuan and said, let's continue. With the sword in his hands, Tianyu's entire aura transformed. Yi Yuan could clearly sense that the current Tianyu was already completely different from the Tianyu who was wielding the sword at the very beginning. When Tianyu unleashed luminous moon high above as his first move, he had no confidence at all back then. But now, Yi Yuan could sense Tianyu's powerful confidence. Could it be? The corner of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly as he said with a smile, congratulations, senior apprentice brother Tianyu. You seem to have really found your own path. Tianyu was also rejoicing currently. He smiled and said, I still have to thank junior apprentice brother Yi. Without you, perhaps I may never stride out this step. In order to express my gratitude, I'll personally defeat you. Haha, come on, Yi Yuan said. Tianyu did not use luminous moon high above again. It was a plain and simple straight stab without any showy manner. But Yi Yuan felt an extremely strong pressure coming from the front of this simple stab. This strike, Tianyu's sword actually suffused with traces of red light. When Xiao Jian saw this scene, his pupils constricted. Elementary form of true intent. Tianyu, he comprehended the elementary form of a true intent. Luo Qingfeng was also quite flustered right now. How many years has it been? How many years has it been since a powerhouse who possesses true intent has appeared in our Tranquil Cloud sect? Looks like heaven is really protecting my Tranquil Cloud sect. First, there's Yi Yuan. Now there's Tianyu. There's hope for the resurgence of my Tranquil Cloud sect. They were still currently unaware that the Long Tang who entered the sect together with Yi Yuan also comprehended the elementary form of a true intent too. Luo Qingfeng was quite unsettled currently. When he knew that Yi Yuan had grasped true intent, although he was happy, he was not as agitated as right now. Because he knew that Yi Yuan's monstrousness had already surpassed the boundaries of the Tranquil Cloud sect. He definitely would not stay in the Tranquil Cloud sect contently in the future. There would come a day where Yi Yuan would leave the Tranquil Cloud sect. And this day might not be too far away. Yi Yuan's growth was too rapid. So quick that the entire Tranquil Cloud sect could not keep up with his footsteps. But the significance of Tianyu comprehending the elementary form of true intent was different. Tianyu was Grand Elder Skymapple's grandson. He was born in the Tranquil Cloud sect and grew up in the Tranquil Cloud sect. His root lied with the Tranquil Cloud sect. As long as Tianyu matures, he would absolutely lead the Tranquil Cloud sect towards power. Moreover, different from Yi Yuan, Tianyu's road to maturity was still long. He had just comprehended the elementary form of true intent. There was still at least 100 to 200 years to become a top powerhouse of the endless world. Due to the loss of cultivation methods, Tranquil Cloud sect members found it challenging to even break through to the Soul Sea realm. Their situation even deteriorated these few years steadily. If Tianyu could rely on the true intent that he perceived himself to break through to the Soul Sea realm and even higher realms, the significance would be too great to the Tranquil Cloud sect. Luo Qingfeng's gaze suddenly turned towards Yi Yuan, and he said with a marveling sigh, Xiao Jian, did you notice that ever since Yi Yuan entered the sect, there have been many changes happening silently in the sect? Xiao Jian was stunned and could not help recalling the incidents that happened around Yi Yuan during this period of time. It's true. The sect master didn't say, I wouldn't even think of it. Martial Uncle Skymaple entering close seclusion. Problems that troubled the various Pill Hall elders all resolved one after another. And now, Tianyu actually comprehended the elementary form of a true intent. Thinking how it has been only slightly more than a month's time since Yi Yuan entered the sect. So many changes actually happened in the sect.
Xiaojian tallied the changes that Yi Yuan brought to the sect in detail and could not help being shocked. Luo Qifeng nodded and said, someone like Yi Yuan can no longer be described with genius. He's a person with a great destiny. The people around him can obtain enormous benefits. His master is surely an earth-shaking figure who will also give off extraordinary splendor when he enters the divine realm in the future. And for my Tranquil Cloud sect to be able to take in Yi Yuan is also a turning point to change the sect's destiny. Xiaojian, you have the greatest contributions to have brought Yi Yuan into the sect. If Yi Yuan and the Tranquil Cloud sect fell out because of Yao Qian, it would definitely be a catastrophic disaster in the future. Xiaojian was stricken with terror when he heard that. Back then, he had no understanding of Yi Yuan at all. It was only due to Lu Yen that he garnered interest. Even when Yi Yuan cleared the Nine Heavens Road at the Essence Chi realm, he only felt that Yi Yuan had a lot of potentials and nothing more. Who would have thought that Yi Yuan could actually have the power to transform the entire sect? Thinking about it now, he felt unbelievably blessed. On the platform facing the sword from Tianyu, Yi Yuan did not dare to slight him. Essence Energy Ignition was released fully. 9 Swords Stance. 9 swords as one. 9 swords as one was Yi Yuan's strongest attack apart from 1,000 flowing petals. Facing this astonishing attack from Tianyu, Yi Yuan had to give it his all, only to see a blinding yellow sword light and a fire-red sword light clash together. Boom! A violent explosion sound echoed out. An extremely powerful blast spread out. Quickly dodge! The platform is about to give way. Someone suddenly cried out from the crowd. Actually, other people already spread out on their own accord without needing him to call out. A large stretch of no man's land appeared around the platform. There were array formations protecting the surroundings of the platform which could defend against the full power attack of a middle-stage crystal formation realm martial artist. The strongest among the core disciples was only half-step crystal formation realm. This defensive formation was already more than enough. But these two people's powerful attacks had already far surpassed this scope. The platform's defensive formation was currently cracking apart inch by inch and was finally blasted open by the force. Yi Yuan could already wound Yuan Fei when using the 9-sword stance at the Essence Chi realm. Now that he was already at middle-stage spirit condensation realm, the power of the 9-sword stance increased by more than a level. But the power of Tian Yu's sword, who had comprehended the elementary form of a true intent, was not worse off. When these two attacks collided together, how could a mere middle-rank Tier 3 defensive formation defend against it? 2 silhouettes flew out backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. But the pair crawled up at the same time. Wiping the blood traces at the corner of their lips, they spoke unanimously. Again! As they said, the two people attacked each other with the same move once more without another word. These two people have gone mad. Quickly dodge. Move further away. The defensive formation is already broken. We have to move further away to watch the battle. Or else will be the collateral damage. A commotion immediately stirred from the crowd. But Yi Yuan and Tianyu stood there like there was nobody around. Everyone had just evacuated a distance away when two attacks clashed together again. The two people no longer used any flashy martial techniques right now. It was purely the competition of sword intent. The clashing of strength in a barbaric manner. The sword intent that Tianyu comprehended was naturally not as profound as Yi Yuan's, but his cultivation realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's. Supplementing each other, the power of the two people's sword moves were actually equally matched. Another rumble. A blast billowed out again. Even when everyone had retreated far away, they also felt that formidable force gushing face front. The two people flew backward again and crawled up together once more. Ha ha! Invigorating. Again, Tianyu said gallantly. I'll accompany to the end. Yi Yuan encountered a hard-to-come-by opponent who was well-matched with him. This battle was also fought to his heart's content. Most importantly, Yi Yuan already pushed Essence Energy Ignition to the limits. He had a feeling that comprehending the transmission true intent was not far away anymore. Battle was undoubtedly the best way to comprehend true intent. Boom! 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 Each time they clashed, the two people were blasted far apart, but they immediately crawled up stubbornly and faced off again. Are these two crazy? Their tank is already exhausted and they're still fighting. Yeah.
Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu's half-step crystal formation realm strength also pretty much have very little essence energy left currently. I really don't know Yi Yuan lasted until now. What's even more maddening is that they already fought to such an extent and their attacks are still so fierce. The blasts produced from each clash is not a bit lesser than the previous clashes. How do they do it? Two demon-like existences. They seriously cannot be gauged using common sense. The two people's clashes shocked everyone until they were staring with mouths agape. Such a level of major battle was seldom seen in the sect. Even a showdown between two crystal formation realm martial artists would not be so ferocious. Tian Yu could hang on until now purely by relying on his immense essence energy. But what Yi Yuan relied on to sustain until now was his comprehension towards true intent. Don't look at how his attack power virtually did not drop, his essence energy consumption became lesser and lesser. Just a teensy bit more and he could comprehend another type of true intent. Yi Yuan was about to lose even the strength to lift his sword currently. He looked at Tian Yu who was on the other side wearily. He was not much better off than him. This was the last trace of essence energy in his Dantian. Just a little bit more. A little bit. I can't lose. I still have to charge back to the divine realm, how can I lose here? Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and squeezed out that last trace of essence energy. Essence energy ignition. Let it seethe. That final modicum of essence energy started rising like boiling water. This time, Yi Yuan did not feel any stagnation when revolving essence energy. That essence energy that was combusted away transformed into a waft of pure sword intent, entering the meridians from the Dantian, then from the meridians into the Zhonghua sword. This instant, Yi Yuan felt unprecedentedly powerful. In the past, when using this essence energy ignition, there would always be some diminution in essence energy which would be lost. What Yi Yuan pursued all this while was to convert this kind of essence energy, preserving it 100%, and releasing it using the Zhonghua sword. But how could doing it 100% be easy? Each time he clashed with Tian Yu, Yi Yuan had been fumbling over how to reduce the sword of exhaustion to the minimum. Now he finally did it. 9 sword stance. Go for me. 9 streaks of sword light combined into one. Those brilliant sword lights blinded everyone's eyes. When he saw this final attack from Yi Yuan, a feeling of unable to overcome with force welled up in Tian Yu's heart. Tian Yu planned to use the last bit of essence energy to continue to clash with Yi Yuan. But when he saw this move, he backed out right away. He used the last scrap of essence energy to push his movement martial technique, performing a dodging action with extreme speed. Screech! The sword light was impossibly swift. Tian Yu's decision took only an instant. Just as Tian Yu's body left the original spot, the sword light grazed past his ear and left behind a lock of hair. A second slower and this pinnacle genius who had just comprehended the elementary form of a true intent would have had his head separated from his body. Talking about it was slow, but all of this actually happened in an instant. In that instant earlier, everyone broke out in goosebumps and just felt a chill down their backs. Many people clenched their fists, and even their breathing became disorderly. The sword was too powerful. It would be certain death if forcefully receiving it head-on. When they saw Tian Yu dodge the sword, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Tian Yu also breathed a sigh in relief. But when he reacted to it, he discovered that his back was already drenched. It was fortunate that his mind was sufficiently clear earlier. If he forcefully took this blow, he would be severely injured if not dead. But with this easing up, Tian Yu discovered that he did not even have the strength to lift his arms anymore. He plopped his bottom on the ground and panted heavily unceasingly. You won, Yi Yuan, Tian Yu said wheezily. His forehead was currently matted with sweat and his head propped on the sword hilt, simply unable to look up. It was just that there was no response for some time after he spoke and he could not help becoming puzzled. Straining to lift his head up, he discovered that Yi Yuan was currently sitting cross-legged. He actually entered a meditative state. Did this fellow comprehend something else? Yi Yuan's condition earlier was clearly even worse than his, but he released that unfathomable sword just for this comprehension. At this present moment, Tian Yu's tiny bit of self-delight from comprehending the elementary form of a true intent already became non-existent. In front of Yi Yuan's perception, he willingly acknowledged defeat.
just by looking at the power of that final sword, and he knew that Yi Yuan comprehended something remarkable. Ka. Right then, a huge sound came from behind Tianyu. Everyone turned their eyes over but were shocked until they were staring with their mouths agape. The rocky outcrop on Victory Peak not far behind Tianyu was incomparably tough. At present, a huge chunk of rock actually slid down slowly. Chi! Boom! That enormous mass of rock finally detached from Victory Peak and fell into the 100,000-foot abyss behind the peak. After detaching, a bald patch was left on the main body. The cut was incredibly smooth. This was left by Yi Yuan's sword earlier. Yi Yuan's sword just now actually sliced off this hunk of rock? That piece of rock that fell down just now was probably several thousand pounds in weight. It's impossible, even for the average crystal formation realm experts, to slice it off with one swing, right? I thought that the slash released by Yi Yuan earlier was swallowed up by the mountain. Who knew that it actually left behind such a divine vestige? The mountainous body, which had a huge chunk shaved off, looked especially glaring currently. Tianyu stared at that level cut, and his scalp involuntarily tingled. If he were impetuous just now and clashed with Yi Yuan's move, would he still be standing here well and proper right now? Thinking up to here, Tianyu's cold sweat, which had just stopped, drenched his back once more. Not just Tianyu, Luo Qifeng and Xiao Jian were also stunned speechless for a long time when they saw this scene. When they recovered, they shuddered unceasingly after the event. If Tianyu did not evade that attack at the last moment just now, what would be the outcome? Luo Qingfeng thought about it. Most likely, the best outcome was heavily injured or crippled. Furthermore, the chances of such an outcome occurring were exceedingly small. The greatest possibility was Tianyu dropping dead. That way, they would really have rejoiced too soon. Furthermore, the troubles after the incident would be sufficient to give them a headache for a long time. Yi Yuan is going to break through again. Luo Qifeng was the first to recover. He looked at Yi Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged far away, and said, "Except," he did not notice that his voice when speaking carried some trembling. Hearing Luo Qingfeng said so, Xiao Jian finally came around. He asked puzzledly. He just broke through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm not long ago. Is he going to break through again? Luo Qingfeng had a solemn face as he said. He was already a spent force earlier, yet he released such a powerful attack. It's evident that he comprehended something at the final juncture. Although Yi Yuan had not broken through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm for long, his realm is already very solid. Breaking through again is of no issue at all. Xiao Jian's mouth opened, but he did not know what to say. This Yi Yuan had truly surpassed the limits of his imaginations already. There were a good several hundred people spectating this final match. Currently, all eyes were focused on that slightly skinny figure in the center of the ruined platform. Indeed, before long, Essence energy tempests howled on the initially calm and tranquil Victory Peak. Essence energy storm. Yi Yuan he broke through. Turns out that breaking through realms can be so easy. I heard that when he just entered the sect, he was only at the 2nd level spirit condensation realm. How long has it been only? He's breaking through again. No, wait. This essence energy tempest is becoming bigger and bigger. Looks like it's not just breaking through to the 5th level spirit condensation realm. Previously, he broke through 2 minor realms simultaneously, breaking through to the middle stage spirit condensation realm directly. Can he also be breaking through 2 realms concurrently this time? 2 realms? You got to be kidding. Look at this essence energy tempest. It's even enough to break through to the 9th level spirit condensation realm, right? What is this fellow trying to do? Every time he broke through, Yi Yuan's activities were much greater compared to others, because the essence energy required for his breakthroughs were seriously too much. Activities that Yi Yuan felt were very normal appeared abnormally horrifying in other people's eyes. The essence energy storm that he gathered was plenty to stuff a 4th level spirit condensation realm to death several times over. Before long, the essence energy that Yi Yuan had previously expended was already fully replenished, and he broke through smoothly to the 5th level spirit condensation realm. This to him was merely the lowest requirement, but to others it was not the case. N broke through to the 5th level spirit condensation realm so quickly? Why do I feel like he completely doesn't have the feeling of breaking through a bottleneck?
Just based on that sword earlier, breaking through to the 5th level spirit condensation realm is just like a canal forming when water flows, right?
Something like bottleneck is only used to encumber us. To geniuses like Yi Yuan, bottlenecks are simply just ornaments. True. Forget about Yi Yuan, even senior apprentice brother Tian Yu and the rest would have likely broken through to the crystal formation realm already if not for comprehending concepts, right?
That's true. Comprehending concepts is laying a foundation. After comprehending concepts, breaking through realms will become much easier. Yi Yuan has already grasped true intent, so breaking through to the 5th level spirit condensation realm is indeed nothing much to him.
Under everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan started advancing towards the 6th level spirit condensation realm.
After an hour, Yi Yuan broke through to the 6th level spirit condensation realm successfully. This was also within everyone's expectations. However, it was not over yet. Yi Yuan previously broke through 3 minor realms in one breath on the 9 Heavens Road. At that time, it amazed everyone in the Danwu Academy. But compared to now, that time did not even count as anything. The difficulty of raising a minor realm in the spirit condensation realm was more than 10 times harder compared to the essence chi realm. But even so, Yi Yuan still went and did it without any hesitation. To him, there was no so-called bottleneck. Furthermore, the current Yi Yuan had already comprehended the elementary form of supreme true intent and also comprehended the transmission true intent. Consecutively breaking through 3 minor realms was no longer considered much to Yi Yuan. One had to know that the vast majority of martial artists in the endless world would never be able to comprehend a type of true intent throughout their entire lives. From this, it could be seen how high the starting point for true intent was. But the way others saw it, this was completely not the case. Is he breaking through to the 7th level spirit condensation realm already? Is there a mistake? Since when can breaking through realms be done in leaps and bounds like this? This is not a minor realm. Yi Yuan, he's breaking through from middle stage spirit condensation realm to late stage spirit condensation realm directly.
Although senior apprentice brother Tian Yu and the rest emphasized on perceiving concepts, to let them break through in full force, it's also impossible to be like Yi Yuan, right? It was no wonder that they were amazed. For normal breakthroughs, it would probably take several months' time even for geniuses like Tian Yu and Wuxia. Breaking through like Yi Yuan, first, let's not talk about whether they would be stuffed to death by the essence energy storm. Even if they broke through realms, they would probably spend even more time to consolidate it. This way, the losses outweigh the gains. At this precise moment, a disciple reported to Luo Qingfeng, Sect Master, an envoy has arrived from the Heavenly Sky Sect. He already arrived at Victory Peak. Luo Qingfeng frowned and said, "Why are you showing such misconduct? Do you still need me to teach you all this?" When visiting other sects, most would wait for the host in the main hall and only meet after the disciple reported it. There was absolutely no such logic as roaming wildly. The Heavenly Sky Sect's envoy's actions were showing extreme impertinence to the host. When Luo Qingfeng heard that the Heavenly Sky Sect's envoy had already arrived at Victory Peak, his first reaction was naturally that the reporting disciple was insensible and directly brought the person over here. That disciple said aggrievedly, "I asked the envoy to wait in the main hall for me to report to the sect master, but he followed here right away. He even said, Said what? This disciple dare not say. I asked you to say, so say it. What are you stammering for?" The disciple gritted his teeth and said, "He said that our Tranquil Cloud sect is only slightly stronger than second-rate sects and is simply undeserving of the title of one of the 8 great sects. The Heavenly Sky Sect is the leader of the Southern Domain's great sects. As the Heavenly Sky Sect's envoy, having a look around is giving us Tranquil Cloud sect face. I was afraid, so I brought him here directly." The disciple was filled with righteous indignation when talking. It was apparent that he was filled with pent-up anger. Xiao Jian flew into a rage when he heard that and said, "Heavenly Sky Sect is really going too far. Sect Master, in my view, just drive him out directly. Provoking our Tranquil Cloud sect like this, we have the moral high ground no matter where we go." The disciple also had a face full of righteous anger by the side. He was clearly very much in agreement with Hall Head Zhao's opinion. Earlier, that envoy's high and mighty appearance nearly made him give him a slap across the face. But Luo Qifeng was not as agitated as Xiao Jian. He said to the disciple, "Didn't he come with you?" "Where is he?" The envoy seemed to have seen something interesting just now at the plaza, so he stayed. This disciple was afraid that I would bungle matters, so I rushed over to report to sect master, the disciple said. Luo Qingfeng's expression already returned to normal currently. He nodded and said, "You did pretty well. I'm the one who wronged you. Bring me to see this envoy." "Sect master, we've already suffered enough of the heavenly sky sects bullying these few years. Now, even a measly little envoy dares to ride on top of our heads to take a dump," Xiao Jian said indignantly. Luo Qingfeng looked at Xiao Jian and said with a sigh, "While it is of a noble character to die in glory rather than live on in dishonor, in my position, I must make considerations for the sect's future. Regardless of whether it's Yi Yuan, Ti Wujiu, or Tian Yu, they are all the sect's future. And our mission is not to show bravery for a moment, but to ensure the growth of these geniuses." Xiao Jian's gaze turned intent as he said, "But the Heavenly Sky sect is too much of a bully. Even a puny little envoy dares to strut around in front of us now, let alone others. We're at least the upper echelons of a sect, there's no need to grovel before an envoy, right?" Luo Qingfeng's face fell, and he said, "Xiao Jian, you're too naive. In the martial arts world, it has always been the strong who reigns supreme. Don't you have even this bit of understanding? Dignity isn't given to you by others, but it's you who award it to yourself. If you and I have the strength of Soul Sea Realm, why would we need to adapt to their mood? Now that several fine saplings have finally appeared in our sect, they mustn't be ruined in our hands." Luo Qingfeng's words made Xiao Jian unbelievably dejected. It had always been the strong who reigned supreme in the martial arts world. Weaklings were only eliminated and not sympathized. The Heavenly Sky sect was powerful. That was why their sect members dared to be so unbridled. Although Xiao Jian's way of doing things could obtain a momentary comfort, the aftermath would be too serious. Once they were given a handle, the Heavenly Sky sect might just use it as an opportunity to start a sect war with the Tranquil Cloud sect. In that case, the consequences would be serious. This was not raising a false alarm. The Heavenly Sky sect's wild ambitions were already laid bare in the open. Initiating a sect war was a possibility. With the Heavenly Sky sect's strength, the Tranquil Cloud sect would be hard-pressed to escape the fate of having the sect annihilated. The disparity between the number one great sect and a bottom-tier sect was seriously too great. In the Heavenly Sky sect, just the Soul Sea Realm powerhouses numbered quite a few, while the Tranquil Cloud sect only had Skymaple, this one Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. Grand Elder Skymaple was even just an alchemist. His combat power was negligible. With such a great disparity, the Heavenly Sky sect being somewhat arrogant was within reason. As the master of a sect, Luo Qingfeng naturally could not be like Xiao Jian when considering problems. He had to consider the big picture. Especially after watching the fight earlier, Luo Qingfeng was even less willing to start a fight with the Heavenly Sky sect easily. As long as Yi Yuan could rise rapidly, what did the Heavenly Sky sect count as? Before the wings were fully feathered, forbearance was very necessary. Before long, the disciple led Luo Qingfeng and Xiao Jian to see the Heavenly Sky sect's envoy. "Senior apprentice brother Zhengyu, sect master Luo has arrived," the disciple introduced. The envoy shot a casual glance at Luo Qingfeng but did not have the slightest intention of greeting. His gaze returned to Yi Yuan, who was currently breaking through. His haughty manner was completely unmasked. "Sect master Luo, is there a need for so many people to surround and watch a puny little spirit condensation realm martial artist breakthrough? When did your Tranquil Cloud sect fall to such a plight?" The envoy watched Yi Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged, his words filled with mockery. The envoy was a young man around 18 or 19 years old, but already had a cultivation of 4th-level crystal formation realm. Such an age, such strength, placed in the Tranquil Cloud sect, it was absolutely the status of a personal disciple. Except, the first sentence when meeting him made people very displeased. Luo Qifeng did not get angry. He just used a very peculiar expression to look at this young envoy. When the envoy saw that Luo Qifeng had no reaction after a long time,
he involuntarily became secretly displeased. When the envoy turned around and saw Luo Qingfeng's expression, he could not help being stupefied. He asked in puzzlement, "Why? Did I say it wrong? Could the spirit condensation realm fellow have anything special?" "Haha, not really all that special. It's just that he just obtained victory and had some comprehension during the fight, so he took advantage of the opportunity to break through. That's why there are so many people surrounding and watching," Luo Qingfeng explained with a smile. The envoy had a disdainful look when he heard that. "If I didn't see wrongly, this boy seems to have gotten first place?" As he was talking, he shook his head and said pityingly, "Your tranquil cloud sect is really declining with the passing of time. A 6th-level spirit condensation realm boy can actually obtain first place in the sect grand competition. What a joke." Xiao Jian was originally standing by the side patiently. When he heard such words, he immediately wanted to step forward and lose it but was held back by Luo Qingfeng. "What? Hall head Xiao seems to have some disgruntlement with me. Come. Just come. As long as you're not afraid of my master coming over to take revenge." Seeing Xiao Jian's furious appearance, the envoy did not know what was called fear. Instead, he brought out his own master, and his arrogance became even more inflated. Luo Qifeng was actually already furious to the limit in his heart, but as the sect master, he had no choice but to suppress this anger. This envoy clearly recognized him and Xiao Jian, but they had never met him, so they naturally did not know which mighty deity his master was. "Xiao Jian, you withdraw first." "Sect master, withdraw." Xiao Jian gritted his teeth, flicked his sleeves and left. Seeing Xiao Jian leave, Luo Qingfeng turned around and asked, "Your master is?" When the envoy saw that Luo Qingfeng did not even dare to let out a fart, he became even more pleased with himself secretly. That head of his was raised until it was about to reach the skies. "My master is Qi Zongtao. I am master's personal disciple, Li Zhongyu," Li Zhongyu said with a proud beam. Luo Qingfeng naturally would not make a fool of himself in front of a junior, but he was alarmed in his heart. Of course, he knew this Qi Zongtao. He was one of the grand elders of the Heavenly Sky sect, a Soul Sea realm powerhouse. Weighing things this way, this punk was the same generation as him. No wonder this punk dared to be so insolent. Turned out that he actually had such a backing. Pressing down the unhappiness in his heart, Luo Qifeng asked, "What did your honored sect send you here for?" Li Zhongyu said, "Of course, it's for something good, but this matter will have to wait for later. Right now, I just had a sudden burst of inspiration and feel like I'm about to break through realms right away. This place is pretty good. I'm going to break through here," finishing without even waiting for Luo Qingfeng to agree. He scurried over to not far from Yi Yuan with a flash. Luo Qingfeng's expression changed. It was already too late to try and stop this. Li Zhongyu's essence energy storm had already started to gather. The two essence energy storms converged together very quickly. If Luo Qifeng made a move to disrupt Li Zhongyu's breakthrough, it would definitely also interrupt Yi Yuan's breakthrough. Luo Qifeng gnashed his teeth in hatred. Looks like this Li Zhongyu was spoiled rotten by Qi Zongtao. He was actually so willful when doing things. How was this Li Zhongyu going to break through? This was clearly him wanting to smack Tranquil Cloud Sect's face. This Li Zhongyu was at 4th level Crystal Formation Realm strength. Now, he was going to break through to the 5th level Crystal Formation Realm. But Yi Yuan was only breaking through to the 7th level Spirit Condensation Realm. How could he compare to Li Zhongyu? The Essence Energy Storm momentum would surely be devoured cleanly if Yi Yuan broke through beside a 4th level Crystal Formation Realm martial artist. Li Zhongyu had wicked thoughts. This was him wanting to make Yi Yuan fail his breakthrough by breaking through himself at the same time. Once Yi Yuan failed his breakthrough, Tranquil Cloud Sect would have lost face completely. Moreover, failing the breakthrough this time would surely cast a very large shadow on Yi Yuan. Wanting to break through again would no longer be that easy. Li Zhongyu was evidently a clever person. Although Luo Qifeng spoke vaguely earlier, he also guessed that Yi Yuan must have some aspects surpassing others. Furthermore, to be able to obtain the number 1 in the grand competition with 6th level Spirit Condensation Realm strength, regardless whether it was the Tranquil Cloud Sect lacking successors or not, Yi Yuan unquestionably had some saving graces. sweeping away the tranquil cloud sect's face in public and also ruining the tranquil cloud sect's genius disciple and even spreading the fame of the heavenly sky sect. It was truly killing 3 birds with 1 arrow. When Luo Qingfeng thought up to here, he was so enraged that his complexion turned green, but he was powerless to do anything. Li Zhangyu might be arrogant, but he also indeed had the capital to be arrogant. The essence energy storm was gathered casually. This unhurried manner was ample to show his might.
When martial artists broke through realms, which one of them would not make ample preparations?
Li Zhangyu did it on the spot. Clearly, he was full of confidence. That was also to say, breaking through to the 5th-level crystal formation realm was not even considered much to Li Zhangyu. Such boldness among the younger generation in the Tranquil Cloud sect, there was simply no one like it. Luo Qingfeng finally just let out a sigh. Now, in this kind of situation, Yi Yuan could only count on himself. Or perhaps Yi Yuan could create a miracle. If it were another person, Luo Qingfeng might just really move to stop this. But Yi Yuan could never be measured using common sense. Some things that would never happen to others became uncertain with Yi Yuan. After all, there was simply no martial artist who grasped true intent in the southern domain.
Yi Yuan was the sole person.
In a blink, storms raged in the entire plaza. The 2 essence energy storms towered to the skies and meshed together. Initially, Yi Yuan's essence energy tempest was already very exaggerated. But Li Zhangyu's essence energy storm was more than a level stronger. Li Zhangyu was a crystal formation realm martial artist. The commotion when breaking through was obviously different. With a fellow suddenly popping out to break through, they naturally got a feast for their eyes. Who's this person? Why have I never heard that we had such a senior apprentice brother? What's this person trying to do?
Why does he have to squeeze with Yi Yuan if he wants to break through and not find a place to enter seclusion?
The situation is not quite right. This person is a crystal formation realm martial artist. The essence energy tempest that he created is so powerful.
Essence energy storms are originally used to plunder the surrounding essence energy for one's own use. The essence energy storm that he created is already starting to pillage Yi Yuan's.
Yi Yuan's in danger. If his essence energy storm is looted, then his hope of breaking through to the 7th-level spirit condensation realm will be dashed to pieces. There might even be the danger of cultivation realm falling. What kind of mysterious person this is? Such a powerful aura. A 4th-level crystal formation realm martial artist's breakthrough actually has such great commotion. Many people started to worry for Yi Yuan. Compared to a stranger, everyone naturally hoped for Yi Yuan to break through. Except, everyone sensed that the essence energy storm on Yi Yuan's side was becoming increasingly weaker. Yi Yuan's breakthrough also fell into a precarious situation, as if there would be signs of stopping at any time.
If Yi Yuan and Li Zhangyu competed in supreme true intent, these tranquil cloud sect disciples would absolutely not worry for him.
Yi Yuan had grasped true intent. Forget that Li Zhangyu was just at crystal formation realm. Even if he was at the sea transformation realm or even the soul sea realm, they did not think that Li Zhangyu could win. But they were breaking through cultivation realms currently seizing essence energy. This way, Yi Yuan's true intent would not come in handy at all. Instead, his cultivation realm became his greatest disadvantage. How could a spirit condensation realm martial artist possibly be a crystal formation realm martial artist's match in plundering essence energy? Yi Yuan's breakthrough had just reached a critical juncture when he suddenly felt the essence energy around him diminishing and was almost unable to support his breakthrough anymore. The occurrence of such a situation made him feel rather baffled. Opening his eyes slightly, he saw someone else besides him. This person was apparently breaking through too. The other person's essence energy tempest was much stronger than his. It was clearly at the strength level that only a crystal formation realm martial artist should have.
Yi Yuan understood the situation very quickly.
Although this person looked very unfamiliar, just by looking at the other party choosing to break through beside him, he clearly had malicious intentions.
Towards guys like this, Yi Yuan would never be courteous.
The corner of Yi Yuan's lips curled slightly. He sneered coldly in his heart and thought to himself, "Want to play a game of plundering essence energy? You're going to cry."
Since the other party wanted to play, then he would let him have his fill.
Seemingly sensing Yi Yuan's glance, Li Zhongyu also turned to look at Yi Yuan and did a thumbs-down gesture. The provocation meaning was very thick. Truly too arrogant. This fellow actually dares to do this sort of infuriating gesture. Does he really take it as if our tranquil cloud sect has nobody? I remembered. He's wearing the Heavenly Sky Sect uniform. He's a Heavenly Sky Sect disciple. What? Why would a Heavenly Sky Sect disciple run all the way to our tranquil cloud sect to break through realms? Are you dumb? How is he coming here to break through realms? He's simply here to show off. Seizing essence energy for his own breakthrough beside Yi Yuan, causing Yi Yuan's breakthrough to fail, and even making such a hand gesture in front of so many of us. He's really bullying our tranquil cloud sect for having nobody.
That might be so, but this Heavenly Sky Sect disciple is really very strong.
We have to do a crazy lot of preparations before breaking through realms and then finding an isolated place to seclude ourselves. But he just ran over here directly to break through. Furthermore, look at his appearance. He clearly still has a lot of strength left over, as if breaking through is like eating a common fare to him. I say, can you stop boosting other people's morale and diminishing our prestige?
You're also aware of Yi Yuan's talent. Perhaps a miracle will happen.
When the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples recognized Li Zhongyu's background, they became bound by a common hatred for the enemy.
Although most of them had never seen before Heavenly Sky Sect's people, they all knew the Heavenly Sky Sect's overbearingness. Rather, it was Yi Yuan who was completely clueless about this. Facing Li Zhongyu's provocation, he just smiled faintly and stood up.
Yi Yuan was simply disinclined to bother with this sort of lame provocation. The way Yi Yuan saw it, this kind of provocation were simply like shrews shouting and cursing in public. You scolded me a sentence, so I have to scold you back? The best way to snuff out the other party's arrogance was nothing better than to beat the other party down. Beat until they were genuinely convinced.
Spirit Gathering Seal! Yi Yuan cried out,
only to see Yi Yuan's hands move like phantoms. Seals fired out one by one.
All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's essence energy storm became violent again.
Originally, Yi Yuan's essence energy storm already became incomparably thin under Li Zhongyu's pillaging, with the danger of dissipating at any time.
But now it was like Yi Yuan's essence energy tempest was injected with stimulants, forcefully snatching much essence energy from Li Zhongyu's side and was even strengthening continuously.
As a high-ranking alchemist, he needed to master countless seals.
There would be times where an alchemist would gather essence energy in order to raise the quality of medicinal pills. The Spirit Gathering Seal was a more low-end seal among them. Yi Yuan would frequently use it when his realm was lower in his previous life. After his realm rose, he rarely used it. But when using it now, it was still incomparably fluent, and the effect was also extremely powerful.
With the guidance of the seal, Yi Yuan's essence energy storm was like a vortex, building up unendingly. Haha. Didn't I say that Yi Yuan wouldn't admit defeat so easily? So what if he's a Heavenly Sky Sect's crystal formation realm? Displaying his paltry skills before an expert like Yi Yuan. He entrapped himself, right? That's right. Wait until Yi Yuan loots the essence energy over at his side clean. See how he breaks through. No biggie. To be haughty, you also have to look at the other person. You'll die a very miserable death if you posture in front of a genius who grasped true intent. Haha. Looking at Yi Yuan turning the tides, Tranquil Cloud sect disciples felt that they gained face.
Although they were not very familiar with Yi Yuan yet, they already took him as their own people.
Especially in front of outsiders' provocation, this kind of recognition would magnify limitlessly. Li Zhongyu clearly also became conscious of this change and could not help being greatly astonished.
There was an impassable gulf between middle-stage crystal formation realm and middle-stage spirit condensation realm. The commotion caused by him breaking through realms was actually pulled back by a puny little middle-stage spirit condensation realm? No wonder Luo Qifeng was so vague earlier, rather like treasuring his own belongings.
Looking at it now, there was indeed something fishy. Hehe, you certainly have some measly capabilities. But if you think that you can win me like this, then you're too naive.
Return for me.
With a low cry, Li Zhongyu's aura skyrocketed once again.
Following that, his essence energy storm also became even more violent.
The essence energy that was initially snatched over by Yi Yuan returned to Li Zhongyu essence energy storm once more. Yi Yuan's efforts earlier were all in vain right now. But Li Zhongyu's actions gave the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples a huge shock. What? This fellow was actually holding back so much extra strength. No way. This commotion of his is probably catching up to breaking through 6th level spirit condensation realm already. Could all the heavenly sky sect's disciples be powerful to this extent? What kind of joke is that? Looking at his age, he's even a few years younger than senior apprentice brother T Yujio, but his cultivation realm has already surpassed senior apprentice brother T Wujio. If breaking through to the 5th level crystal formation realm can cause such a powerful momentum, his strength is likely close to our personal disciples already. Is this the strength of the Southern Domain's #1 great sect?
No wonder they dare to be so arrogant. How can other sects compare to this strength?
Yi Yuan is on his last legs. If it continues to get pillaged like this, Yi Yuan's breakthrough failing is a minor matter. He might even injure his foundations. To a certain degree, the strength of the Essence Energy Tempest could represent a martial artist's strength and potential. The Essence Energy Storm when Yi Yuan broke through was several times stronger than ordinary people. This could reflect his strength to a certain extent. But Li Zhongyu's Essence Energy Storm being so powerful meant that his true strength was definitely much stronger than a 4th level crystal formation realm. As for how his true strength was, it was hard to gauge, but it was definitely ridiculously strong.
Seeing this scene, Luo Qingfen's expression was also not too good.
He reckoned that Li Zhongyu's strength was roughly the same as Mo Yuntian, but his age was nearly 10 years younger than Mo Yuntian. After 10 years, what extent could Li Zhongyu reach? Furthermore, Luo Qingfeng dared to confirm that Li Zhongyu's strength was absolutely not considered the peak among the personal disciples.
Luo Qingfeng did not even dare to imagine anymore.
The disparity was already so great between the junior generations. Where would the sect's future lie? Could he really swallow humiliation and shoulder the burden to wait for the day the Tranquil Cloud sect rose?
Luo Qingfeng involuntarily started to doubt it. The gap between the two sects was currently widening with each step and not shrinking.
Besides, could Yi Yuan still mature smoothly after experiencing such a setback today? Under Li Zhongyu's pillaging, Yi Yuan's Essence Energy Storm became smaller and smaller.
When the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples saw the scene, they unwittingly had the feeling of the fox mourning the death of a hare.
This was the Tranquil Cloud sect's. No, the Southern Domain's #1 genius.
Was he going to fail like this?
Although they were unresigned to this, they also knew that this was not that their combat power was weak.
It was the opponent who was too strong. No matter how much of a genius Yi Yuan was, he was only a spirit condensation realm martial artist, while his opponent was a genius martial artist from the Southern Domain's #1 great sect. Perhaps in terms of potential, Yi Yuan tossed Li Zhongyu several streets behind. But presently Li Zhongyu was a whole major realm higher than Yi Yuan.
If it were others, they did not even have the qualifications to force Li Zhongyu to use his full strength and would just directly lay down their arms and surrender. But Yi Yuan, a puny little spirit condensation realm martial artist, forced out the other party's full strength. Originally, Li Zhongyu had a relaxed look even when breaking through, but now his entire body was tensed. He was clearly straining himself a lot more.
Although Yi Yuan's spirit gathering seal was only a very low-level seal, Yi Yuan's attainments were extremely profound. How could it be so easy to seize essence energy from him?
Facing this situation, Yi Yuan had a composed face as if it had nothing to do with him at all. It was only to see him took out several essence crystals calmly and casually struck them out. They transformed into several rays of light that flew in multiple directions. Essence crystals were crystalline bodies formed from heaven and earth essence energy. There was powerful yet pure essence energy contained within. Sect disciples mostly used essence crystals when cultivating.
In the martial arts world, essence crystals were also used as currency.
Essence crystals were very precious. Even core disciples did not have the right to use them. Only elite disciples would have an extremely small number of low-grade essence crystals every month. Of course, Yi Yuan was also allotted some low-grade essence crystals every month with his nominal elder status. The few essence crystals that Yi Yuan just casually fired out were middle-grade essence crystals. This was given to him by Sky Maple after completing the level 9 mission previously.
Nonchalantly firing out so many middle-grade essence crystals made everyone's eyes pop out. This was really quite extravagant. What's Yi Yuan trying to do? Those seemed to be middle-grade essence crystals earlier, right? Wasn't he still core disciple status before this? Where did it come from? Who cares where it came from? The Heavenly Sky sect already bullied to our doorstep to smack our faces, and you're still in the mood to mind this. Cough, cough. Isn't it because of momentary excitement? I say, what's Yi Yuan doing here? Could it be that he still has a chance to turn the tide? Yi Yuan's methods are inexhaustible. There might really be a chance to turn defeat into victory. Using so many middle-grade essence crystals at once, Yi Yuan can't be throwing stones to play, right? And? What's going on? Why do I feel like the surrounding essence energy seems to be drained? Li Zhongyu currently had his full focus on seizing Yi Yuan's essence energy and breaking through. He did not see Yi Yuan's actions. But at this time, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The surrounding essence energy suddenly became much thicker, and there were increasingly more currents. Opening his eyes to take a look, Li Zhongyu immediately jumped in fright. As the few light spots around Yi Yuan sparkled, the surrounding essence energy became increasingly wild. Spirit gathering formation. Are you mad? Punk? Your dantian will be stuffed until it explodes. Li Zhongyu exclaimed. Yi Yuan turned to look at him and said with a faint smile, no problem. Isn't there you to be buried with me? Li Zhongyu cried out weirdly, Madman! You're really a madman. Quickly stop. Yi Yuan made use of middle-grade essence crystals as the eye of the formation to set up a Tier 3 spirit gathering formation. Originally, with Yi Yuan's spirit condensation realm strength, it was impossible to set up a Tier 3 spirit gathering formation. But he borrowed Li Zhongyu's essence energy storm ingeniously, leading the big with small, overcoming a greater force with only a small amount of strength, and successfully set up such an array formation. The formation had already activated. The essence energy in the surrounding dozen-of-mile radius was siphoned clean by the spirit gathering formation. Such power, forget about Li Zhongyu, a puny little 4th-level crystal formation realm. Even if a 9th-level crystal formation realm were here, they would also not dare to borrow such an essence energy storm to break through. No matter how one looked at it, Yi Yuan doing this was a way of perishing together. If the two of them continued to break through here, the outcome would only be being stuffed to death by essence energy. Such a level of essence energy storm had clearly already exceeded the limits that Li Zhongyu could withstand. Doesn't this senior apprentice brother like to join in the fun? I created even more fun for you. Why aren't you joining in now? Yi Yuan still smiled faintly as he said. How could Li Zhongyu bother to bicker with Yi Yuan at this time? If this continued, his dantian was going to explode from being bloated. Let's keep calm and talk. Just now, it was me who was rash. Remove your formation first, then talk. Li Zhongyu already had some hint of yielding in his words. Li Zhongyu was also like an arrow notched on the bow right now. It must fly. If he gave up on breaking through, he would definitely receive a backlash and affect his breakthrough after today. If he continued breaking through, how could he withstand such an essence energy storm? He was originally thinking of putting the Tranquil Cloud sect on the spot, but now it was hard to dismount the tiger. But Yi Yuan laughed and said, I'm very willful. If others find me to play, I'll definitely play to the end. You can choose to withdraw if you're not playing. You. Fine. I want to see just how you play yourself to death in a while. Li Zhongyu gnashed his teeth and said, That's none of your concern, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Li Zhongyu already decided not to play anymore. He wanted to stop the breakthrough and withdraw out of the essence energy storm. The timing Li Zhongyu that retreated was perfect. The essence energy storm gathered by the spirit gathering formation had already formed. Even if he pulled back right now, it was already too late for Yi Yuan to want to dismiss it. Li Zhongyu did not believe that Yi Yuan really dared to break through realms in this place. Li Zhongyu forcefully terminated his breakthrough and immediately suffered a backlash. He only felt a metallic taste in his throat, and a mouthful of blood was about to spew out but was forcibly held back by him. He leaped with all his might and actually withstood the violent essence energy tempest and charged out of it. The essence energy storm was currently already virtually materialized, visible with the naked eye, just like a tornado.
Li Zhongyu being able to withdraw leisurely also sufficiently showed that his strength was very great. After exiting, Li Zhongyu no longer had that arrogance from before. The heavenly sky sect uniform on him was already torn into tattered rags by the essence energy storm. After leaving the essence energy storm, Li Zhongyu could not hold back any longer and spewed out a large mouthful of blood. He devoted all his power just now to break through but was forcefully stopped by him again. He clearly sustained extremely strong backlash and already suffered very severe internal injuries. Failing the breakthrough this time, the next time Li Zhongyu wanted to break through to the 5th level crystal formation realm again, it would most likely not be so easy anymore. Of course, with Li Zhongyu's talent, breaking through was inevitable. But this would surely delay him a very large amount of time. Thinking up to here, Li Zhongyu felt very depressed. This time, he really tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice. But looking at Yi Yuan, who was still in the heart of the essence energy storm, a trace of delight flashed across Li Zhongyu's heart. Ha ha ha! This punk is indeed willful. So willful until he played himself to death. With such a violent essence energy storm, I want to see just how you can break through.
I really want to see right now just what kind of appearance you'll have when your body explodes and you die. Li Zhongyu turned over and said manically.
Yi Yuan was in the eye of the storm, his clothes fluttering.
Currently, the ferocity of the essence energy around him was practically suffocating. And Yi Yuan's breakthrough also entered the critical juncture at this time already.
Such violent essence energy, ordinary people could not even refine it, let alone say breaking through realms. But the essence energy flowing within Yi Yuan's body outside of his body produced an intense contrast. Once the violent and condensed essence energy entered Yi Yuan's body, it immediately became unbelievably docile. In front of the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art, this level of essence energy was seriously not worth mentioning. However, the essence energy was overly abundant currently. Yi Yuan refined non-stop and reached the critical point of the 7th level spirit condensation realm very soon. About to break through. Just a little bit more. I hope that nothing happens to Yi Yuan. Why would something happen now? It's the most dangerous after breaking through. Breaching the bottleneck requires large amounts of essence energy, just like flood water bursting open the water gate. But once this floodgate is opened, wanting to shut it would not be so easy. Yeah. Normally, when we break through, we would gather an essence energy storm matching our realm so that we can control it. But this essence energy storm has already greatly surpassed the limits that Yi Yuan can withstand. Once the floodgate opens, I'm afraid
it will collapse.
Seeing that Yi Yuan was on the verge of breaking through, the heavily injured Li Zhongyu said gloatingly, "A puny little spirit condensation realm actually dares to break through within such a violent essence energy tempest. You truly don't know how the word death is written. In a while, when they see you being blown to pieces, I wonder what kind of expression your tranquil cloud sect people will have." Hee. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan's aura swelled abruptly and became much stronger than before. It was very clear that he burst past the 7th level spirit condensation realm bottleneck in one go. Everyone's hearts leaped to their throats. Many people even involuntarily shut their eyes. They did not wish to see the scene of Yi Yuan exploding. At the same time, the essence energy around Yi Yuan that became even more tempestuous had already transformed into a bundle of mist-like state. From this, it could be seen just how thick the essence energy in the center of the storm was.
The thick fog covered up Yi Yuan's figure. The outside could no longer see what was happening inside. But everyone knew that Yi Yuan was currently wrestling with the flood-like essence energy. Dead for sure. He's definitely dead. This brat is also a talent to actually set up such an incredible Tier 3 spirit gathering formation. The essence energy in the eye of the formation practically became liquid state already.
Even if I were the one breaking through in the eye of the formation, I probably would have exploded by now already, much less a 7th level spirit condensation realm. Li Zhongyu directly sentenced Yi Yuan to death. Sect Master, Yi Yuan he. The disciple who received Li Zhongyu previously said anxiously. Luo Qingfeng sucked in a deep breath and sighed. At this time, only Yi Yuan alone can help himself. Pray that he can come out alive. These words sounded that bit unconfident no matter how one heard it. Under such a situation, the possibility of escaping with his life was too minuscule. As time slowly ticked away, there was still no activity in the eye of the formation. Everyone's hope evaporated bit by bit. If Yi Yuan could leave, he would have left long ago. Now, under such circumstances, most likely, it was more ominous than propitious. At present, Li Zhangyu consumed medicinal pills that controlled internal injuries and returned to Luo Qingfeng's side. Sect Master Luo, I think there's no need to wait anymore. There's no activity after such a long time. That boy most likely already exploded into a lump of meat by now, Li Zhangyu said delightedly. Hearing these words, Luo Qingfeng's entire person became icy. Li Zhangyu immediately felt a powerful pressure crushing forth. I exercised forbearance in every way possible on accounts of your master's face. Do you think that my tranquil cloud sect can be needed as you like? If your master were here, I'd still have some fear. You, a crystal formation realm reaching out for a yard after taking an inch, do you really take me to be made of clay? Luo Qifeng carried the powerful awe of a half-step soul sea realm, crushing Li Zhangyu until he could not breathe. Li Zhangyu's incessant provocation finally angered this master of a sect. To be able to become the master of a sect, Luo Qingfeng was absolutely not some goody two-shoes that could be sliced up anyhow. The reason why he accommodated for the general interest was only to hide one's capability and bid one's time, to strive for time to let the tranquil cloud sect's junior generation grow up. But now that Yi Yuan's life or death was uncertain, and the sect's greatest hope about to be extinguished, this also made Luo Qingfeng lose his last trace of patience. Once a ferocious tiger bared its fangs. Someone who assumed the majesty of the tiger like Li Zhangyu did not have much living space anymore. Luo Qifeng released his aura fully. Li Zhangyu only felt like he was being crushed by a humongous mountain. Even his teeth were chattering. Li Zhangyu only understood at this moment that this seemingly weak and incompetent tranquil cloud sect's sect master actually had such formidable strength. Such a powerful pressure. Li Zhangyu only felt this from his own master before. Could it be that Luo Qingfeng's strength was no longer beneath masters? How is this possible? You dare to touch me? I'm the Heavenly Sky Sect's envoy. Aren't you scared of launching a sect war? Li Zhangyu gritted his teeth and said. Luo Qifeng sneered coldly and said, You'd best pray that Yi Yuan's fine. Otherwise, I'll use you as a sacrificial item today. Sect war? Do you think that you can trigger a sect war with the likes of you? You're overestimating yourself too much. If the Heavenly Sky Sect could eradicate my tranquil cloud sect so easily, why would they wait until now? It dawned onto Li Zhangyu when he heard it, and the color of his face turned deathly white. He flopped weakly onto the ground. The 8 great sects each have their own forte yet also restrain each other. My tranquil cloud sect is not as powerful as your Heavenly Sky Sect, but a sect war will cause a domino effect. Isn't your sect master scared of the other 7 sects joining hands? After all, our today is their future. All of the sect masters are not dumb. How could they not understand this logic? Luo Qingfeng's words struck the core one by one, speaking until Li Zhangyu's complexion became increasingly paler. Heavenly Sky Sect disciples were used to being arrogant, while the Tranquil Cloud Sect was always very low profile, resulting in Li Zhangyu thinking that the Tranquil Cloud Sect was only a rotten persimmon, able to knead the latter as he wished, and had no respect even for Luo Qingfeng. Looking at it now, he was only a clown. He was not even a fart in front of Luo Qingfeng. With the strength of Sea Transformation Realm, one simply had no say in the interactions between sects. Who could have thought that the Luo Qingfeng, who had always been famously weak, would also have such a ferocious side? Looking at that mass of thick fog, Li Zhangyu suddenly discovered that he made a fatal error today. He touched Luo Qingfeng's reverse scale, and this brat called Yi Yuan was Luo Qingfeng's reverse scale. How could Li Zhangyu know what Luo Qingfeng was thinking? Luo Qingfeng was currently thinking of how to give an account to that mysterious master of Yi Yuan. Once that unimaginably powerful existence came to ask for him, what awaited his tranquil cloud sect was also an utter calamity. If Yi Yuan really died, why would he still fear a sect war? Compared to that mysterious expert, the Heavenly Sky Sect was nothing. At that time, the ones getting destroyed was likely not just his Tranquil Cloud sect alone. The Heavenly Sky sect likewise could not escape responsibility. I'm also not afraid to tell you that Yi Yuan is a peerless genius that my Tranquil Cloud sect discovered. He's my Tranquil Cloud sect's future. If something happens to him today, you're dead for sure, Luo Qingfeng said fiercely with a stern expression. Li Zhongyu felt his scalp tingle. He could sense Luo Qingfeng's fury. These words were absolutely not just to scare him. Are you mad? To incite a sect war at all cost for such a genius that had yet to mature. Li Zhongyu felt that this world was too insane. Luo Qifeng actually stopped at no expense to become enemies with the Heavenly Sky sect for a puny little spirit condensation realm martial artist. Although Li Zhongyu was not the most powerful among the younger generation in the Heavenly Sky sect, he was someone with extremely huge potential. Qi Zongtao doted on him very heavily. If he died, Qi Zongtao would definitely not let it go at that. Although a sect war might affect the situation as a whole, it was possible to erupt because of this. Li Zhongyu involuntarily looked towards that mass of thick fog. Alarm suddenly showed on his face. Sect Master Luo, quickly look. Li Zhongyu pointed in the direction of the essence energy storm and shouted. Luo Qingfeng's heart jolted, and he looked over there, only to see that the essence energy storm was currently weakening at a visible rate. This kind of weakening was not dissipation, but converging towards the eye of the formation. It looked like it was sucked over by something. Luo Qingfeng's expression became intent. His heart was about to jump out of his throat. Regardless of what situation occurred, at least it showed that Yi Yuan was still alive right now. Otherwise, the essence energy storm should be gradually dispersing and not being sucked over like this. As long as Yi Yuan did not die, anything was fine. The group of Tranquil Cloud sect disciple clearly also noticed this chance. Although they were somewhat uncertain, didn't it meant that Yi Yuan was at least still alive? What happened? Yi Yuan, he did not die yet. Truly inconceivable. He actually lasted such a long time in the substantialized essence energy storm. What in the world did he do? The mystery should be unraveling very soon. You guys look. That mass of thick fog is starting to dissipate. The speed which essence energy was being absorbed was very swift. That mass of thick fog gradually became thin and revealed a blurry silhouette. Everyone stared fixedly at the eye of the storm. That silhouette became clearer and clearer. Everybody could see that that was Yi Yuan. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not die, a wave of shouting and screaming came from the crowd. Unknowingly, they already took Yi Yuan as their own comrade and took him as the face of the Tranquil Cloud sect. The Tranquil Cloud sect was oppressed too heavily these few years. Every disciple felt as though they experienced this aspect themselves. Now that such a genius character appeared with such difficulty, it would really be too pitiful if he were to die like this. Just earlier, each one of them felt the Heavenly Sky sect's humiliation, but they were helpless. Touching their own hearts, no matter which of them took Yi Yuan's place, they were also unable to perform like Yi Yuan. Even if the Tranquil Cloud sect found a 4th-level Crystal Formation Realm disciple and placed him beside Li Zhongyu, the final outcome would probably be suffering a defeat when victory was within reach. Yi Yuan regained face on all of their behalfs. Not only did Yi Yuan force Li Zhongyu until he had to withdraw with serious injuries with Spirit Condensation Realm Cultivation, he even survived completely unscathed. In their hearts, Yi Yuan had already become the hero of the entire Tranquil Cloud sect. Quickly look, what's Yi Yuan doing? Isn't that his spirit artifact? Those essence energies seem to have been absorbed by this sword. It really looks like it, but how can a spirit artifact absorb so much essence energy? Hang on. Unless... The two people exchanged a glance and saw the shock in the other person's eyes. They said in unison, "Spirit artifact sanctification." Li Zhongyu similarly showed an astonished expression. He sucked in a cold breath and said, he actually made use of the spirit gathering formation to sanctify his spirit artifact. Is this boy really just a teenager? Luo Qingfeng was also incomparably shocked. He never imagined that Yi Yuan could actually utilize the spirit gathering formation to sanctify the Zhanghua sword. However, when he saw that gaping mouth look of Li Zhongyu, Luo Qingfeng felt pleased in his heart. Luo Qingfeng was feeling excellent. but his words were nonchalant as he said, "Through and through, Yi Yuan he is still 2 months short of reaching 16. Congratulations to you. Your small life is secured." When he heard these words from Luo Qingfeng, Li Zhangyu had a feeling like a heavy load was lifted. His back was already drenched in sweat.
Before long, the violent essence energy was already pretty much absorbed clean.
Songhua's sword suspended in front of Yi Yuan quietly, but it was currently missing some parts of sharp air and was dimmer than before. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. Songhua's sword gave off a crisp clang and shot straight for the horizon. Everybody only saw a streak of flowing light dancing in midair, akin to a canary which broke free. That sort of carefree feeling infected everyone.
32 Restriction Spirit Artifact.
In a twinkle, an 8 Restriction Spirit Artifact became a 32 Restriction Spirit Artifact. Yi Yuan. He is really too amazing. Spirit Artifact Sanctification is an incredibly challenging matter. Every additional restriction would be exceedingly difficult.
One has to ensure that adding new restrictions will not clash with previous ones and also ensure the increase in power. Ordinary array formation masters would not dare to easily increase restrictions for spirit artifacts.
Abnormal cultivation speed grasped true intent, heard that his alchemy Dao attainments are also exceedingly high. Now, even his array formation Dao attainments are so strong. Is he still a human? Sensing the power of restrictions coming off from the reborn Songhua sword, everyone gasped in amazement.
8 restrictions to 32 restrictions. This was an extremely huge jump.
If Spirit Artifact could cultivate, then 8 restrictions to 32 restrictions would be rising 2 major realms consecutively. This kind of enormous crossing would greatly increase the power of a Spirit Artifact. One could say that the Songhua sword had obtained a transformation that cast off its old self and be reborn again. It was no wonder that it was so excited. Seemingly bored of playing around, Songhua's sword's luster was restrained, and it landed in Yi Yuan's hands obediently. Lightly caressing the sword body, Yi Yuan was also very pleased with his own work. At his current realm, this was already the limits of what he could accomplish. The 32 restrictions Songhua sword was enough to last him all the way to the Sea Transformation realm.
Yi Yuan's array formation Dao attainments were incredible. Sanctifying a 32 restriction spirit artifact was not much to him.
It was just that it was quite taxing for him to do it due to limitations in realm. Li Zhangyu coincidentally came over to cause trouble. Yi Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and laid down the spirit gather formation to sanctify the Songhua sword. Along with Yi Yuan's comprehension towards the Azure Dipper floating zero sword intent getting increasingly deeper, especially when using 1,000 flowing petals, the 8 restrictions Songhua sword was already gradually having difficulties coping. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Yuan successfully sanctified it in one go. Keeping the Songhua sword, Yi Yuan walked towards Li Zhangyu and greeted him, but he smiled at Li Zhangyu and said, "This senior apprentice brother doesn't seem to be someone from my tranquil cloud sect, but you were also of a huge assistance to me this time. Yi Yuan give thanks here." Looking at the grinning Yi Yuan, Li Zhangyu felt even worse than swallowing a fly.
Although Yi Yuan's Tier 3 spirit gathering formation was strong, it was also unable to gather so much essence energy.
The reason why it could cause such a huge commotion before was that Yi Yuan used a maneuver to lift something heavy using only a little force. Using the 2-person's essence energy storms as the base, it magnified the pair's essence energy storms limitlessly.
No matter how strong Yi Yuan was, he was only a spirit condensation realm martial artist. If he did not have the pair's essence energy storms as the base, how could he plunder the essence energies in a 10-mile radius clean?
Li Zhangyu tasted blood again in his throat. The internal injuries that were just suppressed relapsed again, and he nearly spurted out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he endured it. Li Zhangyu is an honored guest from the Heavenly Sky sect. He indeed has the grace of a great sect disciple, deriving pleasure from helping others. Luo Qingfeng supplemented another blow right after.
Heavenly Sky sect? Yi Yuan looked perplexed. Clearly, he had not heard of this name before. Luo Qingfeng froze and he could not help asking, "You don't know the Heavenly Sky sect?"
Yi Yuan shook his head blankly and said, "This disciple came from a small place, and my knowledge is superficial. I really don't know the Heavenly Sky sect." Luo Qingfeng was speechless. He explained, Heavenly Sky Sect is the Southern Domain's #1 great sect, the leader of the 8 great sects. Zhangyu is a Heavenly Sky Sect Grand Elder's favored disciple. You're my sect's elder. Calling senior apprentice brother is acceptable. Li Zhangyu was secretly shocked. Yi Yuan was already a sect elder at this age. However, he had yet to be surprised by this when Yi Yuan was suddenly enlightened and said, Ah, so that's how it is. The Heavenly Sky Sect is, as expected, the Southern Domain's #1 great sect. Their Grand Elder's disciple actually sacrificed his own interests for the sake of others and would rather his own realm fall just to help others. Yi Yuan is eternally grateful. Puwerk. Li Zhangyu finally could not hold back, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. It was already injuries on top of injuries. The two people sang and chimed together. Li Zhangyu was ultimately young. How could he endure such stimulation? But Yi Yuan really did not know the Heavenly Sky Sect, not that he was singing a duet with Luo Qifeng, but the effects were the same. After 2 days, Li Zhangyu's injuries took a turn for the better. Luo Qifeng summoned him. Presently, Li Zhangyu was much more restrained and was no longer as arrogant as when he had just arrived. Luo Qingfeng's aura on that day thoroughly suppressed him. Are your injuries better? Luo Qingfeng asked like he was engaging in small talk. It was fine if he did not mention that. But once it was raised, Li Zhangyu's inner heart felt as painful as his scar being reopened. Already much better. Many thanks for Sect Master Luo's concern. Li Zhangyu forced a smile and said, It's good that it's much better. Zhangyu, for what matter did you come to my Tranquil Cloud Sect as an envoy this trip for? Luo Qingfeng queried. Talking about official matters, Li Zhangyu hurriedly collected his emotions and said, My Heavenly Sky Sect discovered a mystic realm not long ago within our borders, and think that there should be some good stuff inside. Our Southern Domain's 8 great sects has always been united. Sect Master specially dispatched 7 disciples to leave for the 7 sects to invite everyone to explore the mystic realm together, so as to give fair treatment to all. Luo Qifeng was expressionless, but he started to deliberate on the intentions of this move by the Heavenly Sky Sect in his heart. Whatever united, what fair treatment, that could only hoodwink a 3-year-old kid. The Southern Domain's 8 great sects, including the Tranquil Cloud Sect, each had their own little plans. The Tranquil Cloud Sect never had the heart to contend for hegemony in the Southern Domain. The sect members' ambition was always to storm back to the Northern Domain. Of course, this was merely a distant dream. The reality was that the Tranquil Cloud Sect could only survive within the crevices of the various Southern Domain sects. The Heavenly Sky Sect had always been very domineering. Forget about a mystic realm in their own territory. They would even think of ways to get a cup of soup from other people's mystic realms. There must be something strange for things to be abnormal. If one were to say that the Heavenly Sky Sect was really that good-hearted, even a fool would not believe it. But one had to admit that the Heavenly Sky Sect tossed out a remarkably tempting bait. Luo Qingfeng reckoned that the other sects would likely be unable to refuse this invitation because even he himself was moved. What did the development of the sect rely on? Resources, essence crystals, natural treasures, cultivation methods, artifacts, and so on. These things more or less determined the power of a sect. As the most powerful sect in the Southern Domain, the Heavenly Sky Sect occupied 40% of the Southern Domain's resources. The other 7 great sects added up only came up to 60% or so. It was precisely because of these resources that ensured that the Heavenly Sky Sect always looked down on the world. And among those, natural treasures were a very crucial part of resources. The sect disciples' daily consumption, medicinal pills used in cultivation, and medicinal herbs were a huge expenditure. Without the accumulation of these resources, the sect would simply be unable to sustain, no matter how deep your foundations were. And where did these natural treasures come from? Mystic realms. Mystic realms were miniature spaces neighboring the endless world. Because human footmarks were scarce and essence energy was abundant, it tends to give birth to many natural treasures. Within the various Southern Domain sect boundaries, they all had some mystic realms, and these mystic realms were all controlled by the various great sects. These mystic realms were all known mystic realms. The dangers within have already pretty much been eliminated by the various great sects. But the mystic realm discovered by the Heavenly Sky sect this time was evidently an unknown mystic realm. Extremely few humans existed in mystic realms. But there were many demonic beasts as well as naturally formed dangers. Exploring mystic realms was an extremely perilous task. Ignoring other things, just the Heavenly Sky sect inviting other sects to explore the mystic realm together most likely had the notion of bringing more cannon fodder. As for whether they had other plans, Luo Qingfeng could not determine it right now.
What kind of mystic realm? Give a description, Luo Qingfeng said while maintaining his composure. An unknown mystic realm.
We've already sent people in to investigate. The natural treasures inside are beyond counting. It said that there are many Tier 3, quasi-Tier 4 medicinal herbs inside. There are also quite a few Tier 4 herbs and some extremely rare herbs which can all be found inside, Li Zhangyu said. Luo Qingfeng suddenly smiled and said, I'm afraid that it isn't so simple, right? What I want to hear isn't this. What did you all encounter inside? Li Zhangyu's face changed but returned to normal very quickly. He said calmly, we sent a total of 3 teams. They were completely wiped out.
Luo Qingfeng frowned and said, what kind of people did you send in?
Facing Luo Qingfeng, Li Zhangyu became very alert.
This fellow was too astute. Every question hit the mark. In the past, everyone always thought that he was somebody weak and incompetent because he was low profile and tolerant. Now, it looks like this fellow was simply an exceptionally clever and scheming person.
Now that Luo Qingfeng already bared his fangs in front of Li Zhangyu, he naturally had no need to disguise himself anymore. Li Zhangyu cautiously said, the first time, it was an early-stage crystal formation realm leading the team. The second, the one leading was a middle-stage crystal formation realm. The third time,
it was a 9th-level crystal formation realm martial artist.
Oh? Since all your guys were wiped out, how do you know the news inside? Luo Qingfeng asked composedly.
Li Zhangyu secretly cursed Sly Fox and said, in the end, that 9th-level crystal formation realm martial artist risked death to charge out and brought back this information. And not long after he exited, he died too. This unknown mystic realm might be somewhat dangerous, but the things inside are seriously too alluring. That's why Lord Sect Master ardently invites everyone to explore together. Luo Qingfeng nodded and said, you go back and rest first. Allow me to reconsider this.
After Li Zhangyu took his leave, the door to the room suddenly opened. Ling Patian, Xiao Jian, and Ouyang Yu walked out. And behind them was Yi Yuan, who had recently just broke through. What do you guys think of the Heavenly Sky Sect's invitation? Luo Qingfeng opened his mouth to ask after the few people sat down. Xiao Jian was the first to speak. Would the Heavenly Sky Sect be so kind-hearted? I won't believe that even if you beat me to death. In my opinion, this is a trap.
Ling Patian valued each word like gold and said, yes, definitely it is a trap. Ouyang Yu mused for a while before saying, I feel that the possibility of being a trap is not big. Rather, I think the likelihood of making us as the cannon fodders is greater. Luo Qingfeng was emotionless as he asked again, how so? Exploring an unknown mystic realm such as this, it's impossible for the great sects to send out a very powerful force. Wanting to diminish the sect's existing strength through this is clearly not very likely. The way I see it, this unknown mystic realm might really be dangerous. The Heavenly Sky Sect hopes to drag everyone over to shoulder the dangers together to obtain the greatest benefits while at the same time reducing their own casualties. Ouyang Yu analyzed the situation. Compared to Xiao Jian, Ouyang Yu was clearly much calmer. His analysis was also rather objective. Humph! The Heavenly Sky Sect is just like an old miser. When they see mystic realms, it's like they get injected with stimulants. How can they be so nice this time to invite us to explore together? Xiao Jian disagreed. Therefore, there must be something that we don't know in between. All in all, the Heavenly Sky Sect definitely doesn't have any good intentions. I feel that we can casually send some people over to brush them off, Ouyang Yu said.
I disagree. Casually sending some people over to be cannon fodder for others? Tranquil Cloud Sect disciples are all groomed by us through innumerable painstaking efforts. How can we send them to their death? Xiao Jian said with irritation in his tone. About this point that the Heavenly Sky Sect did not have any good intentions, everybody did not have any disagreement, and it was also impossible to have differing opinions. It was just that whether or go or not was a problem. Clearly caused some discrepancies.
Ouyang Yu still wanted to continue, but Luo Qifeng made a hand gesture to indicate to them to stop arguing. He turned and said to Yi Yuan, share your perspective.
After the incident with Li Zhangyu, Luo Qingfeng's understanding of Yi Yuan went up another level. Yi Yuan could set up a spirit-gathering formation under that sort of abrupt situation and force Li Zhangyu away while he himself went along with the strategy to sanctify Canghua Sword. It was evident how meticulous his thoughts were.
The way Luo Qifeng saw things, Yi Yuan's talent was without question. It was simply on a different level from his peers.
But for him to even possess such meticulous thinking at this age, it was truly hard to come by. Hence, he intentionally called Yi Yuan over today to let him also listen to the purpose of the Heavenly Sky Sect sending an envoy. Perhaps he could come up with some constructive opinions. When Xiao Jian and the others saw Yi Yuan, they were also stupefied for a long time, and could not quite ascertain Luo Qingfeng's thoughts. This action, could it be to let Yi Yuan participate in the Tranquil Cloud Sect upper echelon's decision-making? Yi Yuan's talent was unrivaled. This fact was already irrefutable by anyone. But he was so young. Wasn't it somewhat trifling to let him join in the sect upper echelon in decision-making? Especially for Ouyang Yu. When Yi Yuan had just entered the sect, he even acceded to Ouyang Ming's inciting and wanted to sentence Yi Yuan to death through the Tri-Hall joint hearing. But later on, a series of Yi Yuan's actions thoroughly dispelled any thoughts of opposing Yi Yuan. Especially after Yi Yuan sold the soul-driving pill formula to the sect. Several elders from the Ouyang family already obtained a breakthrough with help from the soul-driving pill. Under such circumstances, how could Ouyang Yu bring himself to oppose Yi Yuan again? Wouldn't he become an ungrateful petty character? As for Ouyang Ming's side, Ouyang Yu already issued a strict order to make him watch his woman well to not stir up any more shit. Otherwise, bear the consequences himself.
A tiny little secular world family did not enter Ouyang Yu's eyes yet, let alone the fact that this family clan was already wasted.
Yi Yuan pondered for a moment and said, if it's as Li Zhangyu said, then this mystic realm is similarly of utmost importance to our sect. Our Tranquil Cloud sect simply can't compare to these great sects in terms of resources. If we even give up on this chance as well, wouldn't we lag behind with each step? I reckon that other sect masters also can't resist this large cake that the Heavenly Sky sect delivered and will send people forth.
After that day, Luo Qifeng gave Yi Yuan a crash course on the faction distribution in the Southern Domain. Now he already had a preliminary understanding of the Southern Domain's situation.
But this mystic realm is so dangerous. Even a 9th-level crystal formation realm did not make it out alive after entering. Could it be that we all have to send Sea Transformation Realm elders in? Xiao Jian threw out this question.
Yi Yuan shook his head and said that isn't necessary. Because I think that even if we send elders there, it's useless too.
Oh? Why is that? Luo Qingfeng asked. When Yi Yuan said this, not only Xiao Jian, even Luo Qingfeng revealed an attentive expression.
It was very clear that Yi Yuan noticed some issues that they did not realize. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Sect Master and Hall Heads, think about it. With the Heavenly Sky Sect's greed, how can they possibly send people to invite other sects to explore the mystic realm together unless they had no other alternatives? That's why we were all guessing earlier whether the Heavenly Sky Sect is plotting some insidious scheme.
Xiao Jian. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, just as Hall Head Ouyang said, these sort of wiles and schemes don't have much use. Even if our teams were all annihilated, it wouldn't harm our sect's foundations. Why do they need to take such a superfluous action? Then you say, just what is it? Xiao Jian said anxiously.
Why did Li Zhangyu only say that they sent a 9th-level crystal formation realm into the mystic realm?
Although Sea Transformation Realm is a mid-level pillar in the various great sects, the Heavenly Sky Sect wouldn't treasure life to such an extent, right? Yi Yuan said with a grin. Luo Qingfeng was absorbed in his thoughts as he said, you're saying,
they already sent a Sea Transformation Realm inside.
Yi Yuan nodded and said, that's right.
Furthermore, that Sea Transformation Realm definitely did not come back alive.
Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Thinking it over, Yi Yuan's analysis was plainly the most logical. It was just that when Li Zhangyu was talking, he deliberately clouded this area. That was why everybody did not think of it. After all, a 9th-level crystal formation realm was already very important to a sect. Even for a large sect like Heavenly Sky Sect, it was also impossible to abandon them at will. Hence, Luo Qingfeng did not think deeper into this problem either. But when they heard Yi Yuan say that even a sea transformation realm did not make it out alive, their hearts would not stop pounding. Wasn't this unknown mystic realm a little too perilous?
Even a sea transformation realm died inside. Then even more so we must not go. Xiao Jian said with a frown. To the Tranquil Cloud sect, they could not afford the death of any sea transformation realm expert.
But Luo Qingfeng did not speak right away. He only spoke after thinking it over. Yi Yuan, were your words unfinished? Should we go or not? Towards this Luo Qingfeng, Yi Yuan also quite admired him. He was unquestionably a terrifying figure with meticulous thoughts.
These few years, if not for him, the Tranquil Cloud sect might be in even more arduous circumstances than now.
Yi Yuan nodded and said, Go. Why shouldn't we go? There are surely many natural treasures in this mystic realm. Otherwise, the Heavenly Sky sect would have forsaken it themselves. This is also an opportunity for our sect. Yi Yuan. Even a sea transformation realm lost his life after entering. Do you want our elders to seek their own doom?
Ling Patian rarely said so many words. It was just that he was very stern currently. The average disciple would probably start stammering when they saw it.
Patian, let Yi Yuan finish talking, Luo Qingfeng said. Ling Patian was stunned. He immediately shut his mouth and kept quiet. Yi Yuan did not mind either. He continued, If my conjectures are correct, it might be because the space isn't stable or due to restrictions on laws. Sea transformation realm and above martial artists are unable to enter this mystic realm. It's overly dangerous for crystal formation realm martial artists to enter. That's why the Heavenly Sky sect would join hands with the other 7 sects to explore together in an unprecedented event. Luo Qingfeng was also very surprised. He said, So that's the case. This way everything can be explained.
It's just that since this is the case, it's surely very risky for crystal formation realm martial artists to enter. Do we still join in the bustle?
Wealth comes with danger. The dangers are all the same to us 8 great sects. The Heavenly Sky sect is just looking for more cannon fodders. Then, let's knock out one of their front teeth. Opportunities like this are not recurrent, Yi Yuan said.
Yi Yuan, I know that you're tremendously talented and your combat powers are also extremely great, but you mustn't look down on the other sect's junior generation.
Especially the Heavenly Sky sect. Their personal disciples are much stronger than Yuntian and the rest. Xiao Jian suddenly interjected and said gravely in a sincere tone.
As the Southern Domain's strongest sect, the Heavenly Sky sect's personal disciples' strength was obviously the greatest. Although Li Zhangyu was accepted as a personal disciple by a Grand Elder, that was only because his potential was huge.
In terms of real strength, he was not considered much in the Heavenly Sky sect. Those personal disciples with immense seniority were the existences with the greatest strength today. Yi Yuan suddenly grinned and said, I was only providing an opinion for Lord Sect Master. As for whether he accepts it or not, I dare not dispute. But if Sect Master decides to go ahead, I hope that I can be considered one of the members.
No way. Even a 9th-level crystal formation realm martial artist died inside. You're only at the spirit condensation realm. Going in is too dangerous. Yi Yuan, you're our Tranquil Cloud sect's hope. I don't wish for you to be in any danger. Luo Qifeng directly rejected it.
You got to be kidding.
When he broke through 2 days ago, Luo Qifeng was so frightened that he nearly crocked. Exploring such a dangerous mystic realm this time, if anything were to happen, he would not be able to compensate even if he threw in the entire Tranquil Cloud sect. But Yi Yuan did not act appropriately with Luo Qingfeng's expectation. Luo Qifeng knew that he could not convince Yi Yuan by looking at the expression in his eyes.
Luo Qingfeng was crying bitterness in his heart. He initially already decided to go for it. But looking at this attitude from Yi Yuan, he started to hesitate again.
This living ancestor was really willful.
What did a spirit condensation realm martial artist run over to play with a bunch of crystal formation realm martial artists for?
What's happening? Luo Qifeng and the rest exchanged glances and suddenly thought of something. They could not help becoming wildly elated. Martial uncle.
He broke through. That's truly fantastic, Xiao Jian said joyfully. Go. Let's go and take a look. Yi Yuan, you come too. You have great contributions for Martial Uncle to be able to break through, Luo Qingfeng said.
The few people rushed to Sky Maple Court at fire speed only to see black clouds gathering over the court. It's soul tribulation. Martial uncle, he's starting to cross his soul tribulation. Ouyang Yu exclaimed. As an alchemist, his greatest wish was to be able to cross a soul tribulation once.
When martial artists open up the sea transformation realm, Soul Sea realm was going against the heavens. Hence, when martial artists cultivated to the Soul Sea realm and beyond, they would face the test of heavenly tribulation. And when alchemists cultivate past the Soul Sea realm, their soul force would have a qualitative leap. Every breakthrough will similarly cause heavenly tribulation to descend.
However, the heavenly tribulation for alchemists was different from martial artists. It only targeted the divine soul. Hence, it was called soul tribulation.
If Ouyang Yu could break through to the Soul Sea realm and become an alchemy king, he would experience the first soul tribulation in his life. Except, this step was way too difficult for him. That mass of dark clouds was not large, but the extremely horrifying energy was encompassed within it, filling people's heart with trepidation.
Before long, fine lightning began to fall, directly penetrating the residents, rumbling into the place that Sky Maple was in seclusion. The lightning grew progressively more and increasingly dense. Just the awe could make crystal formation realm martial artists feel asphyxiated. When Yi Yuan saw this familiar scene from far away, boundless emotions welled up in his heart. In his previous life, he had tided over dozens of soul tribulations and was all too familiar with this.
But in this life, this was the first time Yi Yuan saw something like soul tribulation. It naturally aroused his boundless reminiscence. Since it was called soul tribulation, it was a calamity for the martial artist's divine soul. Many alchemists fell to the soul tribulation. Their souls dispersed to the wind. Alchemists who could cross dozens of soul tribulations and reach the pinnacle were all virtually invincible existences.
Yi Yuan in his previous life walked towards the pinnacle step by step like this. But in this life, he believed that he would still walk like this step by step towards the pinnacle.
No, in this life, he wanted to walk even further.
The four people around him apparently did not notice Yi Yuan's gallant feel. They watched this scene anxiously. Roughly an hour later, the lightning gradually lessened. The dark clouds in the sky also started to dissipate. The soul tribulation finally ended. Everyone, come in. Sky Maple's words called them in. He had obviously discovered the people outside long ago.
It was just that this voice was rather worn out. It looks like the Sky Maple who had just crossed the soul tribulation was still quite weak. But Yi Yuan knew that this kind of weakness would not persist for long. Very soon, Sky Maple's soul force would increase explosively and truly reach the level of middle-rank alchemy king. Seeing Yi Yuan, Sky Maple was also very surprised, but very happy. Haha! I didn't think that Yi Yuan you're also here, Sky Maple said jubilantly. It was all thanks to Yi Yuan that he could break through to middle-rank alchemy king. He naturally felt close to Yi Yuan when he saw him. Yi Yuan went forward to give a bow and said with a smile, Congratulations to Grand Elder for breaking through to the middle-rank alchemy king. Sai, what's there to congratulate?
Isn't this middle-rank alchemy king of mine all due to you?
Haha. This is all Grand Elder's profound fortunes. What has it got to do with this child? Grand Elder broke through to middle-rank alchemy king. Tranquil cloud sex sky-propping pillar is much more stable. This is naturally something worth congratulating, Yi Yuan said with a smile.
Seeing that Yi Yuan did not claim credit at all, Sky Maple was even more pleased. Smiling gently, he said, This is pretty good. After this old man recuperates for a few days, I'll start refining soul-luring pills.
Xiao Jian, Patian, the two of you also need to cultivate harder in the future and strive to break through to half-step Soul Sea realm soon. This way, my Tranquil Cloud sect will have 3 Soul Sea realm experts, and our strength will increase tremendously. Let's see if the Heavenly Sky sect still dares to bully my Tranquil Cloud sect.
When Sky Maple said those words, the 4 people were so agitated that they trembled nonstop. Soul Luring Pill was a medicinal pill to help Sea Transformation Realm experts break through to the Soul Sea realm. It required the cultivation of middle-rank alchemy king to be able to refine. But how many years had it been since a middle-rank alchemy king alchemist appeared in the Tranquil Cloud sect? If the Tranquil Cloud sect could produce 3 Soul Sea Realm powerhouse all at once, then they could jump to the middle reaches of the 8 great sects. Other sects would have to reevaluate before thinking about bullying the Tranquil Cloud sect again. The might of alchemists laid here. Back then, the reason Ouyang Tuatian could let the Tranquil Cloud sect flourish at the top for a time was due to this. As long as they had ample resources, alchemists could forcibly use medicinal pills to pile up a bunch of powerhouses. 3 Soul Sea Realm powerhouses. Even if they were only 3 first-level Soul Sea Realm, they would also absolutely be a force that most could not overlook in the southern domain. Yi Yuan, you already broke through to the 7th level Spirit Condensation Realm. Isn't this cultivation speed seriously a little too fast? Sky Maple suddenly noticed Yi Yuan's change and exclaimed in surprise. Towards Yi Yuan's cultivation speed, he had long heard about it too. These words were more of worrying that Yi Yuan's foundation would be shaky. Yi Yuan detected Sky Maple's concern and said smilingly, Disciple had some comprehensions when taking part in the Sect Grand competition a few days back, so I borrowed the momentum to break through. Sky Maple nodded and said, Then that's good. That's fine. With your talent, staying in my Tranquil Cloud sect is kind of wasted. But don't you worry. The sect will definitely support you with all our might. Sky Maple deeply sensed that the Tranquil Cloud sect really did not have too great of an allure to Yi Yuan. He could only show his support on such a matter. Yi Yuan hurriedly said, Where did this come from, Grand Elder? Walking all the way until here, I've received much grace from the sect. No matter where I walk to, the Tranquil Cloud sect would be my route. Yi Yuan's words had 2 layers of meaning. One was to express that he would not forget the Tranquil Cloud sect. The second was to give Sky Maple an immunization jab that he would definitely leave the Tranquil Cloud sect in the future. Having witnessed Yi Yuan's talent and means, Sky Maple obviously would not be naive enough to think that a tiny little Tranquil Cloud sect could hold Yi Yuan. But this sentence from Yi Yuan was enough. Good. It's good that you have this heart. You all take your leave first. This seat will rest for a few days before summoning you all again, Sky Maple said. Luo Qifeng suddenly voiced out at this time, Martial Uncle, since you've already exited seclusion, Martial Nephew just happens to have something to discuss with you here. Oh? Let's hear it. Sky Maple knew that Luo Qifeng was not someone weak and spineless. Since he wanted to discuss something with him at this time, it was surely something major. Luo Qifeng recounted the matter of the Heavenly Sky Sect inviting the 7 sects to explore the mystic realm together to Sky Maple in detail, and also talked about the few people's deductions. Sky Maple shot Yi Yuan a surprised look. He nodded and said, Yi Yuan's analysis is very logical. This trip we certainly must go. This mystic realm is bound to be extraordinary. We can't let go of this chance. I think that you guys have already made a decision. Luo Qifeng also gave Yi Yuan a glance and said, Yes, Martial Uncle. I've decided to let Yuntian lead the team and also select several personal disciples and elite disciples to go there. It's just that Yi Yuan he wants to tag along too. Sky Maple flung his hand when he heard that and said totally unconcernedly, if he wants to go, then let him go. How can young people grow without experiencing hardship? But Luo Qifeng did not imagine that Sky Maple's attitude was actually like this. He could not help saying anxiously. But Sky Maple waved his hands to stop him and said, All right. This matter is set like this. I have to enter a retreat. Seeing Sky Maple's insistence, Luo Qifeng could only drop it. Blockhead. Why did Yi Yuan's master leave him unattended? Isn't it to let him experience trials alone? You treat him like treasure and hide him within the sect. How can Yi Yuan possibly agree to it? Furthermore, even if you forbid him from descending the mountain, would he listen obediently and not go down the mountain? When Luo Qifeng walked to the entrance, Sky Maple's voice transmission suddenly reached. He came to a realization why Sky Maple insisted on letting Yi Yuan go. Rather than protecting Yi Yuan cautiously, it would be better to let him run himself amok. What Yi Yuan's master wanted to see was the ascension of a powerhouse and not a flower in a greenhouse. At this point, Sky Maple saw it much clearer than him. Thank you for Martial Uncle's guidance, Luo Qifeng replied and withdrew. The following few days, Yi Yuan remained in seclusion without leaving to make ample preparations for this journey. This trip was beset with danger. Even if Yi Yuan had the intention to brave it, he also needed to make ample preparations. Luo Qifeng picked 7 disciples this time. Among them, the most powerful one was personal disciple Mo Yuntian. Apart from Mo Yuntian and Yi Yuan, Ti Wuzhou and Tian Yu were surprisingly among them. Among the other 3 people, there was an elder's personal disciple as well as 2 elite disciples. Tian Yu entered seclusion to break through to the crystal formation realm after the grand competition. He was already a first-level crystal formation realm martial artist. His strength went up a level. Now, Yi Yuan, Tian Yu, and Tang Yu's identities were already elite disciples. After the grand competition, Cheng Wu and another elite disciple directly forsake the match when they saw Tian Yu and Yi Yuan's fight, while Tang Yu defeated her opponent in the final match and got promoted to elite disciple 2. Apart from this, Luo Qingfeng even appointed a Sea Transformation Realm Elder to hold the line and lead these people forth. In the territories of the Heavenly Sky Sect, it could hardly be justified without a Sea Transformation Realm expert holding the line. But Luo Qingfeng also warned him in advance to not enter the mystic realm. In the entire team, there was only Yi Yuan, this one spirit condensation realm martial artist. But fellow sect members who saw his grand competition obviously would not treat him as an ordinary spirit condensation realm martial artist. At the very least, the Yi Yuan, after breaking through 3 minor realms successively, definitely had a strength above Tian Yu. The power of that final sword, even the Tian Yu after breaking through probably did not dare to receive it head-on either. Everything was set. Sky Maple exited seclusion to personally see these 8 people off. After Li Zhangyu got an answer, he already returned to his sect first. He did not wish to stay in this tranquil cloud sect for another moment longer. Mei Zhen, this journey is very perilous. Your number 1 priority is to bring them back wholly intact. Understood? Sky Maple exhorted. The elder leading the team was called Mei Zhen, a 3rd-level Sea Transformation Realm martial artist. He was a prudent person. Luo Qingfeng chose him because he liked this point. Mei Zhen said respectfully, "Don't worry, Grand Elder. Mei Zhen definitely won't fail this assignment. These few people are my tranquil cloud sect's future. Even if I have to risk this old life, I'll also bring them back safely." Honestly speaking, Mei Zhen himself did not really have much confidence in retreating unscathed. But at this moment he could only say so. Sky Maple nodded, and it was considered to have tacitly acknowledged Mei Zhen's promise. He also knew that there would most likely be some losses on this trip. But what needed to be faced had to be faced eventually. While this trip was dangerous, it might be Mei Zhen's and the team's lucky chance. For geniuses who wished to grow up and become a genuine powerhouse, it was impossible to not face death. This point, Sky Maple was crystal clear. Sky Maple exhorted Mei Zhen again, and then he went in front of Yi Yuan. "Yi Yuan, I won't say anything unnecessary. I wish you a safe return. My tranquil cloud sects rise and fall all lie on you alone," Sky Maple said. If Sky Maple said these words in the past, everyone would surely scoff at it. But now nobody objected. This was an indisputable truth. Yi Yuan's talent was already exaggerated to the extent that it was unimaginable. His significance to the sect was naturally different too. Yi Yuan gave a bow and said respectfully, "Rest assured, Grand Elder, it's just exploring a mystic realm. Yi Yuan definitely will not return empty-handed." Watching the flying vessel disappear into the horizon, Nafeng Jiro felt a rare sense of loss. "Sai, stop looking. He is destined to be a person from a different world from us." Nafeng, watching behind her, sighed faintly. Nanfeng Jiro turned around, her beautiful eyes already holding tears. Not knowing why, when she heard Nafeng Ruoqing's words, her tears flowed down against her will. "Aunt, I... Nanfeng Jiro choked on her words. Seeing Nafeng Jiro like this, Nafeng Ruoqing also felt sour in her heart. Her niece was so, but how was she not to? It was just that her feelings were much more reserved compared to Nafeng Jiro and would not be as emotional as Nafeng Jiro. Who knew when it started? But Yi Yuan's figure would surface in Nanfeng Ruoqing's mind ceaselessly. But with the passing of time, Nafeng Ruoqing suddenly became aware that there was already an impassable gulf between Yi Yuan and her.
He was no longer that little rookie who nearly lost his life at Nanfeng Jiro's sword. He had already grown into a towering tree. Even the formidable Tian Yu suffered defeat at his hands. Now, the two of them, aunt and niece, were almost unable to see even Yi Yuan's back view anymore. Nanfeng Jiro leaned on her aunt's shoulder and cried while Nanfeng Ruoqing gently patted her back, consoling her as she said, I know, I know. Sniff, sniff then. Then what about Auntie? Nanfeng Jiro sniffled.
Nanfeng Ruoqing froze. Her beautiful body let her down and started trembling.
Nanfeng Jiro pushed off her hug and said with tears running down her face, I know that Auntie likes him too. Do we really have no chance at all?
Nanfeng Ruoqing sighed and shook her head, saying, bury this feeling in your heart and perhaps we can still maintain the relationship of friends. Otherwise, I'm afraid that
it will scare him off. Nanfeng Jiro said stubbornly, I'm unresigned. Nanfeng Ruoqing sighed lightly and did not say anything else. Yi Yuan and the team rode the flying vessel, traveling 100,000 miles a day. But the tranquil cloud sect was too far away from the heavenly sky sect. They needed 10 days or so before they could reach. On the flying vessel, Yi Yuan meditated every day to cultivate and consolidate his realm. At this moment, he was already not far from the 8th level spirit condensation realm. Towards such a cultivation speed, the group of seniors could only sigh with admiration. Elder Mei, ahead is the Cloud Dream Mountain Range. Let's go down, Mo Yuntian said. Meijin nodded, and the group of 8 disembarked the flying vessel. The coordinates Li Zhangyu left behind for the Tranquil Cloud Sect was this Cloud Dream Mountain Range, which was also the entrance to that unknown mystic realm.
Riding the flying vessel would easily startle the demonic beasts in the mountains. Hence, the Tranquil Cloud Sect party chose to disembark the flying vessel in advance and walk on foot. Up ahead, vast expanses of mountain ranges towered into the clouds. It looked very lofty and magnificent.
This Cloud Dream Mountain Range is a famous danger zone within the heavenly sky sect's boundaries. Not only are there demonic beasts running wild inside, but there are also even all kinds of poisonous miasma in the mountains. Even a crystal formation realm martial artist who recklessly goes deep inside might not return alive, Meijin said.
We've already entered the mountain range. Everyone consume this detoxification pill first to prevent succumbing to the toxin of this poisonous miasma, Mo Tian said to everyone.
They were currently not deep into the mountains at the moment. This miasma did not pose much threat to them, but Mo Tian felt that it was better to be safe. After all, this was other people's territory. As strangers in a strange land, it was best to not fail miserably here. Wait a minute. Just as they were about to swallow the pill, Yi Yuan opened his mouth to stop them. What is it, junior apprentice brother Yi? Mo Tian asked curiously.
Yi Yuan fished out a bottle of pills and passed it to Mo Tian, saying, use my medicinal pills.
This? Mo Tian involuntarily hesitated. What they were eating were Tier 3 detoxification pills, but Yi Yuan was at most an alchemy master. Could the medicinal pills that he refined be better than those refined by the pill hall elders? But Mo Tian knew that Yi Yuan would not do this kind of lame thing from his personality. He could not help hesitating.
Yuntian, open it up and take a look. At this time, Meijin spoke.
Mo Yuntian did as told and opened the medicinal bottle. Medicinal fragrance reached their noses.
These are Tier 3 detoxification pills?
Where did you get this from, junior apprentice brother Yi? Mo Yuntian could not help being astonished when he saw the pills in the medicinal bottle.
Martial artists were no strangers to medicinal pills. This bottle of pills given by Yi Yuan were clearly Tier 3 detoxification pills as well, but was completely different from the ones that they brought.
Although they had not eaten it yet, Mo Yuntian could feel just from the medicinal fragrance that these detoxification pills were much better than those refined by the elders. Yi Yuan was only a spirit condensation realm martial artist. Where did his medicinal pills come from?
Mo Yutian and these disciples were unaware, but as an elder, Meijin knew that Yi Yuan had the identity of nominal elder in the pill hall. That was why he made Mo Yutian open it up to see.
Except, when he saw these Tier 3 detoxification pills, Meijin was speechlessly shocked.
Could these medicinal pills be refined by Yi Yuan himself?
Mei Jun was very clear that it was impossible for the elders in the pill hall to refine such detoxification pills, even if Grand Elder Sky Maple took up the matter personally, because the Tranquil Cloud sect did not have the pill formula for this kind of detoxification pills. Mei Jun was not surprised that Yi Yuan knew this sort of new pill formula. But if Yi Yuan refined Tier 3 medicinal pills with alchemy master status, that would be too shocking. Mei Jun had lived to ripe old age, and had seen many spirit condensation realms crossing ranks to battle with crystal formation realms, but had never seen spirit condensation realm martial artists being able to refine Tier 3 medicinal pills. This was the first time Mei Jun felt awe and reverence towards a spirit condensation realm martial artist.
This Yi Yuan was truly too shocking.
Yi Yuan originally did not wish to draw too much attention either, but he faintly felt that this Cloud Dream Mountain range did not seem very normal. For the sake of fellow members' safety, he had better take out these detoxification pills. Not only could his detoxification pills resolve poison within the body, but it could also even resolve the poison miasma which affected the divine soul at the same time. Yi Yuan was the ancestor of using poison. With a sweeping glance, he knew that the poison miasma in the deep regions of this Cloud Dream Mountain range most likely had an effect on the divine soul. That was why he took out his own detoxification pills.
This was how the Cloud Dream Mountain range got its name.
Once a martial artist's divine soul got infected by the poison miasma, they would probably fall into an illusion or insanity. If they were not treated in time, they would ultimately be tormented by this poison miasma till death.
Yi Yuan just smiled and said to Mo Yutian, "Don't ask anymore, senior apprentice brother Mo. Will Junior harm you?"
Mo Yuntian felt awkward and replied with a smile. "Where did that come from? Junior apprentice brother Yi? I was just overly surprised." Cough, cough. Juniors, let's all consume junior apprentice brother Ye's detoxification pill. His medicinal pills seem to be much better than the ones we brought.
Mo Yuntian distributed the medicinal pills to the others and also swallowed one himself.
Mo Yuntian only noticed that Yi Yuan did not eat any after consuming the medicinal pill. He could not help asking, "Junior apprentice brother Yi, why aren't you eating?" Yi Yuan grinned and said, "I don't need to. This miasma is ineffective against me." Mo Yuntian was stupefied. Indeed, he discovered that there was really some empty space around Yi Yuan. This miasma was actually unable to approach Yi Yuan. This was too wondrous. No way.
Yi Yuan, why can't this poisonous miasma touch you? Mo Yuntian exclaimed in shock.
Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "I have a magic treasure on me that can ward off this poisonous miasma." Mo Yuntian had a look of realization. That explains it.
Yi Yuan threw out a white lie. He did not have any magic treasure on him at all.
Or should he say, his magic treasure was his divine soul. Yi Yuan once used his body to test poison countless times in his previous life and then resolve it himself. Regardless of whether it was his body or divine soul, there was incredible immunity against toxicity. One could say that he had reached the level of invulnerable to 100 poisons. This poisonous miasma was just some low-level existence to Yi Yuan. It naturally could not harm him. Of course, if it were a Tier 9 poisonous miasma, even if Yi Yuan recovered to his peak state, he would not be able to withstand it. The horrors of a Tier 9 toxic miasma was something that ordinary people could not understand. "All right, everyone already ate the pills. Let's set off," Mei Jun said. The group forcefully pressed down the astonishment in their hearts and started heading towards the depths of the Cloud Dream Mountain range, walking towards the coordinates given by Heavenly Sky Sect. The strength of this team was incredibly powerful. Normal low-tier demonic beasts were simply unable to come close.
The group walked for some time without any obstacles but heard some human bustling indistinctly ahead.
Walking closer to take a look, it turned out to be a group of burly men surrounding two girls in the center, like they were demanding something. The two ladies, one was wearing a light yellow tunic, and the other was wearing white-colored fitting robes. Their looks were very ordinary, especially the female wearing a light yellow tunic. She even had an ugly birthmark on her face, making people feel like puking when they see it. It was hideous. Furthermore, she had a pale, sickly look, and her face was waxen like she had some peculiar illness. But the two people's realms were not low. They were around the second or third level crystal formation realm. Hey ugly girl, why haven't you surrendered the crow orchid Ganoderma? If you continue to not know what's good for you, don't blame us for not being polite. That girl in white fitting robes said icily. We discovered this crow orchid Ganoderma first. Why should we give you? Why should you?
Because we're stronger than you. This crow orchid Ganoderma is a tier 4 spirit medicine. Letting the two of you uglies enjoy it is too much of a waste of God's gift. Haha.
His laughter stopped abruptly because they discovered that another group of people showed up. Elder May, it's people from the High Clarity sect. Mo Yuntian recognized the identities of these people very quickly and said to Mei Jun. Mei Jun nodded. It was clear that he recognized these people too.
The High Clarity sect is really declining as time passes. As a member of the 8 great sects, they're actually doing something dirty like committing highway robbery. Mei Jun said with contempt. What should we do, Elder May? Mo Yuntian asked worriedly.
High Clarity sect was ranked 4 among the 8 great sects. Much stronger compared to the Tranquil Cloud sect. There were roughly 10 people in this group. The number of people was even slightly more than Tranquil Cloud sect's side. They were clearly going to participate in this unknown mystic realm exploration too.
Both parties obviously did not imagine that they would actually bump into each other here beforehand. Furthermore, it was under such awkward circumstances.
More than 10 guys bullying 2 frail girls. It was evidently not something honorable. Mei Jun frowned slightly. He was obviously considering how to deal with this matter too. So, it's friends from the Tranquil Cloud sect. I believe that you're going to the unknown mystic realm too, right? These 2 ladies stole my High Clarity sect's item. I hope that none of you will intervene in this matter. Or else. A sea transformation realm expert from the High Clarity sect said. These people were obviously the same as Mei Jun. People leading the High Clarity sect team.
It was just that the High Clarity sect's team had 2 sea transformation realm martial artists inside. This allowed their team's strength to be much stronger than the Tranquil Cloud sects. The other party had evidently seen the contrast in strength between both parties. Hence, they were fearless. There were even some hints of threatening when talking. Pooh! This crow orchid Ganoderma was clearly obtained by us first. When did it become your High Clarity sect's item?
Do you still want face or not? The girl in fitting robes said scornfully.
The ugly girl in yellow clothes appeared very calm instead and was not as agitated as the girl in white fitting robes. She pulled her sleeves and said, "Forget it, Yenner." "Miss, I'm unwilling to give in," Yenna said unhappily.
The ugly girl smiled but did not say any more. Yenner kept her mouth shut sensibly. It looks like this ugly girl was even the master of that Yenner. Haha. This ugly girl knows what's good and bad. How is it, Tranquil Cloud sect's friends? Are you going to sow a grudge against us? The person from the High Clarity sect said arrogantly.
Mei Jun let out a sigh and said to the people behind him, "Let's go." Finished talking, he brought the Tranquil Cloud sect's group and skirted around this area and continued walking towards the depths of the Cloud Dream Mountain range.
The Tranquil Cloud sect's people all had bitterness on their faces. It was clear that they were very unwilling. People who practiced the sword tend to be righteous. Most of these Tranquil Cloud sect disciples practiced the sword. Encountering such an incident, they naturally wanted to draw their sword to help out. This group of people from the High Clarity sect was really too shameless to actually bully 2 weak girls and even malign them.
But with the present situation, even if the Tranquil Cloud sect and the other party fought it out to the death, it would be hard to win in the end. After all, the other party had 2 sea transformation realm experts. Yi Yuan's expression flickered but did not say anything. He followed the main group step by step and left. TCH. Indeed, jackals from the same lair. There's not a single good person from the sects. Turning around and leaving when they see this kind of situation, what difference is there from the culprits? Yenner's cold laughter came from behind. Mei Jun's figure involuntarily froze. After pausing for a split second, he strode out in large steps. Out of sight and out of mind. Luo Qingfeng's reminder sounded beside his ear. Mei Jun did not wish to ruin the lives of the sect's elites in vain just because of a momentary impulse. The ones he brought out this time were all the elite forces of the sect, especially Yi Yuan. If he lost his life because of two barely acquainted girls, how was he going to give an account to Sky Maple and Luo Chi-Feng when he returned?
Ha ha ha. The Tranquil Cloud sect are indeed a bunch of cowards. Running away without even daring to let out a fart. I think once Sky Maple, that old fellow, dies, the Tranquil Cloud sect's signboard of one of the 8 great sects most likely can't be preserved. Such a group of cowards is also worthy of being called 8 great sects? Really dying of laughter. The Mystic Realm exploration this time is so dangerous, and they actually only sent a 3rd-level C transformation realm. I think they have no deployable personnel in the sect, right?
There are so many natural treasures in this Mystic Realm, yet they came to be bystanders. I wonder how many can return alive this time.
Ha ha. The high-clarity sex people did not deliberately conceal their voices. Brazen mocking laughter spread over from far away. The Tranquil Cloud sex group could not resist wanting to go back to fight it out to the death. At this time, Tianyu heard the other party cursing Sky Maple and could not hold back anymore. He turned around and went back. This bunch of grandsons. Do they really think that they are extraordinary? I'll go kill that loud-mouthed fellow, Tianyu said furiously. Halt! Meijin stopped Tianyu and said, Tianyu, if you dare to go back, I'll immediately seal your essence energy. Elder Mei, they're bullying us too far, Meijin said in a low voice. Lack of forbearance in minor matters upsets great plans.
You're all the sect's future. Don't struggle for this sort of momentary relief.
If you feel humiliated, then cultivate harder and claim this debt in the future. But, right then, Yuan pulled Tianyu but smiled at Meijin and said, Elder Mei, you guys go ahead first. I have something and need to leave for a while. What?
You want to go back alone?
No way. Absolutely not. Meijin refused right away.
The other side had 2C transformation realm experts. What was Yi Yuan going back alone for other than courting death?
Even if Yi Yuan was more monstrous, it was also impossible to be a C transformation realm experts match right now. Yi Yuan's performance also made everyone feel very surprised. From earlier up until now, Yi Yuan had always been the calmest person. But now, Yi Yuan wanted to go back alone. Mo Yuntian also jumped in fright. He hurriedly urged, what Elder Mei said was correct. We should know shame and then be motivated and so cultivate even harder. Yi Yuan, don't fight for this momentary release. With your talent, wouldn't crushing them be effortless in the future? But Yi Yuan laughed and said, Elder Mei and senior apprentice brother Mo are worrying too much. I just have some other matters to attend to. I'm not going back to seek revenge. Don't worry, everyone. You guys go on first. I'll catch up later. Meijin was stunned when he heard this. You're really not going back to find the High Clarity sect?
Yi Yuan nodded and said, really not. Relax, Elder Mei. Yi Yuan still have some little tricks. Protecting myself in this Cloud Dream Mountain range is not an issue. This Cloud Dream Mountain range is riddled with dangers. If you have something, why not say it?
Best is if everybody moves together. Meijin frowned and said, just something minor. I'll be right back. Won't delay much time. Elder Mei, bring the rest away first, Yi Yuan said.
Meijin thought about it and nodded, saying, all right then, catch up swiftly. You're moving alone, so if you encounter any situation, make sure not to be rash. Protecting yourself is the most important.
Yi Yuan said, rest assured, Elder Mei. Yi Yuan is not somebody reckless like that. Farewell. Finished talking. Yi Yuan's figure moved and vanished from everyone's sight. Meijin sighed and said to the group, let's go.
But Mo Yutian said, Elder Mei, Yi Yuan, he is clearly going back to find the High Clarity sect's men. How can you let him go? Meijin looked at Mo Yutian and said with a sigh, before setting off, Grand Elder informed me that although I'm the one in charge, if Yi Yuan wants to do something, let him do it. Do not stop him. Turns out that Grand Elder had already anticipated today's situation long ago.
Mo Yuntian could not help being stifled when he heard this, but he did not know what to say either.
Grand Elder had long predicted that Yu Yuan would not listen obediently and gave him maximum freedom. How could he forbid it?
Mo Yuntian believed that Grand Elder was surely even clearer than him about Yi Yuan's significance to the Tranquil Cloud sect. Since he dared to say so, it showed that he had full confidence in Yi Yuan. But Mo Yuntian just could not figure out how Yi Yuan was going to face two great sea transformation realm experts along with other crystal formation realm martial artists by himself. In the open field, the high-clarity sect people were laughing at the tranquil cloud sect. For a moment, there was actually nobody who paid attention to the two girls. In their eyes, those two girls were lambs awaiting slaughter. They could take action at any time. After mocking for a while and seeing that the tranquil cloud sect group were already far away, they also felt bored and turned their attention to those two girls again. A high-clarity sect sea transformation realm elder took a few steps closer and reached his hand out to the ugly girl, saying, "Ugly girl, quickly hand over the crow orchid Ganoderma. If you still don't know how to appreciate kindness, then don't blame me for being impolite." That ugly girl shook her head and said, "It's not that I'm not handing it over. It's that this crow orchid Ganoderma is useful to me, so I can't hand it to you." The elder's face became frosty and said, "Don't reject face when it's given to you. What has it got to do with me whether it's useful to you or not? Are you handing it over or not?" As he was talking, that elder released the pressure of a sea transformation realm. It seemed like he was going to attack with a single word of disagreement. But Yenner sneered coldly and said, "This is really a tiger landing in a plane being bullied by dogs. Some random stray cats and dogs also dare to bully people. I'm not going to surrender it today. What can you do about it?" Yenner was just about to take action but was held back by the ugly girl. Somebody from that batch of people came back. "Hold your hand." The ugly girl transmitted her voice. When the elder heard Yenner's words, he was dazed. But he immediately became furious to the extreme and said with a laugh, "Good, good, good. What a razor-tongued little lass. Old me have traversed unobstructed in the southern domain for so many years, but this is the first time somebody called me a stray animal. Watch if I don't shred your mouth later." Finished talking, that elder gathered up essence energy and wanted to make a move. But right then, a vast expanse of white fog suddenly rose around him. This fog came too quickly, directly submerging everyone inside. In a blink, one could not even see their hands in front of them. Even those two girls standing opposite could not be seen. That elder was secretly alarmed. But his hands did not slow. He still fired out an essence energy ball at the place where the two girls stood earlier. But sadly, he did not hear tragic cries coming from the opposite. It was as if this blow sunk into the sea like a rock without even stirring a wave. The elder turned around to look, but where was there still any shadows of his companions? The surroundings were all thick white fog. Nothing could be seen. What's going on? Why can't we see anything all of a sudden? Ah! Who is it? Who bumped into me? Ouch! Who kicked me? Disorderly sounds came from behind. They were clearly all caught completely off guard by this unexpected white fog. The elder's face fell, and he yelled out, "Everyone stay right where you are for me and don't move. Face the fearful without fear, and its fearfulness disappears." This is but a tiny little entrapping formation. It's very easy to break. Yufeng, you work with me to break this formation. Okay, not far away, the other sea transformation realm elder's voice cried out. These two people did not know array formations, but their advantage laid in that their strength was formidable. The pair joined forces and wildly bombarded all directions. After 15 minutes, the array formation finally loosened. The vast expanse of white fog started to dissipate. The elder looked around, but the two girls were long gone. He was so furious that he slapped a palm on the large tree beside him. That huge tree collapsed at the sound of it. That elder called Yufeng came up and said, "Brother Wang Fan, do you think this is that group of people from the Tranquil Cloud sect playing tricks?" Wang Fan pulled a long face and said, "I know those cowards from the Tranquil Cloud sect. To be able to set up such an entrapping formation imperceptibly under our eyes, they do not have that capability." Yufeng frowned and said, "But if it isn't Tranquil Cloud sect's people, then who is it?" Wang Fan gnashed his teeth hatefully and said, "Perhaps those two girls have reinforcements. Furthermore, he is an array formation expert. A duck that landed in our hands flew away. So vexing." Yufeng said, although the entrapping formation's level was not high, it wasn't simple. He took advantage of geographical conditions to lay out this miniature entrapping formation and even instantly gathered the fog in the mountains for his own use.
With our wild attacks, it forcefully lasted for 15 minutes. Wang Fan nodded and said, this person's strength shouldn't be strong, but his array Dao attainments cannot be underestimated. If he had C transformation realm strength, then you and I would probably have to die here. Let's go. Later when we enter the mystic realm, I have to properly find trouble with the Tranquil Cloud sect. The disciples could not help taking pity on them. The pitiful Tranquil Cloud sect became the two girls' scapegoat. In a deep valley inside the Cloud Dream Mountain range, 3 silhouettes moved up and down and stopped at an empty lot. The 3 people were none other than precisely Yi Yuan and the 2 girls. Yenner sized up Yi Yuan's young and handsome face and said with a smile, a 7th-level spirit condensation realm who is not yet 16 years old. This rate of progress is considered decent. Yi Yuan smiled too and said, Miss Yenner flatters me. Yenner said in surprise, how rare that you actually remembered my name. And it's also rare for the sex to actually have such a righteous, heroic youth like yourself. Truly out of my expectations. Those fellows who stood by and watched us die are all some cold-blood creatures. I hope that they get eaten by demonic beasts. Yenner, Mr. is our savior. How can you talk this way to him? The ugly girl reproached. Yi Yuan waved his hands and said, no harm. Miss Yenner a straight talker. Rather very alike to a friend of mine. It's just that these words are kind of biased and a little vicious. It's not that those seniors of mine didn't wish to save you, but their strength is lacking even though their heart is willing. You saw it too, the High Clarity sect has 2 C transformation realm experts. If we clash, our side will definitely lose out greatly. Also, our sect's strength is beneath theirs. They are all part of the main forces of their sect. If there are any mishaps, the sect cannot bear it either. The friend that Yi Yuan referred to was naturally Nanfeng Jiro. Except this Yenner and Nanfeng Jiro had some differences. She was missing some princess temper. He could sense that this Yenner's anger was still primarily because the Tranquil Cloud sect looked on indifferently without lending a hand in their matters. Actually, in the martial arts world, these sort of deploring was really not very logical. This Yenner seemed like a fledgling who had just entered the world, ignorant towards everything. Yenna sized up Yi Yuan and suddenly said, all right, I forgive them. I take back my words earlier. The demonic beasts won't eat them. Hearing these words, even if it was Yi Yuan, he also could not quite refrain from laughing. He clasped his hands and said, then I'll thank Miss Yenner on behalf of my seniors. The ugly girl bobbed a curtsy and apologized. Yenner is insensible. Mister, please do not blame. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Miss Yenner is forthright and is clear about what to love or hate. Why would I get angry with her? While talking, Yi Yuan could not refrain from sizing up the ugly girl. She was really quite unsightly. But Yi Yuan would not discriminate against her because of this. Looks were determined by parents and the heaven. How could one make the decision? Furthermore, although this girl was hideous, she was highly cultured and sensible, gentle and generous. Her movements had the grace of an influential family. Presumably, her background should not be poor. What are you looking at, punk? Don't think that you can have any improper thoughts because you saved us. My family's miss is out of your reach. When Yenner saw Yi Yuan's eyes, she immediately became full of fighting spirit like a mother hen protecting her chicks, as if her family's miss was some matchless beauty. Yi Yuan inadvertently found it funny when he saw the situation and said, Miss Yenner is over-analyzing things. From what I see, your family's Miss's body seems to be unwell. That's why I took a few more looks at her. A trace of astonishment involuntarily flashed across Yenner and that ugly girl's faces. But Yenner said cunningly, my family's Miss's complexion looks bad. Even a moron can tell that her body is unwell. Right? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, your family's Miss's illness is probably not something as simple as her complexion being pale and wan. This one is knowledgeable in medical knowledge. May I take a look at Miss? Maybe I can be of help. Yenna gave a doubtful look and thought to herself, could it be that this fellow perceived something? You, a puny little spirit condensation realm martial artist. At the very best, you're just an alchemy master too. What can you see? Yenner said vigilantly. But the ugly girl said, since Mister can see that my body is unwell, I believe that you learned from a renowned master. There's no harm in taking a look. However, I've seen before many famed masters for this illness of mine, but they were all helpless about it.
Though she said so, the ugly girl reached her dainty hand out and placed it in front of Yi Yuan. Yenner was alarmed when she saw it and said, "Miss!" The ugly girl waved her hands and said, "There's no harm. Mr. just has good intentions. I guess that Mr. came from a prominent master, and when he saw this sickly body of mine, he began itching to try his skill." Yi Yuan could not help being stupefied when he heard this. He chortled and said, "Mrs. Very astute, this Yi Yuan is very impressed. With my visual prowess, I should be able to see through Mrs. Sickness with one glance. But I got nothing after looking for a long time. This one is indeed itching to test my skills." Yi Yuan thought to himself that although this lady's looks were appalling, she was very clever and sensible, as if she could see through people's thoughts with one look. Alchemists were all medical practitioners. Helping people diagnose illness was usual practice. Yi Yuan's abilities went without saying. For common illnesses, he only had to examine slightly before being able to determine it. But earlier, he stared at this ugly girl for a long time and got nothing. This really made him itch to have a go. But when Yenner heard this, she said disdainfully, "You're just a low-rank alchemy master. What are you pretending to be capable for? Even if an alchemy grandmaster or an alchemy king came, they might not necessarily be as arrogant as you, right?" Yi Yuan shot Yenner a brief glance and opened his mouth to say, "Miss Yenner's blood vitality has a slight deficit and your complexion a little pale. I think that you had just suffered very severe internal injuries several months back. Now, although your injuries have already healed, the lost blood essence has most likely yet to recover fully. The crow orchid Ganoderma that the high-clarity sect was asking for was probably giving Miss Yenner to use to replenish her blood essence, right?" This time, Yenner was truly shocked. What Yi Yuan said was actually not the tiniest bit off. If Yenner's injuries were not recovered yet, there was naturally nothing impressive about Yi Yuan perceiving it. But her injuries were already practically healed. The average person would absolutely be unable to see from the surface that she had suffered tremendous internal injuries a few months ago. The injury at that time was naturally to protect the young lady. She nearly died because of it. But several months had already passed since then. Her wounds were already pretty much healed and her deficient blood essence was already largely recovered. This crow orchid Ganoderma was only used to consolidate her foundation and to replenish her spirit to prevent affecting future cultivation. Looking on the outside, she was no different from an ordinary person. But even so, Yi Yuan still saw through it at a single glance. A puny little low-rank alchemy master actually had such visual prowess. The ugly girl was also surprised as she said, "Mr. actually have such visual prowess. What you said was completely on point. Looks like Yenner and I judged people by their appearance and looked down on Mr. Lear apologizes to Mr." As she spoke, she curtsied towards Yi Yuan again. Yi Yuan hurriedly performed a supporting hand gesture and said smilingly, "Miss need not be so polite. So, turns out that Mrs. name is called Lear. What a nice name. Mr. is too kind. I still don't know how to address Mr. Lear asked. Yi Yuan said, "This one is surnamed Yi. Given name is one word, Yuan. So it's Mr. Yi. Then please Mr. Yi, do a diagnosis for Lear." As she said this, Lear reached her delicate arm out again. "Miss Yenner, now, can I help Miss Lear take a look yet?" Yi Yuan did not reach out immediately. Instead, he faced Yenner and asked. Yenner pouted and said huffily, "Miss already agreed. What's the use if I don't agree?" Yi Yuan burst into laughter and reached 2 fingers out to put on Lear's wrist. When he saw Lear's slender and exquisite arm, Yi Yuan could not help being stunned. Her arm was glossy and clear, akin to fine white tallow jade, as if it did not belong in the mortal realm. This arm could virtually be described using the word perfect. Looking at Lear's appalling looks again, Yi Yuan felt extremely strong contrast. Yi Yuan felt very suspicious. How could 2 of such extremes appear on a girl at the same time? "Mr. Yi," Leah voiced out a reminder. Yi Yuan only recovered then and laughed awkwardly. "Apologies. I lost focus." Finished talking, Yi Yuan shut his eyes and purged distracting thoughts. He began diagnosing Lear. Yi Yuan's eyebrow gradually knitted together, becoming increasingly creased and deep. Seeing Yi Yuan's appearance, Lear asked, "Did Mr. Yi make out something?" At this time, Yi Yuan let go of Lier's wrist. That creamy feel at his fingertips unwittingly made his mind wander.
That sort of touching sensation actually led people to reminiscence endlessly. Yi Yuan could not help sighing inwardly. How could such a girl have a face like this? What a shame.
Yenner saw Yi Yuan's reminiscing look and knew that his thoughts were running wild. Towards her own family's Mrs. Charm. She knew deeply from experience. Seeing Yi Yuan keeping silent, Yenner could not resist speaking first. Can't say it, right? I knew it. A puny little low-rank alchemy master imitating other great masters to read the pulse. Many divine doctors have taken a look at my family's Mrs. Sickness and have no inkling at all. I really don't know where your courage came from. I also don't know how you duped us with those words earlier. Yi Yuan did not bother with her. Instead, he asked Lier, "Have Miss Lier cultivated ocular arts before?" Lier originally also thought that Yi Yuan was somebody with superficial knowledge. When she heard this, she involuntarily became alert and said with a nod, "That's right. Lier has cultivated ocular arts since young." Yi Yuan nodded and continued probing. If my conjectures are correct, Miss Lier must have advanced at a tremendous pace when cultivating ocular arts. Right? That's right. Mr. Yi can actually even tell this? Could it be that this strange illness of mine is related to cultivating ocular arts? Lier asked in puzzlement. Yi Yuan was only reading her pulse. Under the situation where Lier did not take the initiative to release her ocular powers, Yi Yuan would simply be unable to detect it.
In the past, those alchemists who diagnosed her all knew that she trained in ocular arts, but Yi Yuan was unaware.
He actually discovered that she had cultivated ocular arts before just based on reading her pulse. He was clearly extraordinary.
Moreover, hearing the meaning behind Yi Yuan's words, it seemed like her illness had a strong correlation to cultivating ocular arts. Yi Yuan did not answer Lia's question but continued asking, "Does Miss Lier feel dispirited every few months and become completely listless whenever you're doing anything?"
At this time, Lier had already completely put away any form of underestimation and said solemnly, "That's right. In the past, this sort of situation would happen every few months. It would last 3 to 5 days each time. But recently, the time between this symptom is becoming increasingly shorter, but the time it persists is getting progressively longer. My father had invited innumerable famed doctors because of this, but nobody could diagnose this illness. I didn't think that Mr. Yi actually has such capabilities at this young age."
By the side, where was there still any hint of despise from Yenner? She had long perked her ears up to listen intently.
She was right beside when those so-called famous doctors diagnosed Mississippi, but nobody could explain why. But this boy only diagnosed slightly and could actually perceive so many things. Compared to this Yi Yuan, those so-called famous doctors were truly beneath even trash. This period of time, watching Miss being tormented by her ailment, Yenner also felt like she was experiencing it herself.
But her concern was just concern. She was at a complete loss on what to do.
Even old master was helpless. What could she do? Hearing Lier's praise, there was no pleased expression on Yi Yuan's face. He shook his head and smiled bitterly, saying, "Miss Lier is really a person riddled with paradoxes."
Lia was dumbstruck. She asked, "What does Mr. Yu mean?"
Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Forgive Yi Yuan for being brusque. I've observed that Miss Li has ice skin and jade bones, a sign of extreme nobility. Yet your looks don't match."
I discern that Miss Lier has moonlight heavenly eye physique advancing at a tremendous pace when cultivating ocular arts. Yet it just had to be the innate battle soul physique too.
Lier and Yenner had blank looks on their faces. They clearly know nothing about this innate battle soul physique. "Mr. Yi, what kind of spirit physique is this innate battle soul physique? Lier has never heard of it before. Mr. Yi, please enlighten us." Lier opened her mouth to ask. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "In this age, when martial artists cultivate, they first accumulate essence, then cultivate the soul, and then gain enlightenment on Tao. This is associated with the upper 3 realms, middle 3 realms, and lower 3 realms. This kind of cultivation system is already very complete. The vast majority of martial artists in the world would take this path." Yi Yuan rattled on. Lier and Yenner were all secretly astounded.
They did not think that within a tiny little southern domain sect, there was actually somebody who could enumerate the upper, middle, and lower three-realm cultivation system like his family's own inheritance. But then it was said that 100,000 years ago there was once a peerless powerhouse who possessed the innate battle soul physique. He walked the cultivation path of merging spirit and body and finally stepped into the deity realm. It was said that people who possessed this type of spirit physique, their bodies, and divine soul would gradually amalgamate, attaining the unparalleled great Tao from there. Yi Yuan continued. Lier was unbelievably baffled when she heard this. She had never heard of such a horrifying spirit physique before, and she herself was actually the owner of this kind of spirit physique. Your meaning is... Leo was nimble-minded. She had evidently already guessed what Yi Yuan was going to say. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. The Moonlight Heavenly Eye physique is likewise a deity realm physique. Furthermore, the cultivation of the Moonlight Heavenly Eye physique similarly requires the support of soul force. That's also to say, these two types of spirit physiques are tearing your divine soul at the same time. All the way until one day, they will split your divine soul into two. Also, your current symptoms are not very obvious yet. You just feel dizzy and lethargic. Subsequently, the pain of your divine soul will become progressively stronger. That kind of ripping sensation will make you wish that you were dead." When Yi Yuan was breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, he personally had a taste of that sort of divine soul-tearing agony. That kind of feeling of dying being better than living was still fresh in his mind right now. If a person suffered such torment every day, even a man of iron would collapse too, let alone a little girl. And Yi Yuan knew that even if one were a divine king realm powerhouse, under such torment, there would only be death in the end. Any one of these two types of spirit physiques would be incredibly terrifying, but gathering onto a person at the same time was lethal. When Yenner listened to Yi Yuan's words, her tears immediately flowed. "Nonsense. You're definitely talking rubbish. This innate battle soul physique is simply unheard of." "How do you know?" Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "I also didn't imagine that I could chance upon such a spirit physique. But through Miss Lear's pulse earlier, I could indistinctly sense the strength of the ripping and the absorption her body has on the divine soul. Such a state is exactly the same as the innate battle soul physique." Yi Yuan was extremely sensitive towards soul force. Although the absorbing force in Lear's body was very minute, he could still detect it. Yenner suddenly wiped her tears and said, "I know. You're definitely hankering after my family's Mrs. Beauty. That's why you're deliberately saying so." "Yes? No? I'm telling you. Give up on this idea. My family's miss already likes someone else." When Yenner's words came out, Lear's expression dimmed instead. Her eyes revealed a woeful look. Yi Yuan was stupefied. He looked at Lear's face but did not say anything. Towards this face, Yi Yuan was not disgusted by it. But it was not to an extent where he was coveting her beauty, right? What did that have to do with this? This Miss Yenner was really packed with confidence in her family's miss. Forget about Lear. Even Yenner herself had no relation to the word beauty, right? "Yenner, stop talking nonsense. This appearance of mine, it's already extremely hard to come by that Mr. Yi is not repulsed by me. What beauty is there?" Lear glared at Yenner and said crossly, "But miss, you didn't see that lecherous look of his just now." Yenner refused to give in. Yi Yuan shook his head and said helplessly, "Since Miss Yenner suspects my motives, then just take it as if I didn't say it. My seniors are still waiting for me. Farewell, ladies." Yi Yuan not arguing did not mean that he really had no temper. This Yenner is really too self-absorbed. Even if I have never met women before, it's not to the extent where I will immediately be moved when I see a face like this, right? If he continued talking, wouldn't he saving people out of goodwill become ulterior motives? "Wait a minute, Mr. Yi. Keep your mouth shut for me, Yenner." Just as Yi Yuan turned around to leave, Lear hurriedly stopped him. "Miss Lear, this he was just shooting my mouth. Just take it as if you didn't hear it," Yi Yuan said. Lear shook her head and said, "Yenner is insensible. Although Mr.'s realm is not high, the level of your medicinal skills is seldom seen in Lear's lifetime. Lear boldly asks Mr. Does this spirit physique problem of mine has a solution?" Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said, "You really want to hear?" Leah nodded and said, "This matter concerns life and death. I naturally want to listen."
"But we're barely acquaintances. Can you really trust me?" "Mr. Yi is chivalrous. Lear already cannot thank you enough in my heart. How can I not trust Mr.?"
If others see this face of mine, they would surely keep a respectful distance away. But Mr. Yi risked death to come back alone and save me. It can be seen that Mr. is righteous, somebody who can be trusted. Leah said. If it were some other youth, they would surely get carried away with pride upon hearing such praise. But Yu Yuan was very composed. When he did things, he only sought to be able to live with himself. As for whether Lear, the master and servant pair were grateful, he did not really mind.
Except, forget that Yenner was ungrateful. She even made baseless conjectures about him. This inevitably infuriated him. But Lear's words had a kind of spring breeze and rain magic. It felt very pleasing to Yi Yuan's ears when listening. That bit of displeasure from earlier also dissipated like a cloud. This made Yi Yuan sigh with admiration once again. It seemed like a part from her face was a little ugly. This Miss Lear could be said to be perfect in other areas. Yi Yuan sighed and said, "All right then. Since Miss Lear trusts me, I'll talk about it." Leah gave a beautiful bow and said with a gentle smile, "Leah thanks Mr. Yi." Yi Yuan waved his hands and said, "Don't be in such a rush to give thanks. Honestly speaking, a rarely seen dual spirit physique like yours is really very troublesome. The importance of the divine soul to a person need not be explained. If your divine soul is completely torn into two parts, what awaits can only be death." Talking about life and death, Lear was not really visibly moved. She asked calmly, "Then in Mr.'s opinion, how long more can Lear still live?" Yi Yuan assessed for a moment and said, "This would have to depend on the awakening speed of your innate battle soul physique. If it's fast, then 3 to 5 years. If slow, then around 10 years or so." Leo was dazed. "Awakening?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. The time that this symptom of yours appeared should be these past few years, right?" Lear nodded and said, "Yes, roughly around 3 years' time." "Then that's right. This innate battle soul physique is not immediately obtained right after birth, but awakens through postnatal triggers. Once it awakens, this kind of spirit physique will automatically start fusing the divine soul, all the way until the spirit and flesh becomes one. The spirit physique is extremely heaven-defying. During the process of spirit and flesh merging, the cultivation speed of the person possessing the spirit physique will become increasingly faster and will not have any bottlenecks all the way until prior to breaking through to the deity realm," Yi Yuan explained. Leah sucked in a deep breath and said, "That's also to say, even if I stop cultivating right now, this innate battle soul physique will still rip my divine soul?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "If you're not of the moonlight heavenly eye physique but of some other spirit physiques, this sort of spirit and flesh union will not have a big impact on you. But the cultivation of the moonlight heavenly eye physique requires the aid of soul force at the same time. You've already been through so many years of cultivation. Your soul force is already fully acclimatized to the moonlight heavenly eye physique. Hence," Lear gave a bitter smile when she heard this and said, "To think that such a thing would actually happen to me. Then Mr. Yi, can I still be saved?" Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "I have a method which might be able to resolve Miss Lear's danger. But honestly, there's not much difference between saying it or not, because I can't help you now." Leah's eyes dimmed, but she still said, "Mr. Yi, please enlighten." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I know a type of divine soul mystic art when supplemented by a type of tier 8 medicinal pill can split the divine soul into two for individual cultivation. As long as Miss Learn can divide the divine soul into two and integrate a part of the divine soul into both eyes, the crisis of the spirit and flesh will naturally be easily resolved." Yenner's eyes lit up when she heard this. "Since that's the case, can't you just teach us the divine soul mystic art and pill formula?" Lear's eyes glared and finally said subtle anger, "Yenner, no matter whether it was the divine soul mystic art or the tier 8 medicinal pills formula, they were exceedingly precious items. Yenner asking for it like this was clearly committing a taboo. This sort of matter even people on close terms would find it hard to ask, let alone that they were strangers." Yenner's tears splashed on the ground, and she actually kneeled in front of Yi Yuan with a loud smack, crying, "Mr. Yi, Yenner apologizes to you." Yenner knows that this sort of request is very abrupt, but Miss is also someone with a bitter life.
Yenner really doesn't wish to see her pass away like this. I beg you, show some pity and save her.
Seeing Yenner like so, Lier's tears also involuntarily fell. Yi Yuan sighed and supported Yenner up, saying, "Miss Yenner need not do this. Towards saving people Yi Yuan would never decline. There's no harm in passing you the Divine Soul Mystic Art and Tier 8 pill formula. It's just that I'm afraid that even if I hand them to you, you girls won't be able to refine the medicinal pill either. And without the medicinal pill, cultivating this sort of Divine Soul Mystic Art is overly dangerous." "How so?" "As long as we have the pill formula, can't we refine the medicinal pill?" Yenner thought that Yi Yuan was finding an excuse and was unwilling to surrender the Divine Soul Mystic Art and pill formula. Yi Yuan hesitated for a while, but finally still said, "All right then, since Miss Yenner doesn't believe me, then I'll hand the Divine Soul Mystic Art and pill formula to you guys."
But Miss Lier, you must keep in mind, you absolutely cannot cultivate the Divine Soul Mystic Art if you can't refine the pill.
Lier and Yenner did not quite dare believe their own ears. Yi Yuan really handed it over just like this? This was a Divine Soul Mystic Art and Tier 8 pill formula. Even in the Divine Realm, these two items could make countless people go nuts. Yi Yuan handed it over so easily? "Mr. Yi, you aren't joking with us, right?" Lier asked disbelievingly.
Yi Yuan also knew the weight of these two items. The other party having this reaction was also something reasonable.
Without wasting his breath, Yi Yuan retrieved 2 blank jade slips and imprinted the Divine Soul Mystic Art and Tier 8 pill formula into these 2 jade slips. Not that Yi Yuan doesn't trust you two ladies. It's just that this matter is way too risky for Yi Yuan. I'd like you two ladies to swear a heavenly Tao oath, please. The origin of these 2 jade slips must not be known by a fourth person. This was also within reason. Lier and Yenner each swore a heavenly Tao oath. Then Yi Yuan passed the jade slip to Lier.
Leah held the 2 jade slips in her hands and stared at Yi Yuan woodenly. She still did not dare to believe that this was real up until now. Yi Yuan also sighed inwardly and thought to himself that this old weakness indeed resurfaced again.
Yi Yuan never had much resistance towards this sort of thing like curing diseases and saving people. In his previous life, Ji Qingyun frequently did this sort of thing. Those who came to his place to beg, as long as they were not some heinous criminals, he would strive to cure them.
On the one hand, it was because of his doctor's benevolence. On the other hand, it was because he found it hard to resist testing his skills. At Ji Qingyun's realm, subjugating a type of complicated or rare illness was something that came with an immense sense of accomplishment, and his alchemy Dao level also advanced during this process. In this life, Yi Yuan's personality already underwent a humongous change. But no matter how he changed, Yi Yuan was still Ji Qingyun. This master and servant pair had pure hearts. They were clearly not some heinous individuals. Yi Yuan naturally could not resist testing his abilities too. Moreover, facing this ugly-looking Lier, not knowing why, Yi Yuan's compassion grew even thicker.
It was just that even if he gave the pill formula to Lier, it was also impossible for her to refine the medicinal pill. This medicinal pill was not some street-side formula, but his, Yi Yuan's, self-created pill formula. It was called Rain Dew Soul Immersion Pill. It could only be refined by harmonizing with his unique technique. Furthermore, this pill formula had an extremely rare core ingredient. Even in the divine realm, it was also exceedingly scarce.
With Yi Yuan's present condition, his heart was willing, but his strength was obviously lacking.
Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The items are already handed over to Miss Lier. This ye still have urgent matters on hand, so I'll take my leave first. Miss Lier can consume more divine soul nourishing medicinal pills in the future. This way, it can delay the time of the eruption of the divine soul tearing. I left a divine soul imprint on this jade slip. In the future, if my strength is sufficient, I'll naturally go and find Miss Lier." Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around left without any reluctance. Mere acquaintances doing to this extent was already his limit. As for whether Lier could wait until the day he grew up, that was not something that Yi Yuan could control. Yi Yuan could tell that these two persons' identity was likely extraordinary. Their family might have some connections with the divine realm. If it were an ordinary person, upon hearing the name Tier 8 medicinal pill, they would most likely be deterred and step back already. Miss, why not let's hurry back?
Your ailment mustn't be delayed. After Yi Yuan left, Yener urged.
But Lear shook her head and said, going back is walking right into the trap. I'd rather die outside. But. No buts. Also, didn't you hear Yi Yuan say earlier? The pill formula he gave, other people simply cannot refine it.
I feel that what he said is true, Leah said.
Then what do we do now? Follow him. Merely a little spirit condensation realm martial artist. Follow him for what? Lear shook his head and said, this young man is not simple.
A spirit condensation realm martial artist actually knows the pill formula for a Tier 8 medicinal pill. Don't you find it strange?
Ah,
now that Miss said it, that's true.
Just now. I was only concerned about your illness and forgot about this point. Speaking of which, this boy is really leaking bizarreness. He can see through my moonlight heavenly eye with one glance, so his diagnosis should be pretty much on the mark. Such a level, even when placed in the divine realm, it's hardly ever seen.
Either way, we have nothing to do in this endless world either. Why not take a look at what kind of mysterious person this Yi Yuan is, Leah said.
All right, then I'll listen to Miss. Lear nodded. But be careful this time. Don't divulge our whereabouts. Just like this, under a situation where he knew nothing about it, two little tails followed behind Yi Yuan. When Yi Yuan found Mei Zhen and the rest according to the coordinates, they already reached the entrance to the mystic realm. And at this time, the 7 out of the 8 great sects had already arrived. Only the closest heavenly sky sect had yet to arrive.
Seeing Yi Yuan return safely, Mei Zhen also let out a sigh of relief.
Junior apprentice brother Yi, are you all right? Mo Yuntian hurried asked.
Yi Yuan felt warmth in his heart and already said that it's to handle some minor affairs. Senior apprentice brother Mo need not worry.
Haha. It's good that things are fine, it's good. Oh Yi Yuan, you rest first. After the heavenly sky sect people reach, we can enter the mystic realm already. Seeing Yi Yuan return, Mei Zhen's mood was evidently pretty good. Yi Yuan nodded and was just about to find a place to sit and rest when a group of people blocked his path. Not others, it was precisely the High Clarity sect group. Why did this brat only come over now? Where did he go just now? The one speaking was Wang Fan. He interrogated Mei Zhen. Mei Zhen originally already nested a stomach full of anger. Seeing Wang Fan grilling him, he sneered coldly and said, what? Do I still have to report to your High Clarity sect when my Tranquil Cloud sect disciples do anything?
Initially, the various great sects each occupied a place to rest. The other sects people immediately looked over when these two people faced off.
When Wang Fan saw that Mei Zhen's attitude was unyielding, he was even more displeased as he said, originally, you don't need to report to us. But the crow orchid Ganoderma that my High Clarity sect had just gotten vanished suddenly. I suspect that it was stolen by this disciple of yours.
Actually, Wang Fan naturally did not think that Yi Yuan was that mysterious person. He was taking this opportunity to find trouble.
A duck that landed in his hands flew off. This made Wang Fan very pissed. He also just happened to see Yi Yuan being the last to return to his team earlier, so he obviously seized the chance to take action. His goal was very simple, which was to extort a little something from the Tranquil Cloud sect. Even if they did not have something as precious as the crow orchid Ganoderma, they at least had to take out a quasi-tier 4 medicinal herb, right? It was just that he could never have imagined that the one who ruined the High Clarity sect's affairs was Yi Yuan himself. His wild flurry of sticks actually hit the perpetrator. Except, he was talking nonsense about the whatever crow orchid Ganoderma already being in his hands but was stolen by someone. This was splashing dirty water on the Tranquil Cloud sect. Mei Zhen and the rest did not know what was going on either. But they knew that Yi Yuan definitely succeeded. But towards Wang Fan's drivel, Mei Zhen refused to believe it even if he was beaten to death.
What utter rubbish. You open your eyes well and take a look. Yi Yuan, he is only a spirit condensation realm martial artist. Can he steal away something in front of the two of you mighty sea transformation realm experts? But Wang Fan laughed sinisterly and said, it's true that he's a spirit condensation realm martial artist, but who knows if he specializes in thieving techniques and only knows how to steal things. If that's the case, then everybody needs to be careful. The Tranquil Cloud sect's men knew the truth, but other sect's members did not know the truth. Hearing Wang Fan said so, many people revealed wariness. This thieving technique, when cultivated to an extremely high realm, was similarly very terrifying. Crossing realm to steal other people's belongings was not something challenging. This is slander. Mei Zhen was so enraged that he was shaking. Being incited by Wang Fan like this, Tranquil Cloud sect might end up becoming a target for public censure. The risks of this trip would increase dramatically. Slander? Then you explain to me, where did this spirit condensation realm disciple of yours go to before this? When we bumped into each other earlier, he was still on your team. But after we arrived here, we didn't see him the entire time. Wang Fan snickered coldly. He went to attend to some matters. Mei Zhen faltered, but still tried to defend it. Attend to matters? Attend to what matters? Stealing things. Wang Fan continued on the offensive. Mei Zhen was an experienced and prudent person, but he did not have the gift of gab. Being forced by Wang Fan at this time, but stammering and unable to say anything, that appearance appeared even more like a guilty conscience. At this time, Yi Yuan came forward and clasped his hands at Wang Fang, saying, May I ask the senior if the primary cultivation method in your high-clarity sect is the mountain-shaking divine skill? Wang Fan was stunned. He immediately said disdainfully, ignorant. In this southern domain, who doesn't know that my high-clarity sect's primary cultivation method is the high-clarity imperial reverence law? Yi Yuan had a regretful look as he said, Like this, huh? Then that's really a pity. Senior skin can even shake this Cloud Dream mountain range. Yet such a divine skill actually isn't your high-clarity sect's primary cultivation method. Ha ha ha. When Yi Yuan's words came out, everyone hugged their bellies and roared with laughter. Just now, Wang Fan said that Yi Yuan cultivated thieving skills. This time, Yi Yuan retorted that the high-clarity sect's skin was thick. This retaliation was really sharp. Everybody actually had some idea about the high-clarity sect's conduct. They were people who bullied the kind and feared the wicked ones, bluntly saying it was just shameless. This description of Yi Yuan's was seriously too apt. Wang Fan's face became as black as the bottom of a pot. He said in a low voice, Brat, are you courting death? To actually dare defame my high-clarity sect? Defame? As one of the 8 great sects, you guys actually committed highway robbery against 2 weak girls. That is already shameless enough. But you seem to have failed in the end, or maybe you succeeded and want to reap more benefits. Regardless of what situation it is, your mountain-shaking divine skill is indeed cultivated powerful enough. After entering the mystic realm, you got to hold it back a little. Don't collapse the mystic realm too, Yi Yuan said leisurely. The other 6 great sects were currently looking over here. Hearing Yi Yuan said this, many people broke into a snigger. These elders and disciples were all astute people. Yi Yuan's essence energy was profound and unadulterated. He was completely not somebody who walked an unorthodox path. Rather, it was the high-clarity sect whose reputation had never been good. Who was right and who was wrong, everyone had a guess in their hearts. Wang Fan flew into a great rage when he heard that and said, Good! Truly excellent. A tough bone came out from the Tranquil Cloud sect. Today, I'll help you loosen up your tendons and bones. Halt! Wang Fan was just about to make his move when a voice transmitted over icily. Everyone turned around to look. Turned out that the Heavenly Sky sect's people came. The Heavenly Sky sect was indeed deserving of the Southern Domain's #1 great faction. They sent nearly 20 people on this trip. Just the Sea Transformation Realm Elders were as many as 3. Such a lineup could be called extravagant on this occasion today. Li Zhongyu, who went to the Tranquil Cloud sect as an envoy previously, was shockingly present in the Heavenly Sky sect team. Li Zhongyu saw Yi Yuan, who was currently facing off with Wang Fan, right away, and killing intent involuntarily surged. But the 8 sects were gathered right now. This was precisely the time for the Heavenly Sky sect to demonstrate the grace of a great sect. It was obviously not a good opportunity to make his move. Once he entered the mystic realm, he definitely had to kill Yi Yuan.
After the incident previously, Yi Yuan had already become Li Zhongyu's heart demon. Once a heart demon was born, it would have a tremendous impact on a martial artist's cultivation. Although Li Zhongyu's strength already recovered to its original standards after a period of recuperation, the difficulty of breaking through to the crystal formation realm rose dramatically. Of course, Li Zhongyu's talent was outstanding. 5th-level crystal formation realm could not stump him. But the problem was that Li Zhongyu's goal was the Soul Sea realm. If he did not eliminate Yi Yuan and uproot this hard demon when he broke through to the Soul Sea realm in the future, he would simply be unable to cross the heavenly tribulation. So no matter what, Yi Yuan had to die. The Heavenly Sky Sect group arrived in front of everyone in a mighty formation. One of the elders came forward and said, "Your two sects came to the Cloud Dream Mountain range to explore the mystic realm. Now you're exhausting each other before entering the mystic realm. This doesn't seem to be very good, right? Give this old man face, regardless of what grudges the High Clarity Sect and Tranquil Cloud Sect have, wait until after this." This person was the Heavenly Sky Sect's elder with the highest seniority on this trip. His name was Wuxiao. That halt earlier was him yelling. Not that he wished to meddle in other people's business, but because he did not want to see internal frictions before entering the mystic realm. Finding so many other sects' elites over was to get cannon fodders. If there were deaths and casualties outside, wouldn't there be fewer cannon fodders? That way, the dangers their sect disciples faced would increase drastically. Among the younger generation, the Heavenly Sky Sect's disciples' strength and potential were absolutely the greatest. As long as there were these cannon fodders, their Heavenly Sky Sect could obtain the greatest benefits in the mystic realm. How could they be allowed to have internal conflicts? When Wang Fan saw Wu Zhao, he instantly changed face and said with a radiant smile, "So, this trip for the Heavenly Sky Sect is under Brother Wu's charge." Brother Wu's face must obviously be given. As he spoke, Wang Fan turned to Yi Yuan again and snorted coldly, saying, "Consider yourself lucky, punk. After we come out of the mystic realm, watch if I don't shred that mouth of yours. But you'll have to come out from inside first." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Then I have to thank Senior Mountain Shaker very much for showing mercy. I don't know whether I can exit or not, but Senior really might not make it out." Wang Fan did not take it seriously. He guffawed. "I wonder when such a razor-tongued boy appeared in your Tranquil Cloud sect. I rather hope that you can come out. Otherwise, who do I find to vent this anger?" Wu Zhao looked at the unfathomable smile of Yi Yuan's and was involuntarily shocked inwardly. Was it possible that this brat knew something? "Zhongyu, when you went to the Tranquil Cloud sect, you didn't say anything superfluous, right?" "Why'd I feel like this boy seems to know something?" Wu Zhao transmitted his voice to Li Zhongyu. Li Zhongyu replied, "How is that possible? I followed Sect Master's words to the letter in the Tranquil Cloud sect." "And maybe I'm too sensitive," Wu Zhao responded. This mystic realm did not permit the existence of power exceeding the crystal formation realm. This was also a secret that the Heavenly Sky Sect only became informed of by sacrificing an elder. How could the other sects possibly know? The Heavenly Sky Sect sacrificed a Sea Transformation Realm elder but did not wish for the other sects to have an easy time either. Hence, they concealed this information and induced the other sects to send out Sea Transformation Realm elders to follow. As long as these Sea Transformation Realm elders used strength exceeding Crystal Formation Realm inside, they would die without a burial ground. The Heavenly Sky Sect had malicious intentions but did not know that they were already seen through by Yi Yuan long ago. Luo Qifeng already reminded Mei Xinlong since before they set off. But Elder Wu still needs to be a little wary of this boy. After entering the mystic realm, we must kill him as long as there's a chance. Li Zhongyu transmitted his voice to remind Wu Zhao. "N? That 7th-level spirit condensation realm boy? Oh, right, that's the kid that made you suffer a huge loss?" "I don't see anything special about him." Wu Zhao did not mind. Even if he could only exert the strength of peak crystal formation realm, killing a 7th-level spirit condensation realm was still too easy. This boy is very bizarre. Once he's given an opportunity, he will surely be an enormous threat to my Heavenly Sky Sect in the future. Elder Wu must take care not to treat him lightly.
Li Zhangyu forcefully pressed down the discontent in his heart and reminded once more. But Wu Zhao responded, say no more, Zhangyu. I know what to do. Your Grand Elder Chi's disciples. How can you be so intimidated by a little 7th-level spirit condensation realm? Li Zhangyu was so angry that he gnashed his teeth, forcefully suppressing the rage in his heart, and did not speak anymore. He was young, but his status was not beneath Wu Zhao's. Under such circumstances, there were many elders sucking up to him in the Heavenly Sky sect and also many elders who envied him. This Wu Zhao clearly belonged to the latter. Looks like killing Yi Yuan could only be as the circumstances dictate. At this moment, Yi Yuan was also disinclined to dispute with Wang Fan any longer. As long as they entered the mystic realm, Wang Fan would be a dead man sooner or later. Seeing that the High Clarity sect and Tranquil Cloud sect had temporarily ceased fire, Wu Zhao was also very pleased. Today, my Heavenly Sky sect invites everyone here to explore the mystic realm together. I hope that everybody can cross the river in the same boat and support each other. The dangers of this mystic realm were already made known to everyone in advance. Take care not to drop your guard. After entering the mystic realm, each of you can seek out natural treasures on your own. Any item that you get will belong to you. My Heavenly Sky sect will not take a single thing, Wu Zhao said loudly to everyone. Once these words went out, there was an uproar in the crowd. The Heavenly Sky sect had always taken advantage of every opportunity to benefit themselves. Especially this time in their territory, many sects had already made preparations to have a cut taken by the Heavenly Sky sect. But they also made up their minds that if the cut were too big, they would withdraw and not do this. Furthermore, this time was the Heavenly Sky sect taking the initiative to invite them. Presumably, they would not go overboard. That was why they agreed to explore the mystic realm together this time. Nobody could have thought that the Heavenly Sky sect actually did not want a single thing. Elder Wu, you aren't joking with us, right? Someone asked doubtfully. Yeah, Elder Wu. Don't talk flowery words now, but renege after we exit. Elder Wu, if you want to take a cut, make it clear early on. At least everyone will have an estimate in their hearts. Stirring up trouble like this makes us uneasy instead. Wu Zhao suddenly pointed to the skies and swore. I, Wu Zhao, swear a heavenly Tao oath now. The exploration of the mystic realm this time. My Heavenly Sky sect will not ask for a cut from the other sects after exiting. If I break this vow, may I die a horrible death. This unexpected move from Wu Zhao left everyone completely shocked. What was this? Could it be that the Heavenly Sky sect really had a change in personality? No matter what, Wu Zhao's Heavenly Tao oath was already sworn. The crowd naturally would not have any more doubts. Over on this side, the Tranquil Cloud sect's people were also very surprised. Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, what do you think is with the Heavenly Sky sect? Could they really have changed for the better? Mo Yuntian transmitted. Yi Yuan snickered coldly and said, change for the better? How is that possible? That Elder Wu only said not to take a cut. He didn't say not to take the other sect's properties. As long as the other sect's disciples are dead, they can naturally collect their storage rings. At that time, wouldn't those things still be theirs? While they have many people, everybody's risk will be the same after entering. How can they guarantee that they can obtain the greatest benefits in the end? You take a look at the people from the Heavenly Sky sect this time. The worst also has 3rd level or 4th level crystal formation realm cultivation. If such a force will also be in danger, then let alone the other sects. Furthermore, talking in terms of understanding towards this mystic realm, nobody knows more than them. If they still had no gains under such circumstances, then they would really be a bunch of pigs. So, it's actually like this. Doesn't that mean that many of us from the 7 great sects all became their stepping stones? And roughly this reasoning. Then we're in peril this trip. Talking about strength, our Tranquil Cloud sect is probably the weakest, right? Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Mo Yuntian involuntarily wanted to back out. Not that he was afraid of death, but because he felt that dying this way was not worth it. Obviously aware that they dug a pit to bury you, yet you still jump inside. That was not courage but stupidity. But Yi Yuan smiled mysteriously and said, perhaps after we enter the mystic realm, we'll become a great faction second only to the Heavenly Sky sect. And? How goes? Mo Yuntian asked puzzledly. Don't ask anymore, senior apprentice brother.
You'll naturally know after entering the mystic realm, Yi Yuan said with a beam. Not that Yi Yuan was trying to be mysterious, but he was afraid of frightening Mo Yuntian until he gave himself away. Presently, the 8 great sects had over a dozen sea transformation realm experts. After entering the mystic realm, it would be pretty decent if there were half left. Telling this sort of thing to Mo Yuntian would definitely make him jump in fright. The more people there were, the more tongues there would be. Luo Qingfeng only told Mei Zhen this matter and did not tell a single one of the Crystal Formation Realm disciples. It was also pointless if they knew.
Alright, since nobody has any objections, then let's start entering the mystic realm, Wu Xiao said loudly.
At this time, a sea transformation realm powerhouse came out from the Heavenly Sky sect and took out some middle-grade essence crystals and started arranging them at the entrance of the mystic realm.
The entrances to mystic realms were mostly not very stable. They had to be reinforced through array formations, or else it would be very easy to be swept away into turbulent spatial currents.
This sea transformation realm powerhouse was evidently a Heavenly Sky sect's array formations master.
Before long, another light door appeared at the mystic realm entrance.
Everyone, to show our sincerity, my Heavenly Sky sect will enter the mystic realm first. When Wu Xiao finished talking, he directly brought the Heavenly Sky sect disciples and vanished from the light door, entering the mystic realm. With the Heavenly Sky sect leading the way, the other sects would not hold back anymore either. They scrambled over each other to enter the mystic realm. Mei Zhen was not in a hurry. He waited for the other sects to enter one by one.
When Wang Fan was passing by the side, he looked at Yi Yuan and said cockily, "Brat, start praying now.
Pray that you don't bump into me inside." Ha ha ha.
Yi Yuan shrugged and could not care less about him. Only after the other sects entered the mystic realm did Mei Zhen turn to the group of disciples and said, "The Heavenly Sky sect's actions this time is seriously abnormal. Everybody take precaution after entering the mystic realm and try your best not to split up, understood?"
Understood. The group of disciples nodded and shouted. Okay, let's go in. Mei Zhen took the helm, and the others also followed one by one. But Yi Yuan intentionally ended up as the last one. Looking at those essence crystals at the mystic realm's entrance, he smiled slightly and went forward to casually move it around a little before entering the light door.
After Yi Yuan left, another 2 figures appeared in front of the light door.
"Miss, this Yi Yuan is indeed very strange. The array formation set up by a quasi-tier 4 array formations master, but he casually altered it and seized control. We can't enter through this light door anymore," Yenner said in amazement. Lear smiled and said, "When he rescued us, didn't he also casually lay an entrapment formation?
This Yi Yuan's origins is surely out of the ordinary.
Come, let's follow in to take a look."
Finished talking, Leah's gaze flickered and another light door actually opened up.
It was shockingly easy. Such rich essence energy. If one can cultivate inside here, one will surely yield twice the result with half the effort.
When Yi Yuan entered the mystic realm, he heard waves of exclamations and astonishment.
This mystic realm's essence energy thickness was exceptionally high, most likely multiple times of the outside world. Cultivating in here could indeed achieve the effect of twice the result with half the effort. But the problem was who dared to cultivate in here. However, under such rich essence energy, it was also within reason for the mystic realm to produce even more natural treasures. Alright, everyone has already entered the mystic realm. Now let's all set off on our own. I wish everyone good luck, Wu Xiao shouted loudly. Although he said this, he did not have any intention of moving. Right then, somebody suddenly exclaimed in shock, "Quickly look!
There are actually layers upon layers of orchid heartflower.
That is an exceedingly rare tier 2 medicinal herb.
There are actually so many here. Quickly go harvest."
However many we can get counts. Everybody traced the direction his finger pointed at and looked over. Indeed, they saw a large sea of flowers. Haha, we're rich. This mystic realm is indeed extraordinary. There is actually such a large stretch of orchid heartflowers in the outer regions.
The Heavenly Sky sect really didn't lie.
This mystic realm is truly lined with treasures everywhere. Obtaining such a great benefit right after entering the mystic realm, everybody's spirits naturally roused. Many people already started thanking the Heavenly Sky sect. Those with quicker reactions already sprinted over there frantically. Although this orchid heart flower was a tier 2 medicinal herb, it was exceedingly rare in the outside world, belonging to those incredibly valuable medicinal herbs. They were scarce resources to the various great sects. Seeing so many orchid heart flowers, the crowd obviously could not resist wanting to harvest more. Mo Yuntian hastily said to Mei Zhan upon seeing the situation, "Martial uncle, let's hurry over too. Otherwise, it will all be finished by them." The 8 great sects added up to about 100 people. Though that sea of flowers was large, it could not weather so many people harvesting either. Mei Zhan nodded and was just about to speak when he was stopped by Yi Yuan. "Don't be anxious, senior apprentice brother. Let's wait and see first." How could Mo Yuntian not be anxious? He urged, "Junior apprentice brother Yi. This orchid heart flower is a tier 2 medicinal herb that the sect is in a huge shortage of. It's of utmost importance to us. If we don't move, then it will have nothing to do with us anymore." But Yi Yuan smiled leisurely and said, "What's the hurry for? Take a look, senior apprentice brother. Didn't the Heavenly Sky sect not move too?" Mo Yuntian was stunned and looked over at the Heavenly Sky sect's side. Indeed, none of them over there moved. Mo Yuntian's heart plunged and instinctively sensed that someone bad was about to happen. "Ah!" Right then, a miserable cry sounded. Immediately following were several more tragic cries. Everyone was shocked currently, their gazes looking over in the direction of the sea of flowers. Turns out that there were already several people who ran into the sea of flowers and started harvesting orchid heart flowers. Except those earliest few who entered the sea of flowers currently all turned black. It was clearly the look of being inflicted by deadly poison. Those few people directly collapsed in the sea of flowers and rolled around endlessly, looking very anguished. It was apparent that they could not survive. The large group who were originally sprinting there frantically were frightened until they hurriedly stopped their footsteps when they saw how hideous those few people looked now. What's going on? What happened to those people? Isn't this the orchid heart flower? Why does it seem to contain deadly poison? Luckily, I ran a little slower just now. If I were slightly faster, I'd definitely end up like them." There were people shocked and people scared. When the crowd watched the few people struggling in the sea of flowers, they all felt a chill down their spines. This poison was too horrifying. Those few people were all crystal formation realm martial artists, but they got poisoned before they could even react. The struggles of those few in the sea of flowers gradually grew weaker. Finally, there was no more sound. Everyone's comments also gradually died down. They only realized now that this mystic realm was not as simple as they imagined. Many people were only shocked awake now why the Heavenly Sky sect wanted to find them to explore the mystic realm together. If this mystic realm was filled with treasures everywhere, would they still get to come and explore? When the group saw such a large sea of flowers earlier, they immediately tossed danger to the back of their minds and nearly perished. Greed was human nature. Plus, they did not have sufficient understanding of this mystic realm's dangers, which was why they made such a low-level mistake. Over on this side, the Tranquil Cloud sect people were also shaking in fear after the event when they saw this situation. If it were not for Yi Yuan just now, they would probably have rushed over thoughtlessly. This poison was clearly very powerful. Those few were all crystal formation realm martial artists but died in a few breaths of time. Even if Mei Zhan was inflicted, he might not be able to retreat unscathed. Yi Yuan, fortunately, there was you just now holding us back. Otherwise, we would likely have fallen victim to it too. Mo Yuntian said with lingering fear. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I saw that nobody from the Heavenly Sky sect moved and guessed that there was some problem. That's why I made you guys wait and see first. I didn't think that a problem would really occur." Mo Yuntian silently felt ashamed. As everyone's senior brother but without half of Yi Yuan's focus, it was seriously quite shameful. Actually, Mo Yuntian was overthinking. Facing such a large stretch of orchid heart flowers sea, not many could keep their cool. Or else, they would not have dashed forward just now without anyone paying attention to Heavenly Sky sect's side. Moreover, the reason why the Heavenly Sky sect did not move was clearly that they also suffered a loss before. Even if the Heavenly Sky sect had many Crystal Formation Realm and Sea Transformation Realm experts, it was impossible for them not to be moved by a scarce medicinal herb like the orchid heart flower. As for Yi Yuan, he saw that sea of flowers right after entering. Even if he did not see the Heavenly Sky sect's movements, he would not let his seniors go and pick those flowers either. Yi Yuan did not even need to move closer to observe. Just by sniffing the scent in the air, he already knew that this sea of flowers was simply not orchid heart flowers. Those flowers in the sea of flowers were the mantu flower, which was extremely similar to the orchid heart flower. The mantu flower was virtually the same as the orchid heart flower. Furthermore, the fragrance it gave off was practically the same, but Yi Yuan could differentiate the minute differences within. The flower scent given off by the mantu flower had an extremely faint blood stench. It was just that the flower fragrance was enchanting. Ordinary people found it very hard to tell this sort of extremely minute differences. But in reality, the mantu flower used precisely this kind of method to attract humans to harvest it, poisoning them from there. Once humans succumbed to the poison and died, they would become the mantu flower's fertilizer, nourishing the mantu flower. But most likely nobody here recognized the mantu flower. These people died bizarrely too, and no one knew what happened. Yi Yuan naturally did not wish to be eye-catching, so he did not explain much. He just used the Heavenly Sky sect as a shield. Meijin gritted his teeth and said those fellows definitely knew that there was something shady but did not make a sound. They were waiting for people to be poisoned. Earlier, the few great sects practically all had somebody who succumbed to it. This fulfilled their wishes. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Didn't the Heavenly Sky sect get the other 7 great sects to come for the purpose of finding more cannon fodders? The other great sects' elders only came around now. They ran in front of Wu Zhao and admonished, 'Elder Wu, why didn't anyone from your Heavenly Sky sect move? Were you all already aware that these orchid heart flowers have some problem?' The sect elders were all burning with righteous indignation. They felt like they had fallen into a pit. Sustaining heavy casualties before the exploration of the mystic realm even began, the sect elders clearly could not quite accept it. When Wu Zhao saw several sects lose men, he secretly felt pleased. But he looked aggrieved as he said, 'By heaven and hell, this Wu really didn't know that this sea of orchid heart flowers actually had such deadly poison. It's just that my Heavenly Sky sect has vast territory and abundant resources, and we're not lacking this bit of orchid heart flowers. That's why we were thinking of letting everyone go first. Who knew that this would happen? Humph! Stop pretending, Elder Wu. Only your Heavenly Sky sect has come in here before. How can you possibly be oblivious?' An elder said furiously. Wu Zhao maintained an aggrieved look and said, 'It isn't just my Heavenly Sky sect's group that didn't move here. The Tranquil Cloud sect didn't move too. Why does everyone come and interrogate my Heavenly Sky sect?' When Wu Zhao said this, the Tranquil Cloud sect group felt their hearts chill. He was trying to redirect the disaster. Indeed, those elders immediately turned their gun barrels. They were all wily foxes and knew that Wu Zhao was deliberately putting on a show here. But the Heavenly Sky sect was powerful, so they obviously had to find a soft persimmon to knead. They had to find a channel to vent, right? Then wasn't the Tranquil Cloud sect perfect? When Wang Fan saw the Tranquil Cloud sect, he instantly became full of enthusiasm. He went forward and grilled them. 'Meijin, are you going to give us an explanation?' How could Meijin not know what these people were thinking? His face darkened, and he said, 'What explanation do you want? I wasn't the one who made you all go harvest the orchid heart flowers either. Now that something happened, can my Tranquil Cloud sect be blamed for it? The Heavenly Sky sect is the only sect who came in here before. You don't go find them but come to find trouble with us instead. What's the reasoning?' Wang Fan sneered coldly and said, 'You can't say it that way. The Heavenly Sky sect has vast territory and abundant resources. Your Tranquil Cloud sect can't also have vast territories and abundant resources too, right? Could it be that you guys aren't lacking orchid heart flowers? But you people didn't make a move. Could there be no reason in between all this? Or perhaps you guys already secretly colluded with the Heavenly Sky sect?' When Wang Fan said this, the other sect's elders' faces changed. The Heavenly Sky sect was already formidable enough. If they add in a Tranquil Cloud sect, swallowing up the other sects was something sooner or later. Although the Tranquil Cloud sect was very weak, which one of the 8 great sects did not have any trumps cards? If they threw their lot in with the Heavenly Sky sect, then the southern domain's terrain would be hard to say.
Meijin panicked when he saw the situation and pointed at Wang Fan, saying, "Wang Fan, don't slander people."
Wang Fan snorted coldly and said, "Slander people? If it's not like this, you guys should have at least reminded us to not go over, right? Now, only you guys and the Heavenly Sky sect are perfectly fine. How can this not make people suspicious?"
Meijin was so nervous that his forehead was matted with sweat and he felt like he could not explain this even with 100 mouths. The Tranquil Cloud sect's strength was originally weak. If they faced off with several great sects at the same time, then there was only death. The Heavenly Sky sect's strategy to sow discord was executed really viciously.
"Senior Mountain Shaker, why did you come out again?
Talking so much crap, isn't it all your baseless speculations? You guys were greedy and suffered a loss when you went to harvest the orchid heartflowers, but turn around now to blame others. Where's the reasoning?" At this time, Yi Yuan came forward to say.
When he said Senior Mountain Shaker, everybody simmered with laughter. But under such circumstances, they should not laugh. Each one of them was very uncomfortable holding it back.
Wang Fan was so angry that he was huffing and glaring. He said in a great rage, "Honorable nephew, looks like your Tranquil Cloud sect is resolved to break away from us other 6 sects."
Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Senior Mountain Shaker, your mountain-shaking divine skill is already cultivated to the acme of perfection.
Since when can Senior Mountain Shaker alone represent the 6 sects? Forget about 6 sects, can you represent the High Clarity sect?"
"You!" Wang Fan could not help choking up. Did he dare to say represent? He was only some unimportant elder in the High Clarity sect. How could he represent the High Clarity sect's opinion? "What about me? He's sowing discord so obviously and you can't even see it. Are you a pig?
Or are you already bought over by the Heavenly Sky sect to deliberately stir up hostility between us 6 sects?" Yi Yuan retorted, hitting the mark with each word.
Mo Yuntian's eyes lit up when he heard it. What a marvelous reversing the roles of host and guest. Just now, Wang Fan said that the Tranquil Cloud sect and Heavenly Sky sect were colluding. Now, Yi Yuan countered that Wang Fan was bribed by the Heavenly Sky sect, reversing the situation in an instant. Regardless whether the other sects believed Yi Yuan's words or not, they would not take any rash actions. You're maligning me." It was Wang Fan's turn to want to cough blood this time. But Yi Yuan sneered coldly and said, "Senior Mountain Shaker, save it."
In this mystic realm, the situation is incredibly delicate. Don't become a tool for others.
Properly seeking out natural treasures and leaving alive are the kingly way.
His words were clearly for Wang Fan to listen, but in reality, it was said for the other elders to hear.
When the sect elders heard Yi Yuan's words, they also calmed down. Now, inside the mystic realm, the Heavenly Sky sect's strength was undoubtedly the greatest. But their strength had limits.
It was precisely because of this that everyone lowered their guard. But in truth, the Heavenly Sky sect had advantages that other sects did not. If they became cannon fodders, they would lose more than they gain in the end. Each sect only had 10+ people now. Once they clashed, nobody would gain any advantage. Instead, it would benefit others. Not only Wang Fan, but the rest of them also could not represent their respective sects too.
The goal of coming to this mystic realm was to bring back more natural treasures.
The most important matter on hand was not to scheme but to preserve their strength to search for natural treasures. Yi Yuan's words roused them from their sleep. These elders' enmity also became much weaker. As for what happened here, they would report to the sect's upper echelons after leaving. The higher-ups would naturally make a decision. The Heavenly Sky sect people had been watching the activities over here the entire time. When Wuxia saw that Yi Yuan resolved the crisis with just a few words, his face involuntarily fell.
Although this boy's realm isn't high, his thoughts are very deep. His grasp of the situation is also very on point.
Looks like what Zhang Yu said was right. This boy really can't be underestimated.
I'll just find a chance later on and kill him, Wu Zhao thought to himself. As for those words over there about colluding with the Heavenly Sky sect, Wu Zhao did not mind in the slightest.
The 7 great sect masters were all wise people. As long as the Heavenly Sky sect existed for a day, they would not be foolish enough to tear at each other. That would only benefit the Heavenly Sky sect. All right, let's go first. Seeing that there were no opportunities to take advantage of, Wuxia brought the Heavenly Sky sect disciples and left first. The other elders also came around and each brought their members to set off. But after this Sea of Flowers incident, the elders also had sufficient understanding of this mystic realm's perils. They obviously would not dare to drop their guard again. Wang Fan shot Yu Yuan a fierce glare again and said, "Brat, you'd best pray that you don't end up in my hands." "Humph. Let's go." Finished talking, Wang Fan directly led a group of high-clarity sect disciples and left. Mei Jin also let out a long sigh. He said to Yi Yuan, "Oh, Yi Yuan, all thanks to you for getting us out of a fix this time. Otherwise, we would have suffered an undeserved calamity." Yi Yuan smiled. Waving his hands, he said, "Nothing much. This is what I should do." Mei Jin nodded and said, "Let's go too." "Wait a minute." Yi Yuan called out to stop him. "Is there anything else, Yi Yuan?" "The other sects are already long gone," Mei Jin reminded. There were about 100 people from the 8 great sects, neither too many nor too few in this mystic realm. Leaving later would mean having the good stuff taken away by others. Regarding Yi Yuan, Mei Jin could not very well issue a command directly. He could only advise in a roundabout manner. Yi Yuan said, "Rest assured, Elder Mei. Although there is a lot of good stuff in this mystic realm, it probably won't be so easy to obtain. Reaching first doesn't mean definitely obtaining first. Otherwise, the Heavenly Sky sect would not have spent so much trouble to invite us over. Rather, since the other sects already left now, we can harvest the flowers at ease." When Yi Yuan said this, everyone jumped in fright. The toxicity of this Sea of Flowers was very strong. Everybody witnessed it with their own eyes just now. Now, Yi Yuan actually wanted to go harvest the flowers? Stop kidding, Yi Yuan. That Sea of Flowers probably has thousands of orchid heart flowers. The strength of the poison is something that even crystal formation realms cannot withstand. You also saw those people earlier, yet you still want to harvest the flowers. Isn't this complaining that your lifespan is too long? Mei Jin said. That scene earlier was truly too shocking, leaving everyone with a lingering fear in their hearts even up till now. Towards the Sea of Flowers, everybody's attitude was in accord to keep a respectful distance away. Hence, upon hearing that Yi Yuan wanted to enter the Sea of Flowers to harvest flowers, Mei Jin nearly jumped up. These flowers are not orchid heart flowers, but mantu flowers. This mantu flower's outer appearance is extremely alike the orchid heart flower, but it's a highly toxic entity. Furthermore, the Sea of Mantu flowers grows together. This will have a superimposing effect on the poison, practically reaching quasi-tier 4 level. That's why those people died upon contact, Yi Yuan explained. Mantu flower? Really never heard of it before. But since the toxicity is so powerful, then even more so you mustn't go over. Mo Yuntian said. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "How can one return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain?" Treasure mountain? What kind of treasure mountain is a bunch of poisonous objects? Mo Yuntian asked doubtfully. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "You're uninformed of this mantu flower's origins. That's why you say so. This mantu flower is originally a poisonous item. Furthermore, its appearance also greatly differs from the orchid heart flower. We see that the mantu flower looks exactly the same as orchid heart flowers because it was formed through grafting." Grafting? Everyone said in surprise. That's right. After the mantu flower matures, cut off everything above the rhizome completely, then graft the orchid heart flower on it. Then it becomes the current mantu flowers. In reality, it should be called mantu orchid heart flowers, Yi Yuan explained. No way, right? Such a precious tier 2 medicinal herb like the orchid heart flower was actually used in grafting to become mantu flower. Isn't it too much of a waste of God's gift? It's really too bad. Tian Yu could not help letting out an emotional sigh. He grew up by Skymapple's side since young and was much more familiar with all kinds of medicinal herbs compared to other people. The preciousness of orchid heart flowers was such that even the Heavenly Sky sect would not regard it as unimportant, let alone the Tranquil Cloud sect, which was short on resources to begin with. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Nothing to be sad about. The reason why this was done is naturally that there is a greater justification." "What reason?" "So many orchid heart flowers. If we bring them all back,
It's enough to raise the tranquil cloud sex spirit condensation realm martial artist strength collectively by a whole stage. But now, able to look but unable to eat. Such heartache. Tianyu sighed. The rank of a medicinal herb is fixed, but under certain special environments it can advance. No matter how precious the orchid heartflower is, it's also just a tier 2 medicinal herb. It has profound meaning to spirit condensation realm martial artists, but to crystal formation realm martial artists, it's of somewhat little value. Yi Yuan, you mean to say? The reason for grafting this mantu flower is to let the orchid heart flower evolve. Mo Yuntian's eyes became wide saucers as he asked in disbelief. Yi Yuan nodded and said with a smile, "That's right. The orchid heart flower is an extremely pure and nourishing medicinal herb. Even if a spirit condensation realm martial artist swallowed an orchid heart flower raw, it would have huge benefits towards cultivation. But to nurture tier 3 orchid heart flowers, it has to be in a highly toxic environment instead. After the mantu flower is grafted over by the orchid heart flower, it converts the orchid heart flower into an entity with even deadlier poison. But this toxicity can spur the true orchid heart flower's evolution." Tianyu asked in surprise when he heard this. There's actually such a miraculous technique in this world? This grafting technique was not considered miraculous in the divine realm. Each major faction would have some of their own unique breeding methods. But in the endless world, this was an extremely phenomenal technique. In Tianyu's mind, the ranks of medicinal herbs were all fixed. He had never heard of being able to evolve. Yi Yuan said, "Doesn't count as miraculous. It's just a problem of knowing it or not."
Then doesn't that mean that there are tier 3 orchid heart flowers in the sea of flowers? Meijin said.
Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's why I said that we can harvest flowers in peace after they left. But this sea of flowers is so huge. Moreover, it's all highly toxic, dying upon contact. How should we harvest?" Meijin said with a frown.
Even if they knew that there were treasures in the sea of flowers, it was futile if they could not go in.
They had already witnessed the prowess of the mantu flower poison. They did not wish to risk their lives. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Very simple. Just burn them all with fire." Burn them? But the tier 3 orchid heart flowers are inside too. What if the fire burns them all down?
Furthermore,
how to burn them? Ordinary fires cannot destroy tier 2 medicinal herbs by burning, Meijin said.
Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Everyone, follow me."
As he spoke, Yi Yuan headed straight for the sea of flowers. Everybody held suspicions in their hearts but still followed.
Yi Yuan came to the borders of the sea of flowers, and with a flick of his hand, a pale yellow flame appeared.
Hiss!
Essence fire!
Is that cleansing sandal sacred flame?
How is that possible?
You're only at the spirit condensation realm. How can you have a tier 4 essence fire? Meijin cried out in shock. Yi Yuan gave a simple explanation, leaving the group of tranquil cloud sect disciples unbelievably envious. Tianyu looked at the cleansing sandal sacred flame dancing in Yi Yuan's palm, and only knew now that Yi Yuan did not even go all out during the grand competition. If the cleansing sandal sacred flame were unleashed, without needing to unleash its full power, he would not be able to escape death too. Only to see Yi Yuan lightly thrust his palm forward. The cleansing sandal sacred flame vanished with a swoosh. Immediately after, they saw the sea of flowers igniting area by area. Yi Yuan, this
is a tier 4 essence fire. Wouldn't the tier 3 orchid heart flowers be burned down with you burning like this? Meijin asked with a frown. Rest assured, Elder Meijin. Just look on and you'll see. This sea of flowers have roughly 3,000 plus mantu flowers, and nurturing one tier 3 orchid heart flower requires the expenditure of 100 mantu flowers. That's also to say that there are roughly more than 30 tier 3 orchid heart flowers in this sea of flowers. We won't bring even one less away, Yi Yuan said assuredly. Meijin was half believing, half doubting, but he still waited patiently. The cleansing sandal sacred flame was extremely powerful. It quickly burnt the sea of flowers into nothing, not even leaving residue behind. When everyone focused their eyes over there, they indeed saw that there were a sparse number of plants left in the sea of flowers. Yi Yuan went forward and directly harvested 5 tier 3 orchid heart flowers. He turned around and said to Meijin,
These tier 3 orchid heart flowers are useful to me, so I'll take 5. Elder May, please take the rest back to the sect.